tough talk is through calm determination and composure. Greek Prime Minister Mitsotakis called the approach the most appropriate to de-escalate tensions while keeping communication channels with Turkey open. China defended its zero-COVID policy after the United States ambassador said it was causing serious damage to the global economy and foreign business sentiment. Foreign Ministry spokesperson Wang Wenbin said that the economy of China is recovering from the effects of the pandemic, and facts prove that the policy of mandating lockdowns, quarantines and mass testing is suitable for China's national conditions and has stood the test of history. The European Commission has recommended that Ukraine should be granted European Union candidate status, a first step on the long road towards EU membership for the war-torn country. It also recommended that the EU Council meeting next week grant Moldova candidate status as well, on the understanding that Moldova will carry out a number of further important reforms. Politicians and experts met in Madrid to discuss ways to tackle drought and increasing spread of deserts across the globe. The half-day meeting is being held to mark the United Nations World Day to combat desertification and drought. Half of the world's population was expected to face severe water scarcity in the next 8 years. That could lead to as many as 700 million people, or about 7% of the world's population, being at risk of being displaced during that period. Chinese health officials said that restrictions would not be relaxed in Beijing after the detection of additional new COVID cases in an outbreak which stemmed from a nightclub apparently. The country has sought to completely eliminate outbreaks of COVID-19 with tough restrictions as part of its so-called zero COVID policy, while most other countries are relaxing their anti-coronavirus measures in order to live with the disease in the preceding time. The British government has ordered the extradition of WikiLeaks founder Julian Assange to the United States to face spying charges. WikiLeaks said it would appeal after Home Secretary of the UK Priti Patel signed an extradition order. It followed a British court ruling in April that Assange could be sent to the United States over WikiLeaks' publication of a huge trove of classified documents more than a decade ago. Police fired tear gas at protesters in Kenya's Nairobi after members of the Ma community gathered to rally against what they called an infringement of the rights of indigenous communities in Tanzania. Tanzania's government is accused of violently trying to evict Maasai herders from one of the country's most popular tourist destinations in the latest instance of friction between those who see certain African landscapes as a lucrative playground and those who simply call it home. A Turkish drone targeted a vehicle traveling in Iraq's Kurdistan region on Friday, killing 4 Kurdish militants. Kurdistan's counter-terrorism service said in a statement, it said that the drone struck the jeep in the town of Kalar in the northern province, and the militants there were from Kurdistan's Workers' Party, which is listed as a terrorist organization by Turkey. Russian President Vladimir Putin chaired the plenary session of the country's showpiece investment gathering, the St. Petersburg International Economic Forum, on a day that he made an emphatic statement claiming that the era of it being a unipolar world had now come to an end. A building collapse early on Friday morning in the Egyptian capital of Cairo killed 6 people, authorities said, as rescuers at the scene searched through the rubble. It was not immediately unknown, or rather it was not known what caused the collapse. Bulldozers and diggers were lifting debris at the scene. The country's government has tried to crack down on illegal buildings in recent years after decades of lax enforcement. But the megacity still contains entire neighborhoods of unlicensed red brick apartment buildings and shanty towns. Second seed Maria Sakkari booked her place in the semi-finals of the Berlin Open with a commanding win over Daya Kasatkina. It is the first semi-final on grass for the Greek world number 6, who reached the semi-finals of both the French Open and the US Open in 2021. Rafael Nadal has confirmed that he intends to play at Wimbledon despite concerns about the ongoing foot injury he suffers. Nadal revealed his plans at a press conference in Mallorca. The Spanish former world number 1 won the French Open for the 14th time earlier this month with injections used to numb the chronic pain in his foot, and said that he would not play at Wimbledon if he was going to have to do the same thing again. But now he is optimistic after having treatment to reduce the nerve pain following his win at Roland Garros. David Beckham returned to Singapore for a promotional tour and spoke to a group of fans and the media on the road to the World Cup in Qatar. Beckham took a trip down memory lane where he recollected his best and worst days of his career and picked out his former Manchester United manager Sir Alex Ferguson for looking after him both on and off the field. The torch relay for the 44th Chess Olympiad, which will be held in India from July the 28th to August the 10th, will be launched by Prime Minister Narendra Modi. This is the first time in the history of the Chess Olympiad that an Olympic-style torch relay will be introduced. The Prime Minister will begin the historic torch relay at New Delhi's Indira Gandhi Stadium on June 19th. England broke its own world record to register the highest ever innings total in a one-day international match during the first match of their three-match series against the Netherlands. England smashed an incredible 498 runs for the loss of just 4 wickets while batting in the first innings of the game, breaking their own record from 2018 where they had hit 481 runs for 6 wickets against Australia.
There are protests, there is violence, some say instigated over this 4-year tour of duty or the Agnipath scheme. Is this a result of misinformation?
This is complete misinformation that is causing all these issues. The Agnipath scheme is one of the most transformational schemes ever undertaken in the history of the Indian military, and it is looking at developing the nationalistic ethos amongst the youth.
Riots are not protests. Riots are riots. Is this so-called protest going to be justified as well? Is this too going to be rationalized by blaming it on the ruling party? And more importantly, shall we pause and just ask ourselves, is this the India you and I want to live in? Where the rule of the mob matters. An India where the vast majority of law-abiding citizens live in existence under the constant threat of such violence. An India where the only culture left that is visible is the culture of riots. Where uniformed personnel are bleeding, the common man is watching scared on television at home, and the mobs on the loose are blocking highways and pelting stones freely. Is this the country we should leave for the next generation? If not, then what are we doing about it? Are we saying as a country, not as a member of this religion or that religion, that we will not negotiate with the rioters? That we will not underplay the evil deeds of the rioters? And most importantly, that we will not rationalize or try to find the moral, religious, intellectual or any other justification for the rioters. This is getting out of hand, and we have to make a choice. Our great nation cannot be held to ransom by mobs and rioters. No more, I say, no more. Let's debate this.
These people who are actually objecting, these veterans, senior veterans who are objecting, generals, these brigadiers, the senior colonels, they have given their life to this country. Their families have sacrificed everything for this country. There are people amongst them who have not seen their children grow up, and they were able to tolerate that pain because living away from family is painful. They were able to tolerate that pain because they thought of the armed forces as their family. People have asked, why the veteran community divided? It's not divided. It's united by love for the armed forces. When they object, when they protest, this
Headlines at 7 a.m. Viewers, amid misinformed and provoked protests against Agnipath scheme, Raksha Mantri to meet the Tri-Services Chief today. Over 300 trains affected and more than 200 cancelled due to the misinformed protest against the Agnipath scheme. As protests against Agnipath intensify, internet services snapped in several districts of Bihar and Haryana. Defence Minister makes a big statement during the J&K visit, says assembly elections in J&K possible by year-end. Prime Minister Narendra Modi in the poll-bound state of Gujarat meets his mother on her 100th birthday. Thank you for tuning into Republic so bright and early. I am Priyanka Sharma and I'll be taking you through all that is happening across the world and across the country, specifically starting up with Prime Minister Narendra Modi on his 2-day visit to his home state Gujarat, the pole-bound state of Gujarat as well. Now in Gandhinagar, Prime Minister Modi visits mother's residence on her 100th birthday. Now those are the visuals of near Gandhinagar, where in fact Narendra Modi's mother in fact lives, along with his brother Prahlad Modi as well. And now we see Narendra Modi making his way to meet his mother on her birthday, on her 100th birthday as well. Now remember, just yesterday we had seen in the occasion of her 100th birthday, there was a street in fact that had also been named after Narendra Modi's mother. And now we are seeing on the 2-day visit that the Prime Minister is on right now, he is going to meet his mother, take her blessings, and then carry on to inaugurate several developmental projects that are been set aside for Gujarat. Now, our senior executive editor Abhishek Kapoor is also joining us on the broadcast. Abhishek, now we have seen the Prime Minister making his way towards Gujarat almost every month, and he had sounded the poll bugle just after the UP elections as well. But as of now, we see the Prime Minister making his way to meet his mother, take her blessings, and then carry forward for inaugurating several developmental projects for Gujarat. What more can you tell us about the itinerary of the Prime Minister?
Well, Priyanka, first of the pictures, Prime Minister meeting his mother Hiraba, who turns 99 complete and starts her 100th year. And that's why, as you mentioned, a road in Gandhinagar is being named after her by the municipal corporation there. And Prime Minister, whenever he can, he does go and meet his mother in Gandhinagar, who stays with one of his younger brothers. And in the pictures, I think we can see the Prime Minister there taking blessings from her. What is important is that Gujarat is heading into an election cycle later this year, just about 6 months to go, and home state of the Prime Minister, of the Home Minister, so obviously no taking chances, despite the fact that typically if you look at Gujarat's politics, we have seen for almost 3 decades now that BJP has been in power. So, but as is typical of the Prime Minister as well, that he would not take any chances and works as hard on a weak election area as he works on a strong election area. So that's why we have seen, for example, over the last couple of months, the number of visits to Gujarat have increased. As much, of course, for the number of projects that have been inaugurated between the government of Gujarat and the centre, as of course also because of the fact that it is looming. So an extra eye on the home state helps, and that's why we are seeing just about a week back, Prime Minister was in South Gujarat, and now he is in Central Gujarat. Projects worth about 21,000 crores to be either laid foundation of or inaugurated. Much of it is from the Ministry of Railways, in fact, including a section of the dedicated freight corridor between Palanpur and Madar, and that's in North Gujarat. And apart from that, many of the government of Gujarat schemes, particularly ones focusing on nutrition of expecting mothers, and some projects in tribal areas. Tribal areas seem to be the focus of the recent projects. In fact, like we saw the one a week back when Prime Minister was inaugurating a water pipeline project in South Gujarat, and now he's in Central Gujarat. So essentially he would be going to Pavagadh, which is a very famous local temple dedicated to Mother Goddess, and Prime Minister has been in charge of Panchmahal district with its headquarters in Godhra. In his very early days as a pracharak, he's familiar with the geography and the people there. He has moved around the villages. Pavagadh is also the place where Prime Minister had completed and dedicated to the state the electrification of all 18,000 villages in Gujarat, the Jyoti Gram Yojana. bringing in then President APJ Abdul Kalam and getting him to dedicate the scheme on completion. That was sometime in 2012. And in the same foothills now today he would be going. In fact, we are told that the Prime Minister is likely to take the ropeway and then walk about 200 steps up the temple, which has been redone, and so it's to be rededicated. That's the project, and then he would be looking at a couple of other works going on by the state government there, and then he comes to Baroda, in the neighboring district of Panchmals, and in Baroda he would be addressing a huge gathering and inaugurating all those schemes for which he's there. So that's how the itinerary, the day pans out for Prime Minister in his home state, and likely you would see him engaging with the people
Right.
as he does with the home state and with his own people.
Absolutely, Abhishek. And as we are tracking viewers as to how the Prime Minister is spending his 2 days in the home state and inaugurating, as Abhishek was pointing out, several developmental projects for the state of Gujarat. And as of now, as we track those images of the Prime Minister going towards his mother's house to meet with her, take her blessings before he starts for the day. And those are the live images right now, viewers, of the Prime Minister exiting from his mother's house. He's just had a meeting with her. He's just met with her for a couple of minutes, and he was also carrying a parcel for her, it seems, and has also spent some time with her there. And of course, the media contingent is usually not allowed inside the house when the Prime Minister goes to meet with his mother. And now we will see the Prime Minister, in fact, leaving for the rest of the day and carry out the inauguration of several developmental projects to the tune of 21,000 crores for the state of Gujarat. And we have seen how the Prime Minister has been going to his home states over the last few months. Every month, in fact, we have seen that the Prime Minister makes it a point to go to his home state. Even
स्वागत कर रहे हैं। मीडिया कर्मी यहाँ पर मौजूद हैं। आगे की तरफ बैठे हैं प्रधानमंत्री। अब जो सबसे आगे की गाड़ी प्रधानमंत्री के काफिले की वो निकल चुकी है। दूसरे नंबर पर प्रधानमंत्री की गाड़ी और तीसरी गाड़ी ये इस वक्त आप देख रहे हैं जो प्रधानमंत्री के काफिले में थी। और अब प्रधानमंत्री नरेंद्र मोदी यहाँ से निकल चुके हैं और कई दूसरे कार्यक्रम आज प्रधानमंत्री के हैं जहाँ जाना है। करीब 25 से 30 मिनट का वक्त प्रधानमंत्री ने आज माँ के साथ बिताया। उनके जन्मदिन पर देखिए ये एक और चौथी गाड़ी प्रधानमंत्री के काफिले की जा रही है। कुल 4 गाड़ियां प्रधानमंत्री के साथ आई थी, लेकिन घर के अंदर सिर्फ एक गाड़ी गई थी क्योंकि अलग मौका था, खास मौका था माँ से मुलाकात का, माँ से आशीर्वाद लेने का, जन्मदिन की बधाई देने का। तो ऐसे में ये मौका बेहद खास।
And there you have it, viewers. The Prime Minister leaving from his mother's house after seeking her blessings and moving on towards the rest of the day, where he will be inaugurating projects worth of 21,000 crore and dedicating them to the nation as well. Moving on now to Jammu and Kashmir. Now, viewers, in a shocking incident, a police officer was shot dead by terrorists in Pulwama district of Jammu and Kashmir. Now, the attack on Sub-Inspector Farooq Ahmed Mir took place at Sambura in Pampur area in the intervening night of Friday and Saturday. Now, the officials said that the officer was posted in the IRP 23rd Battalion at the CTC Lethapura. And the police have registered a case and launched an investigation into the gruesome killing of the police officer as well. And as we get you these details, viewers, we are waiting for further details that we can get on this developing story. But we are learning of this shocking incident that is coming to light of a police officer that had been shot dead by terrorists. And for more on this, let me go across to my colleague Zeenat, who's joining us on the broadcast. Zeenat, if you could elaborate on this as to what has really happened, a shocking incident really coming to light where a police officer has been targeted and has been shot as well. What more can you tell our viewers?
See, the police personnel, rather he's on the post of sub-inspector identified as Farooq Ahmed Mir, and he's basically a resident of Sambora, Pampur, and his body was found at the paddy field at Sambora. But we are picking from the sources he had gone to water his paddy because he was on leave at home yesterday only when the terrorists targeted him. So he was targeted in the fields of Sambora. He's posted otherwise in Lechpora because he comes from a battalion of 23 Battalion IRP. So his dead bullet-ridden body was found in the paddy fields, and the marks of the bullet were found, and then had taken the body into the custody, and later that body was handed over to the family. But this is after a year we are seeing a case where a police personnel, the sub-inspector rank officer he was targeted in the field by the terrorists. We are seeing the alert in the South Kashmir. Though he's posted in Avantipur district, and similarly he's a resident of Pulwama. So South Kashmir is really tense at the moment, because after his dead body was found, and as per the sources within the police department, it was a terror attack. Terrorists targeted police officer in the paddy field. This is what we are picking. The police has registered a case and investigations have taken up.
Well, absolutely. Zina there breaking down the details, claiming in fact officials stating that this might be a terror attack as well, and investigation as of now is also awaited. Zina, thank you for joining us with those details.
Today, the team will perform thrilling rifle movements in 10 different formations. The motto of the team is Drill to Thrill. As the team leader marches forward to seek permission from the Honorable Chief Guest to start the demonstration, the team is ready to increase your heartbeat by their thrilling performance. Ladies and gentlemen, this is the first formation, the V formation. From here, the team will advance forward to present their impressive rifle skills in a closer view to you all. Mention the strict physical regime of the team members, as the 5.5 kg 303 rifle appears as a toy in their hands. Alternate line formation. Meanwhile, leading aircraftman Vasurana will perform solo advanced drill, which is a combination of agility, flexibility and strength. The team now spreads over into plus formation and moves back to demonstrate their confidence in drill of self and their teammates. for one of the most difficult moments in which the air warriors throw their rifle blindly to the rear man while marching. The next formation is the inclined line formation. Here you can witness a series of drill exercises performed in continuation, followed by marching in the same order. Take your eyes off the rifles, which are going to be exchanged in that magical moment. And here they perform one more time for those who missed it the first time. Will now advance forward after rearranging themselves into a double aircraft formation and then demonstrate their skill in groups of 4. And here, leading aircraftman Vadodara is back amongst us with his impressive Rafael maneuvers. Round of applause for these air warriors. The team will now move back to form the square formation and will perform combination of movements in zigzag formation. huge round of applause for these air warriors. The team now arranges itself for the double line formation to give you all a closer view of the drill movement. Ladies and gentlemen, while you all enjoy the drill movement, let me introduce you to the team members. Today's team is led by leading aircraftsman Sandeep Tewatia. Front rank, left to right, we have LSE Abhishek Kumar, Ankit, Sameem Alam, Pankaj Chaudhary, Shubham Jana, Vijay Tewatia, Raghupati Dubey and LSE Sahil June. Rear rank, left to right, we have LSE Vipin Kumar, Subrato Mondal, Bhupendra Baghel, Amit Pandey, Rajkumar Gupta, Santanu Satpati, Saurabh Lodhi and LSE Anish Chaudhary. This scintillating music is composed by Wing Commander Jay Chandran, Visit Seva Medal, retired, former director of Music Air Warrior Symphony Orchestra. The team now prepare itself for the grand finale, the tunnel formation, which is the most thrilling moment of the day. Gentlemen, watch out for the team leader who is going to test the precision of the drill of his teammates by passing through the tunnel of rotating rifles with their bayonet. This moment is result of immense practice, focused hard work, coordination between mind and the body, and confidence in abilities of self and teammates.
Amity faculty have filed over 1,600 patents. Yet another reason why Amity has been conferred with the National Intellectual Property Award by Government of India for being the top Indian academic institution for patents and commercialization.
Good evening and welcome. Ladies and gentlemen, horrific scenes of anarchy played out across the country today. School buses were being burnt in Aurangabad. Little children being caught in the crossfire in Bihar. Over 200 trains being stalled across the nation. Trains being set ablaze, railway tracks being blocked, pelting on the streets. These are not, I repeat, these are not Agnipath aspirants. These are not people who want to serve the country. These are not patriots wanting to fight for the nation. These are anarchists. And those supporting them, celebrating them and cheering them on from the comforts of their homes, or maybe in the offices of agencies where they are being questioned for corruption and scams, using social media posts. Not surprising. Rahul Gandhi comes out of day 3 of questioning over the 2,000 crore scam and puts out a social media post, putting out misleading propaganda. The people who do that, ladies and gentlemen, are against the nation. The Agnipath scheme is about building a young force for the country. And that's very good. An Indian military that is battle ready, everybody should be for it. I can understand if the Chinese won't be. But any proud Indian should be. Because we want a military that is young, agile, dynamic, and makes room for those who want to serve for a limited duration. It is a scheme that India needs. It is a scheme that the tri-services stand for. And it is...
Those are the visuals, viewers, from Hyderabad that we are getting right now. The combined graduation parade organized at the Air Force Academy in Hyderabad itself. And we had seen the ceremony that is being put up by the cadets as well. And now we are looking at the combined graduation parade that is being carried out by the cadets and organized at the Air Force Academy in Dundigal in Hyderabad. And we can see
General Sanjay Dutt, VSM, Major General Ranjit Singh Manral, Air Vice Marshal VS Bharti, VSM VM, VSM retired, Air Vice Marshal SB Rao, AVSM, VSM retired, Air Vice Marshal Nagaraj Srinivas, VSM retired.
There are protests, there is violence, some say instigated over this 4-year tour of duty or the Agnipath scheme. Is this a result of misinformation?
This is complete misinformation that is causing all these issues. The Agnipath scheme is one of the most transformational schemes ever undertaken in the history of the Indian military, and it is looking at developing the nationalistic ethos amongst the youth.
Are not protests. Riots are riots. Is this so-called protest going to be justified as well? Is this too going to be rationalized by blaming it on the ruling party? And more importantly, shall we pause and just ask ourselves, is this the India you and I want to live in? Where the rule of the mob matters. An India where the vast majority of law-abiding citizens live in existence under the constant threat of such violence. An India where the only culture left that is visible is the culture of riots. Where uniformed personnel are bleeding, the common man is watching scared on television at home, and the mobs on the loose are blocking highways and pelting stones freely. Is this the country we should leave for the next generation? If not, then what are we doing about it? Are we saying as a country, not as a member of this religion or that religion, that we will not negotiate with the rioters? That we will not underplay the evil deeds of the rioters? And most importantly, that we will not rationalize or try to find the moral, religious, intellectual or any other justification for the rioters. This is getting out of hand, and we have to make a choice.
All right, viewers, that's all from my side, but we will be joined by my colleague Rukma on the other side with World This Morning to get you all the news from across the globe.
Well, thank you very much, Priyanka. And viewers, let's begin by taking a look at the headlines in world news we're tracking at this hour. Ukrainian President Volodymyr Zelensky welcomes European Union's move to put his country on a path to membership. British Prime Minister Boris Johnson promises continued military aid and training on new military equipment during Ukraine visit. Vladimir Putin says Russia's economy will overcome sanctions imposed due to military operation in Ukraine. US President Joe Biden hosts climate summit amid gas price pressure. Global terror financing watchdog Financial Action Task Force FATF says Pakistan to continue remaining on the grey list. In World This Morning, with me Rukma, we begin with our top story. Ukrainian President Zelensky continues to talk about the needs of his country in the war across various forums. While talking as a hologram at the Tech Forum in the Netherlands, the president implored tech companies to assist Ukraine in its reconstruction, while asking other European countries to stop their trade with a country that has manipulated their markets for several years.
Ukraine's President Volodymyr Zelensky addressed a tech fair in Zaandam in Netherlands. Sticking to the tech frenzy, the Ukrainian president appeared via a hologram for his address in Zaandam.
It's unusual for presidents or heads of government to use a hologram to address people, but this is not the only aspect of Star Wars that we are putting into practice. We will defeat the empire too.
The speech was also shown as a hologram in Paris, London and Stockholm. Zelensky invited the tech entrepreneurs to invest in his country to make digital transformation the basis of Ukraine's reconstruction.
For the first time in human history, the state is 100% comfortable for people. That is our goal. And we can make it real. We have already proved that digital infrastructure is the most stable and efficient one during the war. And now we offer the world's leading tech companies a digital land lease. That is our offer to you.
Zelensky also spoke to delegates of European nations, asking them to stop trade with Russia.
Потрібна повна енергетична незалежність Європи. Потрібно розірвати будь-які зв'язки з Росією, які вона використовує, щоб заробляти на Європі і одночасно здійснювати антиєвропейську політику. Не може бути жодної торгівлі з Росією, не варто давати гроші тому, хто прагне вашого ж знищення. А головне, потрібно зробити всю Європу нарешті.
He accused the country of creating an artificial food and price crisis that could lead to famine and political turmoil in Africa and Asia.
Всі ми у демократичному світі зіткнулися з небаченою енергетичною кризою. Багато років Росія створювала враження, що нібито є надійним постачальником енергоресурсів. Але насправді їй вдалося зробити залежними від себе різні країни Європи. І тепер, коли Росія вирішила воювати для підкорення європейських народів, вона використала цей енергетичний ланцюг першим.
Zelensky said any ties with Russia that it uses to make money in Europe and pursue anti-European policy must be severed. Agency report, Republic TV.
Russia's Foreign Minister Sergei Lavrov responded to a journalist's remark stating that in the eyes of the West, Russia is responsible for the fate of 3 foreign mercenaries sentenced to death in DPR.
As reports emerged of foreign mercenaries being sentenced to death by the Russian side in the disputed Donetsk region, Russia's foreign minister slammed Western media reports that questioned Moscow.
Слушайте, меня глаза Запада не интересуют вообще. Меня интересует только международное право. По международному праву наемники не являются комбатантами. Поэтому что у вас в глазах, откровенно говоря, не имеет значения.
The minister also said that Russia has the right to decide for itself what is a threat to its security. Russia referred to the experiences of Libya and Iraq and said it was surprising that NATO continued to call itself a defensive alliance. The foreign minister touched on the importance of the Minsk agreements, which Russia has been pushing for 8 years to comply with. Lavrov mentioned German Chancellor demanding respect for Ukrainian territorial integrity.
На протяжении этих 8 лет мы добивались того, чтобы Донецк и Луганск, которые изначально, как вы помните, в 2014 году в ответ на неонацистский госпереворот в Киеве объявили свою независимость, мы их убедили подписать Минские договоренности, которые гарантировали территориальную целостность и суверенитет Украины. Когда сейчас господин Шольц заявляет, что нужно заставить Россию пойти на договоренности с Украиной, которые договоренности будут уважать украинскую территориальную целостность и суверенитет украинского государства.
The Supreme Court of the Donetsk People's Republic sentenced to death 3 British and 1 Moroccan mercenary accused of participating in combat operations as mercenaries in Ukrainian armed formations. The head of the Donetsk People's Republic has rejected the possibility of commuting or exchanging the 3 British and Moroccan mercenaries. Agency report, Republic TV.
And global terror financing watchdog Financial Action Task Force said Pakistan will not be removed from its grey list immediately, and a decision in this regard will be taken after an on-site visit.
The Global Money Laundering and Terrorist Financing Watchdog, FATF, has retained Pakistan on its terror financing grey list.
And prosecutions in line with its risk profile. The reforms implemented by Pakistan are good for the stability and security of the country and the region. They will ensure that Pakistan's authorities can more effectively tackle money laundering and funding of terrorist groups. The FATF has now recommended an on-site visit to check that Pakistan's reforms are in place and can be sustained into the future. Pakistan is not being removed from the grey list today. The country will be removed from the list if it successfully passes the on-site visit.
The FATF has asked Islamabad to address at the earliest the remaining deficiencies in its financial system. Pakistan has been on the grey list of the Paris-based Financial Action Task Force since June 2018. It has been in the list for failing to check money laundering leading to terror financing and was given a plan of action to complete by October 2019. Since then, however, the country continues to be on the list due to its failure to comply with the FATF's mandates.
FATF ने unanimously पाकिस्तान के तमाम पॉइंट्स पे, तमाम एक्शन प्लान्स के पॉइंट्स पे पाकिस्तान को क्लियर कर दिया है और कहा है कि पाकिस्तान की परफॉर्मेंस इज अप टू मार्क। उस प्रोसीजर के मुताबिक एक टेक्निकल इवैल्यूएशन की टीम पाकिस्तान भेजी जाएगी। हमारी पूरी कोशिश है कि ये टेक्निकल इवैल्यूएशन की टीम अक्टूबर 2022 के प्लेनरी साइकिल से पहले अपना काम इख्तिताम करे और हमने उनको इंश्योर किया है कि वी विल इंश्योर देयर कंफर्ट, ईज और उसके साथ इंशाल्लाह अक्टूबर 2022 में ये हमारा फैक्टर की ग्रे लिस्ट पे निकलने का प्रोसेस इख्तिताम पे पहुंचेगा।
The FATF is an intergovernmental body established in 1989 to combat money laundering, terrorist financing, and other related threats to the integrity of the international financial system. Pakistan has so far avoided being on the blacklist with the help of close allies like China, Turkey, and Malaysia. But India's successful lobbying has kept it on the grey list and continues to do so for the time being. Agency report, Republic TV.
The British government has ordered the extradition of WikiLeaks founder Julian Assange to the United States to face spying charges. WikiLeaks replied that they would file an appeal.
The British government has ordered the extradition of WikiLeaks founder Julian Assange to the United States to face spying charges.
WikiLeaks said that it would file an appeal to stop the extradition.
We will continue to appeal. This is not the end of the road, and we will use every appeal mechanism available to us to prevent this extradition. We continue to call upon the Biden administration to drop this case because of the grave threat it poses to free speech everywhere and across the United States. And we continue to call on the Australian government to take action and to protect this Australian citizen who is at risk.
Home Secretary Priti Patel signed the extradition order.
For a publisher to be extradited to the United States charged under the Espionage Act oppresses all publishers, all journalists everywhere. Every European nation, its parliament, has supporters for Julian Assange. Every nation in South America, led by President of Mexico, Obrador, has support in their parliaments for Julian Assange. This indicates massive worldwide support amongst peoples.
The order followed a British court ruling that Assange could be sent to the US over WikiLeaks publication of a huge trove of classified documents more than a decade ago.
Julian Assange will appeal this decision to the High Court in the UK. He has 14 days to appeal the decision. But what this decision means is that basic journalism that people do every day, sourcing information, publishing information, is now illegal in the UK.
The decision is a big moment in Assange's years-long battle to avoid facing trial in the US, though not necessarily the end of the tale.
We're going to raise points that have come up since the original extradition hearing back in 2020. And crucially, one of the most important developments is the revelation that the CIA plotted to assassinate Julian while he was in the Ecuadorian embassy and kidnap him and rendition him, and was exploring poisoning him. This is known to the Home Secretary, but she signed it off anyway, but we will be raising it on appeal.
Assange has 14 days to appeal. The US has asked British authorities to extradite Assange so he can stand trial on 17 charges of espionage and 1 charge of computer misuse. American prosecutors say Assange unlawfully helped US Army intelligence analyst Chelsea Manning steal classified diplomatic cables and military files that WikiLeaks later published, putting lives at risk. Agency report, Republic TV.
And here on World This Morning, it's time for a short break. But coming up on the other side, British Prime Minister Boris Johnson promises continued military aid and training on new military equipment during Ukraine visit. Also coming up, US President Joe Biden hosts a climate summit amid gas price pressure.
Amity faculty have filed over 1,600 patents. Yet another reason why Amity has been conferred with the National Intellectual Property Award by Government of India for being the top Indian academic institution for patents and commercialization.
Riots are not protests. Riots are riots. Is this so-called protest going to be justified as well? Is this too going to be rationalized by blaming it on the ruling party? And more importantly, shall we pause and just ask ourselves, is this the India you and I want to live in? Where the rule of the mob matters. An India where the vast majority of law-abiding citizens live in existence under the constant threat of such violence. An India where the only culture left that is visible is the culture of riots. where uniformed personnel are bleeding. The common man is watching scared on television at home, and the mobs on the loose are blocking highways and pelting stones freely. Is this the country we should leave for the next generation? If not, then what are we doing about it? Are we saying as a country, not as a member of this religion or that religion, that we will not negotiate with the rioters? That we will not underplay the evil deeds of the rioters? And most importantly, that we will not rationalize or try to find the moral, religious, intellectual or any other justification for the rioters. This is getting out of hand, and we have to make a choice. Our great nation cannot be held to ransom by mobs and rioters. No more, I say, no more. Let's debate this.
These people who are actually objecting, these veterans, senior veterans who are objecting, generals, these brigadiers, the senior colonels, they have given their life to this country. Their families have sacrificed everything for this country. There are people amongst them who have not seen their children grow up, and they were able to tolerate that pain because living away from family is painful. They were able to tolerate that pain because they thought of the armed forces as their family. People have asked why the veteran community divided. It's not divided. It's united by love for the armed forces. When they object, when they protest, this is a Fauji's way of showing love for the uniform.
Welcome back. You're watching World This Morning on Republic TV, and we move on to news about David Beckham, who returned to Singapore for a promotional tour in which he spoke about his to a group of fans and media, taking a trip down memory lane where he recollected the best and worst days of his career, picking out his former Manchester United manager, Sir Alex Ferguson, for looking after him on and off the court.
David Beckham returned to Singapore for a promotional tour and spoke to a group of fans and media.
One of the most important people to me at that moment in time was Sir Alex Ferguson and the Manchester United fans. If it wasn't for the Manchester United fans at that moment in time, it would have been very difficult for me to get over that moment, because it was a difficult time for me in my career, on and off the field, because, you know, whatever went on the field was difficult off the field as well.
Beckham took a trip down the memory lane where he recollected his best and worst days of his career. He said that his former Manchester United manager Sir Alex Ferguson looked after him on and off the court.
So I woke up to my phone ringing, and it was an unknown number, or a number that I didn't know. I'd never received really any calls or messages from. And I answered the phone, and he said, "David, it's the boss." I said, "Good morning, boss." He said, how are you feeling? I said, "Not bad." And I think I got quite emotional on the phone to him. And he said, "Son, go away for 3 weeks, go and rest. And when you come back, you're going to get looked after here in Manchester." And that was what got me through that particular season. And in all honesty, that particular season ended up being the treble winning season.
Beckham also had tips for young footballers, urging them to enjoy the moment before it flies by. He highlighted the importance of having a sound mental health.
I have to manage it because I have 4 children that are looking for advice, that are looking for help, that are constantly asking questions. And yes, we have to look after ourselves, because then people around us, you know, are looking for help as well. But I suppose my strength comes from helping my children, you know, and that's the most important thing to me. Yes, we all go through difficult moments, and I'll be fine. My wife will be fine. But the most important thing, our priority will always be our children. Our priority is the mental health of our children and people around us.
When asked about advice he would give to his younger self, he said that enjoying the moment was as important as it goes by so quickly. Agency report, Republic TV.
And two service robots, Dunyasha and John Gold, were presented at the St. Petersburg International Economic Forum on Thursday. We tell you all the details in this next report.
Two service robots, Dunyasha and John Gold, were presented at the St. Petersburg International Economic Forum on Thursday.
Сегодня на ПМФ мы представляем киберкафе Дуняша. Оно состоит из роботизированного робота-кассира, двух рук манипуляторов, которые выдают кофе, мороженое или газированные напитки. Для того, чтобы получить услуги, нужно подойти к Дуняше, выбрать товар, который ты хочешь, напитки, кофе или мороженое, оплатить, и далее роботизированные руки это выдадут.
Dunyasha, the humanoid robot, served as a cashier who served coffee and ice cream to visitors of the forum. The robot has special manipulator arms that help Dunyasha not only serve drinks but also interact with visitors. The other demonstrated robot, John Gold, whose task, according to robot attendants, is to draw attention to exhibitions and major events.
Это робот-промо-консультант, он для таких промо-мероприятий, как, в принципе, этот выставочный форум. Также он предназначен для других развлекательных промо-мероприятий, то есть создан для привлечения внимания к себе от маленьких детей до, в принципе, больших взрослых людей, в зависимости от мероприятия, от тематики.
The 25th St. Petersburg International Economic Forum opened doors to visitors on Wednesday, the 15th of June, and will run till Saturday, the 18th of June. According to officials, representatives from 69 countries and territories, including Azerbaijan, Egypt, India, Kazakhstan, Qatar, and China, came to participate in the anniversary event. Agency report, Republic TV.
400 vintage cars took part in the legendary Mille Miglia race that does not allow any cars older than 1957 to participate, with the cars having not been produced any older than 1957 that were present in the original race.
More than 400 classic and vintage cars drove from the northern Italian city of Brescia to Rome and back as part of the legendary Mille Miglia race. The Mille Miglia first took place in 1927 and brought international fame to luxury sports cars including Alfa Romeo, BMW, Ferrari, Maserati and Porsche.
La gara sta andando benissimo, ci stiamo divertendo un sacco, siamo contenti di essere a metà e per noi è insomma importante, poi la prima insieme, siamo un po' le mascotti, penso di essere tra i rookie tra i più giovani della Mille Miglia, cerchiamo di portare un po' di gioventù qua, dai.
The 1800-kilometer Mille Miglia race is also called the most beautiful race in the world.
Cose che nuovamente non vedi, poi c'è molte DB2, Aston Martin DB2, molte Alfa Romeo 6C Frecciadoro e in generale molte Bugatti d'epoca, molte Bugatti degli anni 30-40, quindi dei pezzi veramente da museo.
Among the cars that took part in the race were the Alfa Romeo 6C 1750, the 8C 2900A Botticella and Bugatti 35S.
Miglia è nel cuore di tutti. Mille Miglia è folklore, la Mille Miglia è Italia.
Mille Miglia was reborn as a regularity race for classic and vintage cars. The participation is limited to cars produced no later than 1957, which had attended the original race. Agency report, Republic TV.
And time now for a short break. Coming up on the other side in the Morning Express, Yogi government's big action against rioters. Over 250 held so far over protests against Agnipath. Also coming up, Prime Minister Modi in coal-bound Gujarat seeks blessings from his mother on her 100th birthday. Will launch mega projects next.
There are protests, there is violence, some say instigated over this 4-year tour of duty or the Agnipath scheme. Is this a result of misinformation?
This is complete misinformation that is causing all these issues. The Agnipath scheme is one of the most transformational schemes ever undertaken in the history of the Indian military, and it is looking at developing the nationalistic ethos amongst the youth.
Riots are not protests. Riots are riots. Is this so-called protest going to be justified as well? Is this too going to be rationalized by blaming it on the ruling party? And more importantly, shall we pause and just ask ourselves, is this the India you and I want to live in? Where the rule of the mob matters. An India where the vast majority of law-abiding citizens live in existence under the constant threat of such violence. An India where the only culture left that is visible is the culture of riots. Where uniformed personnel are bleeding, the common man is watching scared on television at home, and the mobs on the loose are blocking highways and pelting stones freely. Is this the country we should leave for the next generation? If not, then what are we doing about it? Are we saying as a country, not as a member of this religion or that religion, that we will not negotiate with the rioters? That we will not underplay the evil deeds of the rioters? And most importantly, that we will not rationalize or try to find the moral, religious, intellectual or any other justification for the rioters. This is getting out of hand. And
this is one aspect of Prime Minister's today visit to Dhaka in Bangladesh.
This is not only about a blast happening in the national capital.
यहाँ पर अतिक्रमण हटाने के लिए कार्रवाई हो रही है शाहीन बाग में.
The Indian government has satisfied the court. They say they have a watertight case against you, sir.
They're trying to stop us from reporting. The idea is to understand the security situation of Srinagar.
Well, that's all we have for you in this edition of World This Morning. It's now over to Priyanka for the Morning Express.
Thanks a lot, Rukma, and welcome viewers back. We're looking at the Morning Express, where we will be getting you all the news from across the country and across the globe. But first up, let's take a look at the headlines. Amid misinformation and provoked protest against Agnipath scheme, Raksha Mantri to meet the tri-services chiefs today. As protest against Agnipath intensify, internet services snapped in several districts of Bihar and Haryana. Yogi government's big action against the rioters, over 250 held so far over the protest against Agnipath. Police officer shot dead by terrorists in Pulwama. The valley demands justice. Prime Minister Narendra Modi in the poll-bound state of Gujarat seeks blessings from mother on her 100th birthday. Will launch mega projects next. India's Air Force might on display at Combined Graduation Parade in Hyderabad. Well, at the top of the hour, viewers, we're tracking for you all that is happening in the poll-bound state of Gujarat and the home state of the Prime Minister, where the Prime Minister, in fact, is spending 2 days. Now, this is day 2. And in Gandhinagar, Prime Minister Modi visits his mother's residence on her 100th birthday. And we are getting in the exclusive images of the Prime Minister's meeting with his mother. Now, on a 2-day visit to Gujarat, the Prime Minister is also set to inaugurate a host of mega projects worth rupees 21 crores shortly, and for that he will be going towards Pavagadh as well, where he will be inaugurating the redeveloped temple there. And apart from that, he will also be addressing a public rally where he will be announcing the dedication of several projects to the nation, and also starting several projects for Gujarat specifically, and for the well-being and the health benefits for people. Now, these are several of the projects that the Prime Minister will be launching in the home state of Gujarat. Remember, over the past few months, we have seen that the Prime Minister has made it a point that he goes to the home state of Gujarat every month and also interacts with the people at a more personal level there. Remember, the Prime Minister, in fact, has been the Chief Minister of Gujarat for the longest time. And even in 2017 elections, we had seen the first elections that was being carried out in the state with the Prime Minister being at the center. And now this is the second elections this time, viewers, that the Prime Minister is not going to be in Gujarat. He is the Prime Minister, not the Chief Minister. And this time as well, we will be seeing how there is a tough fight in the state of Gujarat between the Aam Aadmi Party, the Congress and the BJP as well. And for that, we have seen several meetings as well that are lined up with the Prime Minister. There are 45 minutes to 1 hour that has been blocked for the Prime Minister to meet with the Chief Minister Bhupendra Patel, the BJP Chief of Gujarat C.R. Patil, and several other ministers as well who he would be interacting with. Remember, over the last few weeks, we have seen that the BJP has had several state-level meetings where they have brainstormed over the strategy and the campaigning for the Gujarat elections, where they have in fact made a strategy to target the seats that have a lesser seat share that they lost out with over 5,000 votes. Now, those are the seats that the BJP is targeting. Now, several such issues, in fact, will be talked about by the Prime Minister with the Chief Minister and several state leadership of Gujarat as well. But apart from that, of course, the Prime Minister reiterating the fact and trying to remind the people of Gujarat that he is somebody who has worked on the streets in Gujarat. He has worked as a BJP worker in Gujarat, as a Chief Minister, and has always had a vision for the development of Gujarat, and that's exactly the message that he is.
Commanded by
General Officer Staff Disclosures include brigade majors of the Mountain Brigade in the North-East, Assistant Military Secretary in Military Secretary's branch, Colonel Q of a Mountain Division in High Altitude Area, and Brigadier General Staff Operations at Headquarters in Command. The General Officer has served as Chief Engineer in the United Nations missions in Ethiopia and Malaysia. He was Commander-in-Chief, Andaman and Nicobar Command from June 2020 to May 2021, and General Officer Commanding-in-Chief, Eastern Command from June 2021 to January 2022. The General Officer held the appointment of Vice Chief of Army Staff prior to assuming the appointment of the Chief of Army Staff from 1st May 2022. General and his party upset violence in the Indian Accordingly, Akshay Pandey, and he is none other than Captain of the aircraft for the Akash Ganga whose stellar performance we all appreciate. He guided his squad leader, Somnath Singh, and the AN-32 fighter.
Now, you can see the parade commander marching towards the site number 1 quarter, beside the parade activity.
Trainees being commissioned today are
Flying Officer Vadodara. Flying Officer Ganesh Malik. Flying Officer Rajkumar.
Flying Officer Pagamweed Squad.
Flying Officer Deepak Kumar. Flying Officer Girish Verma.
Flying Officer Sonia.
Flying Officer Nishkash Malviya. Flying Officer Vayan Pavan Kumar.
Flying Officer Mohammed Lun Kipkir.
Flying Officer Animesh Jha. Flying Officer Vikram Raghav.
Flying Officer Anish Patel.
Flying Officer Atul Kumar. Flying Officer Vaibhav Upadhyay.
Flying Officer Ishwaran Karthik.
Flying Officer Utkarsh Devas Tiwari. Flying Officer Aman Sohal.
Flying Officer Navdeep Singh Sandhu.
Flying Officer Shubham Shandelya. Flying Officer Maria Begum.
Flying Officer Rahul Tripathi.
Flying Officer Sumit Kundu. Flying Officer Koridosh Roy. Flying Officer Ramesh Chandra. Flying Officer Asra Bhai.
Flying Officer Utkarsh Abhijit Deshmukh.
Flying Officer Gaurav Kumar Singh. Flying Officer Rajwal Veda. Flying Officer Gurinder Chaudhary.
Flying Officer Himanshu Nara.
Flying Officer Neeraj Kumar Singh. Flying Officer Shunal Nitin Pawar.
Flying Officer Khushbu Sharma.
Flying Officer Tanish Mokta. Flying Officer Rahul Yadav.
Flying Officer Priyadarshini Natraj.
Flying Officer Ishant Sindhu. Flying Officer Vishwajit Singh Rathore.
Flying Officer Narsini Zakharia.
Flying Officer Komal Sharma. Flying Officer Roshan Bugade.
Flying Officer Vaishali Yadav.
Flying Officer Gaurav Kumar Singh. Flying Officer Tanvi Suman Nara.
Flying Officer Ankit Baloni.
Flying Officer Anurag Gudishala. Flying Officer Anurag Gupta Kushwaha.
Flying Officer Ankit Baloni.
Flying Officer Happy Kapoor.
Reading allows us to become familiar with ourselves.
We don't read, we won't know what is knowledge. I just find it very interesting to know people's lives, how they went through certain situations, how they dealt with things.
So wherever you want to go in life, if you read books along those lines, then that would really help you in growing.
Reading could mean a million different things to every individual. What does it mean to you? Visit readindia.info to find out more.
Good evening and welcome. Ladies and gentlemen, horrific scenes of anarchy played out across the country today. School buses were being burnt in Aurangabad. Little children being caught in the crossfire in Bihar. Over 200 trains being stalled across the nation. Trains being set ablaze, railway tracks being blocked, pelting on the streets. These are not, I repeat, these are not Agnipath aspirants. These are not people who want to serve the country. These are not patriots wanting to fight for the nation. These are anarchists. And those supporting them, celebrating them and cheering them on from the comforts of their homes. Or maybe in the offices of agencies where they are being questioned for corruption and scams. Using social media posts. Not surprising. Rahul Gandhi comes out of day 3 of questioning over the 2,000 crore scam and puts out a social media post, putting out misleading propaganda. The people who do that, ladies and gentlemen, are against the nation. The Agnipath scheme is about building a young force for the country. And that's very good. An Indian military that is battle ready, everybody should be for it. I can understand if the Chinese won't be. But any proud Indian should be. Because we want a military that is young, agile, dynamic, and makes room for those who want to serve.
So it's the combined graduation parade organized at Air Force Academy in Dundigal in Hyderabad. These are visuals that we are getting you on Republic TV. It's a very solemn ceremony as young cadets go out and into the world to serve their nation and their country. The combined graduation parade at the Air Force Academy in Dundigal marks the completion of the pre-commissioning training of flight cadets of various branches of the Indian Air Force. General Manoj Pandey, Chief of Army Staff, is the chief guest and reviewing officer in this parade. He is also conferring the President's commission to the graduating trainees. The ceremony includes the presentation of wings and brevets to the flight cadets who will be successfully completing flying and navigation training, respectively. The award of wings or brevets represents a significant milestone in every military aviator's career and is the culmination of a demanding and rewarding period of training. The Chief will also award wings to officers of the Indian Navy and Indian Coast Guard on successful completion of their flying training. At the Air Force Academy, the flight cadet from the flying branch standing first in the order of merit will be awarded the Sword of Honor for excelling in overall training. The awardee will have the privilege of commanding the parade, besides receiving the President's plaque for being the best trainee. As you can see, this is a conferral ceremony. Earlier, we had witnessed the parade as the young cadets marched to their bands. This is the combined graduation parade at the Air Force Academy in Dundigal, marking the completion of the pre-commissioning training of flight cadets of various branches of the Indian Air Force. Chief of Army Staff General Manoj Pandey is the chief guest and reviewing officer of the parade. He is to confer the President's commission to the graduating trainees during the function. And this particular ceremony also includes the presentation of wings and brevets to the flight cadets who will be successfully completing their flying and navigation training. The event also includes an aerobatic display by Pilatus PC-7 trainer, the indigenous light combat aircraft Tejas, the Surya Kiran Sarang team, and a flypast by formations of PC-7 Kiran Hawk aircraft and Chetak helicopters. So, combined graduation ceremony at Dundigal in Hyderabad. It's a solemn and very colorful ceremony displaying India's Air Force might. And as you can see, those are visuals that we are getting you of the entire parade as it's happening in Dundigal. And now, in other news, despite the government allaying all fears concerning the Agnipath scheme, aggressive protests caused by widespread misinformation were witnessed across states on Friday. Incidents of violence, vandalism, torching of railway trains, stone pelting and attacks on police personnel were seen in several parts of Bihar, Uttar Pradesh, Haryana and Telangana.
On Tuesday, the centre announced a revolutionary scheme to strengthen our armed forces. But just days later, incidents of violence, vandalism, torching of railway trains, stone pelting and attacks on police personnel were seen in several parts of Bihar, UP, Haryana and Telangana. Widespread misinformation and violent protests were witnessed across states, with the youth demanding a complete rollback of the army recruitment program. Listen in to this eyewitness who recounts how the protests quickly spiraled out of control.
सुबह पैसेंजर ट्रेन का टिकट दे रहे थे, एक बक्सर फतुहा शटल आती है। उसके बाद अचानक से बहुत सारी भीड़ आई और पत्थरबाजी करने लगी और सब तोड़ फोड़ शीशा वसा तोड़ दिए डंडा से मार करके। उसके बाद फिर थोड़ा देर शांत हो गया। फिर उसके बाद आए थोड़ी देर के बाद, कुछ देर बाद, और आग जला जला के ये खिड़की, ये सारे खिड़कियों से आग जला जला कर फेंकने लगे। हमने कुछ बुझाने का प्रयास किया, फिर आग जब सब सारे जो रजिस्टर है सब में आग पकड़ लिया, उसके बाद धुआं पूरा भर गया, दम घुटने लगा। हम लोग ये गेट मार के टेर कर दिया, थोड़ा सा लगा तो फिर हम लोग किसी तरह भागे। बाहर में कुछ लोग डिस्टर्ब भी किए, फिर हम लोग जान बचा के बाहर निकल गए।
3 lakh rupees cash was looted from a ticket counter of Bihar railway station in Bihar.
अभी तक कुल 2 दर्जन FIR हो चुकी है और करीब 100 से ऊपर लोगों को गिरफ्तार भी किया गया था। लेकिन आज फिर ये घटनाएं घटी और आज भी FIR होगी इस पर, जहाँ जहाँ घटनाएं घटी है, जो भी दोषी लोग हैं उनको चिन्हित किया जाएगा। और जैसा हम लोग का रहा है कि इस तरह के मास एजुकेशन में या इस तरह से करते हैं तो हम लोग बाई नेम FIR करेंगे और चिन्हित करेंगे। वीडियोग्राफी कराई जा रही है और मीडिया की क्लिपिंग से हम लोगों को आइडेंटिफाई करेंगे और बाई नेम FIR करेंगे और उन पर चार्जशीट होगा। और भविष्य में जो है उनको जो भी बेनिफिट्स मिलने वाले हैं ये हम इंश्योर करेंगे कि उनको नहीं मिले।
Over 300 train services were affected and disrupted across the country as protests against the Agnipath scheme continued.
मैं दानापुर स्टेशन पे मौजूद हूँ और ये पब्लिक प्रॉपर्टी, गवर्नमेंट प्रॉपर्टी सबका नुकसान किया। और ये जो 4 बोगियों में आग लगी थी, अब उसमें आग बुझाने का काम ख़त्म हो चुका है। वो देखिए कहीं कहीं पाइप से पानी छिड़क के जो धुआं है उसको ख़त्म करने की कोशिश की जा रही है, ताकि उसमें अगर सामान मलबे में कुछ बचा हो तो उसको निकाला जा सके। वो मलबा है, सामान बैगेज वैन था, उसमें लाखों करोड़ों की प्रॉपर्टी नष्ट हुई होगी। और ये दानापुर GRP जो गवर्नमेंट रेल पुलिस स्टेशन है उसका मंजर है। ये देखिए बाइक, जो ये पुलिसकर्मी है उनकी बाइक है, उसको लोगों ने जला दिया, जो उपद्रवी कर्मी है।
Amid these protests, a school bus carrying 5 to 6-year-olds got stuck in the middle of the road during a blockade in Bihar's Darbhanga. In these visuals accessed by Republic, the kids can be seen crying after being stranded in the middle of the agitation.
बेटा डर लग रहा है आपको? डर लग रहा है क्या?
नहीं।
किस चीज का डर लग रहा है बेटा आपको?
अच्छा बेटा कोई बात नहीं, बेटा बैठ जाओ।
किस चीज से डर लग रहा है बेटा आपको?
कोई बात नहीं, बैठ जाओ। आप क्यों रो रहे हो? तुम नाटक क्यों कर रहे हो? आप प्लीज जाइए ना अंकल।
Meanwhile, in Secunderabad, the protesters set afire a couple of train compartments besides damaging other properties of the railway by stone pelting.
Trains here at the Secunderabad railway station. This is one of the train which was on the platform number 2, and also as you can see, this is the situation here. The glasses of this train have been broken down by the protesters, and also what the people here says that there were near about thousands of students who came together and immediately started attacking on the trains, and they halted all these trains. And also, as we report from inside the train, how this is complete damage of a public property.
Protests erupted in Mahendragarh's Naraul area of Haryana for the second day in a row. The Haryana government suspended mobile internet services and SMS services in the Mahendragarh district. In Madhya Pradesh's Gwalior, protests against the Agnipath scheme turned violent, with people pelting stones at train coaches and damaging the public property. Subsequently, crowds swelled, with the police initiating attempts to pacify them through talks. Despite the government's allaying all fears concerning the Agnipath scheme, aggressive protests caused by widespread misinformation were witnessed across the states in the country. Bureau Report, Republic TV.
However, incidents of violence and vandalism continue to be reported from across the country. And the larger question remains, who is fueling these protests?
खतरों से आंखें मिलाने का हो जुनून, ऐसे हैं भारत के वीर जवान।
On the 14th of June, this historic announcement was made.
अग्निपथ योजना में भारतीय नौजवानों को बतौर अग्निवीर आर्म्ड फोर्सेस में सेवा का अवसर प्रदान किया जाएगा।
By Saturday, there was all-out violence in the name of Agnipath. And being a catalyst towards it was the opposition.
महागठबंधन तमाम बिहार और देश के युवाओं के साथ, छात्रों के साथ जिसके साथ जाती हुई है, ये अग्निपथ का फिल्म सिनेमा दिखाया जा रहा है। जिनके साथ जाती हुई है सब सड़क पर हैं और सब आंदोलनरत हैं। उनके आंदोलन को महागठबंधन का समर्थन है।
Some, like Rahul Gandhi, were tweeting in the breaks from their ED questioning. Others were fear-mongering about how, after 4 years, Agniveers will be left adrift.
इससे क्या फायदा मिलेगा? आप यदि एक तो वैसी 2 साल से सेना में भर्ती आप बंद कर दिए हैं, दूसरे ये केवल 4 साल के रख रहे हैं। 4 साल बाद वो जब जवान आएंगे क्या करेंगे? पुलिस लाइन ऑर्डर के लिए होता है, सेना वो सुरक्षा के लिए होता है। तो सेना की ट्रेनिंग अलग है, पुलिस की ट्रेनिंग अलग है।
मोदी जी ने प्राइवेट कंपनियों के लिए ये योजना लागू की है। जब 4 साल के बाद सेना से निकले हुए ये जवान किसी काम के नहीं रहेंगे तो ये प्राइवेट कंपनियों के लिए सिक्योरिटी गार्ड का काम कर सकते हैं।
Some try to say the scheme that is backed by the tri-services is ridden with loopholes.
एक बड़ा आक्रोश है। छात्र जिस तरीके से इस योजना को लेकर, अग्निपथ को लेकर जिस तरीके से उनके अंदर गुस्सा है, वो रह कर पिछले 3 दिनों से बिहार में ही नहीं बल्कि देश के हर एक राज्य में जिस तरीके से प्रदर्शन के माध्यम से युवा अपने आक्रोश को प्रदर्शित कर रहे हैं, ये अपने में दर्शाता है कि इस योजना में कई तरीके के लूप्स हैं जिसमें बदलाव की ज़रूरत है।
The left even went on to the extent of saying these recruits would turn into terrorists.
तो बहुत सारे लोग तो तमाम जो आतंकवादी संगठन हैं, जुझारू संगठन हैं, उनके पास जा सकते हैं। जो एंटी सोशल गैंग्स हैं उनमें जा सकते हैं। हमारे यूपी बिहार में तो वैसे भी बड़े बड़े डाकुओं के गिरोह हैं, उनके साथ एक प्रशिक्षित नौजवान भी जा सकता है। यानी एक बहुत बड़ा खतरा देश को पैदा हो सकता है।
The Congress tried to spin a bizarre saffronization claim.
कि हिंदुस्तान में एक के बाद एक क्रांति होते जा रहे हैं बीजेपी और मोदी साहब जी के नेतृत्व में। एक तो नोटबंदी की क्रांति हुई, एक जीएसटी की, एक कृषि कानूनों की क्रांति पे क्रांति चल रहे हैं और एक नया क्रांति फौज में आने वाला है। मुझे तो ये लगता है, अंदेशा मेरा यही है कि अगले दिन हिंदुस्तान की फौज को भगवाकरण की राहों पर ले जाने की ये सरकार की सबसे बड़ा मंशा है। उसी के मद्देनजर ये सारे चीज हो रहे हैं।
The BJP is calling out the motivated political campaign.
चाहे सर्जिकल स्ट्राइक हो, एयर स्ट्राइक हो, तब भी ये सबूत मांग रहे थे। और अब जब 2 साल के गहन अध्ययन के बाद भारतीय सेना ये योजना लेकर आई है जिससे सेना को भी लाभ है, नौजवानों को भी लाभ है, समाज को और देश को लाभ है, तो वापस से यही जो अपोजिशन पार्टीज हैं 2 दिन में इन्होंने सब कुछ समझ लिया। बहुत होशियार है ये, बिल्कुल समझ लिया और समझ के इन्होंने भड़काना भी शुरू कर दिया।
Even the army chief has called out the misinformation.
जहां तक युवाओं का सवाल है, मेरी यह राय है कि उनको ये स्कीम के बारे में पूरी तरह अभी तक जानकारी सही तरह से मिली नहीं है। एक बार ये समझ जाएंगे पूरे स्कीम के बारे में तो उन्हें विश्वास होगा कि यह स्कीम ना सिर्फ युवाओं के लिए बल्कि राष्ट्र और भारतीय थल सेना तीनों के लिए फायदेमंद और जरूरी है।
Will the opposition continue to provoke and divide over the mega recruitment scheme of the Indian military? Bureau Report, Republic TV.
Even as the provoked and misinformed violence in the name of protests play out across the country, the future of India, the future of the Indian Armed Forces is voicing out their opinion aloud. Unmoved by the anarchy and violence, these young NCC cadets are throwing their weight behind the Indian Forces' first Agnipath scheme. Listen in to them as they speak.
मैं सीनियर डिवीजन कैडेट हूँ और अब की दान मूसी सर्वे परीक्षा देवला मैं एनसीसी वर्दी मारे प्यारी वजम ली थी और अब की दान अपनी सेना अग्निपथ नाम री स्कीम लाई रही है और मैं भर्ती कीधा था का सैनिक अग्निवीर कहलागा मारे हिरका जना ने वर्तियों घणो प्यार है वे सेना में थोड़ा समय वाते भर्ती भी सकेगा और जनन भी बाणे आगा ये अनुशासित वेगा देशभक्ति में भरा वेगा और एक अच्छा समाज वाते घणो बड़ो योगदान प्रदान करेगा।
मेरे हिसाब से ये काफ़ी एक अच्छी स्कीम है। इस दौरान हमारे जो युवा यूथ होंगे उनको काफ़ी कुछ सीखने को मिलेगा एंड आफ्टर दैट अगर वो चाहें तो वो फोर्सेस को डिसकंटिन्यू करके आगे कॉर्पोरेट लाइफ या अपने बिजनेस में काम कर सकते हैं।
With the government launching the new Agnipath scheme, more people will be able to enlist and achieving their goal of donning the uniform, leading to a greater sense of discipline, unity and patriotism among the populace. Plus, being an NCC Air Wing Senior Division cadet myself, this makes it all that much easier for me to fulfill my dream of serving my country by being an Agniveer.
Chokne Agnipath scheme bo manage galik launch shostono kabe na ngatanguna loji armed force na serve chokosano tene tyo dix testing mana ngatanguna job opportunities zoks mangpo thabano na NCC cadet jiksongs pasang ngi fetios kap chenme gino chief ezena ngatanguna halla army training nunjik thopstotono tene rewa chungi ngeranguna e scheme bena thusen jai hind. मला लहानपणापासूनच मिलिटरी सेवेची ओढ होती त्यामुळे मी एनसीसी जॉईन केलं म्हणून मला असं वाटतंय की हे जे अग्निपथ स्कीम आलेली आहे हे खूप चांगली योजना आहे कारण माझ्या एनसीसीच्या काळात मी बरेच काय कळत न कळत शिकले मला असं वाटतं.
And it's time now for a short break. Coming up after that, police officer shot dead by terrorists in Pulwama. The valley demands justice. Also coming up, Prime Minister Modi in pole-bound Gujarat seeks blessings from mother on her 100th birthday. Will launch mega projects next.
Amity faculty have filed over 1,600 patents. Yet another reason why Amity has been conferred with the National Intellectual Property Award by Government of India for being the top Indian academic institution for patents and commercialization.
There are protests, there is violence, some say instigated over this 4-year tour of duty or the Agnipath scheme. Is this a result of misinformation?
This is complete misinformation that is causing all these issues. The Agnipath scheme is one of the most transformational schemes ever undertaken in the history of the Indian military, and it is looking at developing the nationalistic ethos amongst the youth.
Riots are not protests. Riots are riots. Is this so-called protest going to be justified as well? Is this too going to be rationalized by blaming it on the ruling party? And more importantly, shall we pause and just ask ourselves, is this the India you and I want to live in? Where the rule of the mob matters. An India where the vast majority of law-abiding citizens live in existence under the constant threat of such violence. An India where the only culture left that is visible is the culture of riots. Where uniformed personnel are bleeding, the common man is watching scared on television at home, and the mobs on the loose are blocking highways and pelting stones freely. Is this the country we should leave for the next generation? If not, then what are we doing about it? Are we saying as a country, not as a member of this religion or that religion, that we will not negotiate with the rioters? That we will not underplay the evil deeds of the rioters? And most importantly, that we will not rationalize or try to find the moral, religious, intellectual or any other justification for the rioters. This is getting out of hand, and we have to make a choice. Our great nation cannot be held to ransom by mobs and rioters. No more, I say, no more. Let's debate this.
Young officers and junior leaders, you will be the torch bearer to lead these changes. We need to embrace the change and shed the status quo outlook. You will face many challenges as you take on new responsibilities, which will test your resolve and resilience. Do remember that every problem is surmountable, provided you have faith in your training, and that comes naturally to those who train continuously and steadfastly. Your professional learning does not finish here today or a few years from now. It will remain a lifelong process. I urge you to continue the pursuit of knowledge, be it technical expertise of your equipment and systems or battle spaces, concepts or procedures. Concurrently, imbibing leadership qualities is the bounden duty of every officer of the armed forces. Therefore, set for yourself the highest standards of discipline, dedication to duty, and professional excellence, and demand the same from your team. The Indian Air Force has distinguished itself with great elan and professionalism in the service of the nation. As the sentinel of the Indian skies, the performance of the Indian Air Force has been impeccable and formidable. In both war and peace, the air warriors have contributed tirelessly and unfailingly each and every time. Over the years, the Air Force has continued to evolve and has carved a niche for itself among the best air force in the world. It has added latest aircraft and modern air defense systems, which you shall soon get an opportunity to operate yourself. My special compliments to women flight cadets who will be passing out today. As empowered women, your commissioning in the prestigious armed forces will act as a source of inspiration. There is no greater honor than being entrusted with the duty in service of your nation, which calls for the ultimate sacrifice. As you graduate from here today, march ahead with confidence and bring laurels to your service and glory to the nation. I wish you good luck and Godspeed. Jai Hind.
So the combined graduation parade from Dundigal in Hyderabad at the Air Force Academy there, marking the completion of the pre-commissioning training of flight cadets of various branches of the Indian Air Force. General Manoj Pandey, Chief of Army Staff, is the chief guest and reviewing officer of the parade. The Chief of Army Staff conferred the President's commission to the graduating trainees. The ceremony also includes the presentation of wings and brevets to the flight cadets who are successfully completing flying and navigation training, respectively.
Riots are not protests. Riots are riots. Is this so-called protest going to be justified as well? Is this too going to be rationalized by blaming it on the ruling party? And more importantly, shall we pause and just ask ourselves, is this the India you and I want to live in? Where the rule of the mob matters. An India where the vast majority of law-abiding citizens live in existence under the constant threat of such violence. An India where the only culture left that is visible is the culture of riots. Where uniformed personnel are bleeding, the common man is watching scared on television at home, and the mobs on the loose are blocking highways and pelting stones freely. Is this the country we should leave for the next generation? If not, then what are we doing about it? Are we saying as a country, not as a member of this religion or that religion, that we will not negotiate with the rioters, that we will not underplay the evil deeds of the rioters, and most importantly, that we will not rationalize or try to find the moral, religious, intellectual, or any other justification for the rioters? This is getting out of hand, and we have to make a choice. Our great nation cannot be held to ransom by mobs and rioters. No more, I say, no more. Let's debate this.
These people who are actually objecting, these veterans, senior veterans who are objecting, these generals, these brigadiers, the senior colonels, they have given their life to this country. Their families have sacrificed everything for this country. There are people amongst them who have not seen their children grow up, and they were able to tolerate that pain because living away from family is painful. They were able to tolerate that pain because they thought of
And viewers, you're watching The Morning Express here on Republic TV. I'm Rukma, and now time for more news stories. Well, Prime Minister Narendra Modi today is in Gujarat, and he met his mother, Hiraba Modi, on her birthday. Hiraba Modi enters the 100th year of her life today, and his mother, you can see those visuals there with the Prime Minister offering prayers, his mother seated beside him. It's her 100th birthday, the 100th year of her life today. And there's lots on his agenda besides his visit to his mother to wish her on her birthday and seek her blessings. It's time now for a short break. Coming up after that, amid misinformed and provoked protests against Agnipath scheme, Raksha Mantri to meet Tri-Services chiefs today. Yogi government's big action against rioters, over 250 held so far over protests against Agnipath. Coming up in a short while.
There are protests, there is violence, some say instigated over this 4-year tour of duty or the Agnipath scheme. Is this a result of misinformation?
This is complete misinformation that is causing all these issues. The Agnipath scheme is one of the most transformational schemes ever undertaken in the history of the Indian military, and it is looking at developing the nationalistic ethos amongst the youth.
Riots are not protests. Riots are riots. Is this so-called protest going to be justified as well? Is this too going to be rationalized by blaming it on the ruling party? And more importantly, shall we pause and just ask ourselves, is this the India you and I want to live in? Where the rule of the mob matters. An India where the vast majority of law-abiding citizens live in existence under the constant threat of such violence. An India where the only culture left that is visible is the culture of riots. Where uniformed personnel are bleeding, the common man is watching scared on television at home, and the mobs on the loose are blocking highways and pelting stones freely. Is this the country we should leave for the next generation? If not, then what are we doing about it? Are we saying as a country, not as a member of this religion or that religion, that we will not negotiate with the rioters, that we will not underplay the evil deeds of the rioters, and most importantly, that we will not rationalize or try to find the moral, religious, intellectual, or any other justification for the rioters? This is getting out of hand, and we have to make a choice. Our great nation cannot be held to ransom by mobs and rioters. No more, I say, no more. Let's debate this.
Are 5 years enough to be truly battle ready? There are some experts who say in every year there are 2 months of leave, there are other commitments. So they are criticizing this whole idea of putting people in the forces for just a 4-year period.
See, many of these people who are making comments have not really gone into the depth of the scheme. We are opening the opportunities almost 3 times, 4 times for more youth who want to serve in the armed forces. So earlier...
Headlines at 9 a.m. Amid misinformed and provoked protest against Agnipath scheme, Raksha Mantri to meet the Tri-Services Chief today. As protests against Agnipath scheme intensify, internet services snapped in several districts of Bihar and Haryana. Yogi government's big action against the rioters, over 250 held so far, and protest against Agnipath. Police officer shot dead by terrorists in Pulwama. The valley demands justice. Prime Minister Narendra Modi in the poll-bound state of Gujarat seeks blessings from his mother on her 100th birthday. Will launch mega projects in the state next. India's Air Force might on display at Combined Graduation Parade in Hyderabad. Thank you for tuning into Republic TV. First up, we are tracking for you all that is happening with respect to the Agnipath scheme protests that in fact had broken out across the country, and now following which now we are seeing that the MHA has decided to give a 3 years age. In fact, we are seeing how the MHA has decided to give 3 years age relaxation beyond the prescribed age limit to Agniveers for recruitment in CAPFs and Assam Rifles. Now further, for the first batch of Agniveer, the age relaxation will be of 5 years beyond the prescribed upper age limit. Now yesterday itself we had seen how the kind of protest in fact that had broken out across the country, the violence that had also broken out in those protests, in the backdrop of which we had seen the MOD coming out and also raising the age to 23 years. And now another big announcement that is coming to light, that the MHA has decided to give 3 years of age relaxation beyond the prescribed upper age limit to the Agniveers, specifically for the recruitment in CAPFs and in the Assam Rifles as well. And we are also being told that the first batch of Agniveer, the age relaxation will be for 5 years beyond the prescribed age limit, upper age limit itself. And now this is the massive announcement that is coming to light from the MHA following the protests in fact that had taken place across the country. And several of those protests, in fact, viewers, remember, the visuals are on your screens of those protests, in fact, how they had turned violent. And several people, and it was not just aspirants, but several people in fact coming out and trying to spread the misinformation as well when it comes to the violence that had broken out. But now we are seeing, viewers, a massive announcement that is coming to light from the MHA. And on that note, let me bring in our senior executive editor Abhishek Kapoor, also on the broadcast. Abhishek, massive announcement coming to light from the MHA that the age will be increased, and also the kind of upper age limit to be for Agniveers for recruitment of the CAPFs and the Assam Rifles as well. If you could elaborate on that for our viewers.
Well, Priyanka, I know this is a couple of tweets from the Twitter handle of the Union Home Ministry, in which it is announced that a decision has been taken to give 3 years age relaxation beyond the prescribed upper age limit in the respective Central Armed Paramilitary Forces and Assam Rifles to the candidates who come through the Agniveer route, and also that the first batch of Agniveers would have an additional 2 years age relaxation, so a total of 5 years for the first batch, and otherwise for 3 years. Now, if you look at these protests, a majority of them are rooted in this thought that those youngsters who have missed the recruitment cycle over the last 2 years of COVID pandemic, when recruitments were not happening in the armed forces and the paramilitary forces, they would miss out the bus completely, because now a fresh cycle is starting and the age bracket of 17 and a half to 21 years excludes them. So the first decision was to relax the age of entry for the Agniveer recruitment by 2 years to accommodate all these youngsters who were missed out the last 2 year cycle. Now, with the Home Ministry deciding that an additional relaxation of 3 years would be given for the Agniveers to be considered for jobs in the paramilitary forces with the Union Home Ministry, which includes the Assam Rifles, it's clear that the government is accommodating and taking care of all the concerns that are there on the part of these protesters, these youngsters. Though of course, in good measure, it is coming out that most of these protests have now been hijacked by political elements, even some antisocial elements, which is now being investigated by agencies. But what is important is that with this decision, Priyanka, the government making its intent clear that it will go more than halfway to meet the concerns of youngsters and protesters, that they should also not lose sight of the fact that all this restructuring is being done aimed at making India's defense stronger, agile, younger, and they should now also believe the intent of the government and join the process, which is kick-starting in just a couple of days with the notifications coming in from the Army, Navy, Air Force for start of the Agnipath recruitment scheme.
Well, that's right, Abhishek, and a massive announcement that is in fact coming to light from the MHA, and we are tracking that story very, very closely. And of course, as you're rightly pointing out, that the government is also making adjustments in the scheme following the kind of we are seeing that protests as well that have broken out. But of course, as you rightly pointed out, that the protests are also being hijacked by political elements at some point in several pockets of the country, specifically in Bihar and UP, and FIRs also registered on the same. But Abhishek, if you could also elaborate for our viewers, for the benefit of our, for the understanding of our viewers, as to what the changes that the government is making in the Agniveer scheme and what really can they expect. Also because we are seeing that the preference will be given to the Assam Rifles and CAPF as well, and the age limit being increased for the candidates. If you could elaborate on that.
So Priyanka, as of now, these are the only changes. So per se, if you look at it, the Agnipath recruitment scheme, it remains same. Entry at the age level of 17 and a half years to 21 years between class 10 and 12. The recruits qualify, become Agniveers, remain with the Indian Armed Forces, the Navy, Army and Air Force for 4 years, after which there would be another screening process based on which about 25% of them would get absorbed and continue their services, while 75% would go back to the civil society, but with tremendous amount of hand-holding by the government by way of surveillance package, which comes to about 11 or 12 lakh rupees. This would be in addition to about 24 lakh rupees they would have earned over the last 4 years of their service. And then certificate, class 12 certificate, bridge courses, hand-holding for further studies, and they want to turn entrepreneurs, soft loans for their projects. And apart from that, of course, the Union Home Ministry announcing that all the Agniveers would be given preference in recruitment with various central armed paramilitary forces. So we don't know whether there would be a quota or just a preference in terms of interviews and written tests. But what is important is that a lot of cushion is being provided to all those who would be coming out of the process. And it goes without saying that at the age of 22, 24, if you have had about 30 lakh rupees in your kitty, and you have a certification, you have a skill set, you have experience, you stand better chance to stand out amongst the rest of the population of youngsters that will be coming out fresh out of university campuses with no professional experience, with no practical skill set. So I think this is a part of the entire scheme that is not perhaps getting properly communicated or getting lost in the misinformation and propaganda that has really surrounded this. One would say communication outreach should have happened earlier rather than later as a firefighting, and then things would have been smoother, but it's already water under the bridge. and the government is keen to be really making a lot of effort to come out and communicate the intent, the process, the procedure, and the overall benefits. Removing the bit from the facts, separating the grain from the chaff, and it is hope that now these youngsters would see reason and come back and join the process, which, as I said, is starting in as short a period as next couple of days.
Well, absolutely, Abhishek. We are tracking that story very closely. But, Abhishek, if I could come back to you, we have seen the kind of concerns that the veterans were raising and also the aspirants who had been raising with respect to the Agniveer scheme. And some of the concerns were, of course, the age limit, and that is being talked about by the government. As you said, that the dialogue has also opened and the government is making adjustments in the scheme as well. So what are the other concerns that some of the people might still have with respect to the Agniveer scheme, and what really is the government doing to address them?
Well, so there are concerns, for example, Priyanka, that all those who come back to the civil society, they might feel that they have been rejected, and whether if that branding is upon them, would they be considered favorably by the corporate, by private sector, by even public sector, apart from, of course, the paramilitary forces in case of the union government, and in case of states, the police forces, where all states might not be on board, but obviously we have seen many of the states coming forward and announcing that they would give preference for leaders in their police forces. So that psychological bit is there, that if they are seen to have been rejected by the armed forces, would they be able to have a normal acceptability? So that is one issue that needs to be addressed. The other issue, of course, is that many of these protesters are angling for jobs with stability and long-term prospects, including pensions, and that's why, irrespective of whatever communication is done about their intent and the good that the scheme brings for overall defense architecture of the country, some elements within these protesters might just not buy it, because for them, it has to be said, and bluntly, that it's for them, it's not about the ideas of serving the nation or sacrifice for the nation, but it's about commensurate compensation by way of pensions, and that's why these protests perhaps are lingering on. We don't know what the government plans to do about that, because if in some measure the idea was to have a reduced pension bill. Remember, also for every 100 rupees spent on salaries of the standing army, about 105 rupees are spent on pensions. The pension bill, as of now, is of those veterans who have served their period in the armed forces and come out, is more than the salary out of the standing army. So that's an issue that has to be addressed, and it is a national issue. It is something which impinges upon the overall financial stability of the country, and someone obviously has to bite the bullet. Someone has to really understand the dynamics and take a call. If you look at it, this Agnipath scheme, by the time a sizable number of recruits or Agniveers are there in the Army, Navy, Air Force, at about present rate of intake, which is about 40 to 60,000 per annum, it is going to be it's going to take about 10 years to reach the halfway mark, and that's the objective, that only about half or less of the standing forces should be constituting of the Agniveers, and the rest half of professional soldiers from the other process, so that there is a judicious mix of youth and experience, energy, and control, and all those dynamics in play. I think someone has to really come on board from the opposition ranks and to understand that this is the larger benefit of the country. We have seen the voices, some voices like that of Manish Tiwari, for example, of the Congress, breaking from the ranks and taking a public position in support of the scheme. maybe more veterans can do that, and this echo chamber of self-interest that has got created around the protest that needs to be busted.
That being said, Abhishek, we were looking at how there were several concerns that had been raised by the aspirants earlier on, and there was a trade-off that was coming with respect to the severance versus pensions. And now the truth is the Indian Army chief had also come out and stated that one of the biggest expenses is that of pensions, and this scheme is also going to help in optimal utilization of resources as well, of human resources as well. But now the Indian chief had also come out and said that there is some kind of misinformation, that the aspirants might not have gotten all the correct information when it comes to the Agniveer scheme. So if you could quickly also round up and explain to our viewers how it is beneficial and what really the government is actually stating about the Agniveer scheme.
Well, so Priyanka, you should recall that in his interview with our editor-in-chief, Navy Chief R. Hari Kumar, Admiral R. Hari Kumar, clearly stated that all these misconceptions, mistruths should be put to rest, given the fact that the government has gone through a very elaborate exercise over the last 2 years, and only after consulting all stakeholders, talking to think tanks, talking to veterans, talking to soldiers in the pre-armed forces, then only this scheme has been brought in. It's not a top-down approach that has been taken. There might have been some lapses insofar as making the communication outreach beforehand is concerned. So people who are caught off guard think that something has been taken away from them. But that's not the case. And that's why I think everyone should be understanding. Also remember, the protests broke out within 36 hours or less than 48 hours, less than 2 days of the scheme getting announced. It may be shorter time to understand the dynamic fully. So obviously there is an element of being misled, being of misunderstanding, and that's why this massive communication outreach we have seen till yesterday, led by Defence Minister Rajnath Singh and all three service chiefs, and even the second rung of the armed forces really coming out and seeking for the scheme, not just seeking for the scheme, but going at great lengths to address the concerns that are there and fears that are there. Obviously, as I mentioned, the one bit of those elements who are only looking at permanent employment or looking at army as a source of employment and not a larger cause, those people would never understand the dynamics and would not be willing to understand the dynamics. But the genuine aspirants, we have seen many voices of those also coming in, and we have played them all through the day yesterday, and we do that today as well. What is important is that those voices should not be drowned by these vandals who are indulging in arson, violence, damaging public property. A lot of life has happened, I believe, from Telangana. And it's unfortunate that political elements, there was a clear visibility of some element of political protection in Bihar, for example, the scale of the violence that happened yesterday. I think ultimately it would be about the protesters, the genuine aspirants, not taking law in their hands, realizing or understanding that their name in any FIR can really go against them, can put stake to all their intent to serve the army and the country, and that's why they should resist from doing this and listening to the communication, listening to the general, listening to the officers of the army, navy, air force, who best understand what is in the interest of the country, in the interest of the forces, and really not break away from this very important restructuring of the defense forces and the Indian defense architecture that is taking place.
Well, absolutely, Abhishek. And of course, in terms of path-breaking policies, I mean, this is something that is also going to revolutionize how defense really functions in the country. That being said, you know, how experimental was it? Because there are several first world countries, including the United States as well, that practices such a short-term recruitment when it comes to the defense, and other countries as well. So if you could elaborate as to how there are other countries as well that are functioning on such a kind of short-term recruitment of the defense, and how India is also going to be following that.
Well, traditionally we have had a voluntary standing army, Priyanka, but many nations, particularly in the West, follow the conscript model. In fact, in the United States, for example, you can serve in the forces for as short a period as 2 years and move on. There's an example from Israel where it's mandatory that after your school you do at least 1 year of service with the armed forces, and there is no stigma that you were rejected or whatever. You just spend a year or two in the forces and go out back to the civil society with all the values you have learned in the forces. In fact, interestingly, parallelly, as India launches Agnipath recruitment scheme, China launched a similar scheme last week where they have encouraged youth in the country to participate in the forces for a short-term period. So I think in India also, in fact, the Short Service Commission has existed for a while, and it's not that it's an absolutely new concept. It's just that it is being adopted at a larger scale, in that making the army younger. Incidentally also, it was part of a recommendation of the Kargil Review Committee. So I think the government has done its homework, but just maybe more communication would have helped. That's what is being done now.
Well, absolutely, and the government making sure that they also have a dialogue and also make that, viewers, we are getting the live shots of the final journey of the martyr, the officer, in fact, that had been shot at, and we were getting that unfortunate news early in the morning. And right now we are seeing the final journey of the police officer that had been martyred. He had, in fact, been shot at. Farooq Ahmed, the officer, in fact, that had been shot at. Right now we were learning since morning how the unfortunate news had come to light. And let me also go across to my colleague Zeenat, who's joining us on the broadcast. Zeenat, talk to us about what's really happening there, and as the final journey of the martyr Farooq Ahmed is being carried out, how he had been shot at. If you could also give us the details of that as we look at those images.
See, the visuals that we are beaming are from Avantipora, where the recent ceremony is being done by the Jammu and Kashmir police to pay final tribute to their colleague who lost his life in a terror attack, identified as Farooq Mir. He was posted in IRP 23 Battalion of Lehpura, Avantipora. As per the reports as per the reports coming in, that he left during late evening yesterday around 11 o'clock for his paddy field, but he did not return. When his family members went to the field for his search, his dead body was found lying in an irrigation canal near the paddy field. Then the police party also rushed to the spot, and after examining the dead body, a bullet injury was found on his chest. Moreover, the 2 empty cartridges of pistol rounds were also recovered from the spot. Also, Jammu and Kashmir police has registered in this regard and investigations have taken up.
Right. As you are tracking that story, Zeenat, but if you could stay on with us as we listen into that final journey of Farooq Ahmed. Well, there you have it, viewers, the live shots of the final journey of Farooq Ahmed that we are tracking for you, the cop that had been shot at just this morning, the unfortunate news that had come to light, and now the final journey of Farooq Ahmed being tracked in Jammu and Kashmir. And India's Air Force might on display at the combined passing out parade being carried out in Hyderabad.
Amity faculty have filed over 1,600 patents. Yet another reason why Amity has been conferred with the National Intellectual Property Award by Government of India for being the top Indian academic institution for patents and commercialization.
Good evening and welcome. Ladies and gentlemen, horrific scenes of anarchy played out across the country today. School buses were being burnt in Aurangabad. Little children being caught in the crossfire in Bihar. Over 200 trains being stalled across the nation. Trains being set ablaze, railway tracks being blocked, pelting on the streets. These are not, I repeat, these are not Agnipath aspirants. These are not people who want to serve the country. These are not patriots wanting to fight for the nation. These are anarchists. And those supporting them, celebrating them and cheering them on from the comforts of their homes. Or maybe in the offices of agencies where they are being questioned for corruption and scams. Using social media posts. Not surprising. Rahul Gandhi comes out of day 3 of questioning over the 2,000 crore scam and puts out a social media post, putting out misleading.
And those are the live shots that we are tracking for you, viewers. The final journey of the martyr Farooq Ahmed in another targeted killing, that an off-duty cop that had been murdered brutally by terrorists is something that the police officials there have also informed to us. And we are seeing the kind of unfortunate news that had come to light in the morning, where off-duty Farooq Ahmed in fact had been near the paddy fields where he had been shot at a close range by a pistol by terrorists, is what the police officials have also confirmed to us. And now we track the final journey of the martyr Farooq Ahmed. Top stories at 9:30 a.m. viewers. Amid misinformation and provoked protest against Agnipath scheme, Raksha Mantri to meet the Tri-Services chief today. Big move by Modi government. Age limit increased. Reservation announced. Will the vandals stop stoking the fire now? Yogi government's big action against the rioters. Over 250 held so far over the protest against Agnipath. Police officer shot dead by terrorists in Pulwama. The valley demands justice. Prime Minister Narendra Modi in the pole-bound state of Gujarat seeks blessings from his mother on her 100th birthday. Will launch mega projects next. India's Air Force might on display at combined graduation parade in Hyderabad. Thanks for staying on with Republic, viewers. We're tracking for you some unfortunate news at the top of this hour that is coming to light from Kabul, where we're learning that several explosions were reported in Kabul early on Saturday. And in fact, there are multiple reports that have confirmed that a complex attack launched on a Sikh Gurudwara in Kabul's Baghebala area as well. And now we are learning that the casualties are unknown so far, but the blast has taken place in Kabul, and we were learning of how there are, of course, several people that had also been present there, but now we are seeing that a Gurudwara that has been targeted, and there are investigations that are also being carried out. The police spokesperson had also shared with the media there that the Taliban security personnel were deployed in the area to look at the entire blast, to carry out a probe into the blast as to who had orchestrated such a kind of targeted blast as a Gurudwara. And as of now, the officials have also confirmed that they do not know which group is responsible for the bombing that occurred there itself. And we are also learning over the past few months, ever since the Taliban in fact have also seized power in August, we are seeing that the officials have confirmed that bombings have decreased across the country, but the attacks have also increased. And one such bombing is what we are tracking for you right now, the shots of which are on your screen of a Gurudwara being targeted.
अफगानिस्तान के काबुल में गुरुद्वारा करते परवान में आज सुबह दहशतगर्दों ने हमला कर दिया। इस हमले के अंदर कितने लोग गुरुद्वारे के अंदर घुसे इसकी जानकारी नहीं है, लेकिन मुसाफिरों के अलावा 10 लोग गुरुद्वारे में कुल थे। गुरुद्वारे के ग्रंथी थे। गुरु ग्रंथ साहिब महाराज जी का प्रकाश किया गया था जब ये हमला हुआ। वहां बम ब्लास्ट भी हुए हैं, अभी भी फायरिंग वहां पे चल रही है। मेरी गुरुद्वारे के प्रधान से और बाकी लोगों से बात निरंतर हो रही है, किसी को कुछ नहीं समझ में आ पा रहा। दहशतगर्दों के कब्जे में गुरुद्वारा और वहां पे खूब ब्लास्ट किए जा रहे हैं और फायरिंग की जा रही है। हम सब परमात्मा से, वाहिगुरु से यही अरदास करते हैं कि सब तो सुरक्षित रहे और गुरुद्वारा वापस हमारे लोगों के हाथ में आए, इसकी हम सब लोग कामना करते हैं, अरदास करते हैं। अफगानिस्तान के काबुल में गुरुद्वारा करते परवान में आज सुबह दहशतगर्दों ने हमला कर दिया। इस हमले के अंदर कितने लोग गुरुद्वारे के अंदर घुसे इसकी जानकारी नहीं है, लेकिन मुसाफिरों के अलावा 10 लोग गुरुद्वारे में कुल थे। गुरुद्वारे के ग्रंथी थे, गुरु ग्रंथ साहिब महाराज जी का प्रकाश किया गया था जब ये हमला हुआ। वहां बम ब्लास्ट भी हुए हैं, अभी भी फायरिंग वहां पे चल रही है। मेरी गुरुद्वारे के प्रधान से और बाकी लोगों से बात निरंतर हो रही है, किसी को कुछ नहीं समझ में आ पा रहा। दहशतगर्दों के कब्जे में गुरुद्वारा और वहां पे खूब ब्लास्ट किए जा रहे हैं और फायरिंग की जा रही है। हम सब परमात्मा से, वाहिगुरु से यही अरदास करते हैं कि सब तो सुरक्षित रहे और गुरुद्वारा वापस हमारे लोगों के हाथ में आए, इसकी हम सब लोग कामना करते हैं, अरदास करते हैं।
Now viewers, we're getting several voices when it comes to this unfortunate news coming to light from Kabul, where a Gurudwara has been attacked upon, and Puneet Singh, the president of the Indian World Forum, is joining me on the broadcast. Mr. Singh, if I could come to you directly and ask you what really is going on in Kabul, where a Gurudwara has been attacked upon, there is a bombing that has taken place. Nobody seems to have any answers as to whether or not there are casualties. If you could throw some light as to what's really happened with this attack on the Gurudwara, sir.
Well, this is a very unfortunate incident which has happened today morning in Kabul. And prior to this incident, at multiple occasions, the Afghan minority leaders in India and the Afghans and the Hindus and Sikhs were again and again repeatedly begging from Government of India for issuance of their pending e-visas. Approximately 150 members of the Afghan Hindu and Sikh community are stranded in Kabul since last 1 year, who could not take up the earlier repatriation flights and were seeking e-visa for India. Now coming to this attack, the visuals which we are getting from Kabul are very alarming. As per my last conversation which I had with the community leaders over there, the entire Gurdwara is on fire right now. And unfortunately, there are reports also coming up that the attackers, before entering up the Gurdwara, had even resented on the local officials and the local community members, saying that it is in relation to the remarks made on Prophet Muhammad in India. And these are some sort of unconfirmed reports coming up from there, but the local community is under a tense situation, and the president of the Gurdwara, Gurnaam Singh, is
Mr. Singh, I want you to stay on with us. We are also getting Gurnaam Singh, who is joining us from Afghanistan right now. Gurnaam Singh, if I could come to you, if you can hear my voice, could you throw some light as to what's really happened with this attack in the Gurudwara? There is a blast. In fact, ब्लास्ट वहां पे हुआ है. हमें बताया जा रहा है कि कई सारे जो कम्युनिटी मेंबर्स हैं वहां पे स्ट्रैंडेड थे और काफी सारा वरीसम सिचुएशन इट सीम्स लाइक. आप उसके बारे में हमें क्या बता सकते हैं हमारे दर्शकों को कि किसने ये अटैक किया है और क्या सिचुएशन है अभी वहां? गुरनाम सिंह जी, अगर आपको मुझे मेरी आवाज आ रही है. And viewers, we are tracking for you all that is happening. We will connect with our guests in just a few seconds, but those are worrisome images that are coming to light from Kabul, where there is a bomb blast that has taken place in Gurudwara. And as of now, we are tracking for you. And Puneet Singh, the president of the Indian World Forum, continues to stay with us. Puneet Singh ji, as you were speaking to me about what really has happened, we are also getting some worrisome news that there were several people that had been stuck there, stranded there inside of the Gurudwara as well. If you could clarify for our viewers what has happened to the civilians that had been present there, sir.
Well, I would there are around 7 to 8 Gurudwaras in the city of Kabul. Approximately 2 years back, there was an attack by ISIS at the Gurudwara Guru Har Rai Sahib that is located in the Shore Bazaar. This is Gurudwara Dashampita located at Karte Parwan. Karte Parwan is one of the most secured areas of Kabul, where most of the local influential stay. And as per the eyewitnesses right now, the news which we are getting up that the people are stranded at the second floor of the Gurdwara and a massive fire has ablaze the Gurdwara. And the Prakash of Sri Guru Granth Sahib was also underway in the Gurdwara. And currently approximately 300 to 400 local security officials of the Islamic Emirate of Afghanistan, that is the Taliban, have secured the place. And the gun battle is still on and still unclear that what is the exact number of casualties. But yes, a number of people have been referred to the local hospitals, but the number is not yet clear.
Sir, but there were also some
information that we were getting that the firing is still underway. If you could confirm for us what's really happening right now.
Correct, the firing is still underway. As per some sources, they claim to be a suicide bombing. Other sources are claiming that a number of suicide attackers are still hiding inside the premises. So there is a battle going on between the local forces and the militants.
If you could clarify once again, sir, because you said that there are suicide bombers that had also been involved and they're still present inside the Gurudwara. Could you confirm that?
Yeah, as per these sources, what we have been communicated that the first suicide bomber blew himself at the first main gate of the Gurudwara. And the second one has blown himself near the vicinity of the Darbar Hall where the Prakashan Sri Guru Granth Sahib was underway. And there is a set of number of armed militants that have hijacked the premises right now. And as per sources, I cannot confirm, but we are getting an alarming report that the security guard of the Gurudwara has been killed.
That is worrisome situation right there, sir. But what are the authorities doing? Any officials that are present on the ground? Any probe that is being carried out?
See, as far as the probe is being concerned, the local community is only they have the only source of for their survival is the local administration over there. Yes, the local administration is coordinating with them. Their high-ranking officials of the Taliban are present with them. But at the end of the day, Government of India has to intervene at the highest level with the international agencies for securing a safe passage for the Afghan minority stranded up still there. Securing the historical Gurudwaras and mandirs over there. We also have a mandir which is located in Kabul, Asamai Mandir, which turns out to be 500 years old mandir. So the reports which are happening right now are not variable, and we have to look forward in the coming few minutes or hours to put the exact situation on the ground.
Requesting you to stay on with us, sir, because we are also getting multiple reports as of now. And if you could confirm for our viewers right now that there are people of, in fact, these people who were carrying out these attacks were related and affiliated to the ISIS. Is that also true? Could you confirm to us?
See, what we have been communicated, what the locals have communicated us from that, the attackers were claiming that this is a revenge being taken on the remarks they had been made on Prophet Muhammad in India by some fringe elements in India. Now these are multiple sources of rumors or the claims being made by the eyewitnesses. Until and unless we don't speak to one of the main casualties, I won't be able to confirm. But yes, the attack has been a massive attack.
So you're telling us that this might be a revenge attack with respect to the Prophet Muhammad remarks that had been made. But sir, right now the priority needs to also be to control the situation, and we're trying to learn as to if there are civilians that are present there, and if there is any evacuation drills, anything that is being carried out by the authorities on the ground there.
See, there are a set of people who reside in the Gurudwara, there are a set of people who reside outside the Gurudwara. It has been a tradition since last 10-15 years after the initial ISIS attacks happened up in Jalalabad on the Sikh community. The community usually used to stay inside the premises of the Gurudwara. But at the present situation, there are certain number of people who are living outside the Gurudwara and certain number of people living inside the Gurudwara. And certain number of people were even able to rescue themselves and flee away from the Gurudwara during the attack. So the exact number of casualties and exact number of the persons being killed is still awaited. But yes, the fight is still underway between the Taliban and the militant forces.
For the reassurance of our viewers as well, could you elaborate as to who the authorities are on the ground right now? What really is being carried out to make sure the evacuation takes place?
What I have been informed by Gurnam Singh and Ram Charan Singh, the president of the community over there, that the special unit of Taliban is on the ground. That is the unit number 021 of their National Defense Secretariat, which is now known as Amniyat MLA over there. And at the end of the day, the local officials from the governor's office are also there, and the fire officials are also still there. And approximately right now, as I talk, I'm getting a report from Kabul that more than 400 to 500 security personnel of Taliban have cordoned off the entire area and entire Taliban forces have taken the area under their control.
That's a huge number, sir. If you could clarify how many civilians are also present there, any number of people that are present there?
As far as I know, there are a total number of 150 to 160 Afghan Hindus and Sikhs which live up inside near this area. Some of them live up inside the Gurdwara and some of them live outside the Gurdwara. So now coming up to the number of Hindus and Sikhs, yes, we can confirm that there are 150 to 160 Afghan Hindus and Sikhs located inside this area. But how many of them have faced casualty and how many of them have lost their lives can be only confirmed after the official statement issued by the Taliban.
Sir, stay on with us because Gurnam Singh is also joining us right now on the broadcast. Gurnam Singh, sir, अगर मैं आपसे बात कर पाऊं कि क्या सिचुएशन है इस समय पे काबुल में, क्या अटैक हुआ था, एक टारगेटेड अटैक हुआ था गुरुद्वारे पे, पर क्या सिचुएशन है इस समय पे ग्राउंड पे?
गुरुद्वारे पे सुबह 6:30 बजे से टाइम थी कि अटैक हो गया है, धमाका हो गया है और गुरुद्वारे के अंदर घुस गए हैं। इसमें गुरुद्वारे में 15-20 बंदे हमारे सिक्सन तो मनीषर का प्रोग्राम थी, 7 बजे दूसरा प्रोग्राम थी, 6:30 बजे गुरुद्वारे में घुस गए और गुरुद्वारा ने आज धमाका चल रहा है। देखो सभी गोलियों की आवाजें तो आ रहे हैं, सुन रहे हो?
हाँ, अभी भी गोलियों की आवाजें आ रही है, आप बता रहे हैं?
हाँ, गुरुद्वारे के अंदर में गोलियां की आवाजें आ रहे हैं, गुरुद्वारा सभी आग लग गया है।
अच्छा, और कितने लोग थे और क्या अटैक किया जा रहा था? क्योंकि हमें बताया जा रहा था कि ये सुसाइड बॉम्बर्स भी थे वहां पे, क्या कंफर्म कर सकते हैं हमारे दर्शकों के लिए?
20-25 बंदे सर, 20-25 बंदे को कुछ पता नहीं, इसको 3-4 बंदे 10 बंदे निकल गए, 15 बंदे अभी भी उधर आए, कुछ पता नहीं कि क्या हो गया, उसकी खून काम नहीं देती है।
और सर, अथॉरिटीज क्या कर रही हैं? क्या उसको न्यूट्रलाइज, सिचुएशन को न्यूट्रलाइज करने के लिए स्टेप्स लिए जा रहे हैं? अथॉरिटीज क्या कर रही है और इवैक्यूएशन किस तरह से किया जा रहा है?
सारी सभी आ रही है, तालिबान की सिक्योरिटी आ रही है, पुलिस की सिक्योरिटी आ रही है, सभी लगे हैं।
पर इस वक्त आप बता रहे हैं कि आपको गोलियों की आवाज अभी भी आ रही है, तो सिविलियंस अंदर मौजूद है, मतलब आप बता रहे हैं हमें?
हाँ जी, फिलहाल मौजूद है।
और कितने लोग वहां पे मौजूद थे उस समय पे? कितने लोगों को किसको निकाला गया कि वो लोग वहीं पे फंसे हुए हैं इस समय पे? क्या सिचुएशन है अंदर?
15 बंदे फंसे हो गए हैं, 10 बंदे निकल गए हैं।
जो अटैकर्स थे वो कितने लोग थे जो अंदर गए थे और किस तरह का, मतलब क्या वेपन वगैरह अंदर सब उधर लेकर गए? वो
पता नहीं कि वो कुछ पता नहीं है कि कितने बंदे गए हैं।
राइट, पर आप बता रहे हैं कि अथॉरिटीज इस समय पे ग्राउंड पे है, सिचुएशन को कंट्रोल करने की कोशिश की जा रही है।
अभी भी गोलियां चल रही हैं, गुरुद्वारा सभी खत्म हो गया।
अच्छा, कैजुअलिटीज के बारे में अगर आप कुछ बता पाए, क्योंकि काफी सारे सिविलियंस वहां पे मौजूद थे, क्या कुछ अनहोनी हुई है? कोई कैजुअलिटीज अभी तक आपको पता चल रहे हैं?
तो अभी है, मेरे तालिबान की गवर्नमेंट चल रही है, अभी एम्बुलेंस आ गए हैं, जख्मियों को निकाल देने पे ले जाने अस्पताल में। इसमें 2 सिख जख्मी हैं, दोनों को अस्पताल का निकाला गया, भेजा गया है। उसका कुछ पता नहीं है कि कैसे हो गया, अस्पताल के अंदर नहीं छोड़ेगा।
All right, so viewers, we are tracking for you that story. गुरनाम सिंह जी, बहुत बहुत शुक्रिया हमारे साथ जुड़ने के लिए। हम आशा करेंगे कि this situation gets under control very, very soon as we are tracking for you viewers what's really happening inside. What are some visuals really coming to light from Kabul, where a Gurudwara had been attacked upon, a blast that had taken place, and multiple witnesses and reports on the ground suggesting that it was a targeted attack on the Gurudwara as well. As of now, the situation is developing as we track that there are several civilians that have been trapped inside. As of now, there are no news of casualties that has come to light, but there are several intruders that had, armed with weaponry, had gone inside of the Gurudwara and had carried out this attack. And you can see the kind of attack that had been carried out because the smoke is still bellowing out, and those are visuals from a little far away of the Gurudwara that we are showing you on your screens right now. But the attack that had been carried out earlier this morning, and several of the civilians of the Indian Sikh community also present there inside of the Gurudwara. as of now, as we speak, and our senior executive editor Abhishek Kapoor also joining us on the broadcast. Abhishek, what is some situation there coming to light from Kabul, where a Gurudwara had been attacked upon? As of now, primary information that we are getting that there were several people armed with weaponry had gone inside the Gurudwara. Civilians are still trapped inside. Rescue operations are being carried out as of now. The Taliban authorities are on the ground. If you could also speak to us about these visuals that we are getting from Kabul, Abhishek.
In Kabul over the last year. In fact, after the last attack, which had led to death of 25 Sikh devotees who were praying there at that time, India had to intervene and evacuate. That was just ahead of Taliban taking over, I believe. And now we are seeing the pictures getting repeated again. There has been some back-channel communication that has taken place between India and Taliban regime over the last few months, culminating with the visit of Joint Secretary PI, Pakistan, Afghanistan, Iran, J.P. Singh to Kabul last month. And despite that, if this is happening, I think the authorities there have to do something about it. They just can't say that it is Al-Qaeda or the Islamic State doing it. And Karte Parwa is a symbol of the microscopic minority Sikh community of Kabul. Many of them already evacuated, just a few hundred, actually less than 100 perhaps remain. And yet if they are getting targeted for nothing else but for their religion, I think it just underscores that nothing has changed between Taliban 1 in 1990s and Taliban 2 now. And they continue to harbor, protect, and let terror philosophy and terror ideology proliferate. I think it's really important that through our interlocutors, in fact, as I mentioned, there is a direct channel also now. The Taliban authorities are told that this is unacceptable. And also back home, Priyanka, for those who were opposing the Citizenship Amendment Act, it was exactly meant for this situation and for these unfortunate people who are facing the brunt of dastardly ideology, which brooks no diversity, which brooks no difference of thought in religion. And I think this is yet another example where India has to work with the international community to hold the Taliban regime accountable.
Well, absolutely, Abhishek. As we track those visuals and the developing inputs that we are getting from Kabul, that there are several civilians that are still trapped inside, and as we spoke to several people, in fact, who are present on the ground, claiming that there are still gunshots being heard. We are taking a short break. We'll be bringing you details of this developing story on the other side.
Amity faculty have filed over 1,600 patents. Yet another reason why Amity has been conferred with the National Intellectual Property Award by Government of India for being the top Indian academic institution for patents and commercialization.
There are protests, there is violence, some say instigated over this 4-year tour of duty or the Agnipath scheme. Is this a result of misinformation?
This is complete misinformation that is causing all these issues. The Agnipath scheme is one of the most transformational schemes ever undertaken in the history of the Indian military, and it is looking at developing the nationalistic ethos amongst the youth.
Riots are not protests. Riots are riots. Is this so-called protest going to be justified as well? Is this too going to be rationalized by blaming it on the ruling party? And more importantly, shall we pause and just ask ourselves, is this the India you and I want to live in? Where the rule of the mob matters. An India where the vast majority of law-abiding citizens live in existence under the constant threat of such violence. An India where the only culture left that is visible is the culture of riots. Where uniformed personnel are bleeding, the common man is watching scared on television at home, and the mobs on the loose are blocking highways and pelting stones freely.
coming across back to viewers the developing and worrisome situation there in Kabul, where a Gurudwara had been attacked upon, and we are getting multiple reports suggesting that there are civilians that are stuck inside the Gurudwara even now, and they can still hear the gunshots that are being fired inside of the Gurudwara as well. The authorities have cordoned off the area as well, we are learning, and the civilians do not have access to this particular area of the Gurudwara where this attack had also taken place. As of now, we do not know who was responsible for this kind of a gruesome attack that was being carried out at the Gurudwara, but we are learning that the Indian Sikh community, many members of the Sikh community present there right now. And as we track that story, my colleague Niranjan is also joining us on the broadcast. Niranjan, we are tracking those visuals that are coming to light of a firing that is taking place. Even now, we heard the video as well, where gunshots can be heard in the background. What more can you tell our viewers with respect to this attack that has taken place in the Gurudwara?
We're just picking up more details right now, and our correspondent Shersha, who's in Kabul right now, will be able to come on the phone as well. So we'll request our teams to also try and get Shersha on the phone. And what we know so far, what we can also tell you is that these are initial details. There are no casualties, and now we don't have confirmations of any casualties. But what we can tell you from the reports that we have, that this Hindu Gurudwara is under attack in Kabul. The attack took place in Gardanai Bala in Kabul city, according to the details available. The visuals on the screen showing that there may have been blast. There is clearly firing heard in the visuals. Firing is heard, and because of the firing and the intensity of the attack, there are fires, and it was attacked by 2 suicide bombers is what we are hearing right now. That's the breaking news update. 2 suicide bombers. 2 suicide bombers were behind the attack, and the ambulances are seen in the videos. And the attack site has been sealed off by the Taliban. Taliban has sealed the site. No further development known in the story because of the Taliban sort of blocking the entire site. Now this Gurudwara is located in Police District 4. This is Police District 4 of Kabul, and heavy firing clashes still reported in the area. And because the Taliban has sealed off the area, there is very little information coming in right now. But more eyewitnesses also confirming that 2 blasts have taken place, and we are hearing that the blast may have been the attack by the suicide bombers. The suicide bombers, 2 of them exploded. Suicide bombers attacked the Gurudwara. And we're getting in a second confirmation now that it was the ISIS, the Islamic State, that carried out the attack. The Islamic State that carried out the attack. So this is a big preliminary update. The ISIS has targeted a Gurudwara in Kabul, and this is a very, very big update. Shersha should be able to join us anytime now on the phone line, but we are hearing that 4 are missing. I think Shersha is live with us. Now let me go across to Shersha in Kabul. Shersha, what more can you tell us about this attack? What do we know about the facts of, where it happened, how it happened, and who's responsible?
And taking a short break now, viewers, and tracking for you on the other side as to what's really happening in Kabul. What are some videos coming to light of the attack on a Gurudwara there?
Riots are not protests. Riots are riots. Is this so-called protest going to be justified as well? Is this too going to be rationalized by blaming it on the ruling party? And more importantly, shall we pause and just ask ourselves, is this the India you and I want to live in? Where the rule of the mob matters. An India where the vast majority of law-abiding citizens live in existence under the constant threat of such violence. An India where the only culture left that is visible is the culture of riots. Where uniformed personnel are bleeding, the common man is watching scared on television at home, and the mobs on the loose are blocking highways and pelting stones freely. Is this the country we should leave for the next generation? If not, then what are we doing about it? Are we saying as a country, not as a member of this religion or that religion, that we will not negotiate with the rioters? That we will not underplay the evil deeds of the rioters? And most importantly, that we will not rationalize or try to find the moral, religious, intellectual or any other justification for the rioters. This is getting out of hand, and we have to make a choice. Our great nation cannot be held to ransom by mobs and rioters. No more, I say, no more. Let's debate this.
Amid misinformed and provoked protests against Agnipath scheme, Raksha Mantri to meet Tri-Services chiefs today. Big move by Modi government. Age limit increased. Reservation announced. Will the vandals stop stoking the fire now? Firing reported, people stranded, victims rushed to hospital after blast at Kabul Gurdwara. ISIS hand confirmed. Police officer shot dead by terrorists in Pulwama. The valley demands justice. Prime Minister Modi in pole-bound Gujarat seeks blessings from his mother on her 100th birthday to launch mega projects next. India's Air Force might on display at Combined Graduation Parade in Hyderabad. You're watching Live and Breaking, and in breaking news now, several explosions were reported in Kabul early this morning. The reports have now confirmed a complex attack launched on a Sikh Gurdwara in Kabul's Bagibala area. Casualties are unknown so far. Those are visuals of smoke emanating from the Gurdwara. Reports emerged since early this morning of assailants belonging to ISIS having entered the Gurdwara known as Karte Parwa in the capital of Afghanistan on this morning. The operation is not complete, and as we were speaking to our sources from Afghanistan and various other places who are covering this story, Joining us is our reporter Sher Shah to tell us, well, Sher Shah, we've been hearing this ghastly story of an attack on a Sikh Gurdwara. Details unknown so far as to how many casualties are there. We are hearing there could be hundreds because hundreds of people, local Afghans and otherwise, live in that area. But what are your sources telling you?
Yeah, good morning, everyone. As you said, the incident was too big, and according to the information that we have, 2 attacks has took place, and also according to the eyewitness, a suicide attacker has went into the Gurdwara, so the suicide attacker has blown up himself in among the people who were present in the Gurdwara in there. So the eyewitnesses claim that the casualties are so high, but they can't give any exact number that what's going on in this, the ground. At the meantime, the area is completely shut by the security forces of Taliban, and no one is allowed to enter, especially the news reporters and other people who are observing this stuff.
We believe that the road leading to Baghe Bala, Sher Shah, that the road is closed and there's heavy traffic congestion. We'd also like to know more details about, well, when we say the Taliban authorities are, carrying out the operations in order to ensure, we believe there are hostages as well. Also, is there any information as to what kind of bombs these were?
Up to now, there is no report on the type of the material that is used, and mainly no one can say anything about it. But what is clear is that first 2 attacks has been took place, and after that, light guns voices has been heard in the area. And also, this incident has took place early morning around 7 o'clock of the morning, so it means that the specific target was the Gurdwara, and also they were looking to they are targeted there. At the meantime, as you can see, the footages that we have achieved from the ground, it shows completely that the attack was very big and a large scale, and as we can see, the attack footages, it shows clearly that it has casualties. And according to eyewitnesses that I have spoken with them, they have already told us that the voice of this blast has been heard in a long distance of Kabul, and then today Kabul residents once again wake up with the voice of horror and also terror. So no group up to now has taken responsibility of this attack.
And Sher Shah, could you describe the Gurdwara for us, because we are hearing that the hostages are on the 2nd floor. How many stories is this Gurdwara exactly, if you have any details? Also, we believe that the Darbar Hall was set on fire.
Well, yes, as I said earlier, that according to the eyewitnesses, the people present in the incident, they have said that a suicide bomber has entered among them, and also the heavy fight has been going on in the area. So, according to the information that they are giving, this Gurdwara has 3 major floors, and also there is a fire in the 2nd floor of this Gurdwara, and this incident took place when the Sikh community of Afghanistan, who is specifically now living in 4th district in Baghe Bala area, they were busy with their religious prayers in the early morning. So when this incident has took place.
Right, Sher Shah, and we were speaking to our main source there, Gurnam Singh, and he was saying that this is a particular compound in which there are local Afghans residing as well as Sikhs and Hindus. So can we assume that among the casualties are not just Sikhs and Hindus but local Afghans as well?
Well, as you know, they all are Afghans, so there is no differences between them that they are Sikh or probably from other religions. It's the first point. And the second point, yes, as you say, it's completely visible to everyone, especially to the viewers, that and there are civilian casualties. So mainly, as you said, that our sources also has told this stuff that other Afghans are also there. So the casualties are high, I can say for now, but the problem is this, that access to information in ground is completely zero, and no one can provide the exact details of the area unless the things that the sources are providing. So this is the matter of fact, but yes, the issue is completely answered and by our sources that in there is the attack doesn't happen only on the Sikhs. So in the area we have other Afghans as well, and the casualties are from both communities that they are living in that area.
Right. Shersha, stay with us. We'll be coming back to you now. External Affairs Ministry of India has released a statement earlier. There was an appeal for help from the authorities of the Gurdwara there, and seeking help from Prime Minister Modi and the External Affairs Ministry. And now the External Affairs Ministry has released a statement on the Kabul attack. So, well, official spokesperson's response to media queries on reported attacks on the Gurdwara in Kabul. In response to media queries, says the note by the MEA, in reported attacks on a Gurdwara in Kabul, the official spokesperson Arindam Bakshi said, "We are deeply concerned and we are closely monitoring the situation and waiting for further details on the unfolding developments." Shersha, when we talk about an operation launched by the Taliban in order to secure the area, in order to ensure that the hostages are able to escape safely, and in order to deal with the terrorists, how far would you say that this is an assurance for the people trapped inside there, in terms of Taliban fighters' experience in this regard?
Well, if you think realistically about this case, you can just have a decision on this stuff, because you know that the warfare type that Taliban had experienced in the past 20 years, it's completely different with the wars in the cities. So probably there will be some problems, and the major concern that the military experts have is this, that possibly there would be not so much capability of the modern warfare to rescue the hostages in the area. So this is a bigger concern for the military experts, that possibly this can harm the civilians trapped in there, and it can increase the number of the casualties. But yet we can't say anything, because up to now, the thing that the Taliban actually has in hand is their secrecy of operation. So we can just decide, and also we can just put a judgment on this story yet. But what we can say is that there are some potential concerns about this case, that possibly the group is not capable of countering such attacks, because they don't have the expertise that's needed in order to secure the lives of the civilians in the area.
Right, and to ensure that there are minimum casualties because, well, we've all heard earlier reports of Taliban warfare, but now everything rests on the hands of these fighters who we believe as outsiders are actually trying to bring the situation under control. Shersha, when we talk about any indication that ISIS fighters would attack in this way, there are reports that this could be a backlash for certain comments that were made by certain people in India against the Prophet Muhammad. How true is this?
Well, to be honest, I think this kind of judgment is a little bit far away from the mindset that the people have. And yeah, you know that the terror groups are using different names and different faces in order to put the people's. So terror, you can give any name, and also you can just put any political cover to that. But there is some potential possibilities of this stuff, that possibly this incident has took place by ISIS. Because what we have seen in the past, and also what we have observed in the past, the method that has been used in the ground, especially the type of how the attack was launched, and also how a specific group has been targeted. It is an assumption for now, because the incident is under development, so we can say that possibly it's the 100% right thing that we are saying. But yes, it's possibility that the incident has been launched by the ISIS. And the question that you raised, I think that it would be just something earlier that we have a judgment, because the motive is not announced, and what we know about the motive of the terrorists is clear, that they are just putting pressures on the people, and also they are trying to harm the national interest of the people who are living in Afghanistan.
Right. Shersha, already Afghanistan is torn asunder after the Americans left. So many with economic and financial woes, it's totally broken down. Yet we believe that the Taliban are rising to this particular occasion. So can we expect that they will have the situation under control? It's been almost 3 hours now since it happened. So take us through the events as they happened from the very beginning, when news first broke of the entry of terrorists into the area. There was no security, Shersha, here in this particular place.
Well, the major fact is this, that as you know, currently Afghanistan is facing uncertainty, and also they are experiencing a new government that they have been in fight for almost 20 years with no experience of governing, and also no experiencing of policing the civilians. So there are massive problems. We can deny that yes, they are capable of such thing, and I don't think so that even if they would remain in the power for a long time, they would be capable of that, because we have lost the potential forces that we have in the ground. But as you said, according to the sources that we have spoken, the mindset of the Taliban for securing the area is this, that, well, now the security has came by its own. So in the past, it was our fighters that they were launching their attacks against the people, but now there is no threat. So that's something concernable for everyone, that they don't have any bigger policy in order to secure the religious areas. You can see that Shia community of Afghanistan is also under threat several times, and the recent incident which took place was yesterday in Kunduz, which was an attack happened in a mosque. So clearly indicates that there are new challenges in front of the Taliban, and then how they are dealing with this stuff. It's just a matter of fact that would be chased by the time passing issue.
And Shersha, well, trying to understand ISIS conducting such targeted attacks against Afghan citizens, people who've lived there for many years, is not uncommon?
Well, as you know that Afghanistan is a war-torn country, and also it has suffered for almost 4 decades of war. So launching attack on a specific community is not something new in that community. And we can say that all the communities and tribes that are staying in Afghanistan, they have suffered from the same problem. So it's a matter of fact that no one can deny this fact. But well, the motive and also the behaviors that ISIS are conducting such operation is completely confirmed that why they are doing this. So as the people of Afghanistan believe that terror is terror, and they are against the humanity and also against all the rights of the humans. So it's completely clear that it's not an uncommon thing. It's completely targeted, and you know that the enmity that ISIS have, it wants to show its brutality. That they want only their own rule, their own caliphate. So this is completely normal for the group that they would launch this kind of attack, and their major objective is this: to separate their fear and horror among the Afghan citizens, no matter from which tribe and from which ethnicity. So the minority religious groups are mainly the objectives and also targets, the soft targets for ISIS that they are targeting. And what the experts believe is this, that the motive behind this kind of soft target is this, that they want to have publicity for themselves, and also they want to show their motives and also attacks so big.
Shersha, also reports indicate that there are some clashes and gunfight happening. So is it between Taliban and ISIS? Or what's happening exactly on the ground? Which are the two sides?
According to the information that we have, as the incident has took place, so a group of Taliban fighters has reached to the area in order to secure the Gurdwara. But as they are not so professional, so they have begun on the shooting, and also yet we don't have any kind of contact with the sources in the Gurdwara, and also to observe more, to feel the situation that what's going on, because you know that after the incident, most of the people who are trapped in there, they have turned off their phones, and also somehow they are trying to hide. So yet you know that when the area is completely closed and no one has the right to observe the issue and also see from the close distance. So there is no idea that why still the war is going on. But the people who are living in the surrounding areas, this Gurdwara believes that these attacks are this kind of fires are made by the Taliban in order to just put the rush of the people outside of the area, and then they want to enter the Gurdwara. So up to now, there is not a confirmed development that what's going on in the area. And as I said earlier, that the major problem that the media outlets have in Afghanistan today is that access to the information has been less in the country.
Shersha, also, is this the same Gurudwara which was targeted earlier also about a year and a half back? And if you can tell us how many Sikhs still remain in Kabul and why they are being targeted again and again despite being so few in numbers?
After the recent developments in Afghanistan, the number of the Sikh community that they are so respected and also the true citizens of Afghanistan has decreased. And yet there is no specific numbers that we can give, because that after the change of the government, there is no specific information on that stuff. And the major objective beyond this kind of attack is just to give the fame and also to show their publicity. So all the terror groups, even it's in any side of the country, they are just looking to show their presence, and the soft targets, according to the military experts, or the only way to...
Shersha, any idea how many people could still be inside? How many have been evacuated? How many rescued? We are getting reports also of one dead, but rescue operations, how they are being evacuated. Any information on that? How many people could be inside?
Yet no information and development has been made on that, and also we are trying to contact the police officials of Kabul in order to dig further at what's going on the ground and also how the evacuation process is going. But there is no official confirmation on that, and according to the estimations that the locals are giving us, the eyewitnesses are giving us, probably there would be from 50 to 70 or more than that people, including men and women in this Gurdwara.
All right. Any further details of police action, Shersha, whether Taliban police is there and are they doing something about it, or is the gunfight still going on? And how many terrorists could be involved in this?
Well, according to the information that we have, 2 blasts has took place. So the eyewitnesses claims, but it's not confirmed, that first there was an explosion, and in the second phase, a suicide bomber has entered the Gurdwara, and also after that this suicide bomber has entered, some gunman has also entered. So these are some kind of assumptions that we can confirm this directly because of the lack of the source that we have in the ground. And the local residents that they are in the area, and also they have witnessed this incident, they say that now the area is blocked by the Taliban security forces, and they have sent their special forces, that they have also their special forces in order to counter this attack and also secure the Gurdwara.
Right, so Gurdwara in Kabul, in Police District 4, the Karte Parwa Gurdwara, apparently the biggest Gurdwara in Kabul, has been targeted again by terrorists. And this is the second time in the last year and a half we are seeing these pictures coming in of targeting of the Sikh community, the microscopic minority in Kabul. And we saw in the last incident about 25 had lost their life, following which India had to evacuate most of the Sikh residents of Kabul and neighborhood areas and towns. But it seems that even those few hundred, actually less than 100 perhaps, who are left, even those are not being tolerated by these elements in Afghan society. Taliban has to take responsibility. They cannot say that they are not doing it. It's after all their regime in Kabul now, and it's important that these kind of cowardly targeting of minorities, harmless minorities, should be avoided. We are getting fresh pictures, we are told, of the attack site. We can see plumes of smoke coming out. There seems to be a case of some incendiary element having been used by way of explosives, and reports also suggest that the security guard identified as Ahmad outside of the Gurudwara campus has been killed, while 3 have been rescued, and an unidentified number of Sikh community members and some others still remain inside. The fact that reports suggest that there is a gunfight going on shows that possibly security teams have moved in, and there is a battle happening between the terrorists who are possibly holed up inside now. There is a likelihood of a hostage situation, but then reports are sketchy as of now whether some hostages have been taken. But what is important is that we are getting to hear of Karte Parwa Gurdwara in Kabul facing second attack in less than 2 years, and the Sikh minority community being targeted in Kabul. We are seeing all pictures coming in suggesting that a massive attack has happened, and these terrorists seem to have come prepared to cause going by this. The building complex might have been brought down, and this really shows the scale of the terror attack which the Gurdwara has faced, and thick smoke coming out still of the building Gurdwara Karte Parwa in Police District 4 of Kabul, and the Ministry of External Affairs has said that they're deeply concerned and closely monitoring the situation. So information coming in of Government of India reacting, with the ministry releasing a statement saying we are deeply concerned at the reports emanating from Kabul about an attack on a sacred Gurdwara in that city. We are closely monitoring the situation and waiting for further details. That's attributed to MEA spokesperson Narendam Bakshi, and India officially reacting to the emerging situation in Kabul, where a Gurdwara has been attacked. The Government of India, remember, had recently come out with its engagement that was till now back channel with the Joint Secretary in the Ministry of External Affairs, Mr. J.P. Singh, visiting Kabul and monitoring and overseeing all the projects that have gone on in Kabul over the last decade and more, development projects, assistance projects, hospital projects, stadium, and essentially this was an attempt at breaking ice with the Taliban publicly. Of course, back channel communication has been on for a while, but these kind of attacks clearly show that there are elements within the Afghan society who do not want India-Afghan relations to improve, possibly with linkages to Pakistan. Just a month and a half back, India had offered and sent about 50,000 metric tons of wheat by way of food assistance to Afghanistan, people of Afghanistan. Apart from that, we have seen how medicines and particularly COVID vaccines have been sent to Afghanistan, despite the adversarial position that has existed between Taliban and India. So while we have underscored our humanitarian assistance, the help India has provided to people of Afghanistan, despite that, if these kind of attacks come in, this clearly shows how deeply entrenched the ideology of terror is in Afghanistan, and these people possibly have linkages with the border across the Durand line, the Pakistani Taliban existing in Pakistan. Remember, just yesterday we had Pakistan struggling to get out of the grey list of financial action task, FATF, and the task force on terror funding. And now we have this attack happening in Afghanistan with the possibility of some element from within the Pakistani terror establishment supporting this. Of course, it's too early. What is important is that a gunfight is going on. There is a possibility of a hostage situation. We don't have information, but it's likely that these terrorists who gotten inside the Karte Parwan Gurdwara and have set it ablaze, or at least part of it, and have taken some of those present there hostage. Earlier reports have suggested there were at least community members who were inside. Reports also suggested that 3 have been rescued, and that in the ensuing gunfight, 1 casualty has happened, possibly of the guard who was outside taking care of the security of the premises. Yet, situation unclear whether Taliban has provided security, whether these are insurgents who have come from outside, whether these are Pak-backed Taliban, or whether these are Al-Qaeda and ISIS. Also, yesterday there was this development that a Pakistani delegation of clerics had come to Kabul to negotiate with the Pakistani Taliban, and the meeting has been brokered by the Taliban regime in Kabul, and so those dynamics are also there, playing out in Kabul, whether this situation that we are seeing, targeting of the Gurdwara, is part of the larger. Gurdwara has been attacked second time. In fact, when this has been targeted, more instances of targeting of the minority from outside Kabul, about rest of Kabul. Now, in the net sound, we, I think, heard those pictures, the gunfight that's happening there. But what is important is that some kind of gunfight is happening. It shows that there are 2 sides to this. Attackers are perhaps holed up inside, and an attempt is being made to get them out. We don't know as yet from reports whether there is a hostage situation. There is an information blackout. In fact, as Sher Shah was mentioning earlier, that Taliban security apparatus has put a blanket of security cordon around the campus and the area, in fact, and that it's not possible to go and check what's happening. The security blanket has also thrown information around the area, and so we're not able to find out exactly what is the status of a hostage crisis is concerned, if at all. What is the status of evacuations? What is the status of rescue operation, if there is one? And in fact, Manjeet Singh Ji, Sikh activist, joins us. Manjeet Singh Ji, are you getting any updates on what's happening in Kabul? Whether there is a hostage situation, what is the status of rescue, if at all, and who could be behind this?
Gurdwara, and Mr. Guljit Singh, who is the local president over here of Kabul Sangat, he got the call from the president of the Gurdwara, which is under attack. And that time, after that, nobody was, no call was getting through, and no information is there. But it is what we have come to know, that there are a good amount of casualties, and the people who have entered, they say that it could be ISIS people, and I think the situation is very grave, and we have already informed Government of India, and I think we have been following up with the Government of India for so many days that visas must be given, and 150 people list has already been submitted. But I don't know why they have taken so much time. Even Prime Minister had a meeting with Afghan Sikhs a month and a half ago. And even at that level, meetings were happening, but nothing on the ground was done. Ji.
Well, it's a very important point you are making, Mr. GK. Even we want to understand, in the last evacuation, almost 150, 200 people were brought in. What's the issue with getting the rest of the people? I'm sure, given the security situation, they also don't want to stay there. Just 100 odd people, they can be easily evacuated in one flight. Why should India delay that?
The thing is, when the Indian government evacuated earlier, that was the very dangerous time when they evacuated. But now the times have changed. It is not that explosive as Taliban government is in place over there. So evacuation is not a problem now. Flights are coming and going. Why this delay is there? I think MEA has to answer this, and I can make sure that if now also they don't take action, we will get many body bags from Kabul back to India of Hindus and Sikhs.
And that's a bit of unfortunate development. Perhaps you are indicating towards that there could be possibility of casualties. Have you been told by your people there in Kabul that that's likelihood, or
yes,
everyone
yes,
is safe?
Yes. We have been informing the government, and we have been getting inputs from there that the situation is bad. Anytime anything can happen, and this is the result. Now, at this moment, I don't want to say anything which is unconfirmed. But as the time passes, I think we will get information that who is after this and why this happened. And further attacks can also be done, So the government of India, who has done such a lot for the Afghan Hindus and Sikhs, why are we reluctant for this 150 people? I don't understand.
Mr. GK, hold on to your thoughts. In fact, there is an important development, which is that a statement has come out from the Ministry of Interior of Taliban regime, attributed to a spokesman Mullah Abdul Tafi Takwar, and that's important for you also to hear. And according to this statement, the attack happened at around 6:30 a.m. in the morning, and the Taliban is clearly distancing itself from this attack and saying that some terrorists have carried it out, that two Hindu compatriots who were injured were evacuated, and the enemies of religion and country wanted to detonate a car bomb in a crowded place. Fortunately, they did not reach their target and detonated the car bomb before reaching it, and attempts are being made to get them. So I think, Mr. GK, Taliban clearly suggesting that it is not they, it is the other terror networks who have carried out this attack, and that they have not been able to reach their target. So there is hope that possibly this car bombing or suicide bombing, if it can be called that, has not succeeded in its objective of perhaps permanently damaging the Gurdwara.
Taliban government took over, the Taliban forces took over. Situation was very bad. Now that the government is in place and things have settled, this attack will not be from Taliban, that is for sure, because they are running the government over there. It is some other organization. As I've told you, it could be ISIS also. So, but it is the responsibility of the Taliban government to control them and to neutralize the terrorists who have entered the complex. So, let's see and wait what comes out of it. But situation is bad. I think MEA, Ministry of External Affairs, must react immediately and get the Hindu Sikhs evacuated from there, and so that no further casualties should be there. they should be brought back here in our country.
Right. Right. I think the Ministry of External Affairs has already reacted, Mr. GK, and hopefully, apart from keeping close tabs, the agencies will get in. And the breaking news development coming in of fighting in Afghanistan. Let's go to studio for that.
So those are visuals there from Kabul in Afghanistan, where one of the biggest, the central Gurdwara of the Sikhs of Afghanistan offer their prayers. Early this morning, this was an attack that began. Details are sketchy. The first visual shows you how smoke plumes are emerging from that Gurdwara. There are nearly 3 explosions that have been reported. There's no news yet about how many casualties are there, how many hostages have been taken. It's still suspected to be an attack by the ISIS Khorasan. But more breaking news now coming in once again. Fighting has started again. A Taliban member has been captured. Now, it must be noted here that the fighting there is underway between Taliban and militants. It's still not exactly been officially declared that they are ISIS militants, but reports suggest that it's ISIS Khorasan in one of their traditional attacks that they have been undertaken over the years in Afghanistan. And reports are still sketchy. Our reporters trying to get hold of their sources there. The area has been cordoned off. There is no traffic allowed in that particular area. It's the Bagibala area in Kabul. Abhishek, it's over to you to tell us the significance. Abhishek, over these past few months, when what is called the fighting season in Afghanistan, you know, it's supposed to begin in April and May. It appears that there are many anti-Taliban forces that have emerged, particularly in the Panjshir region. Is that related, would you say, in any way to this fighting that's going on?
Well, Rukma, not really. So what is happening in the north of Afghanistan in the Panjshir Valley is essentially the trench war that is happening between the National Resistance Forces, as they are called, led by Ahmad Massoud, and the son of legendary warlord and General Ahmad Shah Massoud, and the earlier regime, for example, which has Vice President Amarullah Saleh, the Tajik forces there. And what we are seeing in Kabul is absolutely different. This is essentially the same Islamic State or Al-Qaeda that had targeted the American forces, for example, outside of Kabul airport, when they were evacuating citizens, their own citizens, plus those who were eligible to leave Kabul after Taliban takeover. So these are extremely dangerous terrorist forces wedded to the idea of Islamic terrorism and Islamic jihad in a manner which is unacceptable even to the most Islamic countries of the world. I mean, the nations like Saudi Arabia and UAE and Qatar have denounced this, and there are global coalition forces fighting against them. The United Nations has a sanctions committee, which is called Al-Qaeda Sanctions Committee 1267, and aimed at these forces. So now this is not an attempt to really whitewash Taliban, because they have their own sins committed over the last 2 decades, and they have it's just how things are in Afghanistan. But what is important is that this targeting of Gurdwara in Kabul and the Sikh minority there is again an indication of how rotten this ideology is, that they can't tolerate 100 people from another religion, another community, another thought, another philosophy, another ideology. And they want to wash clean their land of any difference of opinion. So this also is sort of a mirror to those people back home in India who were protesting against the Citizenship Amendment Act, which would have given a protection, or a layer of protection, to these persecuted minorities. in Kabul, in Baluchistan, in Sindh, in Lahore, in Dhaka, and in Chittagong, in Mymensingh. I think this really brings focus back on the inertia that has gripped the government after the protests on the CAA. I think the central government should be moving forward on that front also, and of course bring these 100-odd Sikhs back from Kabul at the earliest.
Right. So, Abhishek, well, the visuals that we're showing you right now are from Panjshir, where a Taliban chopper has been downed, coming up in a short while. All the information regarding this particular visual that you see on your screens.
There are protests, there is violence, some say instigated over this 4-year tour of duty or the Agnipath scheme. Is this a result of misinformation?
This is complete misinformation that is causing all these issues. The Agnipath scheme is one of the most transformational schemes ever undertaken in the history of the Indian military, and it is looking at developing the nationalistic ethos amongst the youth.
Riots are not protests. Riots are riots. Is this so-called protest going to be justified as well? Is this too going to be rationalized by blaming it on the ruling party? And more importantly, shall we pause and just ask ourselves, is this the India you and I want to live in? Where the rule of the mob matters. An India where the vast majority of law-abiding citizens live in existence under the constant threat of such violence. An India where the only culture left that is visible is the culture of riots. Where uniformed personnel are bleeding, the common man is watching scared on television at home, and the mobs on the loose are blocking highways and pelting stones freely. Is this the country we should leave for the next generation? If not, then what are we doing about it? Are we saying as a country, not as a member of this religion or that religion, that we will not negotiate with the...
So, attack in a Gurdwara by terrorists in Kabul in Afghanistan. And details as of yet are sketchy, but various reports that have been emerging from there say that several explosions were reported in Kabul early this morning. The reports confirmed a complex attack launched on a Sikh Gurdwara in the Baghebala area in Kabul. Casualties are unknown so far. Those are visuals there of various angles of the entire event as it is playing now. We believe that security forces of the Taliban are still at work, even as we speak, trying to bring the situation under control. The second visual shows you what it was like moments after the blast. There was not just one blast, but more than one. In fact, 2 or 3. And one security guard, as of now, has been reported killed. He was killed by bullets of the terrorists who attacked the Sikh Gurdwara during early morning prayers today. Meanwhile, appeals of help are emerging. The MEA has also released a statement. And as of now, it appears that 15 people are still trapped inside. As a group of unidentified gunmen stormed this particular Gurdwara early this morning, as the Prakash prayers were on, and opened fire. Many are suspected to be dead, but details are still unavailable. Now, Taliban security forces are hard at work, we believe, in order to deal with the situation. The entire area has been cordoned off. Traffic is not allowed. Civilians are not allowed in that area and have not been allowed for some time now. These are visuals there of the incident as it's playing out from various angles. 15 people, as far as we know, are still trapped. So, attacked by 2 suicide bombers on a Gurdwara in Kabul, in Afghanistan.
reading allows us to become familiar with ourselves.
We don't read, we won't know what is knowledge. I just find it very interesting to know people's lives, how they went through certain situations, how they dealt with things.
So wherever you want to go in life, if you read books along those lines, then that would really help you in growing.
Reading could mean a million different things to every individual. What does it mean to you? Visit readindia.info to find out more.
Good evening and welcome. Ladies and gentlemen, horrific scenes of anarchy played out across the country today. School buses were being burnt in Aurangabad. Little children being caught in the crossfire in Bihar. Over 200 trains being stalled across the nation. Trains being set ablaze, railway tracks being blocked, pelting on the streets. These are not, I repeat, these are not Agnipath aspirants. These are not people who want to serve the country. These are not patriots wanting to fight for the nation. These are anarchists. And those supporting them, celebrating them and cheering them on from the comforts of their homes. Or maybe in the offices of agencies where they are being questioned for corruption and scams. Using social media posts. Not surprising. Rahul Gandhi comes out of day 3 of questioning over the 2,000 crore scam and puts out a social media post, putting out misleading propaganda. The people who do that, ladies and gentlemen, are against the nation.
Severe waterlogging continues in different parts of Guwahati as a result of incessant rains in the past few days. Flood waters overflowing on National Highway 15 in Darang district, wherein hundreds of trucks are stranded. Assam police seizes more than 1,000 kg of ganja from 2 dumper trucks at Churaibari area in Karimganj district along the Assam-Tripura border. According to police, both the dumper trucks were coming in from the Tripuri side.
प्रकृति भी है, कला संस्कृति भी है। यहाँ एक और माँ महाकाली का शक्तिपीठ है, तो दूसरी ओर जैन मंदिर की धरोहर भी है। यानी
There are protests, there is violence, some say instigated over this 4-year tour of duty or the Agnipath scheme. Is this the result of misinformation?
This is complete misinformation that is causing all these issues. The Agnipath scheme is one of the most transformational schemes ever undertaken in the history of the Indian military, and it is looking at developing the nationalistic ethos amongst the youth.
Are not protests. Riots are riots. Is this so-called protest going to be justified as well? Is this too going to be rationalized by blaming it on the ruling party? And more importantly, shall we pause and just ask ourselves, is this the India you and I want to live in? Where the rule of the mob matters. An India where the vast majority of law-abiding citizens live in existence under the constant threat of such violence. An India where the only culture left that is visible is the culture of riots. Where uniformed personnel are bleeding, the common man is watching scared on television at home, and the mobs on the loose are blocking highways and pelting stones freely. Is this the country we should leave for the next generation? If not, then what are we doing about it? Are we saying as a country, not as a member of this religion or that religion, that we will not negotiate with the rioters? That we will not underplay the evil deeds of the rioters? And most importantly, that we will not rationalize?
A police officer was shot dead by terrorists inside his home in Pulwama district of Jammu and Kashmir. The attack on Sub-Inspector Farooq Ahmed Mir took place at Sambura in Pampore area on the intervening night of yesterday and today. The bullet-ridden body of the Braveheart was found lying in an irrigation canal in the paddy fields in Sambura. The police found bullet injury marks on his chest. According to officials, Farooq Ahmed Mir was posted in the IRP 23rd Battalion at CDC Lethpora. He had come home on leave. When he went to water his fields late into the night, he was attacked by terrorists. The police have recovered 2 empty cartridges of pistol rounds from the spot and have registered a case and are investigating the murder. The wreath-laying ceremony of slain Sub-Inspector Farooq Ahmed Mir was held in Avantipora, with the final salute being given to him. Bureau Report, Republic TV.
ये श्रद्धालुओं ने पण अनेक शुभकामनाओं આપું છું.
Riots are not protests. Riots are riots. Is this so-called protest going to be justified as well? Is this too going to be rationalized by blaming it on the ruling party? And more importantly, shall we pause and just ask ourselves, is this the India you and I want to live in? Where the rule of the mob matters. An India where the vast majority of law-abiding citizens live in existence under the constant threat of such violence. An India where the only culture left that is visible is the culture of riots. Where uniformed personnel are bleeding, the common man is watching scared on television at home, and the mobs on the loose are blocking highways and pelting stones freely. Is this the country we should leave for the next generation? If not, then what are we doing about it? Are we saying as a country, not as a member of this religion or that religion, that we will not negotiate with the rioters? That we will not underplay the evil deeds of the rioters? And most importantly, that we will not rationalize or try to find the moral, religious, intellectual or any other justification for the rioters. This is getting out of hand, and we have to make a choice. Our great nation cannot be held to ransom by mobs and rioters. No more, I say, no more. Let's debate this.
These people who are actually objecting, these veterans, senior veterans who are objecting, these generals, these brigadiers, these senior colonels, they have given their life to this country. Their families have sacrificed everything for this country. There are people amongst them who have not seen their children grow up, and they were able to tolerate that pain because living away from family.
Top stories at 11 a.m. Firing reported, people stranded, victims rushed to hospital after a blast at Kabul Gurudwara. 1 dead, 15 still trapped inside as fresh gun battle breaks out at the Gurudwara. ISIS claims responsibility in the Kabul Gurudwara attack. MEA says monitoring situation closely. Amid misinformed and provoked protest against Agnipath scheme, Raksha Mantri to meet the Tri-Services Chief today. Big move by Modi government. Age limit increase, reservation announced. Will the vandals stop stoking the fire now? Prime Minister Narendra Modi in the poll-bound state of Gujarat seeks blessings from his mother on her 100th birthday. Will launch mega projects next. Welcome viewers, thank you for tuning in to Republic TV. I'm Priyanka Sharma, and straight away cutting across to some more images and visuals that we are getting of this concerning situation that is developing out of Kabul, where at around 6:30 this morning, a group of armed insurgents whose identities are not yet known entered a Hindu seminary at Karte Brown area, and now before entering they attacked the guards with a grenade which caused a fire, and 2 of our Hindu compatriots who were injured in the attack were evacuated and taken to the hospital for treatment. Now, this is the latest information that we are getting with respect to the attack on the Gurudwara in Kabul. Then the enemies of religion and country wanted to detonate a car bomb in the crowded place. Fortunately, they did not reach their target and detonated the car bomb before reaching it. Now, And we are getting those details for you as we are tracking those visuals as well. The kind of blast that has really taken place in the Gurudwara, and we were learning about how the civilians in fact had also been trapped inside as well, and we are learning that the authorities are on the spot right now. However, the situation still remains tense as there are several civilians of the Indian Sikh community that are feared to be trapped inside, and we were getting multiple reports of how there were several insurgents in fact who had been carrying weaponry, and they went inside the Gurudwara, targeted the Gurudwara and the civilians there, and as of now the situation is still grim. But let me also welcome Major General Gaurav Arya. In fact, Major Gaurav Arya also on the broadcast. Sir, if I could come to you, we are seeing this developing situation out of Kabul where this Gurudwara has been attacked, and there are several civilians that are also still being held hostage. And this is not the first time this kind of a cowardly attack has taken place there in Afghanistan, and in under a week, second such attack as well also that we are tracking. And the Taliban not being able to control the situation, also giving leeway to these kind of terrorist organizations carrying out these attacks, sir.
It's not just that. I would like to take your mind back to when Taliban was not ruling Afghanistan and they were living in caves or in the mountainsides. The Taliban did exactly this. There's no difference. Taliban and the ISIS are not different. It is just that, Taliban is going to say that we are trying to get a handle on the situation. But the fact of the matter is that they were doing exactly then what the Islamic State has done today. Taliban are also a bunch of terrorists, and they have done this in the past many, many times. You're right when you say this is not new.
Well, absolutely not new, but also another trend that we are seeing of this kind of a targeted, attacks on religious places, especially now of the Indian Sikh community there in Kabul. And we are seeing the kind of attack that was being carried out, a pre-planned attack it seems, because the Taliban also there right now trying to control the situation. But even now we are hearing the gunshots in the background.
No, absolutely. This is, in a place like Afghanistan, when you target minorities, you're sending a message to the world that Taliban is not able to control Afghanistan and somehow get the Americans back. You see, why is ISIS doing it? They know that if you hit local Afghans or Muslims, it may not create the kind of noise globally, but if you hit a minority, everybody will take their cameras there, go there, and this will blow up in the face of the world. And this is exactly what the ISIS is trying to do. America has left Afghanistan. And this is to draw America's attention back and say that the Islamic State is in control, which is why they're doing this.
That is an interesting observation that you're putting across there, sir, and I would like you to expand on this as well, because when we take a step back and look at the entire geopolitical situation developing now, what do you feel then because of the Taliban? Are they condoning these kind of terror attacks as well? Because even now we are seeing that although they're claiming that they're on the ground trying to control the situation, but it's completely out of hand, and they are not really being vigilant about these kind of terror activities there in Kabul or in Afghanistan for that matter.
Taliban is part of the problem. Taliban is not part of the solution. The only reason why we expect a solution from Taliban is because the Taliban is in power there. As I said before, ma'am, Taliban was doing exactly the same thing. 2 years back, Taliban was doing exactly the same thing. It was killing Hindus and Sikhs. The only solution to this is to get them here. I mean, it was because of this day or days such as these that the CAA was passed. I think the government should activate it and get the Hindus and Sikhs from Afghanistan into India, because they just die there. It's clear. They'll die there. They are open targets.
Absolutely, and this is exactly the kind of persecution of minorities that we were talking about when it came to the debate of the CAA. And if you could also expand on that, because we are seeing these kind of targeted killings taking place in Afghanistan, and the latest being there in Kabul. And what really would you say to these people who had been opposing this? And even now we are seeing that the persecution of these Hindu minorities and the Sikh minorities even happening there in Kabul right now.
It's not just Afghanistan. Pakistan has wiped out its Hindu minority. They wiped out the Sikhs. There are almost no Hindus and Sikhs in Bangladesh. My friends in Bangladesh tell me that it's very difficult for a Hindu to buy a house in Bangladesh. they live in rented accommodation, because if you buy a house, somebody will snatch it from you. They'll just take that house from you. So, the people of India who have abused CA and who said they are opposing it and this is anti-Muslim, please understand it has got nothing to do with Muslims. This has got to do with saving Hindus, Sikhs, Christians and other people who are there, settled down in these three countries. And these images that you're showing of the blast happening inside the Gurdwara Sahib and it says 15 hostages inside. This is exactly why we have the CAA. This is validation of the CAA.
That being said, sir, if we could also, focus on these kind of terror organizations, because the ISI is also claiming responsibility for this kind of an attack on the Gurudwara, and the Taliban not really doing anything to crack down on these kind of organizations as well. If you could expand upon what you also said about the role of the US on this and put this into perspective for our viewers.
See, certainly the US said that we have had enough of Afghanistan. The US said we need to shift to Indo-Pacific. They shifted all their assets overnight. They have gone from there. The problem is that the US has not solved the problem in Afghanistan. So it's not just a question of ISIS or Daesh. There's also Al-Qaeda. There are between 6,000 to 12,000 foreign fighters in Afghanistan who are not Afghanis. They are from all over. This is like the United Nations of terrorism. There are Sunnis, there are Lebanese, there are Palestinians. There are people from Central Asia, there are Chinese from Xinjiang, there are Arabs, everybody there. All the jihadis of all shades and colors and languages find refuge in Afghanistan. It is detrimental for the national security of India. And this is something that we must do and must take up with the rest of the world. This is not about simply killing of Hindus and Sikhs. That is one part of it. Though it's a very sad part, but it's just one small part of it. If this area destabilizes again, and the people are there who are doing it, ISIS is doing it, Daesh, of course, and Al-Qaeda is doing it, and half a dozen other terrorist organizations are doing it, the day is not far when the flames will reach India. Look at the map. Look at the map of India. Afghanistan and India are not very far away. They're just very close by. There is only Pakistan-occupied Kashmir in between. Afghanistan is next door to India.
Well, absolutely. Major Gaurav Arya there getting us the perspective on what's really happening there in Kabul. Viewers, a worrisome situation really developing out of Kabul, where this Gurudwara had been attacked, and we are seeing those visuals and also the kind of gunshots that are still continuing there in the area, civilians trapped, and we are waiting to learn of the developing situation there from Kabul. Major Gaurav Arya, I want to thank you for joining us on the broadcast with your thoughts. And viewers, those are the visuals on your screens right now of the kind of attack that had been carried out on the Gurudwara, and we had been learning how there were several civilians that had been trapped inside, and even though we see that the Taliban officials were on the ground trying to control the situation, but in the backdrop of the ground reports that we have gotten, the civilians that we have spoken to, we can see the gunshots, the sounds of the gunshots still underway right now, and we are learning that there were several terrorists armed with heavy ammunition that had gone inside of the Gurudwara as well. Top stories from across the country. Uttar Pradesh police arrested 260 people and registered 6 FIRs against the protesters who vandalized trains, roadways and buses in protest against Agnipath scheme in Uttar Pradesh. The Ministry of Home Affairs has decided to reserve 10% vacancies for the recruitment of the CAPFs and Assam Rifles for Agniveer. Announcing a 3-year age relaxation, the MHA has decided to extend the age limit to 26 years, while announcing a 5 years age relaxation for first batch beyond the prescribed. As the widespread protest against Agnipath scheme continued at Patna, several passengers were stranded in the Patna railway station. Viewers, we're cutting across now to some more images that we are getting of the Prime Minister there in Gujarat, in his home state. Remember, he is on a 2-day visit to his home state in Gujarat, the pole-bound state of Gujarat, and he started the day by seeking the blessings of his mother. He spent some good 20 to 25 minutes with her and spent some time with her, sought her blessings, and after that, he is now reaching towards Pavagadh as well, where he will be unveiling several projects, unveiling the newly constructed and renovated temple as well. The shrine there in Pavagadh, which is a very international pilgrimage site where several believers come from across the globe, and there the Prime Minister also paying his respects at the temple, and will also be addressing a large gathering, a rally as well, where he will be unveiling several developmental projects and dedicating them to the nation to the tune of 21,000 crore as well. And now we are seeing over the past few months how the Prime Minister has made it a point to come to Gujarat, the pole-bound state of Gujarat and his home state, every once 15 to 20 days itself, and also dedicate several developmental schemes to the nation, and also remind the people of Gujarat that he is somebody who has worked in Gujarat tirelessly for most of his life. He has been the Chief Minister in the state of Gujarat and knows what really the problems of Gujarat are. Now, these are some of the statements he had also made in the last rally that he had addressed in South Gujarat, and had stated, talking to the tribal population as well, and had stated that this is the BJP that has worked tirelessly for them and made sure that there are benefits, including that of medical benefits, that are available to the tribal population. Now, apart from that, we are also today going to see several developmental projects that the Prime Minister is going to be unveiling and speaking once again to the people of Gujarat, and we can expect him to talk about his entire trajectory of the time that he was the Chief Minister and the kind of work that the BJP has really done this time around, because this is the second election in the state of Gujarat that the Prime Minister is going to be in Delhi, not holding office there in the Gujarat Legislative Assembly. And this time as well, we are seeing a tough fight that the BJP will be seeing from not just the Congress party, but also the Aam Aadmi party, that has thrown their hat in the ring for all of the 182 constituencies. But as of now, the Prime Minister in his home state unveiling several developmental projects. Now, viewers, even as the centre has announced increase in the age limit and reservation, protests continue unabated. Now, fresh visuals of the protests have come in from Gujarat and Bihar, even as the centre has allayed all fears on the matter. And the question now remains, who really is stoking the fire and why? We are getting those visuals, viewers, that are on your screens right now from yesterday as well, how the violent protests, in fact, had gripped the nation, especially in states like the UP and Bihar as well, where there were several train bogies that had been set on fire. And not just that, there were several misinformed miscreants as well, antisocial elements that had been coming out on the streets, setting fire to tires and public property as well, pelting stones on bus and trains, setting fire to train bogies, and also hampering the civilian life. Not many of them, in fact, were also aspirants. There were several people that had hijacked this entire protest as well. We were seeing that with respect to the ground reports that were coming to light. And even now we are seeing there are fresh visuals of protests that have gotten out of hand coming to light. Even now in Gujarat, in Jamnagar and in Bihar as well, we are tracking that situation very closely. But in the backdrop of that, we have seen relief coming in from the government. The MHA had made several announcements with respect to the age restrictions as well. The upper age limit, in fact, had also been increased. And even now, the government claiming that they are going to carry out the outreach program to make sure that there is no misinformation when it comes to the Agniveer scheme. And they are claiming that they will carry on the dialogues as well to understand what really are the issues that the aspirants are facing. However, the government coming out with a strong message that they will not be, there are several people, in fact, who might be hijacking these protests and making these protests turn violent as well, disrupting civilian life as well on the ground. And the Indian Army chief, in fact, has also come out to the media. He was addressing the aspirants and had stated and appealed to them to take the time out to read about the Agniveer scheme and not just fall prey to the misinformation propaganda campaign that there are several political parties that are also carrying out and antisocial elements on the streets who are creating mayhem and setting fire to public transportation, setting fire to trains, buses, pelting stones on civilians as well. Those are the kind of worrisome images that had come to light from across the country now. Even in the UP, in Bihar, in Secunderabad, several of those images, the kind of protests that had broken out, that had been hundreds of protesters, in fact, on the streets carrying out these protests. However, viewers, the question remains that the government is ready to carry out this outreach program. They are every day making changes in the Agniveer scheme as well as for the ease of the aspirants. And even now we are seeing that there are several people hijacking this protest, coming out on the streets, creating mayhem and spreading misinformation campaign when it comes to the Agniveer scheme, trying to also push their own propaganda and create a fear psychosis for the aspirants as well. And that is the ramifications of which we had seen on the streets from across UP, Bihar, Secunderabad, where protests still continue. And our senior executive editor Abhishek Kapoor also joins us on the broadcast. Abhishek, you know, we had been tracking this story since yesterday. We have been speaking about it, the kind of changes that the government has also made. But even now we see the images of protest coming to light. But the question really remains, who is stoking this fire? Who is creating this fear psychosis and the misinformation campaign that is being pushed towards the aspirants as well, Abhishek?
Well, Priyanka, yes, there definitely seems to be an element of political patronage, at least in Bihar. We have seen the manner in which the protests really fanned out and the scale of arson, particularly the targeting of railways, it clearly indicates that there is somebody behind these protesters, or it's likely that the angst of the youngsters about getting into the armed forces has been manipulated and misused, and some genuine protests that might have started were hijacked by these vandals and political operatives and interlopers, and that led to the kind of violence we saw. Hopefully the agencies would get into it. We have already seen and done stories about WhatsApp groups which indicate towards orchestrated violence and planned protests. Not just protests, but planned targeting of public property like police outposts and railways and public sector buses and other modes of transport, and damage to other public property like toll plazas. So it goes without saying that there is definitely an element of...
Well, definitely, Abhishek, and even as we speak, we are learning the kind of violence that had broken out, and now we are seeing that the authorities are also taking cognizance of this entire protest that had been carried out. Altogether 90 FIRs that are being lodged in Bihar and 300 arrests that have also been carried out by the authorities. And even as we were looking at the ground reports, as our colleague Prakash was getting to us from Bihar, viewers, we had seen he was speaking to several of the civilians that had been present when these quote-unquote protesters had come there, tried to set fire to the train bogies, and they had clearly stated that they did not look like students, they did not look like aspirants. These were people who were completely hijacking that protest, and our colleague Prakash will also join us in just a bit. He has been getting us all the ground updates. And Prakash is here, I believe. Prakash, over to you. We are seeing the kind of action that the authorities are taking, that FIRs have been registered, over 300 arrests have also been made. What more can you tell us?
Well, in entire Bihar, 90 FIRs have been registered for violence and arson yesterday. Please fix the echo, please, PCR. in the entire state of Bihar. So as far as this particular violence is concerned, yesterday we saw that how the poor people were harassed in entire Bihar, specifically in Patna. Today there is a protest going on here by Pappu Yadav supporters, and that's what we can see. This bandh was called by ISA, the student wing of the left, but we see no presence of the ISA here in Patna as far as the ISA supporters are concerned. And here we see Pappu Yadav. Pappu Yadav live. पप्पू जी
8 सालों से आजीवन असुरक्षित हो गए, सबको गाली देते हैं।
ये बताइए,
जब तक ये
क्या आप वापसी चाहते हैं या फिर कुछ बदलाव चाहते हैं?
नहीं, या तो वापसी करिए या तो ट्रेनिंग का पीरियड 9 महीना से 12 महीना बढ़ाइए, पेंशन 25,000 करिए, और हमारी जो संविदा है इस पर बहाल मत करिए।
जिसकी नौकरी पक्की ना हो उसे पेंशन देने की बात कर रहे हैं।
हाँ, उसको 25,000 पेंशन।
नेताओं का भी पेंशन खत्म होना चाहिए।
हम तो कर रहे हैं, 8 साल मोदी और सीएम मात्र रहे, हम तो बोल रहे हैं।
आप चिट्ठी लिखिएगा कि आप पेंशन नहीं लीजिएगा?
सर हम पहले लिख चुके हैं सर, सदन में बोल चुके हैं सर, सदन में बोल चुके हैं सर, हम तो डेली बांटते हैं सर, हम तो डेली बांटते हैं सर, क्या पेंशन देगा हमको कोई सरकार?
ये काफी सारे यात्री
हम लाखों बांटते हैं सर।
पप्पू जी, बहुत सारे यात्री
सर हमको क्या पेंशन देगा ये सरकार सर?
चारों तरफ सड़क पर है, स्टेशन
हम छोड़ देंगे।
क्या करेंगे आप बताइए?
सर सैनिक को कर दो, हम छोड़ देंगे पेंशन।
क्या मांगे हैं?
बच्चे की सौगंध हम पेंशन।
गिरफ्तारी हो रही है,
आपकी गिरफ्तारी हो रही है,
आपके लोगों की गिरफ्तारी हो रही है।
अच्छी बात है, ले जाने दो।
आपको भी ले जा रहे हैं। इनको कहाँ ले जा रहे हैं?
अरे हमको छोड़िए ना, हमको कहाँ ले जा रहे हैं?
आपको भी डिटेन करेगा पप्पू यादव जी?
सर डिटेन करेगा तो यदि देश के किसान और यूथ के लिए डिटेन हो सकते हैं तो अच्छी बात है। हम बिहार के 14 करोड़ और देश के 140 करोड़ के लिए हम यदि मरेंगे, मर सकते हैं, हमको कोई मारेगा घर को। क्या आपको जो डिटेन करना हो, हमको कह रहा कि यहाँ से चलिए थाना, तो जा रहे हैं, थाना जा रहे हैं।
थाना जा रहे हैं। Intensity as far as it was seen yesterday, the bandh, but the ISA supporters, the left wing, and the students, we cannot see the presence of the students here except for the fact that Pappu Yadav, who had supported the bandh, they are here. And as far as the RJD is concerned, they had also supported this bandh, but we see no presence of the RJD. So we can call this bandh as a flop. As it was called, because yesterday, now whatever the incident took place, the police is vigilant today. What we get to know that in Patna alone, around 146 people have been identified and named FIR has been done against them. 46 people have already been arrested in the Patna on the outskirts of Patna district in Maner specifically, and we get to know that they are the supporters of one particular party. That is a shocking revelation. We'll get to know more about it when I speak to the district magistrate of Patna during the later course of the afternoon. And in Bihar, 300 FIRs have been registered, and as far as arrests are concerned, more than 300 FIRs have been registered. Back to you.
There are protests, there is violence, some say instigated over this 4-year tour of duty or the Agnipath scheme. Is this a result of misinformation?
This is complete misinformation that is causing all these issues. The Agnipath scheme is one of the most transformational schemes ever undertaken in the history of the Indian military, and it is looking at developing the nationalistic ethos amongst the youth.
Riots are not protests. Riots are riots. Is this so-called protest going to be justified as well? Is this too going to be rationalized by blaming it on the ruling party? And more importantly, shall we pause and just ask ourselves, is this the India you and I want to live in? Where the rule of the mob matters. An India where the vast majority of law-abiding citizens live in existence under the constant threat of such violence. An India where the only culture left that is visible is the culture of riots. Where uniformed personnel are bleeding, the common man is watching scared on television at home, and the mobs on the loose are blocking highways and pelting stones freely. Is this the country we should leave for the next generation? If not, then what are we doing about it? Are we saying as a country, not as a member of this religion or that religion, that we will not negotiate with the rioters? That we will not underplay the evil deeds of the rioters? And most importantly, that we will not rationalize or try to find the moral, religious, intellectual or any other justification for the rioters. This is getting out of hand, and we have to make a choice. Our great nation cannot be held to ransom by mobs and rioters. No more, I say, no more.
Firing reported, people stranded, victims rushed to hospital after blast at Kabul Gurdwara. One dead, 15 still trapped inside as fresh gun battle breaks out at Gurdwara in Kabul. ISIS claims responsibility in Kabul Gurdwara attack. MEA says monitoring the situation closely. Back home, amid misinformed and provoked protests against Agnipath scheme, Raksha Mantri to meet Tri Services chiefs today. Big move by the Modi government. Age limit increased. Reservation announced. Will the vandals stop stoking the fire now? Prime Minister Modi in pole-bound Gujarat seeks blessings from mother on her 100th birthday. Will launch mega projects next. Breaking news now, even as the centre announces an increase in age limit and reservation. As far as the Agnipath scheme is concerned, protests continue unabated. Fresh visuals of protests have come in from across Gujarat and Bihar, even as the centre has allayed all fears on the matter. So who is stoking the fire and why? So the Agnipath scheme, protests against the Agnipath scheme are being held across the country. Yesterday we had seen how protesters had vandalized railway property, and even children were not spared as buses were vandalized as well, even as the MHA makes the announcement of a relaxation in age limit as well as reservations. These are live visuals coming in from Chandigarh, even as the government has increased the age limit, one of the major concerns that was being expressed. And joining us now is our correspondent Prakash sir to give us some more insight into what's happening in Bihar, where protests are still continuing. Prakash, it's over to you to give us a detailed account of the situation there. A short while back, we saw how some various elements in Patna, for example, trying to politicize the issue of Agnipath.
Well, the Bandh was called by the student wing of the left parties, which include the CPIML as well as the CPIM, which was supported by the RJD as well as Pappu Yadav's output. Now, this is the main Dakbangla Chauraha. We can call this Bandh a flop so far because it is the busiest area in Patna, and the vehicles are plying here. So we can say this Bandh a flop. The organization which had called for the Bandh, they did not appear. They have not yet appeared so far, except for Pappu Yadav, who came here and raised his demand as to what needs to be done for the Agniveer. Now, internet services in 15 districts have been shut down. Mobile networking apps have also been shut down so that there is no report of violence on a large scale as such in entire Bihar, as we saw yesterday, except for few incidences in Jahanabad where a bus was torched and a petrol pump was also set ablaze. Now, coming back to the point that in yesterday's incidents in entire Bihar, more than 300 FIRs have been raised, more than 296 FIRs have been raised, and 300 people have been arrested. In Patna district alone, from Maner, 46 people have been arrested, 76 FIRs have been lodged in entire Patna district. Yesterday we saw the scale of violence. Now, what action is going to be taken? The police is also trying to investigate from the CCTV footage. We saw the visuals of the protesters with lathis and sticks at the residence of BJP State President Sanjay Jaiswal in Betia. So police is investigating every angle as to who all are the people involved, whether there was any political outfit behind the Bandh, because for sure this Bandh was not called and the protesters were not the real students, but there were some malified intentions behind it. There was some section of group, whether it be political party or notorious element behind this. So that is being ascertained, and the visuals of the CCTV footage is also being ascertained as to who were the people, and police is trying to book all of them. So far, the intensity of the Bandh is on a very low scale, and as we can see in the background that vehicles are commuting, and Pappu Yadav has left the scene along with his supporters. He's been detained. He's been asked by the police to leave this space and go. We are waiting for the ISA, which has called for the Bandh, a student wing of the left party. We will await for them whether they really protest or not, or they are scared of the police, or they scared of the FIR that has been lodged. Back to you.
And Prakash, when we talk about the grievances, the reason for the protests, what are the grievances that they have against the Agnipath scheme? Considering that it offers a good package, it offers good opportunities for youth, and also with the relaxation in age, that's a major development. The door is open for many more to fulfill a dream that would not otherwise be fulfilled. What do the protesters want?
The protesters in the first place don't understand what is this concept. They are only protesting on the misinformation campaign based on the political agenda of certain political parties which has come to the fore. Now, the problem with these particular protesters, or we can say that they are mob, say that they are not ready to realize the winds of change. And the winds of change which can make the country progress, which can help the youth of the country. If at all you have any grievances, then you should talk to the government, make a plea, make a petition. There are various forums which you can talk. The government is also talking. But if you don't understand, and if you run your campaign or protest on the basis of misinformation campaign because certain political parties have certain political agenda against a political government, then one cannot help it. So, but the government in the meantime has decided to relax in the age. So that's a welcome step. but certainly violence is not the way. Dialogue.
लोगों के बीच सही मैसेज पहुंचाना, ये बहुत बड़ा चैलेंज सरकार के सामने आ गया है और सरकार इसको लेकर गंभीर भी है। यही वजह है कि ये समीक्षा बैठक बुलाई गई है। कभी भी ये समीक्षा बैठक शुरू हो सकती है। विजय सलील के साथ सलोनी श्रीवास्तव, रिपब्लिक भारत, दिल्ली। So Union Defence Minister Rajnath Singh, as we've been telling you since this morning, is set to meet the tri-service chiefs, the 3 service chiefs, with regard to the Agnipath scheme. Those are visuals there. Joining us is our correspondent Anuj to tell us more about the meeting. Anuj, has the meeting begun? It's a very crucial meeting being held amid protests against the scheme that has been brought forward, and now more relaxations coming with it. But tell us about this particular meeting. What's happening there?
Well, exactly. This is going to be very, very important meeting at the residence of Raksha Mantri, that's Rajnath Singh. And I'm reporting from Raksha Mantri's residence, and these are the visuals from Raksha Mantri residence. Let me tell you that Rajnath Singh was not at his residence, and he just arrived. And Navy Chief has already gone inside, but we are waiting for the duo. The two are left. This is the Army Chief and the Air Force Chief. Whether they are going to join the meeting, exactly about the availability, it depends on the availability also. But on the other hand, this is going to be very, very important meeting as we are reporting at this point in time. This is regarding the after effect of the Agnipath, that what exactly the message to the cadre is going, to message to the layman is going, because we have seen the violence on the street of the nation. We have seen the protest, and to give a clear message and what exactly are the scheme and what exactly are the benefit of the same, this particular message has been called by Raksha Mantri, where they are going to discuss that how the clear message should reach to the public down on the street, should reach to the youth down on the street. There should be clarity that what exactly this particular scheme, this particular yojana of Bharat Sarkar is. That is for that reason this particular meeting has been called. Right now I'm reporting from Rajnath Singh residence, Raksha Mantri's residence. This meeting is going to start any moment from now because Rajnath Singh has already arrived. Navy Chief at this point in time when we are talking, we have given the visual, is already inside. So this is like going to be the Army Chief and the Air Force Chiefs who are expected to be here, because the 3 has been called. The Chief of the services, the Army Chief, the Air Force Chief and the Navy Chief has been called in for this particular meeting to discuss the future course of action, as the relaxation about the age group has been already given. But the government agenda is said, government want to spread the message clear that there should be no miscommunication, there should be no misunderstanding among the youth, among the leader, among the people, and that is why this particular meeting has been called, that how to go ahead and what exactly is going to be the mean and the mode to spread the message among the youth and the protesters who are protesting, whosoever is feeling that this is not in favor, how the government is going to take this in the favor of the country, how the people, how the youth is going to get benefit of the same. This exactly is going to be the agenda of the same, and that is why this particular meeting, the high level meeting, has been called by none other but the Raksha Mantri himself, that's Rajnath Singh. So I'm giving you the visual. These are the visuals from Rajnath Singh residence. This is the residence of Raksha Mantri at the Akbar Road in the national capital, from where we are reporting at this point in time. Navy Chief has been already reached. What I've been telling, we have given the visuals. We have been told that this is going to be the Army Chief and the Air Force Chiefs who are also expected to be here to join this particular meeting, and the message which has to be spread, the message which government want to give to the people on the ground, whosoever is having any kind of misconception, any kind of misunderstanding, to clear that this particular meeting has been called, and to decide and to make a strategy that how to go ahead and what exactly is going to be the way that this situation should remain in control. We have seen the visuals yesterday also from across the country, from Bihar, from Delhi, from Uttar Pradesh, from across the states in the country. that the people who are miscommunicated rather, or who do not have the full knowledge about the same, was protesting on the ground. And this is the agenda of the government, this is the agenda of Raksha Mantri, that what exactly the scheme is, what is Agnipath, what is going to be the benefit of the same for the youth, what is going to be their involvement for the country. That is something what Raksha Mantri along with the chiefs want to discuss, and how to take it ahead is going to be the subject, is going to be the matter. So at this point in time, reporting from Rajnath Singh residence, Rajnath Singh, the Raksha Mantri of India, is now going to chair that very important meeting, which is going to start any moment from now. We are just waiting when Army Chief and the Air Force Chiefs will arrive, and what exactly is going to be the next course of action. The visuals could be clearly seen. This is the residence of Rajnath Singh, the Raksha Mantri. That's on my left is the carcade of Navy Chief. That's on my left is the carcade of Navy Chief. I'll ask my video journalist to give you the sense of that also. This exactly is the carcade of Navy Chief. Navy Chief has already arrived. He is inside Raksha Mantri residence. Raksha Mantri has just reached. So this is going to be an important meeting which is going to start any moment from now. And we are waiting for the Air Force Chiefs and the Army Chief. The message is clear. The agenda of the meeting is very much clear. This has been discussed among the top brasses of the Bharatiya Janata Party, also among the top leaders.
are not protests. Riots are riots. Is this so-called protest going to be justified as well? Is this too going to be rationalized by blaming it on the ruling party? And more importantly, shall we pause and just ask ourselves, is this the India you and I want to live in? Where the rule of the mob matters. An India where the vast majority of law-abiding citizens live in existence under the constant threat of such violence. An India where the only culture left that is visible is the culture of riots. Where uniformed personnel are bleeding, the common man is watching scared on television at home, and the mobs on the loose are blocking highways and pelting stones freely. Is this the country we should leave for the next generation? If not, then what are we doing about it? Are we saying saying as a country, not as a member of this religion or that religion, that we will not negotiate with the rioters, that we will not underplay the evil deeds of the rioters, and most importantly, that we will not rationalize or try to find the moral, religious, intellectual, or any other justification for the rioters. This is getting out of hand, and we have to make a choice. Our great nation cannot be held to ransom by mobs and rioters. No more, I say, no more. Let's debate this.
These people who are actually objecting, these veterans, senior veterans who are objecting, generals, these brigadiers, the senior colonels, they have given their life to this country. Their families have sacrificed everything for this country. There are people amongst them who have not seen their children grow up, and they were able to tolerate that pain because living away from family is painful. They were able to tolerate that pain because they thought of the armed forces as their family. People have asked why the veteran community divided. It's not divided. It's united by love for the armed forces. When they object, when they protest, this is a Fauji's way of showing love for the uniform.
Are 5 years enough to be truly battle ready? There are some experts who say in every year there are two.
So, protests there. This time, these visuals are from the south, from Thiruvananthapuram. Even as Union Defence Minister Rajnath Singh is all set to hold a high-level meeting with the three service chiefs. Earlier, it was the three service chiefs in the presence of the Defence Minister who had announced the Agnipath scheme. However, due to misinformation and being misled by various sources. Coming up next, senseless dharna continues. Protesters protesting there in Thiruvananthapuram. Coming up in a short while.
There are protests, there is violence, some say instigated over this 4-year tour of duty or the Agnipath scheme. Is this a result of misinformation?
This is complete misinformation that is causing all these issues. The Agnipath scheme is one of the most transformational schemes ever undertaken in the history of the Indian military, and it is looking at developing the nationalistic ethos amongst the youth.
Riots are not protests. Riots are riots. Is this so-called protest going to be justified as well? Is this too going to be rationalized by blaming it on the ruling party? And more importantly, shall we pause and just ask ourselves, is this the India you and I want to live in? Where the rule of the mob matters. An India where the vast majority of law-abiding citizens live in existence under the constant threat of such violence. An India where the only culture left that is visible is the culture of riots. Where uniformed personnel are bleeding, the common man is watching scared on television at home, and the mobs on the loose are blocking highways and pelting stones freely. Is this the country we should leave for the next generation? If not, then what are we doing about it? Are we saying as a country, not as a member of this religion or that religion, that we will not negotiate with the rioters, that we will not underplay the evil deeds of the rioters, and most importantly, that we will not rationalize or try to find the moral, religious, intellectual or any other justification for the rioters? This is getting out of hand and we have to make a choice. Our great nation cannot be held to ransom by mobs and rioters. No more, I say no.
Welcome back. More national news now. Uttar Pradesh police have arrested 260 people and registered 6 FIRs against protesters who vandalized trains, roadways and buses in protest against the Agnipath scheme in Uttar Pradesh.
Riots are not protests. Riots are riots. Is this so-called protest going to be justified as well? Is this too going to be rationalized by blaming it on the ruling party? And more importantly, shall we pause and just ask ourselves, is this the India you and I want to live in? Where the rule of the mob matters. An India where the vast majority of law-abiding citizens live in existence under the constant threat of such violence. An India where the only culture left that is visible is the culture of riots. Where uniformed personnel are bleeding, the common man is watching scared on television at home, and the mobs on the loose are blocking highways and pelting stones freely. Is this the country we should leave for the next generation? If not, then what are we doing about it? Are we saying as a country, not as a member of this religion or that religion, that we will not negotiate with the rioters, that we will not underplay the evil deeds of the rioters, and most importantly, that we will not rationalize or try to find the moral, religious, intellectual or any other justification for the rioters? This is getting out of hand and we have to make a choice. Our great nation cannot be held to ransom by mobs and rioters. No more, I say no more. Let's debate this.
These people who are actually objecting, these veterans, senior veterans who are objecting, generals, these brigadiers, the senior colonels, they have given their life to this country. Their families have sacrificed everything for this country. There are people amongst them who have not seen the children grow up, and they were able to tolerate that pain because living away from family is painful. They were able to tolerate that pain because they thought of the armed forces as their family. People have asked why the veteran community divided. It's not divided. It's united by love for the armed forces. When they object, when they protest, this is a Fauji's way of showing love for the uniform.
Are 5 years enough to be truly battle ready? There are some experts who say in every year there are 2 months of leave, there are other commitments. So they are criticizing this whole idea of putting people in the forces for just a 4-year period.
See, many of these people who are making comments have not really gone into the depth of the scheme. We are opening the opportunity.
Country on a path to EU membership. The European Union's executive arm made the recommendation, a symbolic boost for a country fending off a Russian onslaught that is killing civilians, flattening cities and threatening its very survival. And coming up next on Republic TV, watch as we tell you all about what's happening in the latest updates in the blast at the Kabul Gurdwara.
There are protests, there is violence, some say instigated over this 4-year tour of duty or the Agnipath scheme. Is this a result of misinformation?
This is complete misinformation that is causing all these issues. The Agnipath scheme is one of the most transformational schemes ever undertaken in the history of the Indian military, and it is looking at developing the nationalistic ethos amongst the youth.
Riots are not protests. Riots are riots. Is this so-called protest going to be justified as well? Is this too going to be rationalized by blaming it on the ruling party? And more importantly, shall we pause and just ask ourselves, is this the India you and I want to live in? Where the rule of the mob matters. An India where the vast majority of law-abiding citizens live in existence under the constant threat of such violence. An India where the only culture left that is visible is the culture of riots. Where uniformed personnel are bleeding, the common man is watching scared on television at home, and the mobs on the loose are blocking highways and pelting stones freely. Is this the country we should leave for the next generation? If not, then what are we doing about it? Are we saying as a country, not as a member of this religion or that religion, that we will not negotiate with the rioters? That we will not underplay the evil deeds of the rioters? And most importantly, that we will not rationalize or try to find the moral, religious, intellectual or any other justification for the rioters. This is getting out of hand, and we have to make a choice. Our great nation cannot be held to ransom by mobs and rioters. No more, I say, no more. Let's debate this.
Are 5 years enough to be truly...
Headlines at 12 p.m. viewers. Vehicles set ablaze, vandals throng the streets, center allays fears over Agnipath scheme, but violence continues. Big move by Modi government, age limit increased, reservation announced. Will the vandals stop stoking the fire now? Amid misinformed and provoked protest against Agnipath scheme, Raksha Mantri to meet the Tri-Services chief today. Firing reported, 15 stranded, victims rushed to the hospital after blast at Kabul Gurudwara. Two suicide bombers target Kabul Gurudwara, ISIS role in the attack now confirmed. Prime Minister Modi in the poll-bound state of Gujarat seeks blessings from mother on her 100th birthday, will launch mega projects next. Thank you for tuning in to Republic TV. I'm Priyanka Sharma. Let's straight away cut across to the breaking inputs that we are getting of this unfortunate incident that had taken place in Kabul, where attacks in fact had taken place on the Gurudwara at about 6:30 a.m. this morning. A group of armed insurgents whose identities were not known at the time entered a Hindu seminary at the Curtis Brown area. Now, before entering, they attacked the guards with a grenade which caused a fire, and two of our Hindu compatriots who were injured in the attack were evacuated as well. But even now we are looking at those images and worrisome situation. On that note, let me bring in Niranjan, my colleague who's joining us from the Mumbai newsroom. Niranjan, over to you. What really is the developing situation now? There were civilians that had still been trapped and videos with the backdrop of gunshots that were still visible.
Well, the situation is still evolving. In fact, we'll get, we have a reporter in Kabul, in Afghanistan. It's not a safe place to report from. And, Shersha has been reporting for us ever since the Taliban, and even before that, even before the Taliban took over Kabul. Shersha has been reporting, and it's not safe for him to report, but he's trying his best to report from wherever he can. But I can tell you that as of this minute, we are hearing that two ISIS bombers, two Islamic State terrorists were behind this attack on the Gurudwara in Kabul. And we are getting in more breaking news update right now that a 60-year-old Savinder Singh, who's believed to have been the guard at the Gurudwara, is believed to have been killed by the terrorists. Now, we have detailed reports, several videos are also coming in showing that the situation is still developing there, because there are reports of firing. There are videos that suggest that the firing continues, and these are details we're picking up from the ground. Eyewitnesses who are close to the area where the Gurudwara has been sealed. The Taliban has sealed the Gurudwara, and these are some of the updates. The situation is evolving. We are told that there are some hostages that have been taken. Some hostages have been taken inside the Gurudwara. So while we wait for some of those inputs and a confirmation to come in, I think, Priyanka, we have a related breaking news update coming in on another story. I'm handing it back to you for now on a story that involves Satyendra Jain. I think that's the next breaking news update coming in. Satyendra Jain's bail petition has been rejected. A Delhi court has dismissed the bail application of Satyendra Jain. The Rouse Avenue court has denied bail to Satyendra Jain, the Aam Aadmi Party leader, Delhi minister, in connection with the money laundering case that is being investigated by the Enforcement Directorate. Most recent update of the investigation, Priyanka, that came in a few days back was the Enforcement Directorate saying in court via an affidavit that Satyendra Jain had claimed that he had memory loss when he was confronted with signatures of his on a trust that was allegedly used to launder money. Now, this is a significant move, because in the last few days and weeks, you would have noticed, Priyanka, that even Arvind Kejriwal has not come to the defense of Satyendra Jain in the last few days and weeks. At least 1 to 2 weeks now, they haven't really come out in defense of Satyendra Jain, perhaps realizing that the proof is mounting in this particular case. And there were raids conducted yesterday, as early as yesterday, there were raids in this particular case on Satyendra Jain. And those raids continued for the last few weeks, and this is a big setback that's come in. Priyanka, if you have any more details that you're picking up of Satyendra Jain.
No relief for Satyendra Jain, Arvind Kejriwal minister, who Arvind Kejriwal in fact had been defending up until a few days back. But as you rightly pointed out, there has been pin drop silence when it comes to Arvind Kejriwal standing up for Satyendra Jain as well. And yesterday as well, there were several raids that were being carried out by the CBI teams that had come from Delhi. As well, they were carrying out the raids on properties of Satyendra Jain, and in the involvement of Satyendra Jain with respect to the money laundering case that is being investigated by the CBI. And even now, we are learning that while the interrogation of Satyendra Jain had been carried out, he, as Niranjan was pointing out, had claimed that he has lost his memory due to COVID and does not remember several of the documents that he had also been shown by the authorities. And Niranjan, if I could also come back to you, we have seen, as you were pointing out earlier as well, Arvind Kejriwal had been standing up for Satyendra Jain, but there is the evidence that is mounting against Satyendra Jain as we speak. The investigation is being carried out, and today, when his bail has been rejected, a huge setback for Satyendra Jain, isn't it?
Well, exactly. This is again a huge setback for Satyendra. The bail plea has been rejected. This was the bail plea which was given in front of the Rouse Avenue court, and what we have been told that the bail plea has been rejected. This was from the Satyendra Jain side when he was trying to put fact and figure that he should be given the bail. But if we talk about the evidences which has been given by the Enforcement Directorate and the investigation so far which has been done by the Enforcement Directorate, this could be clearly seen that they are having the solid and enough evidences that bail cannot be granted. This is something which has been taken by the court there in the Rouse Avenue court. Let me remind you that yesterday also and earlier also we have seen when Satyendra Jain is under the judicial custody, then too we have seen certain dots has been connected, and the investigation has been taken further.
Big developing story, viewers. Satyendra Jain under the scanner, and a huge setback for him as well, as the bail has now been rejected.
The EU is India's third largest trade partner, accounting for almost 11% of Indian trade in 2021. Meanwhile, India is EU's
புரியுதா? அதனாலதான் திரும்ப திரும்ப சொல்றேன், உனக்கு நாளைக்கு இப்ப நம்ம கூட்டத்துல வந்து சட்டம் போட்டு இது பண்ணும்போது ஜோரா தெரியும். நாளைக்கு நம்ம வந்து இது
And right now, viewers, we are tracking the kind of violence that had broken out in the country in several states of UP, Bihar, and even in Hyderabad, even in several states, in fact in Gujarat as well. Today we are seeing that there are several protests that have been carried out by people, in fact also harming the public properties, setting fire to trains, pelting stones on buses, pelting stones on civilians as well in large gatherings as well. Now these are the kind of protests, the images of which are on your screens, that we have been tracking since yesterday. And even then we have seen that the MHA has come out with a new announcement of raising the upper age limit when it comes to the Agniveer schemes. And the Indian Army Chief also has come out in a public forum and has stated that the people, the aspirants in fact, should not fall prey to this misinformation propaganda campaign. They should take a step back and see what really the Agniveer scheme is all about. And even as we were tracking the ground reports that were being filed by our colleagues on the ground, they had shown how people, eyewitnesses as well, claiming that these were not aspirants but miscreants as well, who had hijacked this entire protest and also were creating mayhem on the streets in the name of protesting against the Agniveer schemes. These were the latest that we were getting from the ground. And even as the government has made a new announcement, we are seeing no change. There are several people still trying to stoke the fire, still trying to add fuel to the fire, and trying to instigate the people to come out on the streets and protest this kind of an Agniveer scheme that has been introduced by the MOD. And our correspondents are on the ground getting you the latest when it comes to the protest and the developing situation. And let's take a look at this ground report filed by my colleague Vaibhav, and then we'll get you all the breaking updates.
गोपालगंज में अगर स्थितियों की बात करें तो धारा 144 लगी है, तो बाहर स्थितियां सामान्य है। लेकिन हम इस वक्त गोपालगंज की तहसील सिद्धवलिया में खड़े हैं, जहां पर बीते दिन आगजनी हुई थी और ये ट्रेन उस बात की गवाही दे रही है। ये वो डिब्बा है जो पूरी तरह से अब जल चुका है और सिर्फ निशान बाकी हैं। ये सिद्धवलिया स्टेशन पर खड़ा है। दरअसल ये ट्रेन गोरखपुर से निकलकर यहां पर पाटलिपुत्र की तरफ आगे बढ़ रही थी। छपरा जाना था इस ट्रेन को, जिस ट्रेन को यहां पर सिद्धवलिया में रोका गया। आप सोचिए, यहां पर इस ट्रेन का स्टॉपेज भी नहीं है, लेकिन इस ट्रेन को जबरन उपद्रवियों के द्वारा रोका गया और रोके जाने के बाद इस ट्रेन को आग के हवाले कर दिया गया। अपने विजय सीपी सिंह से मैं कहूंगा एक बार अंदर की भी तस्वीरें दिखाएं कि किस तरह से ये जो मंजर है, ये जो हालात है, इनसे आप अंदाजा लगा सकते हैं कि जो यात्री ट्रेन में बैठे होंगे उनके अंदर कितना ज्यादा खौफ होगा। इन तस्वीरों के जरिए बहुत आसानी से आप समझ सकते हैं। ये ट्रेन दरअसल यहां से छपरा जा रही थी गोरखपुर से होते हुए, जिस ट्रेन को इस स्टेशन पर रोका गया। रोके जाने के बाद ट्रेन की ये बोगी पूरी तरह से आग के हवाले कर दी गई। आग की तपिश तो जरूर खत्म हो चुकी है, लेकिन इस ट्रेन का ये जो हिस्सा है, इस ट्रेन की ये जो बोगी है, ये बता रही है कि आखिर वहां पर क्या मंजर होगा। अंदर जो लोग इस डिब्बे के अंदर मौजूद होंगे, उनके अंदर कितना खौफ और कितना डर होगा प्रदर्शन के नाम पर। क्योंकि अग्निपथ योजना के बाद जिस तरह से देश भर के तमाम राज्यों में प्रदर्शन हो रहा है, इनमें बिहार सबसे अग्रणी राज्य है। और बिहार के अंदर सबसे बड़ी बात यह कि बिहार में लगातार प्रदर्शन जारी है। गोपालगंज में प्रदर्शन को लेकर धारा 144 लगी है। किसी भी तरह से भीड़ जमा ना हो, इसको लेकर लगातार प्रशासन मुस्तैद है। लेकिन बिहार के गोपालगंज के ये तहसील सिद्धौलिया, जहां पर आगजनी हुई और आगजनी के बाद ये ट्रेन का वो डिब्बा, वो बर्थ इस बात की गवाही दे रहा है कि यहां पर हालात और मंजर क्या थे। सीपी सिंह जी, एक बार ये तस्वीरें दिखाइएगा, क्योंकि ये तस्वीरें बहुत अहम है। जिस तरह से सरकारी संपत्तियों को नुकसान पहुंचाया गया है, आप इस डिब्बे की छतों को देखिए, इस डिब्बे की सीटों को देखिए, पंखों को देखिए, आपको कुछ भी नजर नहीं आएगा। सिर्फ और सिर्फ ये मलबा जो चीख चीख कर ये कह रहा है कि क्या गुजरी है इस ट्रेन पर, क्या गुजरी है इस ट्रेन के इस बोगी पर। सीट पूरी तरह से खत्म हो चुकी है। ये कहें कि अब ये पूरा कबाड़ में तब्दील हो चुका है, चलता फिरता डिब्बा।
Correspondents on the ground, in fact, have filed for you viewers, and all of them showing the same image of debris and the charred images of bogies and trains and buses that we are seeing from across the nation, especially in UP, in Bihar, in Sikandrabad as well, where we had seen several bogies of the trains that had been set on fire. Now, these were the people who had been hijacking these protests, trying to create mayhem on the streets. Since yesterday, we had been tracking that, and of course, we were also seeing that they were being supported by several of the political elements as well, who are on the ground and trying to instigate this kind of a protest, as we are seeing on the ground. The images of the kind of violence that this protest is bringing are on your screens right now. Even as we track the kind of even as we track what really the government has made the announcement about when it comes to increasing the upper age limit that really was being protested before. But the question still remains, viewers, who is stoking this fire and for what reason now? Because even on the ground, we had seen that the eyewitnesses claiming that these were not aspirants, but several people who had come with only one agenda, that was to set fire to the bogie, set fire to the buses and pelt stones on the civilians and disrupt the civilian life as well. Now, those were the images that we were getting from across the country. Even today, we are seeing fresh images of protests that are breaking out in Gujarat, in Bihar. In fact, in Bihar as well, we had seen that an FIR has been registered. Several FIRs, in fact, have been registered, and people are starting to get booked by the authorities for creating this kind of a violence on the streets, even as the government carries out their outreach program of carrying out a dialogue to understand what really are the issues that the aspirants might be facing. One of which had been that of the upper age limit that now the government has taken cognizance of. And today itself, the major announcement that had been made by the government by increasing the age limit as well for the aspirants. Even then, we are seeing several people on the streets creating mayhem and violence and disrupting the civilian life. And we are tracking for you the developing story of the kind of protests that are breaking out across the country when it comes to the Agniveer scheme. But even when we track that, we are seeing how the steps are being taken by the government officials. And we are also tracking that story of the tri-services chiefs that are going to be meeting with the Raksha Mantri as well, with Rajnath Singh, and they will be having a meeting with respect to the Agniveer scheme. And we are also seeing from our sources how the government is making sure that they carry out the corrective measures when it comes to the Agniveer scheme, especially like points of increasing the upper age limit.
आपने तस्वीरें देखी किस तरीके से सियासत हो रही है, बच्चों का इस्तेमाल किया जा रहा है। अभी एक छोटे से बच्चे ने बताया कि पप्पू यादव ने कैसे पैसे दिए और कैसे विरोध के लिए बच्चों का इस्तेमाल किया जा रहा है। लेकिन ये तस्वीर जो हम आपको दिखा रहे हैं, क्योंकि ये भी योजनाबद्ध तरीके से, प्री प्लान तरीके से आगजनी को अंजाम दिया गया। पुलिस स्टेशन को कब्जे में ले लिया उपद्रवियों ने, और इसके अलावा जब पुलिस ने कंट्रोल करने की कोशिश की, उपद्रवियों को रोकने की कोशिश की, उनको काबू करने की कोशिश की, तो उल्टा पुलिस पर ही पथराव कर दिया गया। बताया जा रहा है कि पुलिस को दौड़ाया गया, पुलिस पर पथराव किया गया, कई राउंड फायरिंग भी की गई। ये हालात बयां कर रहे हैं कि कैसे साजिश है।
इस बीच एक बड़ी खबर हिंसा पर।
And those were some of the ground reports that we were showing you, viewers, specifically in Bihar and also in UP, where we were tracking the most number of violent protests that had also broken out. And also in Bihar, we was learning that over 300 people that had been booked for creating this kind of a violent situation yesterday. Several of the civilians, in fact, had also been targeted yesterday in the train bogies that had been burnt. And today as well, even after the government announcement of increasing the upper age limit, we are still seeing that several elements on the streets right now inciting this kind of a violent protest. which still continues in several pockets of the country, including UP and Bihar, where major number of protests in fact had broken out, which still continue today as well. And we are tracking that story for you, and in the backdrop of the meeting, that very crucial meeting that is all set to take place between the Tri-Services Chief and the Defence Minister as well. And we will see as to what kind of a dialogue really takes place there and if there is any step that will be taken from the government further. But today morning itself, there was a massive step taken by the government that had stated that they are increasing the upper age limit. And viewers, as we track those violent images from across the country, the kind of protests that are breaking out as well, we are seeing how there are ground reports from across the country that are coming to light where violent protests are still continuing.
There are also transformational reforms underway in the armed forces, in the human resources management and other domains such as capability development, with focus on Atmanirbharta. As young officers and junior leaders, you will be the torch bearers to lead these changes. We need to embrace the change and shed the status quo outlook. You will face many challenges as you take on new responsibilities, which will test your resolve and resilience. Do remember that every problem is surmountable, provided you have faith in your training, and that comes naturally to those who train continuously and steadfastly. Your professional learning does not finish here today or a few years from now. It will remain a lifelong process. I urge you to continue the pursuit of knowledge.
And cutting across back to that developing story that we're tracking for you viewers from Kabul now, where the Gurudwara that had been attacked by several terrorists, in fact, who had been armed and they had gone into the Gurudwara, and unfortunately we were also learning that the guard at the Gurudwara has been gunned down by these terrorists who had been going inside of the Gurudwara, and because of which we were also seeing how the gunshots are still continuing. Civilians that are feared to be trapped inside of the Gurudwara as well. And we are also learning from our sources there in Kabul that the entire area has been cordoned off, and the Taliban officials in fact have stated that they want to carry out their entire probe without any civilians in fact being in the area, which is why the Taliban has in fact cordoned off the entire area. They're claiming that they want to carry out the entire probe as well. They're learning that there are terrorists inside the Gurudwara, and there are also civilians that have been held hostage there. The gunshots still continue there in the Gurudwara as well, as there is a massive face-off with these terrorists in fact that had carried out this specific targeted attack at the Gurudwara, where several members of the Indian Sikh community held hostage at the Gurudwara itself. And we are tracking that story for you very, very closely, viewers, as to what's really happening in Kabul. And on that note, let me also welcome my panelists. Vikram Sane, of the International President of World Punjabi Organization, joins me on the broadcast, along with Najib Lalzoy from Afghanistan. He's a journalist associated with Khama Press, in fact, who's also joining us. And Musral Nurzai, in fact, Afghan activist and deputy chair lady in as well is joining us on the broadcast. I want to welcome all our panelists. But I want to go across first to what's really happening in Kabul, the kind of situation that is developing, because there are several members of the Indian Sikh community that are still being held hostage. To you, sir, first, Vikram Sane, if I could come to you.
What happened at 6 o'clock, 6 a.m. Kabul time, there are reported 2 suicide bombers reported to have links with from Daesh group, terrorist group. They slammed into Gurdwara, attacked the guard. Unfortunately, guard have died. They went into Gurdwara. Luckily, the Sangat, the Sikh Sangat was not there at 6 o'clock because there are about 165 Afghan Sikhs still in Kabul who are there. But luckily, most of them were out. These 6 people are only the staff of Gurdwara. Now there are reports, we are getting video images of heavy, thick smoke is a testimony to the bomb blast and heavy damage to Gurdwara. And I'm very sad to report that we lost one Afghan Sikh, Shavinder Singh, just now, few minutes back. His body has been brought out. Guard has died, and we have 3 injured Sikhs, Tarlok Singh, Raghubir Singh and Rashpal Singh. I am in touch with Manmohan Singh and Gurnam Singh, the president of Gurdwara, who luckily are out. So we have lost Shavinder Singh. 3 are seriously injured and 1 guard we have lost. But now the only ray of hope is that the Sahib Shri Guru Granth Sahib Swaroop have been saved. I have shared an exclusive video with Republic just now on your WhatsApp. You can play for viewers where few of the Afghan Sikhs who could save, they are carrying Guru Granth Sahib on their head, and the Guru Granth Sahib Swaroop have been brought to a safe place. And we are in touch with other 165 Talibans. You are right, they are fighting with Daesh and they are protecting, they have cordoned off the region. This is the current situation as of now.
But what's really happening to the civilians there? Because there are members of the Indian Sikh community that must have just gone to the Gurudwara and they have been held hostage there. Any more information, sir, that you can share on that front?
No, only 6 people, the Sevadars were inside. We have lost 2 and 3 are seriously injured. Rest of the people were not in Gurdwara, they were luckily outside. I am sharing lot of videos with you. They are all safe. And we are also in touch with MEA because we have been discussing with them to come back, because we are rehabilitating 523 families under the program My Family, My Responsibility. But these 165 got stranded because they have their livelihoods there. So they were also double-minded to come, and they also could not get e-visas. But now I have requested an appointment with Mr. Jaishankar today so that we give e-visas and we are able to bring them back safer to home, as we have brought earlier 523 Afghan Sikh and Hindu families.
Absolutely, absolutely, sir. Please stay on with us. Let me also go across to Najib Lalzoy. Najib, if you can hear me, you are a journalist there, and we are seeing these kind of attacks, which is not really out of the ordinary there for Afghanistan. We had seen in under 1 week, we have seen several such targeted attacks as well, but specifically there in Gurudwara, now we are seeing that ISIS has also claimed responsibility and the Taliban has cordoned off the area. What more can you tell us about this developing situation there and how this is not really an isolated incident?
Okay, thank you. For the now, updates are from the scene that, of course, rounded off by the Taliban security officials and personnel, and the journalists and the reporters are not allowed to get in or to get closer even. So the area has been completely locked in. As usual, in Kabul, it happens that security officials do not allow the journalists and reporters to get even closer to the scene of explosions or incidents like this. So what we hear from our sources that now the shootings have been stopped. There is no shooting being heard. So it is believed that the attackers who were inside the Gurudwara may have been taken down because now it is 5 hours after 6 o'clock and 6:30 that it started. So what we hear is that the shootings has been stopped, and it is believed that the attackers and suicide attackers who were in the Gurudwara may have been taken down.
All right. As you're telling us that the Fourth Estate also not being allowed to function there, a complete blackout of the entire situation, journalists also not being allowed to report on that. Thank you for sharing those details with us. But I also want to go across to Muzral Nurzai, who's also joining us. Muzral, if you can hear me. You know, this is not very different from the Taliban 1.0. You know, we had seen huge promises that were made by Taliban 2.0, claiming that this is going to be a new Taliban, that they're going to be a progressive, governance that they will give to Afghanistan as well. But there's absolutely no difference whatsoever, do we see, isn't it? Because they're still giving space to these terrorist organizations to operate in Afghanistan and elsewhere as well.
Thanks for having me. I think there is much more to that to understand and to talk about and to tackle the different elements. Firstly, Afghanistan has now become a host, or let's say a hub for different extremist groups, whether they are Taliban or whether they are militant wings from the political party, Hizb Islami, or they are Tehreek-e-Taliban Pakistan, ISIS, or name it, right? Having attacks like this is not a very big shock to us. These kind of genocidal attacks were trying to destroy a certain community, take out a certain religion. That's kind of not a shock. This happened in a lot of different mosques, whether they're Shia or Sunni mosques. This happened, the attacks happened on the Hazara group of Afghanistan. And Taliban are not functioning alone. These different groups that are right now in Afghanistan, they do have a struggle of power owning. This is also one of the main reasons that a lot of their decisions, or a lot of attack decisions, might not be even known by Taliban, or maybe known by Taliban and not known by the IS group, or not known by the Tehreek Pakistan Taliban group, right? So we have to understand that now a country has been given to these extremists, and they are struggling within themselves how to empower. This is very unfortunate because in 1970s we have around 100,000 Sikh Afghans living in Afghanistan. This is their country, or this was their country too. By now we have 140 or 165 families left there, but this is exactly coming for them one step closer, creating fear, uncertainties, making sure that different religions and different cultures should be completely destroyed and taken out of Afghanistan. I'm extremely saddened by so many attacks happen in Afghan mosques, whether they're Shia or Sunni mosques. I'm extremely saddened. We are extremely saddened by the attacks are now on the Gurudwara. But these are. This is not just one attack. It has wings with this. This has a future agenda with it, and it will be very naive of us just to think it's just another attack, and it will not impact the situation or the mindset of the people. One of our colleagues here in panel said that they are trying now to take out those families who have left behind in Afghanistan, who wanted or who were not sure whether or not to stay in Afghanistan or to leave for India. Now, they want to probably leave Afghanistan because they want to go in a safe place. So, again, it's a very sad situation. This has its own wings with it. It has an agenda with it, and unfortunately, it is saddening that Afghanistan has become a place where things like this will happen, will keep happening until the extremist groups will.
Well, that really is the question, isn't it, Muzral? That really is the question, that what really is the Taliban doing to carry out this crackdown on terrorist organizations? Because they had made huge promises. They had said that they will be a progressive government that they will give to the people of Afghanistan. But even now, the people living in Afghanistan absolutely not safe. Isn't that right, Vikram Sane? As we are tracking these latest developments that are coming out from Gurudwara, if you could also shed some light as to what's happening to the civilians that are still trapped inside, and also B, what is really the Taliban doing, not really fighting these terrorist organizations there?
Because Priyanka ji, MEA was in touch, and we were in touch with MEA, and I think it was a few days back, MEA senior officials had met Taliban at Doha, and we were assured by the Taliban representative of our Sikh community, because we could have brought these 165 also, as the man says. But the thing is, now the choice is either they come as refugees and we, take care of their household expenditure, monthly expenses, medical, which we are doing. But they have their livelihoods. Afghan have been, I agree with the ma'am, Afghan have been a plural society, and as Musral Nurzai have said, this is very painful, whether it is an attack on a mosque or on a gurdwara or anything, it is very painful, and we do hope that as Taliban have swung into action in the gurdwara, they have cordoned off, they are fighting with these Daesh sort of group. We are hopeful that going forward, Taliban will be able to restore peace and safety for our Indians, civilians. Otherwise, we are ready to bring them back in coordination with MEA and Home Ministry and provide them rehabilitation. And I also want to share a very exclusive video just now received, that Guru Granth Sahib Ji's Swaroop is being taken out. Can you see?
Yes,
Priyanka?
yes, we can see, sir. Right.
And they are put the Holy Granth Sahib Swaroop just now at a safe place. So we are somewhat satisfied that Sahib Shri Guru Granth Sahib Ji Swaroop, the civilians, and we are coordinating since 6:30. It has been brought to a safe place. We pray to God that our 3 Sikh brothers who are deeply injured, Tarlok Singh, Raghubir Singh, Rajpal Singh, God give them a healthy life and they recover. But at the same time, I agree with the other panelists that it is the duty of Taliban to bring peace, to have a peaceful coexistence. I don't want to get into any mosque of Shia Sunnis. First of all, we are human beings. Religion comes later. So it is the duty of Taliban, and I think MEA is doing their best I will be calling on the Honorable Minister today to impress that the safety of 165 Afghan Sikhs and Hindus should be ensured. We should speak to Taliban. If they cannot guarantee safety, we are ready to bring them back and rehabilitate them as we have done for 523 families.
Well, absolutely, sir, those are subsequent measures, of course, that will have to be looked into. But as of now, of course, as you're also telling us that unfortunately we have lost one of the persons there, the security guard at the Gurudwara, and several other injured as well. And we are tracking that story. Yeah.
We have lost 2 people, 1 guard and 1 Sikh, Shivinder Singh, 3 are injured.
Right. And as we track that developing story, unfortunate news, viewers, keeps coming out from Kabul, where the Gurudwara attack, in fact, had been carried out by these terrorists. I want to thank all our panelists, Vikram Sahai, Najib Lalzoy and Musral Nurzai, for joining us on the broadcast with those insights that you've shared with our viewers. Thank you.
Thank you.
Now, viewers, taking some stories in short from across the country. Uttar Pradesh police arrested 260 people and registered 6 FIRs against the protesters who vandalized trains, roadways and buses in protest against Agnipath scheme in UP. The Ministry of Home Affairs has decided to reserve 10% vacancies for recruitment in the CAPFs and Assam Rifles for Agniveers. Announcing a 3-year age relaxation, the MHA has decided to extend the age limit to 26 years, while announcing a 5 years age relaxation for first batch beyond the prescribed upper age limit of 28 years, while the overall age limit is in other disciplines 23 years. As widespread protest against Agnipath scheme continued in Patna, several passengers were stranded at the Patna railway station. Heavy downpour in Bengaluru last night instigated a flood-like situation in KR-Puram area, washing away several low-lying houses. A 24-year-old Bengaluru resident was also washed away in the drainage after losing his control while saving his vehicle. A police officer was shot dead in the cold blood by terrorists in Pampore area of Pulwama in the intervening night of Friday and Saturday. The bullet-ridden body of the Braveheart was found lying in the irrigation canal in the paddy fields in Sambura. According to officials, Farooq Ahmed Mir had come home on leave. When he went to water his field late night, he was attacked by terrorists, and the police have recovered 2 empty cartridges of pistol rounds from the spot. A wreath-laying ceremony was later on held in Avantipura for the deceased cop.
A police officer was shot dead by terrorists inside his home in Pulwama district of Jammu and Kashmir. The attack on Sub-Inspector Farooq Ahmed Mir took place at Sambura in Pampore area on the intervening night of yesterday and today. The bullet-ridden body of the Braveheart was found lying in an irrigation canal in the paddy fields in Sambura. The police found bullet injury marks on his chest. According to officials, Farooq Ahmed Mir was posted in the IRP 23rd Battalion at CDC Lethpora. He had come home on leave. When he went to water his fields late into the night, he was attacked by terrorists. The police have recovered 2 empty cartridges of pistol rounds from the spot and have registered a case and are investigating the murder. The wreath-laying ceremony of slain Sub-Inspector Farooq Ahmed Mir was held in Avantipora, with the final salute being given to him. Bureau Report, Republic TV.
And viewers, cutting across back to the developing inputs that we are getting with respect to the Kabul attack that had taken place on a Gurudwara. Now, Savinder Singh, a Sikh aged around 60 years old and native of Ghazni, has been killed during the brutal attack in Kabul earlier today in Gurudwara. Now, Savinder Singh's cremation will take place later today, but remember, earlier several explosions were reported in Kabul on early Saturday morning, and reports confirmed a complex attack launched on a Sikh Gurudwara in Kabul's Bagibala area. Now, casualties also that have been reported from this attack as well, and unfortunately we're learning that one security guard have also been killed in this attack by the terrorist on the Gurudwara. And time now here for a short break, viewers. Coming up on the other side, amid misinformed and provoked protest against Agnipath scheme, Raksha Mantri to meet the Tri-Services chiefs shortly. And getting you details of the Prime Minister's 2-day visit to the pole-bound state of Gujarat, how he has sought blessings from his mother before starting for his day, and will be launching mega projects next.
Reading allows us to become familiar with ourselves.
We don't read, we won't know what
is knowledge. I just find it very interesting to know people's lives, how they went through certain situations, how they dealt with things.
So wherever you want to go in life, if you read books along those lines, then that would really help you in growing.
Reading could mean a million different things to every individual. What does it mean to you? Visit readindia.info to find out more.
Speaking to Republic's editor-in-chief, Arnab Goswami, India's Chief of Naval Staff, Admiral R. Harikumar, spoke about the main objectives of the introduction of the Agnipath scheme and how it was aimed towards an administrative shift in the armed forces, as well as to send a message of encouragement to the youth. He called it a hugely transformative initiative that will open up opportunities manifold.
It is truly transformational, and it is looking at developing the nationalistic ethos amongst the youth, as well as the fulfilling the main aim of the reduction of the age profile of the armed forces.
Agitators.
This is one aspect of Prime Minister's today visit to Dhaka in Bangladesh.
This is not only about a blast happening in the national capital.
यहाँ पर अतिक्रमण हटाने के लिए कार्रवाई हो रही है शाहीन बाग में.
The Indian government has satisfied the court. They say they have a watertight case against you, sir.
They're trying to stop us from reporting.
The idea is to understand the security situation of Srinagar.
Welcome back, viewers. We're tracking for you all that is happening with respect to the Agniveer scheme and how there are subsequent protests that have broken out across the country. And even as the centre has announced an increase in the age limit and reservation, protests still continue unabated. Now, fresh visuals of protests have come in from across Gujarat, in Jamnagar and in Bihar as well, as the centre has addressed all fears on the matter. The question still remains, who really is stoking the fire and why? Because we had seen, viewers, on the ground as well that these were not aspirants who had been carrying out this kind of a vandalism, setting trucks on fire, setting buses on fire, setting bogies of train on fire. But even then, we had seen that these were not aspirants but miscreants who were hijacking this entire protest and creating mayhem on the streets. And as of now, we're being joined by my colleague Prakash, who's been tracking this story very, very closely, getting us the ground reports as well. Prakash, if I could come to you, we had seen that the cognizance has been taken by the authorities there, FIR have been registered, investigation perhaps will also be carried out as to who these people were creating the violence, and the question still remains why this protest is still going on, isn't it?
Well, around 300 FIRs have been lodged across entire Bihar, and more than 400 to 500 people have been arrested. And what we get to know from the investigating agency is that more than 700 mobile call has been ascertained from the tower dumping and call detail that these were the people who were involved. PCR, please check echo, please. As far as the protesters are concerned, there were 700 people involved in this particular case as far as the tower dumping is concerned, and ascertaining the call detail records and tower dumping, 700 people who were involved in the Railway Recruitment Board protests, and it looked like a pre-planned attack, pre-planned orchestrated attack. Now, who are the people behind this will be investigated for surely, where there was any political agenda or not, where there were people belonging to any political outfit, or where there were any support of any political outfit. That will also be ascertained. In Patna alone, around 46 people have been arrested from Maner area itself. Which party they belong to, that is being investigated for surely. Now here we have Chirag Paswan protesting on the streets of Patna, just getting out of his residence. Well,
lodge a protest at the Raj Bhavan. He wants to go to the Raj Bhavan, but the police has also barricaded the entire area. He might be asked not to go there. I spoke to him a moment back. He said that the government should roll back its decision of the Agniveer and Agnipath, and all the stakeholders, that is all the political parties, should have been taken into confidence before introducing introducing this scheme, and the government should roll back and talk to the youngsters. As far as the violence is concerned, he says that he supports the youngsters but not the violence by the youngsters. In a way, I fail to understand what kind of support is this if you support today also the youngsters, the so-called youngsters, on a misinformation campaign set ablaze a GRP police station in Taregana on the outskirts of Patna, around 40 kilometers from here. Several vehicles were also set ablaze. The incidences are not taking place like it happened yesterday when in almost every district of Bihar, 38 district of Bihar, trains were set ablaze and causing the loss to the tune of more than, say, 1,000 crores, because each bogie cost a lot. And also the loss of the poor laborers who lost their daily means of livelihood. These youngsters, the so-called youngsters or the perpetrators of crime or the protesters or the stone pelters, whatever they may be called, they are certainly not aspiring for the Indian army. They are somebody else. There is just a section of people who are running a misinformation campaign and trying to fool the people of this country, especially the youngsters, and setting ablaze the whole country on fire. So in the background is Chirag Paswan moving towards the Raj Bhavan. We spoke to him a while ago and he says that the government should roll back its decision. Back to you.
Well, that being said, Prakash, of course, the question still remains as to what these protests are really all about now, because the point of the bone of contention, that being the upper age limit, had also been clarified upon by the government. But let's stay on with us. Let's also take a look as to what Chirag Paswan had to say.
लोगों की प्रदर्शन नहीं करना है, शांतिपूर्ण तरीके से जाना है, लेकिन जिसका आप समर्थन कर रहे हैं वो काफी उग्र है और ट्रेन को जला रहे हैं. आपके पिताजी भी रेल मंत्री थे.
देखिए, जैसे मैंने कहा कि हम लोग अहिंसा का हम लोग समर्थन नहीं करते, पर साथ ही में ये जिम्मेदारी सरकारों की भी बनती है कि कम से कम उनसे आप बातचीत तो करें, एक प्लेटफॉर्म तो दें. भाई, जब आप लोग जब माइक लेकर जाते हैं, किस तरीके से तमाम युवा गला सूख जाता है उनका चिल्ला चिल्ला के, क्योंकि इतना वो बोलना चाहते हैं, बट उनको वो प्लेटफॉर्म मिले. यही बात हम
ये कौन लोग हैं जिनसे बात करे सरकार?
भाई, सरकार युवाओं से बात करे.
कौन युवा है?
डेलीगेशन तैयार है इसमें. भाई, इनका अगर युवाओं का अगर कोई नेतृत्व नहीं कर रहा तो ये तो और बड़ी बात है ना, कि बिना नेतृत्व के ये आंदोलन, ये प्रदर्शन इतना ज़्यादा व्यापक हो रहा है कि ना सिर्फ बिहार का हर एक जिला बल्कि देश का हर एक प्रदेश इससे प्रभावित हो रहा है. तो वहीं पे एक डेलीगेशन बनाना चाहिए, प्लेटफॉर्म देना चाहिए, युवाओं से बातचीत करना.
आपकी क्या मांग है?
और ये प्लेटफॉर्म अभी नहीं, बल्कि ये प्लेटफॉर्म तो पहले ही देना चाहिए था.
क्या मांग है आपकी? क्या मांग?
जितने स्टेक होल्डर्स हैं, जब ये योजना बनती है तो उसमें कम से कम तमाम स्टेक होल्डर से बात तो करें. इसी तरीके से जब कृषि कानून आया, आपने किसानों से बात नहीं की.
क्या मांग?
हमारी मांग है कि इसको अभी
Violent protest continues against the Agniveer scheme of the central government. The so-called youths and the perpetrators of crime continue to set ablaze trains across different parts of Bihar. Keep watching the whole story with me on Republic TV.
Amity faculty have filed over 1,600 patents. Yet another reason why Amity has been conferred with the National Intellectual Property Award by Government of India for being the top Indian academic institution for patents and commercialization.
And in other national news, the centre has announced a one-time waiver to increase the age limit for the Agnipath recruitment scheme to 23 years. Following this, Army Chief General Manoj Pandey lauded the Agnipath scheme, saying that people protesting will realize it is good for the nation once they are informed.
Our effort will be to spread awareness about the scheme up to the last soldier in the earliest possible time frame. As far as the youth is concerned, I feel they haven't fully understood the contents and the implications of the scheme, and that is why there are some apprehensions in their mind. But once they have fully understood the contents of the scheme, I'm sure that they will realize it is not only for their good, but also for the good of the nation and good of the Indian Army.
Speaking to Republic's editor-in-chief, Arnab Goswami, India's Chief of Naval Staff, Admiral R. Harikumar, spoke about the main objectives of the introduction of the Agnipath scheme and how it was aimed towards an administrative shift in the armed forces, as well as to send a message of encouragement to the youth. He called it a hugely transformative initiative that will open up opportunities manifold.
It is truly transformational, and it is looking at developing the nationalistic ethos amongst the youth, as well as the fulfilling the main aim of the reduction of the
Welcome back to Republic TV viewers. We are live in breaking and straight away cutting across to some breaking inputs that we are getting this time from Gujarat. As forces intensify the crackdown on narco-terror, narcotics consignment in fact was seized from Gujarat's Bhuj area from near Jakhau as well by the BSF troops, and now reports are suggesting that the abandoned packages of the narcotics are suspected to be charas, and the BSF is also carrying out the combing operation. They had in fact carried out the combing operation in the morning to find out who really had brought these narcotics from across the border. Remember, over the past few months, we have seen multiple such busts that have been made by not just the BSF, but the investigating agencies as well, along with the Gujarat ATS. And now we are seeing another such consignment that has been caught hold of by the BSF near Jakhau. Time now here for a short break, viewers. Coming up on the other side, big move by Modi government. Age limit increased, reservation announced. Will the vandals stop stoking the fire now? Prime Minister Narendra Modi in the poll-bound state of Gujarat seeks blessings from Mother on her 100th birthday and will launch mega projects next. Getting you details of all of that on the other side.
Speaking to Republic's editor-in-chief, Arnab Goswami, India's Chief of Naval Staff, Admiral R. Harikumar, spoke about the main objectives of the introduction of the Agnipath scheme and how it was aimed towards an administrative shift in the armed forces, as well as to send a message of encouragement to the youth. He called it a hugely transformative initiative that will open up opportunities manifold.
It is truly transformational, and it is looking at developing the nationalistic ethos amongst the youth, as well as the fulfilling the main aim of the reduction of the age profile of the armed forces.
Agitators vandalized the Secunderabad railway station premises in Hyderabad and set a train ablaze during a protest against the Agnipath scheme. The protesters vandalized the windows of a train, torching a two-wheeler on the tracks and a few bags on the platform. 3 fire tenders were moved to the spot to douse the fire. Protesters vandalized a Telangana state transport bus at the Secunderabad bus station during a protest against the centre's Agnipath scheme. The Armed Forces Service Chiefs have unanimously put their weight behind the Agnipath recruitment scheme, under which the selected youth will be known as Agniveers. Agnipath allows patriotic and motivated youth to serve in the armed forces for a period of 4 years, following which 25% will be absorbed into the armed forces, whereas the remaining will have
There are also transformational reforms underway in the armed forces, in the human resources management and other domains such as capability development, with focus on Atmanirbharta. As young officers and junior leaders, you will be the torch bearers to lead these changes. We need to embrace the change and shed the status quo outlook. You will face many challenges as you take on new responsibilities, which will test your resolve and resilience. Do remember that every problem is surmountable, provided you have faith in your training, and that comes naturally to those who train continuously and steadfastly. Your professional learning does not finish here today or a few years from now. It will remain a lifelong process. I urge you to continue the pursuit of knowledge.
Taking a short break now, viewers, and bringing you details on the other side of how, amid misinformed and provoked protest against Agnipath scheme, Raksha Mantri's meeting with the Tri-Services Chief is underway. Getting you details on the other side.
And in other national news, the centre has announced a one-time waiver to increase the age limit for the Agnipath recruitment scheme to 23 years. Following this, Army Chief General Manoj Pandey lauded the Agnipath scheme, saying that people protesting will realise it is good for the nation once they are informed.
Our effort will be to spread awareness about the scheme up to the last soldier in the earliest possible time frame. As far as the youth is concerned, I feel they haven't fully understood the contents and the implications of the scheme, and that is why there are some apprehensions in their mind. But once they have fully understood the contents of the scheme, I'm sure that they will realize it is not only for their good, but also for the good of the nation and good of the Indian Army.
Speaking to Republic's editor-in-chief, Arnab Goswami, India's Chief of Naval Staff, Admiral R. Harikumar, spoke about the main objectives of the introduction of the Agnipath scheme and how it was aimed towards an administrative shift in the armed forces, as well as to send a message of encouragement to the youth. He called it a hugely transformative initiative that will open up opportunities manifold.
It is truly transformational, and it is looking at developing the nationalistic ethos amongst the youth, as well as the fulfilling the main aim of the reduction of the age profile of the armed forces.
Hello and welcome, viewers. We are tracking a number of stories this Saturday afternoon, and our main focus continues to be the protest that we have witnessed since yesterday over the Agnipath scheme for military recruitment. And what we are given to understand right now is that there are fresh visuals coming in from Ludhiana in Punjab, and there are CCTV visuals on your screens right now that show how there was chaos, there was mayhem at Ludhiana. And there was vandalization reported there as well, and vandalism. And now this has come even as the government continues its process of tweaking the first year recruitment process for the Agnipath scheme that will allow a larger bracket of people to be eligible to become Agniveers for the first time. Yesterday we had seen how the upper limit for the Agniveer qualification, initially it was 17.5 years to 21 years, that had been increased to 23 years. And now we have seen a big step also being taken by the Home Ministry, where for those Agniveers that complete the 4-year training and then are not absorbed into the forces, for them a special quota has been created in the paramilitary services, a number of services there where they will be eligible, and also the age qualification for that purpose for the first year of recruitment has been relaxed. And so we can see how very clearly the Agnipath process is a process that is evolving in the first few days, and yet we see these visuals now from Ludhiana. We have Amandeep joining us. Amandeep, tell us what is currently going on in Ludhiana, what are we looking at, and what is the state of the Agnipath protests over there?
Well, Ankit, the point is that all of a sudden at Ludhiana railway station, a group of 50 to 60 protesters with the covered faces and rods in their hands arrived at platform of Ludhiana railway station. And all of a sudden they started vandalizing, they started smashing the official offices of railway station as well as the public property. A clear-cut damage to the public property without any slogan. And in fact, the most pertinent to mention is, Ankit, that there was no such protest in Ludhiana before this. All of a sudden, a group of 50 to 60 people strike at Ludhiana railway station and started damaging the public property, and with no reason, They don't raise any single slogan that either they are protesting against the Agnipath or something else. There was no such kind of apprehension, and later on, the police have arrested and detained 4 persons out of these. In fact, now they are questioning them for what purpose they have reached this. When they are having rods in their hands and reaching at the public place and damaging the public property, there must be some kind of conspiracy behind this entire situation. Yes, Ankit.
So, Amandeep, stay with us. So, from what Amandeep is telling us, that these visuals that we have accessed from CCTV cameras at railway stations and also other parts of the platform, we can see that this crowd there gathered. He tells us they were masked. There was no protest essentially associated with it. Rather, it was just a straight all-out vandalism. You see on your screens where there is a bench there, and then there is a pillar, and there is a person who walks past it and randomly and vehemently hits it with a lathi. Then there are someone else who is trying to pull a installation off that same pillar. And you see that there is a rampant vandalism taking place there. Now, Amandeep, I just want to ask you about what is the situation currently and what is the feeling in Punjab where you are on the Agnipath recruitment scheme. Is there an effort being made to understand what the scheme is about, or is there a rampant politicization and this kind of vandalism?
Well, Ankit, if we talk about the Punjab, there is no such protest happening against the Agnipath scheme in Punjab, in entire state itself. And in fact, Ludhiana is the first incident that has been reported. And in fact, this is not sure that either they are protesting against the Agnipath or they are just came here to damage the public property at the railway station just because there was no such slogans. They have not raised a single issue that they are protesting against the Agnipath scheme. And even it was very much clear in the visuals and the CCTV that they are having rods in their hands. And the protesters, why they are carrying rods in their hands and in fact damaging the public property? If they wanted to protest against the Agnipath scheme, they should have raised the slogan, and in fact they could have protest outside the DC office, outside the Chief Minister's office, outside some official office. But no, they all of a sudden they strike at railway station of Ludhiana and started damaging the property. It was a very, very surprising and shocking situation. But so far, Ankit, now the situation is under control. Police have taken over the situation, and in fact 4 persons have been detained who are calling themselves as the protesters just because they are having the covered faces. They came with some kind of motive and behind this. There is some kind of conspiracy has to create the unrest in Punjab. Just because no such, not even a single protest is happening in the entire state against Agnipath scheme. We are witnessing the situation in the entire nation, and we are getting the updates from the ground in the Punjab also. But we have not witnessed a single protest in Punjab regarding the Agnipath scheme. And all of a sudden, without any protest, 50 to 60 people gathered at a railway station with covered faces, having rods in their hands. There must be a criminal conspiracy behind this. Yes, Ankit.
Right. Amandeep is sharing with us a terrifying scenario where a number of people just entered the Ludhiana station premises and appear to have engaged in vandalism. That is completely deplorable. He'll be tracking these stories from Ludhiana, and whether or not there is any kind of following up to this. We are meanwhile now heading across to Anuj in Delhi, where the meeting of the tri-services chiefs with the Raksha Mantri Rajnath Singh has just ended. These are the live updates that we are getting right now from New Delhi. A key meeting taking place between the highest personnel of India's military establishment, the Army, Navy and Air Force chiefs, along with the Raksha Mantri Rajnath Singh. And from what we are told, that meeting has just ended. We have Anuj who has been reporting from the spot. I believe we have him currently on the line with us. Anuj, the meeting is over is what you are telling us. What is likely to have been discussed? How long did it go on for? Over to you.
I'm standing right outside the residence of Rajnath Singh, and let me give you the visual, let me give you the sense. These are the live images from Rajnath Singh, the Raksha Mantri's residence, and let me tell you, the meeting has just ended. The meeting with the duo, the meeting with the Air Chief and the Army Chief has just ended. This was an important meeting which was called in by the Raksha Mantri. Raksha Mantri himself, Rajnath Singh himself was chairing the meeting, and the duo the army, I beg your pardon, the air chief and the navy chief has just left from the residence of Rajnath Singh. We have given you the visual. This meeting was about for an hour. For an hour, the duo, the two chiefs were there in the meeting, and this has been discussed. What we have been told, that what exactly has to be done of this particular strategy, of this particular scheme of the government. There we are getting the visual from Rajnath Singh's residence, from Raksha Mantri's residence at the Akbar Road in the national capital, where the duo has just left. The chiefs have just left. This was Navy chief with the other officials. This was Air Force chief with the other officials who was here at the Rajnath Singh's residence. This was a very important meeting. We are just waiting for an update. If it comes through a tweet by Rajnath Singh's Twitter handle, by Raksha Mantri's Twitter handle, that what exactly had happened. But yes, the agenda of the meeting was told earlier. This was known that this is to discuss about the future strategy, how the things has to be taken. And if we talk about the current situation on the ground, when we are seeing the protest across the country, this was a matter of concern, that how to portray the right message to the ground, to the people on the ground. So for that, this particular important meeting was called in by none other but Raksha Mantri himself. So the live images coming in from Rajnath Singh's residence, from the residence of Raksha Mantri, and the meeting has just concluded, the meeting has just ended. We are waiting for the update that what exactly is going to be the next course of action by the government of India and by the Raksha Mantri, that how they are going to go ahead with the things. But the scheme has been already launched, and now the discussion is about how to portray the right message, how to come out of this misunderstanding if anyone is having, because the message should be clear, and this is for the betterment of the country, this is for the betterment of the youth. That is something, the line which has been taken by the government of India, that's something, the mindset of the government of India and Raksha Mantri himself. So this was the important meeting which was called in by Raksha Mantri, and this was happening at the residence of Raksha Mantri, Rajnath Singh's residence at the Akbar Road in the national capital. From where I am reporting, these are the live images from Raksha Mantri's residence, and the meeting has just concluded. The duo just left. Army chief was not available, so army chief was not here in the meeting, but the duo was there. The Air Force chief and the Navy chief was very much present in the meeting, and the future strategy has been discussed. The things has been discussed, that how to go ahead with the things, and Rajnath Singh, who himself was chairing the meeting, has discussed about the same, that how exactly the things has to be taken further. Back to you.
Right, so Anuj there reporting from New Delhi outside the Raksha Mantri's residence, and he's giving us key information that this meeting between the Tri-Services Chief and the Raksha Mantri has now ended. Two of the chiefs, that is the Air Chief as well as the Chief of Naval Staff, have left. I believe General Manoj Pandey, then the Chief of Army Staff, remains inside. And from what Anuj is telling us, the meeting is likely to discuss how now to go forward with the Agnipath scheme, and how there is a need to communicate the scheme to the public in general. And we'll be tracking this very closely, viewers.
just come for a 2-day visit on his second day. In fact, going to be inaugurating several developmental projects to the tune of 21,000 crores and dedicating them to the nation as well, addressing the people of Gujarat in a public rally that he is all set to be taking a part in.
સાહેબને અભિવાદન કરીએ. સાહેબને હિન્દુસ્તાનના સર્વાધિક લોકપ્રિય વડાપ્રધાન આદરણીય નરેન્દ્રભાઈ મોદી સાહેબ આ સમગ્ર પંડાલની અંદર નાગરિકોની વચ્ચે ઉપસ્થિત થઈ રહ્યા છે. આપણે સૌ આપણા સ્થાન ઉપર ઊભા રહીને એમનું સ્વાગત કરીએ,
Vadodara, Gujarat,
એમનું
where
અભિવાદન
Prime
કરીએ.
Minister Narendra Modi is present.
નગરજનો
Speaker,
અને સમગ્ર
welcoming the Prime Minister
નાગરિકોની વચ્ચે
to the program from where he would be launching or inaugurating the main foundation stone of development projects worth about 21,000 crore rupees.
તેઓ અભિવાદન પણ કરે છે. આપ સૌએ પોતાના સ્થાન ઉપર ઊભા રહી એમનું સ્વાગત ઝીલીએ અને આપ સૌ
The speaker is saying
પ્રધાનમંત્રી નરેન્દ્રભાઈ
that when the
મોદી
Prime Minister arrives,
આપના સ્થાન
everyone
ઉપર
should
ઊભા
stand up
રહીને
at their
હાથ ઊંચો કરીને એમને આવકારીએ.
place and welcome him.
પ્રધાનમંત્રી નરેન્દ્રભાઈ મોદી સાહેબને આપણે સૌ હાથ ઊંચા કરીને એમને અભિવાદન ઝીલીએ, એમનું હાર્દિક સ્વાગત કરીએ. સમગ્ર નગરજનોની
Prime
વચ્ચે
Minister is all set to arrive and preparations being made with Modi chants as well. Earlier we saw how Prime Minister prayed at the Ma Kali temple atop the Pavagad hill. See, the Prime Minister has arrived. The renovated temple in Pavagad has a lot of significance in the region, social significance in the region, attract pilgrims from not just Gujarat but Madhya Pradesh and Rajasthan. Lakhs of pilgrims per year, and the renovation that has been done. Prime Minister equated it earlier with the renovation of Somnath. The temple was lying without a shikhar for almost 5 centuries after the Sultan of Gujarat, Mahmud Begra, had brought it down. Yeah. All right, over to Priyanka now for the commentary.
Thank you, Abhishek. As we track those images of the Prime Minister there in Baroda, as you were pointing out, the significance of this kind of a visit, both religiously, spiritually and also politically as well, now that the Prime Minister is in his home state there in Gujarat, as he had promised that he will be coming every month and also dedicating several projects to the people of Gujarat, to the people of the country. And that's exactly what we see that the Prime Minister is also doing right now, as he makes his way on that mega road show that he is taking a part of. And in that jeep as well, you can see Bhupendra Patel as well, the Chief Minister of Gujarat, and several other leaders of the BJP also present there. And the messaging that the Prime Minister really wants to set across for the people of Gujarat is that he is somebody who has worked in Gujarat tirelessly on the ground. He is somebody who understands what really the people of Gujarat want, and that is why these kind of policies are being made, these kind of projects are being inaugurated and dedicated to the rest of the country and to the people of Gujarat as well. And today as well, taking that message across, he is going to be inaugurating about several projects about to the tune of 21,000 crores and dedicating them to the nation as well. Yes, last time as well, the Prime Minister had come to Gujarat, in South Gujarat as well, and had also spoken to several tribal population and tribal pockets of the state, where he had spoken about how during the time that he was the Chief Minister, the government in Delhi had stopped all the files to be cleared, and that is why the people of Gujarat in fact had always been neglected. And that's exactly what he had gone to Delhi to correct as well. And he had stated that his legacy is also being carried forward by Bhupendra Patel and other state leadership of the BJP, the Gujarat government as well, that is working on the principles of development and only vikas for the people of Gujarat and for the people of the country as well. He, remember, had recalled several of his landmark decisions that he had made as the Chief Minister of Gujarat, including that of the 52-day-long hunger strike that he had sat on for the Narmada Dam, and also for the medical benefits that he had signed off on when it comes to the tribal population of Gujarat. He had also recounted how the kind of neglect that the people of Gujarat had been meted out with even during COVID before 2014 as well. And now we are seeing that several such benefits for the people of Gujarat that he had dedicated to the nation last time as well. And in that and carrying that forward in this visit as well, the Prime Minister is set to inaugurate several developmental schemes for the people of Gujarat. Now remember, the political significance of the Prime Minister is also supposed to be noted here, because he had promised that he will be coming to Gujarat every month and talking about the developmental schemes and also the trajectory that the BJP wants to take forward the people of Gujarat and the development of Gujarat as well. He had stated how categorically the opposition had neglected the people of Gujarat since the time that he was the Chief Minister as well. And this time, this is going to be the first time in Gujarat that there is a third party that is also involved, breaking the dichotomy, so to speak, of the BJP and the Congress in the state of Gujarat. The Aam Aadmi Party had also thrown their hat in the ring and had stated that they will be contesting on all of the 182 constituencies. And along those lines is where another meeting is also scheduled to take place between the Prime Minister and the Chief Minister of Gujarat, Bhupendra Patel, the BJP Chief of Gujarat, C.R. Patil, and several other leaders as well, who will be having a brainstorming session as to the strategy for campaigning for the BJP in the state of Gujarat. Earlier as well, we had been told that the Prime Minister had given strict instructions to the leadership of Gujarat to find out the seats, in fact, where the BJP had lost with a margin of 4,000 to 5,000 votes as well, and those will be the seats that will be first seen to understand what really were the weaknesses of the BJP in certain pockets of the state, and that they can be worked upon in the next elections as well. These were some of the points that had been discussed in the last meeting with the Prime Minister and the Chief Minister and the BJP Chief C.R. Patil as well. And along those lines, another such meeting is all scheduled to take place today at around 3:30 p.m. when the Prime Minister will be meeting with Bhupendra Patel, the Gujarat Chief Minister, several leadership of the Gujarat government and also the BJP Chief C.R. Patil, where they will be discussing about the BJP's campaigning strategy when it comes to the Gujarat elections, because this time this is not just the Congress that the BJP will be fighting, but also the Aam Aadmi Party that for the first time has also said that they will be fighting on all of the 182 constituencies of the state of Gujarat. And those meetings aside, of course, the message, however, still remains clear that the Prime Minister wants to send across with his visits to Gujarat that the BJP is carrying out, is in fact walking the talk when it comes to their philosophy of vikas, of development. And that's exactly what had been setting the tone even the last elections, when the BJP had stated that they do not want to entertain the dialogue when it comes to caste and other political issues, but only speak about development. And that is the clear messaging that the BJP government really wants to set across. And also the Prime Minister's visit becomes even more crucial when it comes to the timeline of this event and the timeline of his visit months before the Gujarat elections, setting the tone for the Gujarat elections as well, and setting the tone for the campaigning, claiming that this is not just about any other political agendas, but only about the development for the state of Gujarat.
यहाँ पर देने वाले हैं, उसके अलावा ये गुजरात गौरव अभियान है, क्या कुछ कहेंगे आप?
देखिए, बिल्कुल निश्चित तौर पर गुजरात गौरव का पल है। और आज जिस तरीके से यहाँ लाखों की संख्या में गुजरात के लोग वडोदरा में पहुंचे हैं, आसपास के करीब 10 से 12 जिलों के लोग यहाँ पर पहुंचे हैं, ऐसे में आज आपने देखा तस्वीरों के माध्यम से कि प्रधानमंत्री नरेंद्र मोदी ने सब लोगों का जो अभिवादन है वो वहाँ पर लिया और करीब ये 1.5 किलोमीटर का जनता के बीचों बीच से, पंडाल के बीचों बीच से खुली जीप के अंदर आते हुए वो मंच पर पहुंचने वाले हैं और अब से कुछ ही मिनटों में वो मंच पर होंगे और इसकी काफी इंतजार था वो वडोदरा के
of the festivities of Prime Minister Narendra Modi entering the venue in Vadodara after a road show where there was a huge crowd to welcome him there on your screens right now. Like Priyanka was telling us, this is a significant visit and it comes on the road to the elections. But just today, the Prime Minister has already done quite a lot. He's had a packed day and now in Vadodara, he is set to inaugurate or lay the foundation stones of projects worth 21,000 crore rupees. A number of these are railway projects, but also there is one very key educational project that is laying the foundation stone for the permanent campus of the Central University of Vadodara. That is something that he is also likely to do. And as Priyanka and Abhishek Kapoor have both been telling us, the Chief Minister of Gujarat, Bhupender Patel, was with Prime Minister. He was in fact in the same car as him during the road show, and they are to have key deliberations over what the strategy is likely to be for the BJP going into the Gujarat elections. Remember, this is a place where the Prime Minister has personally campaigned now for well over 3 decades, and he has completed last year his 20th year as the head of a state. Most of that time spent as Gujarat Chief Minister, but now it's very neck and neck between the time he was Chief Minister and how long he has served as Prime Minister of the country. He has come back to the state on a number of occasions in just the last few weeks, and ever since the party won the elections to states like Uttar Pradesh and also in Goa. And we are joined once again by Priyanka, who will share us more details of what is likely to happen now. Priyanka, if I can go across to you again, in Vadodara, what is the Prime Minister likely to inaugurate, and what is the symbolism of his visit there as well electorally?
Well, of course, Ankit, as you had been pointing out as well, the kind of developmental schemes that the Prime Minister is going to be inaugurating to the tune of rupees 21,000 crores. And this really sets the message across for the people of Gujarat, for the people of the country, that BJP's agenda, then be it about any elections, is only about development. Because remember, just after the UP elections, the Prime Minister had actually come down to Gujarat on the right after the day of the results and had said, and in fact had sounded the poll bugle and had stated that this is the double engine Sarkar that had worked in Uttar Pradesh, and this is the same double engine Sarkar that is of the Prime Minister in Delhi and the Gujarat Chief Minister Bhupender Patel in Gujarat. So this is the double engine Sarkar again that the Prime Minister had reiterated the last time that he had been there, because remember, he had made a promise to the people of Gujarat, to the people of the country, that every month, in fact, rather between 15 to 20 days, the Prime Minister will keep coming back to his home state. And even today, when we look at the messages, when we look at the imaging of the Prime Minister as well, earlier as well, he had gone to meet his mother in the morning, sought her blessings, and then started his day with the entire developmental projects and inauguration of those projects that he will do in Baroda. But the messaging across to the people of Gujarat that he is only concerned about the development, about the Vikas as it had been at the epicenter of the campaign, even in the 2017 elections. But talking about the electoral significance and the political significance of the Prime Minister's presence there in his home state, of course, is that as we were talking about earlier as well, this is going to be a very unique elections for Gujarat in decades now, because it had always been the dichotomy of politics between the BJP and the Congress, but the first time we see a third front in the name of the Aam Aadmi Party that has also thrown their hat in the ring and going to be contesting at all 182 constituencies of Gujarat as well. And the BJP knows that this is something that they also have to take seriously, because this is not just the Congress party that had been present as an opposition in the state of Gujarat for decades, but had not been able to achieve much. And even when in this elections we see that the Congress party that had been campaigning on the shoulders of the three musketeers, that is Hardik Patel, Jignesh Mevani and Alpesh Thakur. Now only Hardik Patel and Alpesh in fact have joined the BJP, and it was only Jignesh Mevani playing the role of the Lone Ranger that really is not achieving much for the opposition. And this is something that the Congress and the Aam Aadmi Party are also aware of, and the BJP also not taking this very lightly, making sure that even though the leaders of the Congress party, including Hardik and Alpesh, that have come to the BJP, They cannot take the opposition lightly. And as earlier as well, we had been talking about this, that the Prime Minister, in whatever state it is, he takes this kind of campaigning, this kind of connecting with the people of the state very, very seriously. And that is something that we see in a more amplified manner in the state of Gujarat, because it being his home state, this being a state where the Prime Minister in fact has spent majority of his political life and has served the people of Gujarat as the Chief Minister for the longest duration. And that is something that is not lost on the people of Gujarat as well. As you can see the kind of enthusiasm in the people, in the crowd there as well. And as we track that story for you viewers, the visuals of which are coming in right now, where the Prime Minister is spending his second day on a 2-day visit to Gujarat. We will be tracking that story very, very closely for you right after this very short break.
Amity faculty have filed over 1,600 patents. Yet another reason why Amity has been conferred with the National Intellectual Property Award by Government of India for being the top Indian academic institution for patents and commercialization.
Speaking to Republic's editor-in-chief, Arnab Goswami, India's Chief of Naval Staff, Admiral R. Harikumar, spoke about the main objectives of the introduction of the Agnipath scheme and how it was aimed towards an administrative shift in the armed forces, as well as to send a message of encouragement to the youth. He called it a hugely transformative initiative that will open up opportunities manifold.
It is truly transformational, and it is looking at developing the nationalistic ethos amongst the youth, as well as the fulfilling the main aim of the reduction of the age profile of the armed forces.
Agitators vandalized the Secunderabad railway station premises in Hyderabad and set a train ablaze during a protest against the Agnipath scheme. The protesters vandalized the windows of a train, torching a two-wheeler on the tracks and a few bags on the platform. 3 fire tenders were moved to the spot to douse the fire. Protesters vandalized a Telangana state transport bus at the Secunderabad bus station during a protest against the centre's Agnipath scheme. The Armed Forces Service Chiefs have unanimously put their weight behind the Agnipath recruitment scheme, under which the selected youth will be known as Agniveers. Agnipath allows patriotic and motivated youth to serve in the armed forces for a period of 4 years.
Vehicles set ablaze, vandals throng the streets, center allays fears over the Agnipath scheme, but the violence continues. A big move by the Modi government, age limit increased, a reservation announced. Will the vandals stop stoking the Agnipath fire now? Amid misinformed and provoked protests against the Agnipath scheme, Raksha Mantri meets the Tri-Services chiefs. Firing reported, 15 stranded, victims rushed to hospital after a blast and firing at a Kabul Gurdwara. ISIS role in attack has been confirmed. Prime Minister Narendra Modi in poll-bound Gujarat seeks blessings from his mother on her birthday as she enters her 100th year. He will launch mega projects next. Roads inundated and damage to property. From Jammu to Bengaluru, heavy rains continue to lash India. Viewers, a very intriguing story that we have been covering for a number of days now is the renewed allegations in the Kerala gold scam case by the prime accused Swapna Suresh against Chief Minister Pinarayi Vijayan, whom she has accused of being involved. And this has turned widely political. And from what we are understanding right now, and the visuals on your screens are pictures of the Congress holding a mass protest demanding the resignation of the Chief Minister. We have Aswin, who is reporting from us from that site. I'm going to go across to him now. Aswin, tell us all about this protest. What is the demand? What is the current status of the allegations and any probe that is ongoing?
large-scale protest is taking place outside the secretariat in Thiruvananthapuram as we speak now. Like you can see just behind me, about thousands of youth Congress workers have assembled demanding that Chief Minister Pinarayi Vijayan must step down, must resign. Now the top leaders of the Congress in the state are taking part, the youth Congress leaders. The president of the youth Congress, who's also the MLA of Palakkad, Shafi Parbil, is also taking part in this protest. Now about thousands of youth Congress workers are assembled here demanding that the case of gold smuggling must be investigated by the central agencies. But what they also demand is that this entire investigation must come under the ambit of a court-monitored probe. They demand that the Kerala High Court must monitor this probe, as Congress has also stated that the central agencies have not done a proper job in investigating this matter, and it has been going on for some time. So the Congress is holding a very big protest outside the secretariat in Thiruvananthapuram as we speak, demanding that Chief Minister Pinarayi Vijayan must step down, must resign, because of the reason that the allegations that has been taken out by one of the accused in this case, Swapna Suresh, is very grave. They also say that there is no moral standing for Chief Minister to continue in his post, as it has already been proved that the state dispensation was trying to counter Swapna in various ways. Although she is an accused, the way the state machinery has responded to Swapna's allegation by trying to keep her mum, by using force, by also taking one of her colleague into custody, and all this shows that the state dispensation is nervous, and instead of taking a legal route, they are taking a very different route of harassing the person who's raising these allegations. And that is why the Congress is very, very strongly demanding that Chief Minister Pinarayi Vijayan must step down from his position. These are the visuals that are coming from outside the secretariat in Thiruvananthapuram, and Shafi Parbil, the MLA from Palakkad, as well as the leader of opposition, V.D. Satishan, is leading this massive protest outside Thiruvananthapuram. Back to you.
Ashwin, stay with us while you cover this massive protest that the Congress is carrying out. Now, viewers, and what Ashwin has told us is that the Congress is seeking a probe under a judge, a court-monitored probe, because it doesn't trust the central agencies in this regard. We also had spoken just a few days earlier, Ramesh Chennithala, senior Congress leader from Kerala, had spoken to our editor-in-chief, Arnab Goswami, where he had alleged that earlier, when the first allegations had come out, the central agencies had not acted sufficiently against the Kerala government and not investigated it because, and the Congress claimed, the BJP and the left wanted to stop the UDF, that is the Congress alliance, from coming to power. So there is a very large element of politics also in what some of these claims are. But most certainly, Swapna Suresh has made a number of allegations, and she has made these to a court by filing a statement under section 164. Now, Ashwin, what are the latest claims of Swapna Suresh? We've seen how she had promised to release audio tapes, and then I believe those were released, and we have also broken that story of how there was a conversation and a mediator had also come and spoken to her and had tried to get her to stand down. So what is the current state of the allegations? Who is the agency that is probing it at the moment, and what is likely to happen next?
Exactly, Ankit, in the light of the new revelations that has come out in terms of an affidavit that has been filed under section 164, as you rightly pointed out, the Congress is demanding, why is it that the central agency is still not getting into this matter seriously? That is one of the main contentions that they have raised. They also say that the affidavit which has been, which we also access, which Republic TV has broken, these have some grave charges, including the grave violation of MEA, the MEA protocol, where we get to hear the family members of Chief Minister Pinarayi Vijayan, as well as several ministers, meeting a diplomat, a foreign representative without the consent of the central government. And not just that, some grievous charges such as transportation of gold in a biryani vessel from the UAE consulate in Thiruvananthapuram to the Cliff House, the official residence of Chief Minister, to stating that there has been bribe which has been paid to the Sharjah ruler, and also many similar allegations which puts the Chief Minister's family, including his wife and children, as well as the former higher education minister,
Aswin covering that for us from Thiruvananthapuram, where the Congress is undertaking a massive protest there. You can see leaders making speeches also, and they are seeking action on the Kerala gold smuggling latest allegations that have come in. They want a court-monitored probe as well, apart from other demands, and he'll be covering the story for us as we proceed, viewers. Now, amid heavy downpours triggering multiple landslides and a flood-like situation over the entire northeast region, 9 people have died in Assam due to the flood, taking the overall death toll now to 54. As many as 18 lakh people are affected as incessant rains continue to pound the state. Let's take a look at this report of the on-ground situation there.
With the incessant rain continuing over Assam and northeast, floodwaters and landslides have created havoc across Assam and Meghalaya. In Guwahati too, urban floods have been a major issue, and as you can see, most of the streets of the city have been waterlogged, as a result of which commuters are having to face a difficult time while commuting from one place to another. Most of the streets, particularly in the ZS Road and Beltola area of Guwahati, have been completely submerged by the waters. It may also be mentioned that the flood have also created or unleashed a new havoc in Nalbari, Baksa, Barpeta, Darang and other areas of the state. Today, it is being also learned that Chief Minister Himanta Biswa Sarma will be visiting the flood-affected areas to take stock of the situation.
Viewers, we have breaking updates coming in from Delhi now of the meeting that was held at the Raksha Mantri's residence between Rajnath Singh, the Defence Minister, along with the Air Force and the Navy Chiefs and the Vice Chief of Army Staff there on the Agnipath scheme. I want to go across to Anuj, who will share with us the details of what was discussed. Anuj, over to you. Tell us.
Well, that was the important meeting which held at the residence of Raksha Mantri, the Rajnath Singh's residence, and this was Air Force Chief, this was Navy Chief who attended the meeting. The Army Chief, let me tell you, is in Hyderabad, because of which he was not able to attend the meeting. But the agenda was discussed prior to this and everything has been decided. If we talk about the inside scoop of the same, then we have been told that the Tri-Services is going to start the recruitment as soon as possible. The Army there has stated, the Army Chief is making it clear that within next 2 days, this is going to be the startup process. The process will start of the recruitment of the first batch of the same, the Agnipath scheme. And if we talk about the Air Force, then this is going to be from 24th of June, what we have been told. The first batch, the recruitment for the first batch for the Air Force. And on if we talk about the Navy, then this is going to start as soon as possible, what we have been told. This all has been reported to Raksha Mantri and has been discussed with Raksha Mantri. On the other hand, let me tell you the important detail which I got is from the particular meeting, and the 3 services are planning to deploy the first batch of recruits under the new scheme, both in operation and non-operation roles. I have been told by June next year. Senior military officials said, this has been informed by the senior military official, that this is going to be operational and non-operational. This all has been discussed in that very particular meeting which held at Rajnath Singh residence, the Raksha Mantri residence, whereas we also know about the age limit which has been already increased. So all this pattern, all this system, when it is going to start, when the recruitment is going to start, when the first man is going to come up, all this has been discussed, and how exactly it is going to be taken ahead. This all has been discussed in this very particular meeting. This was an important meeting which held at the residence of Raksha Mantri Rajnath Singh, and let me tell you that the chief of 3 services has already reported to Raksha Mantri that what exactly is going to be the future plan of action, how the recruitment is going to be done, and operational and non-operational, both by the June. This is something which has been told by the senior staff who were also present in that very particular meeting. So this has been revealed. Now the system has started, the process has started, Agnipath scheme has been launched, and there the age limit has been considered, and after that now the process is going to go ahead. All has been reported to Raksha Mantri. The government of India is going to come up with this particular scheme. The initiative has been already taken, the announcement has been already done, the pro and cons has been already seen. This is going to be for the betterment of the youth, this is going to be for the betterment of the country. That's something what agenda of the government of India is, and Raksha Mantri is. So that is why this particular meeting today, seeing the protest, seeing the views which is not onto the line, which is not matching with the government, this particular meeting was called, and now this has been discussed in this particular meeting, how the things is going to be taken ahead. As I was telling you, in next 2 days, this is going to be the army's first batch, for which the recruitment is going to be started.
Right.
For Air Force, this is going to be 24th of June. 24th of June is going to be the date, and as soon as possible for the Navy. So the process is going to be started. All has been reported to Raksha Mantri in that very particular meeting. Yes.
Absolutely. Anuj, breaking down the details of this top-level meeting, and it appears that the Agnipath scheme will begin an expedited rollout very soon. That appears to be the consensus. We'll tell you more about this, viewers, in just a little bit again.
બાળક 2 વર્ષનો થાય ત્યાં સુધીના 1000 દિવસને પોષણનો પાયો માનવામાં આવે છે. સમય છે પોષણ સુધાર માટે ગુજરાત સરકારની મહત્વની 2 યોજનાઓના રાજ્યવ્યાપી શુભારંભ.
And in other national news, the centre has announced a one-time waiver to increase the age limit for the Agnipath recruitment scheme to 23 years. Following this, Army Chief General Manoj Pandey lauded the Agnipath scheme, saying that people protesting will realise it is good for the nation once they are informed.
Our effort will be to spread awareness about the scheme up to the last soldier in the earliest possible time frame. As far as the youth is concerned, I feel they haven't fully understood the contents and the implications of the scheme, and that is why there are some apprehensions in their mind. But once they have fully understood the contents of the scheme, I'm sure that they will realize it is not only for their good, but also for the good of the nation and good of the Indian Army.
Speaking to Republic's editor-in-chief, Arnab Goswami, India's Chief of Naval Staff, Admiral R. Harikumar, spoke about the main objectives of the introduction of the Agnipath scheme and how it was aimed towards an administrative shift in the armed forces, as well as to send a message of encouragement to the youth. He called it a hugely transformative initiative that will open up opportunities manifold.
It is truly transformational, and it is looking at developing the nationalistic ethos amongst the youth, as well as the fulfilling the main aim of the reduction of the age profile of the armed forces.
A police officer was shot dead by terrorists inside his home in Pulwama district of Jammu and Kashmir. The attack on Sub-Inspector Farooq Ahmed Mir took place at Sambura in Pampore area on the intervening night of yesterday and today. The bullet-ridden body of the brave heart was found lying in an irrigation canal in the paddy fields in Sambura. The police found bullet injury marks on his chest. According to officials, Farooq Ahmed Mir was posted in the IRP 23rd Battalion at CDC Lethpora.
Let's take a look at some of the top stories now. The Bihar police has arrested 300 people and has registered 90 FIRs against the protesters who torched trains in protest against the Agnipath scheme in Bihar yesterday. Vandalism incidents in railway premises have led to losses of over 200 crore rupees in Bihar. The protesters burnt at least 50 coaches and 5 train engines amid their violent demonstrations there. Prime Minister Narendra Modi spoke to Assam Chief Minister Himanta Biswa Sarma and took stock of the situation due to the massive flooding in the state. The Prime Minister sent his prayers for the safety and well-being of Assam's affected people as well. A plea has been moved in the Supreme Court by Advocate Vishal Tiwari seeking directions to set up a special investigation team to inquire about the violent protests against the Agnipath recruitment scheme and also to inquire about the damage caused to the public property, including that of railways. The petition also seeks directions to set up an expert committee under the chairmanship of a retired Supreme Court judge to examine the Agnipath scheme, its impact on national security and the army. TRS leaders in Warangal took out a rally to Damodara Rakesh's village, who was killed in the police firing at the Sikandrabad railway station yesterday. During the rally, the TRS workers attacked the BSNL office and also raised slogans against Prime Minister Modi and the central government. PM Modi's mother, Hiraben Modi, along with her family, performed an aarti at the Jagannath temple in Ahmedabad. The Prime Minister visited his mother today on the occasion of her birthday as she's entering her 100th year amid his 2-day visit to his home state. Uttar Pradesh Chief Minister Yogi Adityanath lauded the decision of the Ministry of Home Affairs to reserve 10% vacancies for recruitment in CAPFs and Assam Rifles for Agniveers. He thanked the Prime Minister for this step and said it will prove to be a golden opportunity for the youth. Delhi's Rouse Avenue Court has denied bail to Aam Aadmi Party Minister Satyendra Jain in connection with the money laundering case being probed by the ED. A Sikh man native of Ghazni in Afghanistan was killed during the brutal attack by terrorists in Kabul at a Gurdwara there. Gunshots continued inside the Gurdwara where the Indian Sikh community members had been held hostage, but now they have finished the anti-terror operations. According to the police, many people involved in the Railway Recruitment Board protest are involved in the Agnipath protest in Bihar as well. The police are investigating further and trying to locate these protesters. And a lot more news coming up, viewers. Vehicles set ablaze, vandals throng the streets. The centre allays fears over the Agnipath scheme, but the violence continues. And in Afghanistan, firing reported, number of people stranded, victims rushed to hospital after an attack at a Gurdwara in Kabul. More on that coming up after a short break. Stay with us.
Speaking to Republic's editor-in-chief, Arnab Goswami, India's Chief of Naval Staff, Admiral R. Harikumar, spoke about the main objectives of the introduction of the Agnipath scheme and how it was aimed towards an administrative shift in the armed forces, as well as to send a message of encouragement to the youth. He called it a hugely transformative initiative that will open up opportunities manifold.
It is truly transformational, and it is looking at developing the nationalistic ethos amongst the youth, as well as the fulfilling the main aim of the reduction of the age profile of the armed forces.
Agitators vandalized the Sikandrabad railway station premises in Hyderabad and set a train ablaze during a protest against the Agnipath scheme. The protesters vandalized the windows of a train, torching a two-wheeler on the tracks and a few bags on the platform. 3 fire tenders were moved to the spot to douse the fire. Protesters vandalized a Telangana state transport bus at the Sikandrabad bus station during a protest against the centre's Agnipath scheme. The Armed Forces Service Chiefs have unanimously put their weight behind the Agnipath recruitment scheme, under which the selected youth will be known as Agniveers. Agnipath allows patriotic and motivated youth to serve in the armed forces for a period of 4 years, following which 25% will be absorbed into the armed forces, whereas the remaining will have a cornucopia of options opening up to them.
A police officer was shot dead by terrorists inside his home in Pulwama district of Jammu and Kashmir. The attack on Sub-Inspector Farooq Ahmed Mir took place at Sambura in Pampore area on the intervening night of yesterday and today. The bullet-ridden body of the Braveheart was found lying in an irrigation canal in the paddy fields in Sambura. The police found bullet injury marks on his chest. According to officials, Farooq Ahmed Mir was posted in the IRP 23rd Battalion at CDC Lethpora. He had come home on leave. When he went to water his fields late into the night, he was...
Viewers, from Jammu and Kashmir, Lashkar offshoot TRF has claimed responsibility for the attack on Jammu and Kashmir police officer Farooq Ahmed Mir, who was shot dead by the terrorists in Pulwama district on the intervening night of Friday and Saturday. The attack took place at Sambura and Pampore, and a case has been registered and an investigation is ongoing at the time that a Lashkar offshoot, that is the TRF, has claimed responsibility. We are being joined right now by Gursimran. Gursimran, this was an extremely shocking murder, wasn't it? Because from what we are given to understand, the police officer was back at home. He was watering his paddy fields, and that is where he was killed, correct?
Yes, the sub-inspector of the Jammu and Kashmir police, Farooq Ahmed Mir, he was into his paddy fields, was working there when these covert terrorists, they shot him using a pistol, and his body was found by the security forces early morning. And now the Pakistani terror outfit Lashkar's offshoot, the resistance front that is being operated from across the border, has claimed the responsibility, and they have threatened of the dire consequences, similar dire consequences. So it's very clear that this was done on the behest of Pakistan, on the directions of Pakistan, so that they can instill fear among the locals that the terrorists can target anyone at their own will.
Gursimran, stay with us. So from what Gursimran is telling us, that there is a Lashkar offshoot, which is essentially still the same old Lashkar-e-Toiba, the Pak-backed terror organization, very often with the Pakistani terrorists entering India, being sent across the border under cover of the Pakistan armed forces that are once again behind.
भूपेंद्र भाई, संसद में मेरे साथी सीआर पाटिल, केंद्रीय मंत्रिपरिषद के मेरे सहयोगी देवुसी, दर्शनाबेन, गुजरात सरकार के सभी मंत्री, सांसद, विधायकगण और वडोदरा के अलावा आणंद, छोटा उदेपुर, खेड़ा और पंचमहाल जिलों से भारी संख्या में आए विशेषकर मेरी माताएं, बहनें और भाइयों, आज का दिवस मेरे लिए मातृ वंदना का दिवस है। आज प्रातः जन्मदात्री मां के आशीर्वाद लिए, उसके बाद जगत जननी मां काली के आशीर्वाद लिए, और अभी मातृशक्ति के विराट रूप के दर्शन करके इस विराट मातृशक्ति के दर्शन किए, उनके आशीर्वाद लिए। आज मुझे पावागढ़ में मां काली के भक्तों के लिए अनेक आधुनिक सुविधाएं अर्पित करने का अवसर मिला। मैंने मां से देशवासियों की सुख शांति और समृद्धि की कामना की और आजादी के अमृत काल में स्वर्णिम भारत के संकल्प की सिद्धि का मां से आशीर्वाद मांगा। भाई और बहनों, मुझे खुशी है कि संस्कार नगरी वडोदरा से आज जब करीब 21,000 करोड़ रुपए के डेवलपमेंट प्रोजेक्ट्स का लोकार्पण और शिलान्यास हुआ है। ये प्रोजेक्ट गुजरात के विकास से भारत का विकास, इस प्रतिबद्धता को बल देने वाले हैं। गरीबों के घर, उच्च शिक्षा और बेहतर कनेक्टिविटी पर इतना बड़ा निवेश गुजरात के औद्योगिक विकास को विस्तार देगा। यहां के युवाओं के लिए रोजगार, स्वरोजगार, इसके लिए अनगिनत अवसर निर्मित करेगा। इन प्रोजेक्ट्स में भी अधिकतर हमारे बहन बेटियों के स्वास्थ्य, पोषण और सशक्तिकरण से जुड़े हैं। आज यहां लाखों की संख्या में माताएं बहनें हमें आशीर्वाद देने भी आई है। मैं गुजरात सरकार का, भूपेंद्र भाई का और भाजपा के प्रदेश अध्यक्ष CR पाटिल का विशेष रूप से आभार व्यक्त करना चाहता हूं, क्योंकि मुझे वे आप सबके बीच में से ले आए और वहां से प्रवेश किया और यहां पहुंचते पहुंचते 15-20 मिनट लग गए गाड़ी में। पैदल आता तो पता नहीं कितना समय चला जाता। इतना विशाल जनसागर। लेकिन मैं धन्यवाद इसलिए कर रहा हूं कि जब मैं सबके बीच से निकल रहा था तो मुझे आज उन सैकड़ों चेहरों को भी प्रणाम करने का मौका मिला जिनके साथ मुझे कई वर्षों तक काम करने का अवसर मिला था। कुछ तो ऐसे वरिष्ठ कार्यकर्ता मुझे दिखाई दिए जिनकी उंगली पकड़ करके मैं कभी चला था। अनेक माताएं ऐसी मिली जिनका मैंने सर झुका के प्रणाम किया। कभी न कभी उनके हाथ से मुझे रोटी खाने का सौभाग्य मिला था। आज मेरे लिए ऐसे सैकड़ों लोगों के दर्शन करना, उनके आशीर्वाद लेना, ये अपने आप में मेरे लिए धन्य भाग्य था। और इसलिए मैं गुजरात प्रदेश का, भूपेंद्र भाई और सरकार का और आप सबका भी हृदय से धन्यवाद करता हूं। बीते 8 साल से डबल इंजन की सरकार नारी शक्ति को भारत के सामर्थ्य की धुरी बनाने के लिए जो प्रयास कर रही है, आज गुजरात में मां कालका के आशीर्वाद से उनको नई ताकत मिली है। मैं सभी बहनों को, सभी लाखों लाभार्थियों को बहुत बहुत बधाई देता हूं। साथियों, 21वीं सदी के भारत के तेज विकास के लिए महिलाओं का तेज विकास, उनका सशक्तिकरण उतना ही जरूरी है। आज भारत महिलाओं की आवश्यकताओं उनकी आकांक्षाओं को ध्यान में रखते हुए योजनाएं बना रहा है, निर्णय ले रहा है। सेना से लेकर खदानों तक हमारी सरकार ने महिलाओं के लिए अपनी पसंदीदा काम करने के लिए सारे रास्ते खोल दिए हैं। उन माताएं उन दरवाजों पर दस्तक दें, ये आज हमने स्थिति पैदा की है। हमने महिलाओं के जीवन चक्र के हर पड़ाव को ध्यान में रखते हुए अनेक नई योजनाएं बनाई है। महिलाओं का जीवन आसान बने, उनके जीवन से मुश्किलें कम हो, उन्हें आगे बढ़ने के ज्यादा से ज्यादा अवसर मिले, ये हमारी सरकार की सर्वोच्च प्राथमिकताओं में से एक है। इससे मैं अपना सौभाग्य मानता हूं कि मुझे माताओं, बहनों, बेटियों की इतनी सेवा करने का अवसर मिला है। बड़ोदरा और आसपास के क्षेत्रों से आई माताओं, बहनों, बेटियों का मैं फिर से अभिनंदन करता हूं। माताओं बहनों ने विशेष रूप से हूं प्रणाम करूं छू, फरीथी अभिनंदन करूं छू। बड़ोदरा मातृशक्ति के उत्सव के लिए एक उपयुक्त नगर है, क्योंकि यहां यह मां की तरह संस्कार देने वाला शहर है। बड़ोदरा संस्कार की नगरी है। ये शहर हर प्रकार से यहां आने वालों को संभालता है, सुख दुख में साथ देता है और आगे बढ़ने के अवसर देता है। इस शहर ने आ शहरे क्यारेक मने पर साच्यो तो मारू पण लालन पालन कर्યું હતું। यह नगर प्रेरणा का नगर है। इस नगर ने स्वामी विवेकानंद, महर्षि अरविंद, विनोबा भावे और बाबा साहब आम्बेडकर जैसे महापुरुषों को भी इस हमारी नगरी ने प्रेरित किया है। आप सबको भी याद होगा, मुझे तो भली भांति याद रहना स्वाभाविक है कि बेलूर मठ के अध्यक्ष और मेरी किशोरावस्था में जिन्होंने मुझे जीवन के बहुत से रास्तों का मार्गदर्शन किया, एक गुरु की तरह मेरे जीवन को घड़ने में बहुत बड़ी भूमिका निभाई। वैसे बेलूर मठ के रामकृष्ण मिशन मठ के अध्यक्ष स्वामी आत्मस्थानंद जी की उपस्थिति में मुझे यहां वडोदरा में दिलाराम बंगलो रामकृष्ण मिशन को सौंपने का अवसर मिला था। અને વડોદરા આવો એટલે બધું જૂનું યાદ આવે જ ભાઈ, કારણ વડોદરાએ મને જાણે એક બાળકને માં સાચવે એટલો પોતાપણાનો ભાવ મારી પૂરી વિકાસ યાત્રામાં વડોદરાનું યોગદાન હું ક્યારેય ન ભૂલી શકું। અને જ્યારે વડોદરાની વાત કરું તો આપણું ગાંધીનગર ગૃહ, એનું પ્રાંગણ, અનેક નાના મોટા આંદોલનો ચાલતા હોય। અમારી જૂની શાસ્ત્રી પોળ, અમારો ખર્ચીકરનો ખાંચો, આ મારું રાવપુરા અને અમારું આરાધના સિનેમા પાસેનું પંચમુખી હનુમાન, કેટલી યાદો અને આ જગ્યાઓ કેટલા બધા લોકોને મળવાનું થાય। પંચમહાલ, કાલોલ, ગોધરા, હાલોલ, પાદરા, ડભોઈ, કરજણ, છોટાઉદેપુર ઓહો ગણ્યા ગણાય નહીં. અનેક પુરાના જૂના બધા સાથીઓ એમની યાદો પણ તાજી થઈ જાય. અને વડોદરાની વાત આવે એટલે લીલો ચેવડો કેમ ભૂલાય? અને
And
આપણી
when I come to
ભાખરબડી
Vadodara, I remember all these old memories from across the districts as well. And how can you forget the famous food of Vadodara?
જાણતા હોય ને બહારથી મને કોઈ વાર મળી જાય તો લીલો ચેવડો યાદ કરે ને આપણી ભાખરબડીની યાદ કરે જ. साथियों 2014 में भी जब मैं जीवन में पहली बार लोकसभा का चुनाव लड़ रहा था, राष्ट्र सेवा के दायित्व के लिए मुझे वडोदरा के नवनाथ और काशी विश्वनाथ दोनों का आशीर्वाद मिला. इससे बड़ा सौभाग्य क्या हो सकता है? आज गुजरात की बहन बेटियों, उनके लिए मेरी दृष्टि से एक महत्वपूर्ण दिन है. स्वस्थ मातृत्व और स्वस्थ बचपन सुनिश्चित करने के लिए गुजरात सरकार ने आज 2 बड़ी योजनाएं शुरू की हैं. मैं भूपेंद्र भाई को बधाई देता हूं इस योजना के लिए. 800 करोड़ रुपए की मुख्यमंत्री मातृशक्ति योजना ये सुनिश्चित करेगी कि गर्भावस्था के दौरान और मातृत्व के शुरुआती दिनों में माता को पौष्टिक आहार मिले. वहीं पोषण सुधा योजना का विस्तार भी अब गुजरात के सभी आदिवासी बाहुल्य क्षेत्रों में किया गया है. अभी मुझे 1,36,00,000 लाभार्थी बहन, 1.25 करोड़ से भी ज्यादा बहनें, उनके लिए 118 करोड़ रुपए से अधिक वितरित करने का अवसर मिला. आप विचार करो, 1.25 करोड़ करता વધારે બહેનો અને લગભગ 125 કરોડ રૂપિયા માતા બહેનોની સેવા, એક સેવા પરમો ધર્મની વાત. माता का स्वार्थ सिर्फ माता के लिए नहीं बल्कि भावी पीढ़ियों को भी प्रभावित करता है. मातृत्व के पहले 1000 दिन मां के साथ साथ बच्चे के जीवन को भी तय करते हैं. कच्चा और बच्चा दोनों की चिंता, कुपोषण और अनीमिया की समस्या इस समय सबसे ज्यादा संकट होता है. 2 दशक पहले जब गुजरात ने मुझे सेवा का अवसर दिया तो कुपोषण यहां एक बहुत बड़ी चुनौती थी. तब से हमने एक के बाद एक इस दिशा में काम करना शुरू किया, जिसके सार्थक परिणाम आज हमें देखने को मिल रहे हैं. आज से गुजरात की बहनों के लिए दूर सुदूर ગામડામાં રહેનારી બહેનો માટે પણ મુખ્યમંત્રી માતૃશક્તિ યોજનાની શરૂઆત થઈ છે. એનાથી માતૃત્વ સુખ પ્રાપ્ત કરનારી બહેનોને વિશેષ લાભ થવાનો છે. અને આ યોજના અંતર્ગત 2 કિલો ચણા,
This development scheme, this is going to benefit all of the mothers
પ્રોટીન માટે બહુ જરૂરી ચીજો છે, એટલે બહુ
who
સમજી
usually
વિચારીને આ પેકેજ
lack
બનાવ્યું
the
છે.
health benefits.
અને ઉપરાંત
There are several requirements for
આ બહેનોને
a new mother.
એટલું જ નહીં, કોરોના કાળથી મેં એક કામ શરૂ કર્યું. આ દેશના ગરીબ પરિવારોના ઘરનો ચૂલો બંધ ન થાય એટલા માટે આ દેશને 80 કરોડ લોકોને
Scheme was kept in mind even during
આજે
COVID.
પણ એમના ઘરે પહોંચી રહ્યું છે. દુનિયાના લોકો 80 કરોડ લોકોને 2 વર્ષ સુધી અનાજ, આ સાંભળીને જ એમને આશ્ચર્ય થાય છે. આ યોજના કુપોષણ અને એનિમિયાથી માતાને, બાળકને, શિશુને એને બચાવવામાં મોટી મદદ કરનારી છે. આ એક મોટું પુણ્યનું કામ કર્યું છે. અને તાજા જન્મેલા બાળકની સેવા કરવાનું સૌભાગ્ય આજે ભૂપેન્દ્રભાઈના નેતૃત્વમાં
well-being of the mother and well-being of the child as well. Under the leadership of we are launching this
આ બધા અમારા આદિવાસી ક્ષેત્રો, બધા અમારા જનજાતીય પરિવારો, મારું તો સૌભાગ્ય રહ્યું છે એમની વચ્ચે કામ કરવાનું. અને આદિવાસી એની સમસ્યાઓને મેં બહુ નિકટથી અનુભવેલી છે, જોયેલી છે.
I have seen from very near the problems that mothers and children face.
એની બીમારીથી પીડાતી હોય.
One of the biggest problems that women also face is that of sickle cell.
આપણે ગુજરાતમાં ગુજરાત સિકલ સેલ સોસાયટી બનાવી. સિકલ સેલ
and we are the ones who formed the Gujarat Sickle Cell Society for the well-being of.
આ સિકલ સેલ અમારી સરકારો બન્યા પછી નથી આવ્યો ભાઈ. સેંકડો વર્ષોથી લોકો મુસીબત ભોગવતા હતા. અનેક સરકારો આવી.
And this disease did not come when our government came to power. This disease had been around for quite some time, but no one did anything about it.
બધી જનજાતીય જિલ્લામાં સેંકડો વિશેષ સેન્ટરો બનાવ્યા. લાખો આદિવાસી ભાઈઓ બહેનો એની જાંચ કરાવી, એમના ટેસ્ટ કરાવ્યા. અને આ સફળ પ્રોગ્રામ માટે ગુજરાતને પ્રધાનમંત્રી સિવિલ સેવા પુરસ્કાર આ ભારત સરકાર આપે છે. એ પુરસ્કાર આપણી આ ગુજરાત સરકારને મળેલો છે. ગુજરાતને પોષણ પર હંમેશા ધ્યાન આપ્યું છે. આપણા ગુજરાતમાં દૂધ સંજીવની, ફોર્ટિફાઈડ મીઠું, નમક, ટેક હોમ રાશન, પોષણ સંવાદ,
Gujarat has always worked for the betterment and beneficial
અને દેશને પણ એક નવી દિશા बतावी છે. ऐसी योजनाओं की लाभार्थी बहनों की संख्या लगातार बढ़कर आज लगभग 58 लाख ऐसी बहनों को ये सारी योजनाएं पहुंचाने का भगीरथ काम हो रहा है. दूध संजीवनी योजना थी आदिवासी क्षेत्रों में 6 મહિનાથી લઈને 6 વર્ષ સુધી બાળકોની ચિંતા, એમને ફોર્ટિફાઈડ એટલે જરૂરી પોષક તત્વો વાળા અન્ય ચીજો એમને મળવાનું શરૂ થયું.
We have made sure that children of the age of from 6 months to 6 years as well get the nutritious
20 લાખથી अधिक
fortified
ગર્ભવતી માતાઓ
and other
અને
under the schemes that have been established by our government.
दूध पीवડાવનારી માતાઓ એમને તો ડબલ ફોર્ટિફાઈડ નમક એની પણ ચિંતા કરવામાં આવી.
It is important to note that women who
14
will
લાખ બાળકોને
as well will need
આંગણવાડીમાં
fortified
ફોર્ટિફાઈડ આટાથી બનેલો આહાર મળે તાકી
and we make sure that even in the Anganwadis there are fortified
15 થી 18 વર્ષની અમારી દીકરીઓ એને જો
so that our young daughters
પોષણ મળે
get the nutrition
એના
that they
માટે
deserve.
પૂર્ણ યોજના બનાવી. આના અંતર્ગત 12 લાખથી વધારે બેટીઓને આયરન સપ્લિમેન્ટ, લો તત્વની ચિંતા,
We also made
ટેક
several
હોમ
developmental
રાશન
projects for
આવા
iron
સમેત અનેક બધી
to
સેવાઓ
young
પહોંચાડી.
girls as well.
કહેવાનો મતલબ એ છે કે ઉત્તમ પોષણ માટે જેટલા પણ પગલા લઈ શકાય એવી અનેક યોજનાઓ બનાવીને એના કલ્યાણ માટેનું કામ કર્યું છે. पोषण सुधा योजना इसी क्रम में एक बड़ा कदम है. 4-5 साल पहले दाहोद, वलसाड़, महिसागर, छोटा उदेपुर और नर्मदा के आदिवासी क्षेत्रों के कुछ ब्लॉक में पोषण सुधा योजना शुरू की थी. बीते सालों में आदिवासी बहनों और बच्चों पर इसके सकारात्मक प्रभाव को देखते हुए पॉजिटिव रिजल्ट मिले, उसके लिए सभी जनजातीय जिलों में इसका विस्तार किया गया। इससे हर महीने लगभग 1,36,000 आदिवासी माताओं बहनों को लाभ मिलेगा। इस
A police officer was shot dead by terrorists inside his home in Pulwama district of Jammu and Kashmir. The attack on Sub-Inspector Farooq Ahmed Mir took place at Sambura in Pampore area on the intervening night of yesterday and today. The bullet-ridden body of the Braveheart was found lying in an irrigation canal in the paddy fields in Sambura. The police found bullet injury marks on his chest. According to officials, Farooq Ahmed Mir was posted in the IRP 23rd Battalion at CDC Lethpora. He had come home on leave. When he went to water his fields late into the night, he was attacked by terrorists. The police have recovered 2 empty cartridges of pistol rounds from the spot and have registered a case and are investigating the murder. The wreath-laying ceremony of slain Sub-Inspector Farooq Ahmed Mir was held in Avantipora with the final salute being given to him. Bureau Report, Republic TV.
The Congress protest, the Youth Congress protest outside the Secretariat in Thiruvananthapuram had turned violent, and after about 45 minutes of protest, the police have resorted to using water cannons as well as smoke grenade, and as you can see, they also have started using cannons to disperse the crowd. About 500 strong Youth Congress workers had assembled outside. Now the police have resorted to force after maintaining restraint for almost 40 minutes. We can see a lot of Youth Congress workers have been injured. There has been restraint for 45 minutes. You can see in these visuals, police is still continuing to use the tear gas as well as cannons to disperse the crowd. So far about 8-9 rounds of tear cannons have been used, but the police is consistently using these cannons. Now the Youth Congress has been demanding resignation of Chief Minister Pinarayi Vijayan after Swapna Suresh, the accused in the Kerala gold smuggling case, has leveled some serious allegations under the affidavit which he had submitted under section 164(5) in the court, and based on which the Congress has been continuing to demanding resignation of Chief Minister Pinarayi Vijayan, and these are the visuals that are coming, and tear cannons have also been used. And what needs to be seen right now, the protesters have all been dispersed, but tear cannons as well as water cannons have been used. And these are the exclusive visuals that are coming from outside the Secretariat in Thiruvananthapuram. We get to understand that 2-3 youth workers of the Congress party have also been injured. One, including one woman, has had a fracture in her leg as well due to excess of police force. But what needs to be said is that for almost half an hour, police had maintained restraint. The Youth Congress, as you can see, Shafi Parambil, the president of the Youth Congress. Shafi! The president of the Youth Congress is here, and he is one who is taking out the protest. He has also been water cannon as a mark of protest. He's here. Shafi, what do you have to say?
Clear case of police atrocity. Just clear case of police atrocity. A chief minister who cannot face the questions from the media, who cannot answer the public, who is running away from public, is using the force to ensure that there is no protest against him.
Okay, that is exclusive. That is Shafi Parambil, MLA from Palakkad, as well as the Youth Congress president, speaking to the public, stating that police has used force and excess to disperse the crowd. There were large-scale non-violent protests, is what he is saying. But we get to see dramatic visuals, dramatic things are happening outside. The police has used force and it continued to use cannons to disperse the crowd. But the Youth Congress protests have turned more aggressive, and things are getting more aggressive at the capital city outside the north gate in Thiruvananthapuram. Earlier, they had given clear inputs stating that the protest is large scale and there were 500 strong protesters. Even the north gate, which is over here, as well as 500 meters away, the south gate, there has been strict cordon by the Kerala police. But right now, as you can see, water cannons still continue to be, after the water cannon, the tear gas as well as shells are being used to disperse the Congress protesters. Police is going on an aggressive note, as you can see. They are okay. I think some of the protesters are also throwing stones over here. And we will be reporting further of this incident. But the police and the protesters are there are stones which are being pelted. There are stones which are being pelted, and police is using. Extremely dramatic visuals that are coming out from outside the secretariat in Thiruvananthapuram. We could clearly see the protesters throwing stones. We could see the protesters constantly throwing stones, and police in fact are retorting with using tear gas cannons, and very, very dramatic scenes outside. The violence has been on for the last 15 minutes. Over 10 rounds of tear cannons have already been used outside the secretariat, and the conflict between the police, as you can see again, the conflict between the police and the protesters continue outside. The stones are again continuously being thrown. It is a very risky affair to stand over here. As you can clearly see, stones are being thrown towards the police when we are standing right behind this area, and the protesters are constantly throwing these stones. We are covering this exclusive issue that are coming out. The protest is turning extremely violent. From both sides, the police had lost earlier week keeping restrained, but right now police has also gone into a very aggressive note. Some of the key members of the Youth Congress have been taken into custody, and while you can also see some of these workers are also being taken into custody, there are some also throwing stones at the distance far away. The aggressive note, aggressively they are even continuing to start throwing stones. But what needs to be seen is whether this tense situation can be quelled by the existing force. But we could see there is an excessive aggressiveness from all sides. Whether it's the police also, they've used aggressiveness, they have all here. But we are standing here right now. We could see some stones are being thrown right over there from the corner. From the corner, protesters are throwing stones. Very clearly, they are throwing stones. At the same time, and some leaders are trying to tell them not to throw any stones. But this is turning out of control. The Youth Congress workers' protest is turned out of control. Police is continuing to move forward, trying to throw tear gas to disperse the crowd. Again, this is more. We continue to report from this ground, although the tear gas still continues to be here. It's a very difficult area to report. But what we can tell you right now, this entire corridor over there, tear gas has been used, and the protests still continue. It's been over 20 minutes of aggressive protest. Now you can see the police has now gone all out. Police has gone all out. Our cameraman has also been tear gassed. So we are going slowly. We are taking our okay, extreme lathi charge has started. Police has started lathi charging the police has started using lathi charge. You can see the protesters are going inside the shopping complex nearby, and they are being lathi charged. The police is lathi charging, dispersing the protesters. These are extremely distressing videos. You can clearly see the protesters are being lathi charged in large number, and the activists the Youth Congress activists are also being taken out. They have been told to leave this place immediately, vacate this area. But this tense tense situation continue on the ground in Thiruvananthapuram. About 20 rounds of water cannon or 20 rounds of tear gas have been used by the police, and this is a very we have never seen a protest of this scale by the Youth Congress in the last 2 years reporting on the ground, but this is for the very first time this kind of aggressiveness is being displayed by the Congress workers. We are also very careful because while reporting we could also see stones being hurled from the other side, so it's a very risky affair to stand. We have to keep our constant vigil when the stones are being thrown, but at the moment you can see, let's see what is happening over here. The police is trying to control the mob, which is the Youth Congress workers are being controlled. There is a stiff situation. The police is trying to control. They are trying to get into trying to resolve this matter, but Youth Congress workers continue to protest. What needs to be seen, whether this aggressiveness, whether the violent nature of this protest will stop. Right now, the MLA from Palakkad, Shafi Parambil, is there mediating, ensuring that there is no more injury from either side. The violence at the moment continue. The violence does continue, but it has subsided a little bit with the MLA from Palakkad interfering in this matter, trying to calm down all the sides. But for the very first time, perhaps in the last 2 years, we see the Congress youth workers taking shelter in the nearby shops. And all this area that we are reporting from, extremely, I have to say this, it has been tear gas. It has been tear gas, and the tear gas is still around in this area. It's a little difficult to report and to move around, but still we continue to report. And the police is still, as you can see in these visuals, police is still going in roads. We are about 300 meters away from the protest site, and police is going deep inside these pockets in Trivandrum, trying to take out all the protesting Youth Congress workers. And what needs to be seen is whether this will send a strong signal, definitely a strong signal that demanding the resignation of Chief Minister Pinarayi Vijayan over the gold smuggling case. But for those who have been reporting consistently on the ground, this is perhaps the very strongest protest ever registered by the Congress camp ever, demanding this resignation. This kind of aggressiveness have never been seen before in Thiruvananthapuram. And what the police have also come in large numbers. We get to understand that the intelligence has also given inputs that this is going to be going extremely violent as well, and which has become very violent. We have seen stones being hurled. We were very close by. We were very close by where the stones were being hurled, and the tear gas also been used. More than 20 rounds of tear gas has been used in this area, and it definitely it's a very dramatic over here. We are about 300 meters away from where the actual protest took place, and the protests continue. The stifle between the police as well as the protesting Youth Congress workers continue, and we will continue to give you more information as we again walk in to the protest, to the area of protest. We are now in the inroads to see what is the actual tussle that is happening. We can clearly see the Youth Congress president of this Youth Congress president, the MLA from Palakkad, trying to interfere to calm down the situation. Police have gathered in large numbers, again trying to ensure that this particular protest dwindles down, but it does not see any sign of it right now. At the moment, these protesters are demanding that action against the police. They are saying the police has used excess, but we could clearly see the Congress workers hurling stones against the police. At the same time, we have seen police beating the workers and above their leg also. We have seen there has been severe protest from both sides. There has been violence from the protesters as well, but the Congress youth workers the temper of these Congress youth workers are at an extremely high, and it does not seem to dwindle. We are far away from the protesting site, but again this continues. The nature, the stifle between the Youth Congress workers and the police continues. The demand for the Congress is that Chief Minister Pinarayi Vijayan must resign over the various allegations that has been put forward by the key accused in the gold smuggling case, Swapna Suresh. after she gave a Section 164 statement. Now, what needs to be seen in the aftermath of this is that what Congress is demanding is that they want a court-monitored probe by the central agencies. As they say, even the central agencies cannot be believed, as in the previous time the central agencies were going very slow over arresting and taking even Chief Minister for questioning. They also say that there has been unusual use of force. They also claim that the BJP and the CPM are working in tandem to ensure the safety of Chief Minister Pinarayi Vijayan. But these are extremely tense situation that is coming from the ground outside Thiruvananthapuram. The protest at the moment, the police have spoken to the protesters, stating protesters have been calm now. They are saying they will not use any other excess. The police is slowly retrieving back from the very spot. We have been giving an extensive coverage about this particular conflict. But on one side, the police is seen retreating back, and on the other side, you see the Congress workers are still little more, they're aggressive. They're still continuing to chant slogans demanding resignation of Chief Minister Pinarayi Vijayan. The water cannons have been used, followed by tear gas, as well as the other cannons being used to disperse the protesters from the side. But all this has aggravated the situation. At the moment, things are all right. It was not so before 10-15 minutes ago, but now you see the second round of protests is coming. There again, these protesters are marching back again, demanding resignation of Chief Minister Pinarayi Vijayan over the gold smuggling case. It has been a very tense situation on the ground in Thiruvananthapuram. The protesters had gathered in around 500 to 1,000 protesters are here, but from the protest side, about 300 to 400 meters, there has been conflict, and there has been throwing stones also, as well as police using about 20 rounds of water, or 20 rounds of tear gas as well. So these are the movements that are coming from outside the capital city of Thiruvananthapuram, and what needs to be seen is whether in a few moments from now we will be with these protests will dwindle down. With video journalist Mani S from Thiruvananthapuram, Ashwin Nandakumar, Republic TV.
Coming in, those visuals that Ashwin is getting to us, getting for our viewers from Thiruvananthapuram, where Congress is staging a protest against Pinarayi Vijayan. And those visuals that are on your screen, protesters out in large numbers, the Congress workers out in large numbers on the streets, and also heavy police deployment, and Congress workers there saying that they are being targeted. And Ashwin was speaking to a few of them, and they were saying how the police personnel are targeting workers there on the streets, but there's open mayhem on the streets there in Thiruvananthapuram, and a huge crowd, Ashwin, as we can see. The Congress workers, the youth Congress workers out in huge numbers, and so are the police people on the streets.
Absolutely. As I said before, we've been covering on the ground, reporting on such protests for the last 2 years. And this is for the very first time we see such kind of aggressiveness on display by the Congress camp. Because perhaps the reason may be because of the seriousness of the allegations that has come forward in the public in terms of Section 164 statement which was given by one of the accused. Now, for a long time, police has been keeping restraint, because the MLA of Palakkad, Shafi Parambil, is also within the crowd. So they were maintaining restraint throughout, and they were also saying, the police were also saying that they will not be using any force. But when things got out of control, we could see the aggressiveness picked up in after about half an hour, after completing half an hour of the protest. And that's when the police first resorted to using water cannons, followed by cannons, and then tear gas. We could count over 20 rounds of tear gas has been used by the police. But at the moment, on the ground, things have got little better. The mayhem continues though, the tense situation continues though, but the aggressiveness has come down a little bit. We will see further whether a second round of violence will start, whether that will start again, restart again, that needs to be seen. Back to you.
Right, Ashwin, thank you so much for getting us all those visuals from Thiruvananthapuram. The Congress workers out on the streets, and so are the police. The Congress workers there demanding the resignation of Pinarayi Vijayan. And getting inside visuals of Kabul Gurdwara that was attacked. Remember, earlier several explosions were reported in Kabul early Saturday, reports confirmed a complex attack launched on a Sikh Gurdwara in Kabul's Baghe Bala area, claiming the life of one, while 8 to 15 are still believed to be trapped. So those visuals on your screen of the Gurdwara in Kabul, where unidentified people stormed and launched an attack, where 2 people have been reported dead, and ISI's hand suspected in this attack on the Gurdwara in Kabul. The 60-year-old Sikh identified as Savinder Singh has been killed, and so has been one of the guards at the Gurdwara. 2 people have been confirmed dead, and it's being said that 15 have been taken hostage. Now, this is the first video of the attack from inside the Gurdwara. We are showing you the insides of this Gurdwara in Kabul. Let's go across to Shersha, who's joining us from Kabul. Shersha, what are you hearing from this Gurdwara in Kabul? And we are being told that people have been taken hostage inside.
Hello?
Shersha, are you able to hear me?
Hello?
Shersha, if you could give us an update on what is happening there in Kabul. Hostages being taken. We'll try to connect to Shersha again. But those visuals that are coming in from Kabul, the Gurdwara that was attacked, and those visuals of the Gurdwara being attacked, 2 people have been confirmed dead, and about 15, it is said, have been taken hostage. Those visuals from the Gurdwara in Kabul. And it is said that it is being claimed that ISIS is behind this attack in the Kabul Gurdwara. They're saying that it's been the ISIS attackers who came and stormed the Gurdwara and killed 2 people, and others have been taken hostage.
किस तरीके से देखते, पिछली बार भी जब हुआ था तब भी आवाज़ आपने बुलंद की थी, अफगानिस्तान में जो सिख रह रहे हैं वो कष्ट में थे तब भी आपने आवाज़ बुलंद की थी, एक बार फिर से वहाँ पर जो है गुरुद्वारे पर हमला किया गया है, जो वहाँ पर जो गार्ड था उसको मार दिया गया है, बहुत सारे लोग फंसे हुए।
देखिए, वहाँ पे अफगानिस्तान में ये पहली घटना नहीं है, ऐसी घटनाएं बहुत अलग अलग जगह पे गुरुद्वारों के अंदर भी और गुरुद्वारों के बाहर भी सिखों के ऊपर हमला हुए हैं। खुरासान जो वहाँ की एक आईएसआईएस की एक विंग है, जो एक आतंकी ऑर्गेनाइजेशन है, उन्होंने ये अनाउंस किया था, ऐलान किया था, या चेतावनी दी थी कि अगर आप नहीं छोड़ेंगे अफगानिस्तान तो हम आपके ऊपर कातलाना हमला करेंगे, आपको मारेंगे। यहाँ पर खुरासान जो है वो चाहता है कि इस्लाम के अलावा वहाँ पे कोई और ना हो, इसलिए उन्होंने सिखों को यहाँ पे हटाने के, या तो आप धर्म बदलो, इस्लाम कबूल करो, नहीं तो आप इसको मुल्क को छोड़ो। आज सुबह 6 बजे ये हमला हुआ। जिस वक्त हमला हुआ उस वक्त कोई 10 से 12 लोग गुरु घर के अंदर थे, इसमें कुछ शरणार्थी भी आए हुए थे जो राहगीर थे, रात को उन्होंने आके शरण ली हुई थी। गुरुद्वारे के ग्रंथी थे, जो वहाँ पे गार्ड था जो कि लोकल वहाँ के तालिबान की पुलिस का था, वो मुस्लिम था, उसको उन्होंने वहीं पे मार दिया। उसके बाद वहाँ पे 7 ब्लास्ट हुए, फायरिंग हुई। फायरिंग के अंदर एक सविंदर सिंह के
That was Manjinder Singh Sirsa speaking on the attack that took place in the Gurdwara in Kabul. Going across to Shersha, who's joining us live from Kabul. Shersha, what is the latest update that is coming in from the Gurdwara? We are being told that some people have been taken hostage.
Yeah, according to the officials of Taliban Interior Ministry, after minimum 5 hours of war between the Taliban and the attackers, the attack was defeated. And according to their statistics, one Sikh community member of Afghanistan was killed in this incident, and also one Taliban fighter was also killed, and 7 others were injured. It's also said that at the beginning the attackers used bomb grenades, and after that they entered the Gurdwara, and they started firing on the people, and also they burned parts of the Gurdwara as well. So generally, the eyewitnesses say that the casualties are higher than that, as we have reports that several Taliban fighters and also people who were in the Gurdwara, they were killed in this attack.
Right. Shesha, those visuals that we are getting in, it's been claimed that 2 people have died in those attacks and they've been identified too. But what is being said of the current situation? Will there be an effort to take those people out? What is being done there by the Talibani regime in order to help the Sikhs there?
According to the information of the sources on ground, and also as I speak with several eyewitnesses, they told me that currently the condition is under control. The people who are in the Gurdwara, they have been released from the attack, and now everything is under control. So after 5...
And reservation protests continue unabated. Now we're getting fresh visuals of protests across Gujarat and Bihar, but also what the defense minister has to say. Raksha Mantri Rajnath Singh has tweeted, and he's saying that, and it's being said, the office of the defense minister has tweeted, which says that the defense minister has approved a proposal to reserve 10% of the job vacancies in Ministry of Defense for the Agniveers meeting requisite eligibility criteria. Now 10% reservation in the Ministry of Defense for Agniveers. That's a massive announcement. That's a major announcement being made by the Defense Ministry. Raksha Mantri Rajnath Singh approves a proposal to reserve 10% of the jobs in the Ministry of Defense for Agniveers. Now, to all those who've been asking what is going to be the future of Agniveers after 4 years, what will happen to them after they complete the course, and as to 75% of them who will be left with nothing. Now a 10% reservation in the Defense Ministry for Agniveers. That's the big announcement being made by the Ministry of Defense. The Defense Minister has approved 10% reservation in Ministry of Defense. My colleague Anuj joins us on this story. Anuj, now that's a massive announcement being made by the Ministry of Defense to all those who'd been asking what is going to happen to the 75% who would not be absorbed by the forces. Now this is a big announcement.
10% of the job vacancies in the Ministry of Defense. That's something which has been announced. The proposal has been approved by none other but the Raksha Mantri. Today, it was an important meeting which was called in by Raksha Mantri, the chief of the services. The 3 services was present in the meeting. The duo were present, but the army chief was also detailed. A description has been done with the army chief also. And after this, now this is big. This is big announcement coming in by the Defense Minister Rajnath Singh himself, that 10% of the job vacancies in the Ministry of Defense will be available for the Agniveers. Earlier, these were the questions which were raised by the protesters, by the students whom we were seeing on the streets of the nations when the protests broke out. But now this is big. This is big announcement by the Raksha Mantri. This is big announcement by the government of India.
And my colleague Niranjan joins us on this story. Niranjan, now that's a big announcement being made by the Ministry of Defence, because one major reservation to this Agnipath scheme, which is being emphasized by the opposition, has been what happens to those 75% who are not absorbed by the forces. This is huge.
Yes, I think, this is in the scheme of things of, what they've been announcing in the last, few hours. This is coming as an extra boost because the Defence Minister, and this announcement comes after the meeting with the chiefs, and he has now said additionally, this is an additional one, and it's more important, it's very important to mark out that this is an additional 10% reservation for job vacancies in the Ministry of Defence for Agniveer. So this is for the first time. So you had announcements of job reservations in the para forces. For the first time, the Defence Ministry saying 10% of the job vacancies in the Ministry of Defence will be for Agniveers meeting requisite eligibility criteria. Not just that, necessary amendments to relevant recruitment rules will also be undertaken to implement these provisions, which include another 10% reservation, which will be implemented in the Indian Coast Guard, Defence Civilian Force, 16 defence public sector undertakings, and this reservation is also in addition to the existing reservation for ex-servicemen. So they've really carved out another quota for Agniveer, carved out a completely different quota for Agniveer now, and they're saying that necessary amendments to these relevant recruitment rules will be undertaken to implement these provisions, and the public sector, defence public sector undertakings will be advised to make similar amendments to the respective recruitment rules to ensure that these relaxations will be made for them.
Right, and if you could just tell them more, our senior executive editor Abhishek Kapoor joins us on the story. Abhishek, 10% reservation will be implemented in the Indian Coast Guard, Defence Civilian Post, all 16 defence public sector undertakings. Now, the government trying everything to convince that the Agnipath scheme is for the betterment of the youth of the country.
Well, Sucharita, yes, the government is backing its intent with action. So we saw how the Home Ministry came out with 10% reservation in the Central Armed Paramilitary Forces. In the morning, now the standing strength of the Central Armed Paramilitary Forces is about 10 lakh. And if typically 80,000 to 1 lakh recruitments happen every year, we are looking at something like 10,000 Agniveers getting assured jobs in Central Armed Paramilitary Forces. Typically, and similarly, in the case of all these forces and ancillary units of the Ministry of Defence, including the public sector undertakings, if the typical recruitment over one year is about 50,000, that's another, which means 10% of 50,000, another 5,000. So what you're looking at is 15 to 20,000 Agniveers getting assured job guarantee once they complete their Agnipath process and come out. Now, just to understand, typically every year between 45,000 to 60,000 Agniveers would be getting inside the armed forces. On completion of 4 years, 25% would be getting absorbed in the defence forces, 75% would be coming out, which is about 30% would be coming out, 30,000 would be coming out. Out of those 30,000, 15 to 20,000 anyway get absorbed in the Central Armed Paramilitary Forces under the Union Home Ministry and the Defence Ministry. And of course, the state governments have already announced there will be reservations in the police forces also. So almost all the Agniveers will get absorbed, win the government jobs. I think this concern, this protest, it should be taken back, and it seems to be uncalled for now.
Right. Thank you so much, Abhishek, for joining us on that story. So that big decision being made by the Ministry of Defence after the Defence Minister Rajnath Singh had a meeting with the chiefs of the 3 armed forces. And we quickly slip into a short break. And vehicles set ablaze, vandals throng the streets, center alleys, fear over Agnipath scheme, but violence continues. And also on the other side, roads inundated and damage to property from Jammu to Bengaluru. Heavy rains continue to lash India.
And in other national news, the centre has announced a one-time waiver to increase the age limit for the Agnipath recruitment scheme to 23 years. Following this, Army Chief General Manoj Pandey lauded the Agnipath scheme, saying that people protesting will realize it is good for the nation once they are informed.
Our effort will be to spread awareness about the scheme up to the last soldier in the earliest possible time frame. As far as the youth is concerned, I feel they haven't fully understood the contents and the implications of the scheme, and that is why there are some apprehensions in their mind. But once they have fully understood the contents of the scheme, I'm sure that they will realize it is not only for their good, but also for the good of the nation and good of the Indian Army.
Speaking to Republic's editor-in-chief, Arnab Goswami, India's Chief of Naval Staff, Admiral R. Harikumar, spoke about the main objectives of the introduction of the Agnipath scheme and how it was aimed towards an administrative shift in the armed forces, as well as to send a message of encouragement to the youth. He called it a hugely transformative initiative that will open up opportunities manifold.
It is truly transformational, and it is looking at developing the nationalistic ethos amongst the youth, as well as the fulfilling the main aim of the reduction of the age profile of the armed forces.
A police officer was shot dead by terrorists inside his home in
And even as the centre has announced increase in age limit and reservation, protests continue unabated. Fresh visuals of protests have come in from across Gujarat and Bihar, even as the centre has allayed all fears on the matter. So who is stoking the fire and why is the big question? This report filed by my colleague Prakash Singh from Patna will show you that these protests are provoked.
मैं यहाँ डाकबंगला चौराहे पे मौजूद हूँ और पप्पू यादव की टीम आ रही है। देखिए ये बच्चे भी हैं यहाँ पर पप्पू यादव का फोटो लिए हुए। बाबू तुम लोग कहाँ आए हो?
आए पप्पू यादव जिताने के लिए। हाँ
तो वोटर
बहुत अच्छे अंकल। हाँ हमसे खाना देते हैं, कभी भूखे नहीं रहने देते।
कितना पैसा दिए हैं?
अभी हमसे बहुत देते हैं।
क्या दिए हैं?
पैसा दिए फिर कहा चलो हमारे संग कहा चलो।
कितना पैसा पे? कितना पैसा दिए?
100 रुपया।
100 रुपया दिए हैं? 100 रुपया दिए हैं?
हाँ।
और क्या दिए हैं?
और खाने के लिए चीज।
तुमको कितना पैसा?
हमको 100 रुपया।
कौन दिया?
पप्पू यादव।
अच्छा कितना पैसा दिया?
100 रुपया पप्पू यादव दिया।
पप्पू यादव का नारा लगाने के लिए। अब पता है कहाँ है हो?
जिताने के लिए।
कहाँ? कहाँ है वो पता है?
कहाँ? कहाँ?
कितना रुपया दिए हैं?
100 रुपया।
तो ये देखिए ये बच्चे हैं, ये बोल रहे हैं कि 100 रुपया दिया है पप्पू यादव की टीम ने। और आप ये आजकल की राजनीति का रूप देखिए कि कैसे बच्चों को इस्तेमाल किया जा रहा है।
And on the other side of this small break, firing reported, 15 stranded victims rushed to hospital after blasted Kabul Gurdwara. ISI's role in attack now confirmed. And also Prime Minister Modi in pole-bound Gujarat seeks blessings from mother on her 100th birthday, inaugurates mega projects.
Amity faculty have filed over 1,600 patents. Yet another reason why Amity has been conferred with the National Intellectual Property Award by Government of India for being the top Indian academic institution for patents and commercialization.
Speaking to Republic's editor-in-chief, Arnab Goswami, India's Chief of Naval Staff, Admiral R. Harikumar, spoke about the main objectives of the introduction of the Agnipath scheme and how it was aimed towards an administrative shift in the armed forces, as well as to send a message of encouragement to the youth. He called it a hugely transformative initiative that will open up opportunities manifold.
It is truly transformational, and it is looking at developing the nationalistic ethos amongst the youth, as well as the fulfilling the main aim of the reduction of the age profile of the armed forces.
Agitators vandalized the Secunderabad railway station premises in Hyderabad and set a train ablaze during a protest against the Agnipath scheme. The protesters vandalized the windows of a train, torching a two-wheeler on the tracks and a few bags on the platform. 3 fire tenders were moved to the spot to douse the fire. Protesters vandalized a Telangana state transport bus at the Secunderabad bus station during a protest against the centre's Agnipath scheme. The Armed Forces Service Chiefs have unanimously put their weight behind the Agnipath recruitment scheme, under which the selected youth will be known as Agniveers. Agnipath allows patriotic and motivated youth to serve in the armed forces for a period of 4 years, following which 25% will be absorbed into the armed forces, whereas the remaining will
टीचर्स अलग अलग राज्यों में ऐसी पोस्टें खाली पड़ी हैं, तो इसका लाभ भी भविष्य में मिल सकता है। उस दिशा में भी हम विचार करें कि इसमें क्या क्या संभव हो सकता है। मैं युवाओं से यही कहूँगा कि भर्ती प्रक्रिया जो शुरू हो रही है उसके लिए अपनी तैयारी शुरू कर दीजिए और आपको मेरी ओर से बहुत शुभकामनाएं। पहले बैच के अग्निवीर आप बनने जा रहे हैं, बहुत बहुत शुभकामनाएं।
And there, viewers, you just heard Anurag Thakur, their union minister, also speaking on the Agnipath scheme. This comes right on the back of the big announcement by the Defence Ministry of 10% reservation in jobs in the Defence Ministry and affiliates for Agniveers. And this is the big news that we are breaking at this time, and hence an appeal now going out from various ministers, including now Anurag Thakur, to the youth to understand what the scheme is about, and an appeal for peace as well, because there are myriad benefits that are now coming across and tweaks are being added perpetually and constantly to make it an even more attractive proposition for Agniveers, whether or not they are absorbed into the forces or if they choose to take up other occupations, vocations, and even if they want to work for the government in the various paramilitaries as well. And it is a big move by the Modi government, both the Home Ministry and the Defence Ministry making reservations for Agniveers in various government departments, paramilitary forces and in other areas. More on this after a short break, viewers.
Reading allows us to become familiar with ourselves.
We don't read, we won't know what is knowledge. I just find it very interesting to know people's lives, how they went through certain situations, how they dealt with things.
So wherever you want to go in life, if you read books along those lines, then that would really help you in growing.
Reading could mean a million different things to every individual. What does it mean to you? Visit readindia.info to find out more.
And in other national news, the centre has announced a one-time waiver to increase the age limit for the Agnipath recruitment scheme to 23 years. Following this, Army Chief General Manoj Pandey lauded the Agnipath scheme, saying that people protesting will realise it is good for the nation once they are informed.
Our effort will be to spread awareness about the scheme up to the last soldier in the earliest possible time frame. As far as the youth is concerned, I feel they haven't fully understood the contents and the implications of the scheme, and that is why there are some apprehensions in their mind. But once they have fully understood the contents of the scheme, I'm sure that they will realize it is not only for their good, but also for the good of the nation and good of the Indian Army.
Speaking to Republic's editor-in-chief, Arnab Goswami, India's Chief of Naval Staff, Admiral R. Harikumar, spoke about the main objectives of the introduction of the Agnipath scheme and how it was aimed towards an administrative shift in the armed forces, as well as to send a message of encouragement to the youth. He called it a hugely transformative initiative that will open up
Hello and welcome viewers. Let's dive straight into the top stories at this hour on Superfast 50. In a deeply worrying development early in the morning in Afghanistan, the Gurdwara Karte Parwan in Kabul was attacked by terrorists. 3 blasts were reported from inside and around the premises of the Gurdwara, and while specific details are still sketchy, it apparently quickly developed into a hostage situation. Republic TV has accessed the first visuals of the attack inside the Kabul Gurdwara, where one can see shattered glass and the pell-mell of rampant destruction and damage to the Gurdwara. At least 2 people have been killed, including a Delhi-based Sikh man and the security guard in the Gurdwara attack in Kabul. Later, members of the Sikh community were seen taking the holy Guru Granth Sahib out of the Gurdwara at enormous personal risk to their own safety. According to reports, an ISIS hand in the Kabul Gurdwara attack has been confirmed. The Interior Minister of Afghanistan's Taliban government issued a partially pious statement during the fighting that did very little to reassure worried Indians. All the terrorists that attacked Gurdwara Karte Parwan Sahib have been neutralized by Afghan soldiers. However, as per the latest information, according to the latest reports, the Gurdwara Sahib now under the Afghanistan police's control, but factors that cause this incident are as yet unclear. Punjab Chief Minister Bhagwant Mann has condemned the attack on Gurdwara Karte Parwan in Kabul. He urged the central government to provide immediate assistance to ensure the safety of minorities in Afghanistan. The Ministry of External Affairs has said that they are deeply concerned about the reports emanating from Kabul about an attack on a sacred Gurdwara in that city and are monitoring the situation. Condemning the terror attack, External Affairs Minister of India Dr. S. Jaishankar said that the cowardly attack on Gurdwara Karte Parwan should be condemned in the strongest terms by all. He said that the government's first and foremost concern is for the welfare of the community. In a critical development to do with the Agnipath scheme, Raksha Mantri Rajnath Singh has approved a proposal to reserve 10% of job vacancies in the Ministry of Defence for Agniveers. The 10% reservation will be implemented in the Indian Coast Guard and Defence civilian posts and all of the 16 defence sector public sector undertakings. Necessary amendments to relevant recruitment rules will be undertaken to implement the 10% reservation in Defence Ministry and affiliated jobs for Agniveers. Defence PSUs, all 16 of them, will be advised to make similar amendments to their respective recruitment rules. The necessary age relaxation provision will also be made in this regard, is what the Raksha Mantri has been saying. In another big follow-up to the Agnipath announcement, the Ministry of Home Affairs has also decided to reserve 10% vacancies for Agniveers for recruitment in the CAPF paramilitary forces as well as the Assam Rifles. The MHA has also directed to extend the age limit of paramilitary forces recruitment for the first batch beyond the prescribed upper age limit for Agniveers benefits. Defence Minister Rajnath Singh held an hour-long meeting with Navy Chief Admiral R. Harikumar and Indian Air Force Chief Air Chief Marshal Vivek Ram Chaudhary, along with Vice Chief of Army Staff Lieutenant General B.S. Raju in the national capital on the Agnipath recruitment scheme. Discussions were held on the implementation of the scheme and its expedited rollout. The Telangana police has arrested more than 100 protesters accused of involvement in arson at Secunderabad railway station yesterday. According to sources, special teams were formed to nab the accused and a search operation was underway. An FIR has been registered by the railway police against the protesters who torched multiple vehicles. CCTV visuals have emerged from Ludhiana railway station in Punjab now, where around 50 to 60 protesters could be seen with rods vandalizing the station for no apparent reason. There were no Agnipath protests in Punjab till this point, and even here too there was no protest, only vandalism. Punjab Chief Minister Bhagwant Mann has demanded that the centre roll back the Agnipath scheme, claiming that there is anger among the youth. Not really getting into any nitty-gritties, he said that those who want to work for the country with passion should be given the chance and be given a pension later on.
और 21 साल में रिटायर होके आ जाइए, भूतपूर्व सैनिक बन जाइए 21 साल में, तो ये तो ठीक नहीं है.
In Karnataka, around 100 people protested at the old SP circle in Dharwad over the Agnipath scheme. After a stone pelting incident was reported, the police resorted to lathi charge. According to the police, 20 people have been taken into custody in this matter. In Jammu and Kashmir, the Youth Congress continued sloganeering against the Agnipath scheme near the Jammu Press Club. Taking to the streets, they demanded a rollback of the Agnipath scheme on the very lucid and thought-through argument that it is a jumla.
Agnipath rollback! 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 Agnipath rollback! Rollback! Agnipath rollback! BJP murdabad! Murdabad! Murdabad!
The Bihar police has arrested 300 people and has registered 90 FIRs against the protesters who torched trains with abandon in their protest against the Agnipath scheme in Bihar. The arrests have seemingly had the effect of warding off the All India Students Union, that is the left's ISA Students Union, from protesting today. Patna DM Chandrasekhar Singh has stated that protesters are being identified through video footage and have purportedly unearthed the role of 7 to 8 coaching centers in spreading misinformation and provocative messages.
फायरिंग हुई है क्या? लगभग 1500 की संख्या में लोग थे जो घेर लिए थे मसूरी तरगना रेलवे स्टेशन पर, और जीआरपी थाना में कुछ गाड़ियां थी पुरानी, उसमें आग लगा दिए थे। कुछ पब्लिक का भी गाड़ी और कुछ निजी वाहनों में भी आगजनी किए थे। उन सभी लोगों को खदेड़ दिया गया है और पूरी तरह से अपने कब्जे हम लोग रेलवे स्टेशन पर लिए हैं। 30 लोगों को अभी तक अरेस्ट हम लोगों ने किया है। बाकी आसपास के घरों में लोग छुपे हुए हैं, कुछ भाग गए हैं, कुछ छुपे हुए, उनका सर्च करके हम लोग अरेस्टिंग कर रहे हैं और इसमें कड़ी कार्रवाई हम लोग करेंगे। बहुत सारा वीडियो फुटेज हम लोगों के पास है, चिन्हित कर रहे हैं उसके आधार पर।
It has turned out that the incidents of vandalism at railway premises across Bihar have led to losses of over 200 crore rupees. The protesters burnt at least 50 coaches and 5 railway engines amid their violent demonstrations yesterday in Bihar. Pakistan's energy crisis has hit Karachi now, wherein the broke Shehbaz Sharif government is directing all shopping malls, markets, restaurants to close down early to save fuel and energy. This is as Pakistan remains in the FATF's grey list. A combined graduation parade was held at the Air Force Academy in Dundigal, Telangana, where General Manoj Pandey, the Chief of the Army Staff, was the chief guest and the reviewing officer of the parade. Speaking at the graduation parade held at the Air Force Academy in Dundigal, Chief of the Army Staff General Manoj Pandey said that transformational reforms in the Indian Army are currently underway. He said that India's security canvas requires a high level of operational preparedness.
So transformational reforms underway in the armed forces, in the human resources management and other domains such as capability development, with focus on Atmanirbharta.
Thousands of Kerala Youth Congress workers have demanded the resignation of Chief Minister Pinarayi Vijayan over the alleged links in the gold smuggling case. They were holding a protest outside the Secretariat in Thiruvananthapuram. After accused Swapna Suresh's revelations, Kerala Congress says there is no reason why the Chief Minister should continue in office.
Police atrocity. Just clear case of police atrocity. A chief minister who cannot face the questions from the media, who cannot answer the public, who is running away from public. He is using the force to ensure that there is no protest against him.
The Kerala police has resorted to lathi charge and tear gas shelling to disperse the Congress workers as the situation quickly spiraled out of control in Thiruvananthapuram. Heavy rainfall threw normal life out of gear in Poonch district of Jammu and Kashmir. A flash flood-like situation was also seen in the Alapir area of Poonch Mandi. Lakhs of people thronged streets to witness Prime Minister Narendra Modi's mega roadshow in Vadodara and Gujarat, where he delivered a speech during which he expressed his profuse gratitude to the people of the state who welcome him back with lots of love every time. Attending the Gujarat Gaurav Abhiyan in Gujarat's cultural capital Vadodara, Prime Minister Narendra Modi laid the foundation stone or inaugurated various development projects worth a total of 21,000 crore rupees. Addressing the people of Vadodara, Prime Minister Modi stated that the double-engine government is working for women's empowerment for the past 8 years. He said that various schemes were framed for women at every stage to empower them. So far, 98 lakh women are benefiting from these schemes.
बीते 8 साल से डबल इंजन की सरकार नारी शक्ति को भारत के सामर्थ्य की धुरी बनाने के लिए जो प्रयास कर रही है, आज गुजरात में मां कालका के आशीर्वाद से उनको नई ताकत मिली है.
Addressing the people of Vadodara at the massive rally, Prime Minister Narendra Modi announced that around 2 lakh families would get Pakka homes under the Pradhan Mantri Awas Yojana, including houses worth around 1,800 crore in urban areas and houses worth over 1,530 crore rupees in rural areas. Prime Minister Narendra Modi, who is on a 2-day visit to his home state Gujarat, met with his mother Hiraben Modi at her residence in Gandhinagar on her birthday as she enters her 100th year and sought her blessings. He wrote a very moving blog post dedicated to her, which viewers you must read on republicworld.com. Prime Minister Narendra Modi inaugurated the redeveloped Kalika Mata temple atop the Pavagad hill in Panchmahal district and offered prayers there. Chief Minister Bhupendra Patel was also present with the Prime Minister. Addressing a program at the Pavagad hill, Prime Minister Modi said that today the spiritual and cultural glory of India is being restored. He said that he was proud of the fact that a new India is living its ancient identity along with modern aspirations.
आज मुझे पावागढ़ में मां काली के भक्तों के लिए अनेक आधुनिक सुविधाएं अर्पित करने का अवसर मिला. मैंने मां से देशवासियों की सुख शांति और समृद्धि की कामना की और आजादी के अमृत काल में स्वर्णिम भारत के संकल्प की सिद्धि का मां से आशीर्वाद मांगा.
A police officer was shot dead in cold blood by terrorists in the Pampore area of Pulwama in the intervening night of Friday and Saturday. The bullet-ridden body of Farooq Ahmed Mir was found lying in a canal in the paddy fields in Sambura. The police recovered 2 empty cartridges of pistol rounds from the spot. A wreath-laying ceremony was held in Avantipura for the deceased cop. India and Bangladesh will be holding the 7th meeting of the Joint Consultative Commission in New Delhi tomorrow. The Ministry of External Affairs said that the commission will be co-chaired by External Affairs Minister of India, Dr. S. Jaishankar, and Foreign Minister of Bangladesh, Dr. A.K. Abdul Momen. The Rouse Avenue Court in Delhi has rejected the bail application of jailed Aam Aadmi Party Minister Satyendra Jain in connection with the money laundering case being investigated by the Enforcement Directorate. India has reported 13,216 new COVID cases, 8,148 recoveries and 23 deaths in the last 24 hours. While the number of active cases stood at 68,108, the daily positivity rate now stands at 2.73%. Ahead of the International Day of Yoga on June the 21st, Union Ministers Meenakshi Lekhi, Arjun Ram Meghwal and a number of foreign delegates participated in a yoga session in the national capital. India and the European Union resumed negotiations for a comprehensive free trade agreement in Brussels, Belgium, after a gap of nearly 9 years. The talks were kick-started by India's Trade Minister Piyush Goyal and his European Union counterpart Valdis Dombrovskis. The EU team will visit New Delhi now for the next round of the free trade agreement talks during June the 27th, that is, and July the 1st.
It's very natural that the European Union and India come together to expand our friendship, our trust, in terms of a very ambitious and comprehensive trade agreement, in terms of a forward-looking investment protection agreement, and also greater partnership on geographical indicators.
Union Minister of Commerce and Industry Piyush Goyal inaugurated a mango festival organized in Brussels in Belgium to create awareness amongst Europeans and to create a market for Indian mangoes in Europe. He said that the event showcased a wide variety of mangoes from across India, and people across the globe will be able to relish the sweetness of Indian mangoes, which are a whole lot better than the South American and African mangoes that currently dominate the European supermarkets.
I will say that ये पहली बार हुआ है कि यहाँ पर बेल्जियम में जो यूरोप का कैपिटल है, जहाँ यूरोपियन यूनियन की सारी संस्थाएं यहाँ पे हैं, वहाँ पहली बार मैंगो टेस्टिंग का हमने कार्यक्रम रखा है और हमारे लिए बहुत ही हम काफ़ी फॉर्चुनेट फील करते हैं क्योंकि आज कॉमर्स एंड इंडस्ट्री मिनिस्टर श्री पीयूष गोयल जी भी यहाँ आए और उन्होंने उसको इनॉग्रेट किया फॉर्मली.
Ukrainian President Volodymyr Zelensky welcomed the European Union's move to put his country on a path to taking up its membership. The European Union's executive arm made the recommendation a symbolic boost for the country that is fending off a Russian onslaught that is killing civilians, flattening cities, and threatening its very survival. United Nations Refugee Agency's Deputy High Commissioner Kelly Clements visited Afghanistan in an effort to highlight difficulties being faced by women, children's education, and other humanitarian issues. Speaking in Herat, Clements said that the international community needs to support initiatives that would help refugees and returnees in Afghanistan. A Russian-owned super yacht seized by the United States arrived in Honolulu Harbor in Hawaii flying an American flag. The ship became a target of task force launched in March to seize the assets of Russian oligarchs to put pressure on Russia to end the war in Ukraine. Protesters and police clashed in Senegal's Dakar city after an opposition demonstration was banned by the authorities. Police officers blocked the area around the house of Ousmane Sonko, one of the leaders of the country's opposition, not allowing him to even leave for Friday prayers. Bosnia has conveyed to Russia that it will not impose sanctions against the country. The Serb member of the presidency of Bosnia and Herzegovina, Milorad Dodik, conveyed Bosnia's stand to Russian leader Vladimir Putin at the annual International Economic Forum in St. Petersburg. The Russian president expressed hope that relations between Russia and Bosnia and Herzegovina will develop in spite of current difficulties. Second seed Maria Sakkari booked her place in the semi-finals of the Berlin Open with a commanding win over Daya Kasatkina. It's a first semi-final on grass for the Greek world number 6, who reached the semi-finals of both the French Open and the US Open in 2021. Rafael Nadal has confirmed that he intends to play at Wimbledon despite concerns about an ongoing foot injury. Nadal revealed his plans at a press conference in Mallorca. The Spanish former world number 1 won the French Open for the 14th time earlier this month with injections used to numb the chronic pain in his foot, and said that he would not play at Wimbledon if he was going to have to do the same thing again. But he is optimistic after having treatment to reduce the nerve pain following his win at Roland Garros. David Beckham returned to Singapore for a promotional tour and spoke to a group of fans and media on the road to the World Cup in Qatar. Beckham took a trip down memory lane where he recollected his best and worst days from his career, and he picked out his former Manchester United manager Sir Alex Ferguson for looking after him both on and off the field. The torch relay for the 44th Chess Olympiad, which will be held in India from July 28 to August the 10th, will be launched by Prime Minister Narendra Modi. This is the first time in the history of the Chess Olympiad that an Olympic-style torch relay will be introduced. The Prime Minister will begin the historic torch relay at New Delhi's Indira Gandhi Stadium. England broke its own world record to register the highest ever innings total in a one-day international match. During the first match of its three-match series against the Netherlands, England smashed 498 runs for the loss of just 4 wickets while batting in the first innings of the game, breaking their own record from 2018 when they had hit Australia for 481 runs.
Speaking to Republic's editor-in-chief, Arnab Goswami, India's Chief of Naval Staff, Admiral R. Harikumar, spoke about the main objectives of the introduction of the Agnipath scheme and how it was aimed towards an administrative shift in the armed forces, as well as to send a message of encouragement to the youth. He called it a hugely transformative initiative that will open up opportunities manifold.
It is truly transformational, and it is looking at developing the nationalistic ethos amongst the youth, as well as the fulfilling the main aim of the reduction of the age profile of the armed forces.
Agitators vandalized the Secunderabad railway station premises in Hyderabad and set a train ablaze during a protest against the Agnipath scheme. The protesters vandalized the windows of a train, torching a two-wheeler on the tracks and a few bags on the platform. 3 fire tenders were moved to the spot to douse the fire. Protesters vandalized a Telangana state transport bus at the Secunderabad bus station during a protest against the centre's Agnipath scheme. The Armed Forces Service Chiefs have unanimously put their weight behind the Agnipath recruitment scheme, under which the selected youth will be known as Agniveers. Agnipath allows patriotic and motivated youth to serve in the armed forces for a period of 4 years, following which 25% will be absorbed into the armed forces, whereas the remaining will have a cornucopia of options opening up to them.
A police officer was shot dead by terrorists inside his home in Pulwama district of Jammu and Kashmir. The attack on Sub-Inspector Farooq Ahmed Mir took place at Sambura in Pampore area on the intervening night of yesterday and today. The bullet-ridden body of the brave heart was found lying in an irrigation canal in the paddy fields in Sambura. The police found bullet injury marks on his chest. According to officials, Farooq Ahmed.
And viewers, we are back in Kerala, and these are the visuals that are coming in from Thiruvananthapuram, where a short while ago, when we were reporting, when Aswin was on the scene, the Congress youth workers' protest against the Chief Minister Pinarayi Vijayan over the gold scam allegations had spiraled out of control, and now you can see that there is a further dramatic escalation. You can clearly make out that both water cannons as well as tear gas appears to have been deployed by the police to rein in these protests. A short while ago, we had seen how it had started off with a gathering of hundreds of Congress workers. There was a stage there were speeches being made where a demand was being put out and issued for the Chief Minister to step down. Then they protested on the streets, at which point there was a clash with the police, and at that time also we had seen a tense standoff, and Aswin was reporting from that spot. And now we can see that all-out mayhem has once again broken out. There has been the deployment of water cannons, and also very clearly now, as can be seen, tear gas as well. These are the visuals coming in from Thiruvananthapuram right now as the Congress continues its protest against the Kerala Chief Minister Pinarayi Vijayan over the recent allegations that have been made against him by the Kerala gold scam main accused Swapna Suresh. And these are the protest visuals that are coming to us right now, viewers. And viewers, we have big news coming in with regards to the upcoming presidential elections. Farooq Abdullah, National Conference patron and former Chief Minister of Jammu and Kashmir, has withdrawn his name from being considered as a candidate for these elections. He has issued a statement as well, and I will read it out. And he says, "I am honored to have had my name proposed as a possible joint opposition candidate for the office of President by Mamata Banerjee. Subsequent to Mamata Didi proposing my name, I have received a number of calls from opposition leaders offering their support. I have taken a few days to discuss this unexpected development with my family and senior colleagues. I am deeply touched by the support I have received and am honored to have been considered. I believe that Jammu and Kashmir is passing through a critical juncture and my efforts are required to help navigate these times. I have a lot more active politics ahead of me and look forward to making a positive contribution in the service of Jammu and Kashmir and the country. Therefore, I would like to respectfully withdraw my name from consideration and I look forward to supporting the joint opposition consensus candidate. We have Zeenat right now joining us on the phone. Zeenat, Farooq Abdullah has refused to put his hat in the ring for the election to the president's office that is coming up on July the 18th. What more can you tell us?
Oh yes, this statement has come from Dr. Farooq Abdullah where he's saying that he has considered not to be part of the joint candidate that meeting that was recently held in Delhi. And in this statement, Farooq Abdullah says that the Jammu and Kashmir is passing through a critical juncture and his efforts are required to help and navigate these uncertain times. And he has a lot of more efforts he has to do as far as the active politics is Jammu and Kashmir is concerned. And therefore, he respectfully says that he has withdrawn his name from considering and he will look forward to support the candidate at the joint opposition's consensus where will be. And this is a clear step because earlier if we say that the first the Sharad Pawar name was in circulation and similarly Farooq Abdullah and Gopal Krishna Gandhi. These were the three important names that were coming from the opposition as far as the consensus candidate for the presidential elections that are going to be held on 18th of July. But now we are seeing that the Farooq Abdullah saying no, I don't want to be the part of it. I am not the proposed face for the joint candidate coming for the elections, proposed elections, president's elections. So he's saying that he has a lot more activities to do as far as the active politics of Jammu and Kashmir is concerned, but he will support the candidate who will be the candidate coming from the joint opposition parties against the Bharatiya Janata Party.
Now stay with us, Zeenat. That is key information that you're sharing with us. Now remember, when the name of Farooq Abdullah was proposed, Zeenat, there was a lot of opposition because he is the patron of a party that does not even condemn terrorists and Pakistan for the constant attacks and for trying to bleed India by 1,000 cuts. So from your point of view and from your vantage point, are you seeing now that Farooq Abdullah will focus more on perhaps upcoming polls in Jammu and Kashmir, or is this a face saver because he also knows that the opposition may not have the required number of votes?
See, Ankit, there are both the possibilities because if you see Defense Minister's statement when he was in Jammu and Kashmir where he has hinted that the Jammu and Kashmir may go for polls by the end of this year. So if at all Jammu and Kashmir go for polls this year after the political activities were literally suspended for a long time and right now we have the LG government in power. If the politics rolls back in Kashmir, the active politics rolls back, obviously National Conference will have more.
Zeenat will be back with this to you for more information on this. For the moment, viewers, Farooq Abdullah has denied his name being a candidate for the presidential polls. And viewers, a lot more news coming up on Republic TV. A big move has been made with regards to the Agnipath scheme. We'll tell you all about it. Stay with us.
And in other national news, the centre has announced a one-time waiver to increase the age limit for the Agnipath recruitment scheme to 23 years. Following this, Army Chief General Manoj Pandey lauded the Agnipath scheme, saying that people protesting will realise it is good for the nation once they are informed.
Our effort will be to spread awareness about the scheme up to the last soldier in the earliest possible time frame. As far as the youth is concerned, I feel they haven't fully understood the contents and the implications of the scheme, and that is why there are some apprehensions in their mind. But once they have fully understood the contents of the scheme, I'm sure that they will realize it is not only for their good, but also for the good of the nation and good of the Indian Army.
Speaking to Republic's editor-in-chief, Arnab Goswami, India's Chief of Naval Staff, Admiral R. Harikumar, spoke about the main objectives of the introduction of the Agnipath scheme and how it was aimed towards an administrative shift in the armed forces, as well as to send a message of encouragement to the youth. He called it a hugely transformative initiative that will open up opportunities manifold.
It is truly transformational, and it is looking at developing the nationalistic ethos amongst the youth, as well as the fulfilling the main aim of the reduction of the age profile of the armed forces.
A police officer was shot dead by terrorists inside his home in Pulwama district of Jammu and Kashmir. The attack on Sub-Inspector Farooq Ahmed Mir took place at Sambura in Pampore area on the intervening night of yesterday.
Age limit increased, reservation announced. Agniveers assured, will the vandals stop stoking the fire now? Government goes all out to stop the mayhem. 10% reservation in Defence Ministry announced for Agniveers. It's on camera. Kids say paid to participate in misinformed and provoked protests. Vehicles set ablaze, vandals thronged the streets. Centre allays fears over Agnipath scheme, but violence and misinformed protests continues. Vandals and vandalism caught on tape. The proof is out. Protests were engineered. Firing reported, 15 stranded. Victims rushed to the hospital after blast at Kabul Gurudwara. ISIS role in attack now confirmed. Hello and welcome. We are live and breaking on Republic TV this Saturday. I am Shivangi Shukla. Well, let's start off with the first story right now, the one we have been tracking the entire day. Even as protests over the Agnipath scheme continue unabated, in a mega move, the centre has announced 10% reservation in the Defence Ministry, further upping the age limit. So the larger question we are asking is that the centre has allayed all fears on the matter. So who is stoking the fire? And why? Well, that is a big question that we are asking. Remember that the protests against centre's military recruitment scheme, Agnipath, is continuing. Vehicles are being set on fire. We are seeing multiple protests once again. In fact, let's have a look at all the reactions coming in.
मेरा एक और देश के युवाओं से ये अनुरोध भी है, अपील भी है कि हिंसा का रास्ता अपनी बात रखने के लिए ठीक नहीं है। अग्निवीर युवाओं के हित में और देश को और सुरक्षित बनाने के लिए एक युवा आर्म्ड फोर्सेस बनाने के लिए उस दिशा में निर्णय लिया गया है और इसके सभी पहलुओं को जानने की आवश्यकता भी है। आपके जो भी कंसर्न है, जो भी विषय, उसको सरकार गंभीरता से सुन भी रही है और मुझे लगता है आगजनी करने से, हिंसा फैलाने से, उपद्रव मचाने से कुछ नहीं होगा, क्योंकि कुछ लोग अपनी राजनीतिक रोटियां सेंकने के लिए अगर करना चाहते हैं तो ये भी उचित नहीं है कि बच्चों के हाथ में झंडा देकर कोई निकाल देता है, कोई छोटे छोटे बच्चों को सड़कों पे निकालता है। ये उचित नहीं है। ये देश के हित में निर्णय लिया गया है, युवाओं के हित में लिया गया है और जिस तरह से सरकार ने 2 साल की रिलैक्सेशन भी दी है वो भी दिखाता है कि आपकी बात को सुना गया। माननीय गृह मंत्री जी ने सेंट्रल आर्म्ड पुलिस फोर्सेस में भी आरक्षण देने की बात कही और उसमें भी एज को रिलैक्स करने का निर्णय लिया गया। ये भी युवाओं के हित में लिया गया।
आप ऐसा कैसे कह सकते हो कि आप 17 साल में ट्रेनिंग के लिए जाइए और 21 साल में रिटायर होके आ जाइए, भूतपूर्व सैनिक बन जाइए 21 साल में? तो ये तो ठीक नहीं है। आप ऐसा कैसे कह सकते हो कि आप 17 साल में ट्रेनिंग के लिए जाइए और 21 साल में रिटायर होके आ जाइए, भूतपूर्व सैनिक बन जाइए 21 साल में, तो ये तो ठीक नहीं है।
Despite the massive announcement by government, violence and protests continue across the country. Visuals of buses being torched and damage to public property emerge from Gujarat, Telangana and Bihar. So we are seeing multiple visuals coming from across the country. On your screens you can see how buses are being completely torched. Yesterday we saw terrible visuals of even trains set on fire. So the protests are continuing. The question we are asking is that even after the centre has allayed all fears on the matter, who is stoking the fire and why? Remember that the Defence Minister's ministry scheme meet with the chiefs ended. Agnipath rollout and protests were discussed there, and Defence Minister Rajnath Singh had chaired a key meeting with the chiefs of the Army, Navy and Air Force regarding the overall situation arising out of the rollout of the Agnipath military recruitment scheme. But protests still continue. Let's have a look at all the reports we are getting from across the country.
गोपालगंज में अगर स्थितियों की बात करें तो धारा 144 लगी है, तो बाहर स्थितियां सामान्य है, लेकिन हम इस वक्त गोपालगंज की तहसील सिद्धवलिया में खड़े हैं, जहां पर बीते दिन आगजनी हुई थी और ये ट्रेन उस बात की गवाही दे रही है। ये वो डिब्बा है जो पूरी तरह से अब जल चुका है और सिर्फ निशान बाकी हैं। ये सिद्धवलिया स्टेशन पर खड़ा है। दरअसल ये ट्रेन गोरखपुर से निकलकर यहां पर पाटलिपुत्र की तरफ आगे बढ़ रही थी। छपरा जाना था इस ट्रेन को, जिस ट्रेन को यहां पर सिद्धवलिया में रोका गया। आप सोचिए, यहां पर इस ट्रेन का स्टॉपेज भी नहीं है, लेकिन इस ट्रेन को जबरन उपद्रवियों के द्वारा रोका गया और रोके जाने के बाद इस ट्रेन को आग के हवाले कर दिया गया। अपने विजय सीपी सिंह से मैं कहूंगा एक बार अंदर की भी तस्वीरें दिखाएं कि किस तरह से ये जो मंजर है, ये जो हालात है, इनसे आप अंदाजा लगा सकते हैं कि जो यात्री ट्रेन में बैठे होंगे उनके अंदर कितना ज्यादा खौफ होगा। इन तस्वीरों के जरिए बहुत आसानी से आप समझ सकते हैं। ये ट्रेन दरअसल यहां से छपरा जा रही थी गोरखपुर से होते हुए, जिस ट्रेन को इस स्टेशन पर रोका गया। रोके जाने के बाद ट्रेन की ये बोगी पूरी तरह से आग के हवाले कर दी गई। आग की तपिश तो जरूर खत्म हो चुकी है, लेकिन इस ट्रेन का ये जो हिस्सा है, इस ट्रेन की ये जो बोगी है, ये बता रही है कि आखिर वहां पर क्या मंजर होगा। अंदर जो लोग इस डिब्बे के अंदर मौजूद होंगे, उनके अंदर कितना खौफ और कितना डर होगा प्रदर्शन के नाम पर। क्योंकि अग्निपथ योजना के बाद जिस तरह से देश भर के तमाम राज्यों में प्रदर्शन हो रहा है, इनमें बिहार सबसे अग्रणी राज्य है। और बिहार के अंदर सबसे बड़ी बात यह कि बिहार में लगातार प्रदर्शन जारी है। गोपालगंज में प्रदर्शन को लेकर धारा 144 लगी है। किसी भी तरह से भीड़ जमा ना हो, इसको लेकर लगातार प्रशासन मुस्तैद है। लेकिन बिहार के गोपालगंज के ये तहसील सिद्धौलिया, जहां पर आगजनी हुई और आगजनी के बाद ये ट्रेन का वो डिब्बा, वो बर्थ इस बात की गवाही दे रहा है कि यहां पर हालात और मंजर क्या थे। सीपी सिंह जी, एक बार ये तस्वीरें दिखाइएगा, क्योंकि ये तस्वीरें बहुत अहम है। जिस तरह से सरकारी संपत्तियों को नुकसान पहुंचाया गया है, आप इस डिब्बे की छतों को देखिए, इस डिब्बे की सीटों को देखिए, पंखों को देखिए, आपको कुछ भी नजर नहीं आएगा। सिर्फ और सिर्फ ये मलबा जो चीख चीख कर ये कह रहा है कि क्या गुजरी है इस ट्रेन पर, क्या गुजरी है इस ट्रेन के इस बोगी पर। सीट पूरी तरह से खत्म हो चुकी है। ये कहें कि अब ये पूरा कबाड़ में तब्दील हो चुका है, चलता फिरता डिब्बा।
चौराहे पे मौजूद है और पप्पू यादव की टीम आ रही है। देखिए, ये बच्चे भी हैं यहाँ पर पप्पू यादव का फोटो लिए हुए। बाबू, तुम लोग कहाँ आए हो?
आए पप्पू यादव मुझे जिताने के लिए। हाँ,
तो वोटर
बहुत अच्छे हैं अंकल। हाँ, हम सबको खाना देते हैं, कभी भूखे नहीं रहने देते।
कितना पैसा दिए हैं?
अभी हम सबको बहुत देते हैं।
क्या दिए हैं?
पैसा दिए हैं, फिर कहा चलो हमारे संग, हमारे संग कहा चलो।
कितना पैसा पे? कितना पैसा दिए?
100 रुपया।
100 रुपया दिए हैं? 100 रुपया दिए हैं?
हाँ।
और क्या दिए हैं?
और खाने के लिए चीज।
तुमको कितना पैसा?
हमको 100 रुपया।
कौन दिया?
पप्पू यादव।
अच्छा, कितना पैसा दिया?
100 रुपया पप्पू यादव दिया।
पप्पू यादव का नारा लगाने के लिए। अब पता है कहाँ आए हो?
जिताने के लिए।
कहाँ? कहाँ आए हो, पता है?
कहाँ? कहाँ?
कितना रुपया दिए हैं?
100 रुपया।
तो ये देखिए ये बच्चे हैं, ये बोल रहे हैं कि 100 रुपया दिया है पप्पू यादव की टीम ने। और आप ये आजकल की राजनीति का रूप देखिए कि कैसे बच्चों को इस्तेमाल किया जा रहा है।
Alright, you just heard my colleague Prakash's report where he is showing us how kids are being used, viewers. Kids are being used to protest. They're given 100 rupees each to come out and protest. Well, now the age limit has been increased, reservation announced, but protests are still on. This report filed by my colleague from Bihar's Patna will expose the larger plot behind these protests. This report will show you how the misinformed protests were provoked. So we're getting multiple reports where in Ludhiana, CCTV of vandals. You can see the visuals there of how they are vandalizing public property. In Ludhiana, property is being damaged and tracks and trains are being blocked. Now this is not just coming out from one place, but multiple places. Right now on your screen, viewers, you are seeing what is happening there in Ludhiana. Exclusive visuals, CCTV footage of vandals in Ludhiana, how vandals are running free there and they are going around and damaging public property out in the open. The passengers there being terrorized, a big law and order situation coming in from Ludhiana. They're also keeping their faces covered. We showed you how kids are paid to join protests in Patna just a short while back. In our next exclusive, Will Secunderabad, we'll show you how the mayhem was engineered. Take a look.
ఎంతసేపు వరుతారా ఒర్రి నొర్రులు వస్తాయి. అందుకే గమ్మున పోయి పెట్రోల్ తీసుకొచ్చి తగలబెట్టేసినాం అనుకో బయటికి పోతుంది న్యూస్. అంతేగాని ఎంతసేపు ఒర్రినా ఎంతసేపు బ్యానర్లు చూపించినా ఎంత మొత్తుకున్నా ఏం అవ్వదు. ఇంకొక రెండు గంటలో ఒక గంటలా స్క్వాడ్ వస్తుంది, అందరిని వెళ్ళింగుతారు మొత్తం. అందుకే పోయి పెట్రోల్ పంప్ పోయి పెట్రోల్ తీసుకొని వస్తే మొత్తం తగలబెట్టచ్చు 2 నిమిషాలల్లా. అరే పెట్రోల్ పంప్ పోతున్నా పెట్రోల్ తీసుకురావడానికి ఎవరైనా వస్తే పెట్రోల్ తీసుకురావడానికి రండి. అరే పెట్రోల్ పంప్ పోతున్నా పెట్రోల్ తీసుకురావడానికి ఎవరైనా వస్తే పెట్రోల్ తీసుకురావడానికి రండి.
All right, joining me is Aneri, who's been reporting minute by minute from Secunderabad for the past 2 days now. Aneri, take us what's happening on ground at this moment.
Well, Shivangi, we have been seeing that there was a massive violent protest which took place yesterday at the Secunderabad railway station, but this completely seems to be a pre-planned protest, and this turned out to be a violent one, as we also have accessed the videos, the audio tapes and also the WhatsApp chat. Well, we are learning that one person named Subba Rao, who runs an army training center, has now been detained by the police officials. Well, he seems to be the conspirator behind all this protest which had taken place at the Secunderabad railway station, but also there's an FIR which has been registered and further investigation also has been taken up by the authorities in this matter. But yes, completely a violent protest where near about 3 to 4 coaches were burnt, were set on fire. A train was completely damaged, as we were showing the visuals yesterday also. Train windows were completely damaged. How the protesters had blocked the railway tracks, stalls at the platforms were also damaged by these protesters. Completely a violent protest which took place, and this seems to be a completely pre-planned protest, as we also have been seeing the WhatsApp chats which has come out and audio tapes where they are clearly instigating people that get petrol from the petrol bunk and let's burn everything and everything will be finished within 2 minutes, and there will be a massive this turned out to be a massive violent protest just to make sure that their demands are fulfilled. But how public property was damaged also is as the railways have received near about crores of rupees of damage because of this particular protest which happened There were trains which were suspended. People were suffering because of this protest which happened, and so we are seeing that near about 100 people, 100 protesters have been detained, and further also there are operations which are being taken up. Search operations have been taken up by the police authorities. FIR has been registered into this matter for further investigation into this particular protest which took place at the Secunderabad railway station.
All right, Aneria, thank you for getting us all those details. My colleague Aneria has been getting us minute-by-minute details from Secunderabad. Thank you, Aneria. The time for a short break. Much more coming up on the other side.
Terror attack on Gurudwara in Kabul. Watch the biggest story tonight at 7 p.m.
Amity faculty have filed over 1,600 patents. Yet another reason why Amity has been conferred with the National Intellectual Property Award by Government of India for being the top Indian academic institution for patents and commercialization.
Speaking to Republic's editor-in-chief, Arnab Goswami, India's Chief of Naval Staff, Admiral R. Harikumar, spoke about the main objectives of the introduction of the Agnipath scheme and how it was aimed towards an administrative shift in the armed forces, as well as to send a message of encouragement to the youth. He called it a hugely transformative initiative that will open up opportunities manifold.
It is truly transformational, and it is looking at developing the nationalistic ethos amongst the youth, as well as the fulfilling the main aim of the reduction of the age profile of the armed forces.
Agitators vandalized the Secunderabad railway station premises in Hyderabad and set a train ablaze during a protest against the Agnipath scheme. The protesters vandalized the windows of a train, torching a two-wheeler on the tracks and a few bags on the platform. 3 fire tenders were moved to the spot to douse the fire. Protesters vandalized a Telangana state transport bus at the Secunderabad bus station during a protest against the centre's Agnipath scheme. The Armed Forces Service Chiefs have unanimously put their weight behind the Agnipath recruitment scheme, under which the selected youth will be known as Agniveers. Agnipath allows patriotic and motivated youth to serve in the armed forces for a period of 4 years, following which 25% will be absorbed into the armed forces, whereas the remaining will have a cornucopia of options opening up to them.
A police officer was shot dead by terrorists inside his home in Pulwama district of Jammu and Kashmir. The attack on Sub-Inspector Farooq Ahmed Mir took place at Sambura in Pampore area on the intervening night of yesterday and today. The bullet-ridden body of the Braveheart was found lying in an irrigation canal in the paddy fields in Sambura. The police found bullet injury marks on his chest. According to officials, Farooq Ahmed Mir was posted in the IRP 23rd Battalion at CDC.
Horrific scenes of anarchy played out across the country. School buses were being burnt in Aurangabad. Little children being caught in the crossfire in Bihar. Over 200 trains being stalled across the nation. These are not Agnipath aspirants. These are not people who want to serve the country. These are anarchists. And those supporting them, celebrating them and cheering them on from the comforts of their homes are against the nation. Think long and think hard about who truly benefits from derailing a scheme which makes our army, our navy and our air force stronger.
Welcome back. We continue to be live and breaking. Youth Congress protesters staged protests outside the Secretariat in Thiruvananthapuram demanding resignation of CM Pinarayi Vijayan in the gold smuggling case. The police resorted to tear gas and lathi charge as protests turned violent. Here's a full report on that.
So far, about 8-9 rounds of tear cannons have been used.
but the police is consistently using these cannons. Now the Youth Congress has been demanding resignation of Chief Minister Pinarayi Vijayan after Swapna Suresh, the accused in the Kerala gold smuggling case, has leveled some serious allegations under the affidavit which he had submitted under section 164(5) in the court, and based on which the Congress has been continuing to demanding resignation of Chief Minister Pinarayi Vijayan. And these are the visuals that are coming, and tear cannons have also been used. And what needs to be seen right now, the protesters have all been dispersed, but tear cannons as well as water cannons have been used. And these are the exclusive visuals that are coming from outside the secretariat in Thiruvananthapuram. We get to understand that 2-3 youth workers of the Congress party have also been injured. One, including one woman, has had a fracture in her leg as well due to excess of police force. But what needs to be said is that for almost half an hour, police had maintained restraint. The Youth Congress, as you can see, Shafi Parambal, the president of the Youth Congress. Shafi! The president of the Youth Congress is here, and he is one who is taking out the protest. He has also been water cannon as a mark of protest. He is here. Shafi, what do you have to say? Shafi, what do you have to say? Shafi, what do you have to say? Youth Congress Zindabad! Youth Congress Zindabad! Youth Congress Zindabad! 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 Zindabad!
Clear case of police atrocity. Just clear case of police atrocity. A chief minister who cannot face the questions from the media, who cannot answer the public, who is running away from public, is using the force to ensure that there is no protest against him.
Well, much more coming up on the other side. Age limit increased. Reservation announced. Agniveers assured, will the vandals stop stoking the fire now? It's on camera. Kids say paid to participate in misinformed and provoked protests. Stay tuned.
And in other national news, the centre has announced a one-time waiver to increase the age limit for the Agnipath recruitment scheme to 23 years. Following this, Army Chief General Manoj Pandey lauded the Agnipath scheme, saying that people protesting will realize it is good for the nation once they are informed.
Our effort will be to spread awareness about the scheme up to the last soldier in the earliest possible time frame. As far as the youth is concerned, I feel they haven't fully understood the contents and the implications of the scheme, and that is why there are some apprehensions in their mind. But once they have fully understood the contents of the scheme, I'm sure that they will realize it is not only for their good, but also for the good of the nation and good of the Indian Army.
Speaking to Republic's editor-in-chief, Arnab Goswami, India's Chief of Naval Staff, Admiral R. Harikumar, spoke about the main objectives of the introduction of the Agnipath scheme and how it was aimed towards an administrative shift in the armed forces, as well as to send a message of encouragement to the youth. He called it a hugely transformative initiative that will open up opportunities manifold.
It is truly transformational, and it is looking at developing the nationalistic ethos amongst the youth, as well as the fulfilling the main aim of the reduction of the age profile of the armed forces.
A police officer was shot dead by terrorists inside his home in Pulwama district of Jammu and Kashmir. The attack on Sub-Inspector Farooq Ahmed Mir.
The tapes, the chats, the posters, the planning. Republic uncovers full Agnipath Anarchy plot. On This Is Exclusive at 6 p.m.
In another big follow-up to the Agnipat announcement, the MHA has decided to reserve 10% vacancies for Agniveers for recruitment in the CAPF paramilitary forces and Assam Rifles. The MHA has also decided to extend the age limit of paramilitary forces recruitment for the first batch beyond the prescribed upper age. Defence Minister Rajnath Singh held an hour-long meeting with Navy Chief Admiral R. Hari Kumar and IAF Chief Air Chief Marshal Vivek Ram Chaudhary, along with Vice Chief of Army Staff Lieutenant General B.S. Raju in the national capital on the Agnipat recruitment scheme. Discussions were held on implementation of the scheme and its expedited rollout. In the critical development to do with the Agnipat scheme, Raksha Mantri Rajnath Singh has approved proposal to reserve 10% of job vacancies in the Ministry of Defence for Agniveers. A 10% reservation will be implemented in Indian Coast Guard and Defence Civilian Post and all the 16 Defence Public Sector undertakings. Now, Telangana police arrested more than 100 protesters accused of involvement in the arson at Secunderabad railway station yesterday. According to sources, special teams were formed to nab the accused and a search operation was underway. An FIR has been registered by railway police against protesters who torched vehicles. CCTV visuals have emerged from Ludhiana railway station in Punjab, where around 50 to 60 protesters could be seen with rods vandalizing the station for no apparent reason. There were no Agnipat protests in Punjab till this point, and here too there was no protest, only vandalism. Punjab CM Bhagwan Mann has demanded that the centre roll back the Agnipat scheme, claiming that there is anger among the youth, not really getting into any nitty-gritties. He said that those who want to work for the country with passion should be given a chance and be given a pension later.
आप ऐसा कैसे कह सकते हो कि आप 17 साल में ट्रेनिंग के लिए जाइए और 21 साल में रिटायर होके आ जाइए, भूतपूर्व सैनिक बन जाइए 21 साल में, तो ये तो ठीक नहीं है.
In Karnataka, around 100 people protested at the old SP circle in Dharwad over the Agnipat scheme. After a stone pelting incident was reported, police resorted to lathi charge. According to the police, 20 people have been taken into custody. In Jammu and Kashmir, the Youth Congress continued sloganeering against Agnipat scheme near the Jammu Press Club. Taking to the streets, they demanded a rollback of Agnipat scheme on the very lucid and thought-through argument that it was a jumla. Bihar police arrested 300 people and registered 90 FIRs against the protesters who torched trains. The protest against Agnipat scheme in Bihar. The arrests have seemingly had an effect of warding off the All India Students' Union from protesting. Patna DM Chandrasekhar Singh has stated that protesters are being identified through video footage and have purportedly unearthed the role of 7 to 8 coaching centers in spreading misinformation and provocative messages. Well, much more coming up on the other side. Vandals and vandalism caught on tape. The proof is out. Protests were engineered. Plus, firing reported, 15 stranded. Victims rushed to the hospital after blast at Kabul Gurudwara. ISIS role in attack now confirmed.
Amity faculty have filed over 1,600 patents. Yet another reason why Amity has been conferred with the National Intellectual Property Award by Government of India for being the top Indian academic institution for patents and commercialization.
Speaking to Republic's editor-in-chief, Arnab Goswami, India's Chief of Naval Staff, Admiral R. Hari Kumar, spoke about the main objectives of the introduction of the Agnipat scheme and how it was aimed towards an administrative shift in the armed forces, as well as to send a message of encouragement to the youth. He called it a hugely transformative initiative that will open up opportunities manifold.
It is truly transformational, and it is looking at developing the nationalistic ethos amongst the youth, as well as the fulfilling the main aim of the reduction of the age profile of the armed forces.
Agitators vandalized the Secunderabad railway station premises in Hyderabad and set a train ablaze during a protest against the Agnipath scheme. The protesters vandalized the windows of a train, torching a two-wheeler on the tracks and a few bags on the platform. 3 fire tenders were moved to the spot to douse the fire. Protesters vandalized a Telangana state transport bus at the Secunderabad bus station during a protest against the centre's Agnipath scheme. The Armed Forces Service Chiefs have unanimously put their weight behind the Agnipath recruitment scheme, under which the selected youth will be known as Agniveers. Agnipath allows patriotic and motivated youth to serve in the armed forces for a period of 4 years, following which 25% will be absorbed into the armed forces, whereas the remaining
Age limit increased, reservation announced, Agniveers assured. Will the vandals stop stoking the fire now? Government goes all out to stop the mayhem. 10% reservation in Defence Ministry announced for Agniveers. It's on camera. Kids say they were paid to participate in the misinformed and provoked protests against Agnipath. Vehicles set ablaze, vandals throng the streets. The centre allays fears over Agnipath scheme, but violence and misinformed protests continue. Vandals and vandalism caught on tape. The proof is out. Protests were engineered. Firing reported, a number of victims stranded and rushed to hospital after firing and a blast at a Kabul Gurdwara. ISIS role in attack now confirmed. Viewers, after the all-out violence we saw in the guise of protest yesterday, now the politicization of the Agnipath scheme has hit a nadir. In a shocking video that has been accessed, a Congress leader, an elected MLA from Jharkhand, was caught saying that there will be bloodshed across India over Agnipath. These are the words of Irfan Ansari, MLA of the Congress party from Jharkhand. Let's listen in to this threat that has been made.
के प्रधानमंत्री ने 8 सालों में आपने कोई नौकरी नहीं दिया, रोजगार नहीं दिया, और आज आपने देश को बेच दिया। आपने रेल बेचा, हवाई जहाज बेचा, कल कारखाने सारे आपने बेच दिए, नोट बेच दिया, लेकिन हम लोगों ने कुछ नहीं कहा। लेकिन आज आप देश की सेना को बेचने जा रहे हैं। इसका आक्रोश आज हमारे तमाम युवाओं के साथ है। आप देख लीजिए, आप लोग युवा सड़क पर है, और मैं कहना चाहता हूँ किसी कीमत पर हम लोग ये अग्निपथ, देश होगा खून से लथपथ, लेकिन ये अग्निपथ हम नहीं होने देंगे। आज मैं कहना चाहता हूँ, पहले भी अग्निपथ फ्लॉप था और इस बार भी अग्निपथ फ्लॉप होगा। मैं ये दावे के साथ कहना चाहता हूँ। तो आक्रोश है और आज शुरुआत इसकी हो गई है, और हम लोग कहिए सदन से लेकर सड़क तक हम लोग जाएंगे। और भाजपा का सत्यानाश पहले भी हमने कहा था और आज भी कर रहे हैं कि भाजपा का सत्यानाश हम लोग करने जा रहे हैं। इसका शुरुआत आज हम लोगों ने नरेंद्र मोदी जी का पुतला फूंका हम लोगों ने कर दिया। के प्रधानमंत्री ने 8 सालों में आपने कोई नौकरी नहीं दिया, रोजगार नहीं दिया, और आज आपने देश को बेच दिया। आपने रेल बेचा, हवाई जहाज बेचा, कल कारखाने सारे आपने बेच दिए, नोट बेच दिया, लेकिन हम लोगों ने कुछ नहीं कहा। लेकिन आज आप देश की सेना को बेचने जा रहे हैं। इसका आक्रोश आज हमारे तमाम युवाओं के साथ है। आप देख लीजिए, आप लोग युवा सड़क पर है, और मैं कहना चाहता हूँ किसी कीमत पर हम लोग ये अग्निपथ, देश होगा खून से लथपथ, लेकिन ये अग्निपथ हम नहीं होने देंगे। आज मैं कहना चाहता हूँ, पहले भी अग्निपथ फ्लॉप था और इस बार भी अग्निपथ फ्लॉप होगा। मैं ये दावे के साथ कहना चाहता हूँ। तो आक्रोश है और आज शुरुआत इसकी हो गई है, और हम लोग कहिए सदन से लेकर सड़क तक हम लोग जाएंगे। और भाजपा का सत्यानाश पहले भी हमने कहा था और आज भी कर रहे हैं कि भाजपा का सत्यानाश हम लोग करने जा रहे हैं। इसका शुरुआत आज हम लोगों ने नरेंद्र मोदी जी का पुतला फूंका हम लोगों ने कर दिया।
And viewers, you just heard right now the views of this elected Congress MLA who has promised bloodshed on the streets across India. And we have seen how there have been protests increasing in their severity. Yesterday, 200 crore rupees worth of damage was caused simply in Bihar by burning down trains. In Secunderabad, a person died because of the protest. And now you see this rampant politicization wherein a elected MLA of the Congress party in Jharkhand is stating that they will cause a burning of the country if that is what it requires to take down Agnipath. We are going to get you reactions on this as quickly as we can, viewers, because this is a shocking statement that has come to light, and the politicization of this scheme continues. The protests are, we have seen a number of cases of them being completely misinformed. We saw also in Bihar how children had alleged that they had been paid to be a part of these protests, and now on top of that, we have the statement. We have Anila Singh of the BJP now on the phone with us. Anila Singh, what is your opinion? We have seen now this call has been made and the words are that the country will be covered in blood. Anila Singh, your response to this?
It is very unfortunate. This statement is coming from public representative from Indian National Congress Party who is making a call for bloodshed. Rather, I'll say that he is threatening that if Agnipath scheme will not be called off, then there will be bloodshed. I mean, he is so confused, he doesn't understand what army is. And if some youth is doing, or some youth is on wrong path, instead of correcting that youth that please take the democratic way, don't do anything illegal, this person is warning government by saying, ki khoon kharaba hoga, bloodshed hoga. And we do not hear anything from leadership of Congress party. What type of mindset Congress party has? They want to make youth venture on a illegal path. Whatever we are observing since the last 2-3 days, it is so unfortunate. I mean, these youths, few of them might be those who want to go ahead in the army, but many of them are those who are being sponsored by opposition parties who do not want peace and harmony in the country. They don't want any investments coming to our country as well. So, instead of bloodshed, this person should say sorry now, and leadership of Congress party, they should comment on it. Because Priyanka Vadra, Rahul Gandhi, they keep on tweeting on every subject. Why they are so mum on this dumb statement given by their MLA?
Anila Singh, stay with us. Now, we've seen across states now in Bihar, for instance, 300 people have been taken into custody. The Uttar Pradesh government has never lagged behind in taking action against rioters. A similar action is being taken in Telangana against the protesters yesterday who resorted to vandalism. But what should be reserved for elected officials like this who are in positions of leadership, in positions of influence, who continue to not only add misinformation a lot of the time, but in this case, for example, where they're calling for a bloodbath, they're calling for violence, and with abandon no less. In fact, the other words that he mentioned was Satyanash of the BJP, and then he also indicated that they had just burnt an effigy. We won't get into that, but do you think action should be taken against people like this also, and what kind of action from a BJP spokesperson's perspective?
Absolutely. Jharkhand government should immediately take an action against him, because whatever he has said, it is anti-nation. This statement is something, you are not giving hate speech, but you are instigating the violence. So this statement is very much against the feeling of nation, against peace and harmony. And I really hope Jharkhand government does something. Otherwise, you'll think that even Jharkhand government doesn't want to control this man.
Right. Anila Singh there speaking to us. I also believe we have Rashid Alvi from the Congress party on the phone with us as well. Mr. Alvi, if you can hear me, I'm told that we will be getting him in a little bit. Again, Anila Singh was speaking to us just now because of this horrific statement that has been made by this Congress leader Irfan Ansari, an elected member of the Legislative Assembly of Jharkhand, wherein he has stated that there will be a bloodbath and that until the Agnipath scheme is rolled back, the Congress will support whoever is protesting against the Agnipath scheme. And this is the latest in the series of incendiary statements that have been made about this. So far, viewers, we have been hearing statements calling it Jumla, but this is really taking it to another level, and we'll be tracking this very closely. Now viewers, we showed you before how kids were purportedly paid to join the protest in Patna. In our next exclusive from Secunderabad, we will show you how the Secunderabad mayhem was also engineered. And these are the visuals, viewers, that we have accessed from the protests that we witnessed yesterday in Secunderabad. As you can see, viewers, there are people on the railway track right there. There were an enormous number of coaches of the railways that were set on fire. People's property was destroyed. A number of people, over a dozen, were injured, and one person also lost their lives because of this protest that we saw yesterday, which was nothing short of vandalism in the guise of a protest. And now we have accessed sufficient visuals to show you that there is a chance that it was all a plot from the beginning. Let's take a look.
ఎంతసేపు వరుతారా ఒర్రి నొర్రులు వస్తాయి. అందుకే గమ్మును పోయి పెట్రోల్ తీసుకొచ్చి తగలబెట్టేసినాం అనుకో బయటికి పోతుంది న్యూస్. అంతేగాని ఎంతసేపు ఒర్రినా, ఎంతసేపు బ్యానర్లు చూపించినా, ఎంత మొత్తుకున్నా ఏం అవ్వదు. ఇంకొక రెండు అరే పెట్రోల్ పంప్ పోతున్నా పెట్రోల్.
And viewers, you just heard that phone call. We are being joined now by Aneri. Aneri, we just played that short phone clipping out for our viewers. Why don't you tell them what exactly transpired in those few seconds, Aneri?
Well, Ankit, that's an audio tape which was being sent in a group. There was a group which was created to make sure that their protest is successful. There was a group which had all these protesters, and also what we are learning is that today there was a detention of Subba Rao, who runs an army training center. It has been said that he is one of the conspirators behind this protest, which turned out to be a violent one at the Secunderabad railway station. But the audio tape which we just played out on our channel, which clearly shows that how this was a pre-planned protest, Ankit. As we have been seeing, the audio tape clearly states that this audio tape is of a protester which was shared in a group, and also then the audio tape very clearly states that everyone, let's come together, let's go to the petrol pump, bring petrol. What's the point of shouting and also showing banners and begging to them? There's nothing going to happen with that, and so let's bring petrol and burn out everything, and our news will go out, is what the protesters are trying to put out, that message in that particular audio tape which we have just played out on our channel. But clearly how this seems to be a pre-planned protest, and which has turned out to be a violent one at the Secunderabad railway station, specifically when we talk about the trains which were damaged, the property at the railway station which was damaged, the trains which set on fire, the bogies, the pantries, and also the railway tracks were blocked by these protesters. So completely pre-planned protest which we see, and also a lot of crores of rupees have been the railways have faced because of this one-day protest which happened at the Secunderabad railway station, Ankit.
Right, Aneri there breaking down these details of how there was a plot seemingly right from the beginning to not only protest but to create arson and vandalism in its path. And so Aneri breaking down these details. I thank her for joining us. Viewers, we'll continue to investigate these protests and the vandalism yesterday.
With the incessant rain continuing over Assam and Northeast, floodwaters and landslides have created havoc across Assam and Meghalaya. In Guwahati too, urban floods have been a major issue, and as you can see, most of the streets of the city have been waterlogged, as a result of which commuters are having to face a difficult time while commuting from one place to another. most of the streets, particularly in the ZS Road and Beltola area of Guwahati, have been completely submerged by the waters. It may also be mentioned that the flood have also created or unleashed a new havoc in Nalbari, Baksa, Barpeta, Darang and other areas of the state. Today, it is being also learned that Chief Minister Himanta Biswa Sarma will be visiting the flood-affected areas to take stock of the situation.
Let's take a look at some other stories now. A combined graduation parade was held at the Air Force Academy in Dundigal in Telangana, where General Manoj Pandey, the Chief of the Army Staff, was the chief guest and the reviewing officer of the parade. Speaking at the graduation parade held at the Air Force Academy in Dundigal, Chief of the Army Staff General Manoj Pandey said that the transformational reforms were currently in progress in the Indian Army. He said that India's security canvas requires a high level of operational preparedness.
Also transformational reforms underway in the armed forces, in the human resources management and other domains such as capability development, with focus on Atmanirbharta.
Thousands of Kerala Youth Congress workers have demanded the resignation of Chief Minister Pinarayi Vijayan over alleged links in the gold smuggling case. They were holding a protest outside the Secretariat in Thiruvananthapuram. After accused Swapna Suresh's revelations, the Kerala Congress says there is no reason why the Chief Minister should continue in office.
Police atrocity. Just clear case of police atrocity. A chief minister who cannot face the questions from the media, who cannot answer the public, who is running away from public. He is using the force to ensure that there is no protest against him.
Kerala police have resorted to lathi charge and tear gas shelling to disperse the Congress workers as the situation quickly spiraled out of control in Thiruvananthapuram. Heavy rainfall threw normal life out of gear in Poonch district of Jammu and Kashmir. A flash flood-like situation was also seen in Alapir area of Poonch Mandi. Lakhs of people thronged streets to witness Prime Minister Narendra Modi's mega roadshow in Vadodara and Gujarat, where he delivered a speech during which he expressed his profuse gratitude to the people of the state who welcome him back with lots of love time after time. Attending the Gujarat Gaurav Abhiyan in Gujarat's cultural capital Vadodara, Prime Minister Narendra Modi laid the foundation stone or inaugurated various development projects worth a total of 21,000 crore rupees.
माननीय सांसद श्रीओ द्वारा प्रधानमंत्री श्रीનું સ્વાગત અને ત્યાર
Addressing the people of Vadodara, Prime Minister Modi stated that the double-engine government is working for women's empowerment for the past 8 years. He said that various schemes have been framed for women at every stage to empower them. So far, 98 lakh women benefit from these schemes.
बीते 8 साल से डबल इंजन की सरकार नारी शक्ति को भारत के सामर्थ्य की धुरी बनाने के लिए जो प्रयास कर रही है, आज गुजरात में मां कालका के आशीर्वाद से उनको नई ताकत मिली है.
Addressing the people of Vadodara at a massive rally, Prime Minister Modi announced that around 2 lakh families would get Pakka homes under the Pradhan Mantri Awas Yojana, including houses worth around 1,800 crore rupees in urban areas and houses worth 1,530 crore rupees in rural areas. Viewers, in a shocking video that has been accessed, a Congress leader was caught saying that there will be bloodshed across India over the Agnipath scheme. This is a video that we have accessed of Congress MLA from Jharkhand, Irfan Ansari, who has threatened that there will be, at any cost, Agnipath will be revoked and there will be blood covering the country, and they will not allow Agnipath to proceed. And this is what it has come down to now. After all the vandalism and the violence we witnessed yesterday, the complete mindless arson that we saw, wherein over 50 railway coaches were set ablaze in Bihar alone, not even including the other parts of the country, where crores of damage was caused. One person died in Secunderabad, and now we are having to hear this by a elected Congress leader who has threatened bloodshed on the streets over the Agnipath scheme. This is the big breaking story right now. We've seen political parties protest, Congress among them. Congress, in fact, Rahul Gandhi had tweeted on the day of the announcement of the Agnipath scheme that it would have to be rolled back, and now we have seen it reach these levels, where in the middle of the street there is a leader of the Congress who has burnt an effigy, who is threatening Satyanash, are his words, of the BJP, and also his statement that we are now about to play to you viewers. Listen in carefully. This is a threat of bloodshed over Agnipath.
सालों में आपने कोई नौकरी नहीं दिया, रोजगार नहीं दिया, और आज आपने देश को बेच दिया। आपने रेल बेचा, हवाई जहाज बेचा, कल कारखाने सारे आपने बेच दिए, नोट बेच दिया, लेकिन हम लोगों ने कुछ नहीं कहा। लेकिन आज आप देश की सेना को बेचने जा रहे हैं। इसका आक्रोश आज हमारे तमाम युवाओं के साथ है। आप देख लीजिए, आप लोग युवा सड़क पर है, और मैं कहना चाहता हूँ किसी कीमत पर हम लोग ये अग्निपथ, देश होगा खून से लथपथ, लेकिन ये अग्निपथ हम नहीं होने देंगे। आज मैं कहना चाहता हूँ, पहले भी अग्निपथ फ्लॉप था और इस बार भी अग्निपथ फ्लॉप होगा। मैं ये दावे के साथ कहना चाहता हूँ। तो आक्रोश है, और आज शुरुआत इसकी हो गई है, और हम लोग का ये सदन से लेकर सड़क तक हम लोग जाएंगे। और भाजपा का सत्यानाश पहले भी हमने कहा था, और आज भी कर रहे हैं कि भाजपा का सत्यानाश हम लोग करने जा रहे हैं।
Viewers, you just heard that, and now we are joined by senior Congress leader Rashid Alvi, who's speaking to us. Now, Mr. Alvi, how do you justify a statement like this? What is your first take on an open call from a leader, elected leader of your party, calling for bloodshed over these protests now?
No, I am not justifying his statement. Any statement which is against the law can never be justified. But more than that, what has happened to this government? This government doesn't understand the real problems of the youngsters. And it is not happening first time. Every time they come out with one scheme and then start to make amendments, so many amendments.
But Mr. Alvi, with all due respect, isn't it, in your opinion, also an attractive scheme for youngsters? I mean, what is the reason to have vandalism, to have threats like these being made by elected officials from your party? What is the need to call for bloodshed over this? Can there not be deliberations? We've seen how the government is tweaking the scheme as we speak.
I have already said I condemn such statements. I condemn all those statements which are against the law. There is no one can justify such statements. But at the same time, you are the anchor, you are TV channel, you represent this country, you should ask this government also. Why youngsters have come out all over the country on the street?
Mr. Alvi,
trains are being burned.
Mr. Alvi, I respect your opinion, but I think a lot of people would also tell you in return that the scheme has its merits and it promises a lot to the youngsters, and perhaps the Congress party would also be better served examining the scheme and informing the youngsters about it so they can take a call rather than someone calling for bloodshed. But I thank you for joining us, Mr. Rashid Alvi there from the Congress party. Viewers, we are tracking this story very closely. Now, viewers, Telangana Congress President Revanth Reddy was arrested by the Ghatkesar police while he was on the way to Narsampet to participate in the last rites of Rakesh, the army aspirant who died in yesterday's violence at Secunderabad railway station. Later, Revanth Reddy was shifted to the police station. Meanwhile, the Congress leaders staged a protest at the police station against the TRS government. And so these now are the visuals of Revanth Reddy, the Congress leader in Telangana, who was arrested while he was trying to make his way to pay respects to the person, the army aspirant who had died yesterday in the protest that we had witnessed. And consequent to his arrest, there was a protest by the Congress in Telangana against the TRS government right outside the police station where he was lodged, and you can see how outside the police station's gates there is an enormous amount of jostling that can be seen very clearly on the screens. Now remember, viewers, the Congress, as we've been showing you, has opposed Agnipath in its entirety, and that across the country is leading to visuals such as this. This now over the arrest of a top leader of the party in Telangana. And viewers, a lot more news coming up on Republic. The age limit has been increased, reservations have been announced, and Agniveers have been assured. Will the vandals stop stoking the fire now is the question. And firing reported, a number of people stranded. Victims rushed to hospital after the blast and firing and a terror attack at a Kabul Gurdwara. An ISIS role has also now been confirmed. We'll be getting you more updates after a short break. Viewers, stay with Republic.
And in other national news, the centre has announced a one-time waiver to increase the age limit for the Agnipath recruitment scheme to 23 years. Following this, Army Chief General Manoj Pandey lauded the Agnipath scheme, saying that people protesting will realise it is good for the nation once they are informed.
Our effort will be to spread awareness about the scheme up to the last soldier in the earliest possible time frame. As far as the youth is concerned, I feel they haven't fully understood the contents and the implications of the scheme, and that is why there are some apprehensions in their mind. But once they have fully understood the contents of the scheme, I'm sure that they will realize it is not only for their good, but also for the good of the nation and good of the Indian Army.
Speaking to Republic's editor-in-chief, Arnab Goswami, India's Chief of Naval Staff, Admiral R. Harikumar, spoke about the main objectives of the introduction of the Agnipath scheme and how it was aimed towards an administrative shift in the armed forces, as well as to send a message of encouragement to the youth. He called it a hugely transformative initiative that will open up opportunities manifold.
It is truly transformational, and it is looking at developing the nationalistic ethos amongst the youth, as well as the fulfilling the main aim of the reduction of the age profile of the armed forces.
A police officer was shot dead by terrorists inside his home in Pulwama district of Jammu and Kashmir. The attack on Sub-Inspector Farooq Ahmed Mir took place at Sambura in Pampore area on the intervening night of yesterday and today. The bullet-ridden body of the Braveheart was found lying in an irrigation canal in the paddy fields in Sambura. The police found bullet injury marks.
Viewers, some big stories now. In another big follow-up to the Agnipath announcement, the Home Affairs Ministry has decided to reserve 10% vacancies for Agniveers in the recruitment of CAPF paramilitary forces and the Assam Rifles. The MHA has also decided to extend the age limit of paramilitary forces recruitment for the first batch beyond the prescribed upper age limit. Defense Minister Rajnath Singh held an hour-long meeting with Navy Chief Admiral R. Hari Kumar and Indian Air Force Chief Air Chief Marshal Vivek Ram Chaudhary, along with Vice Chief of Army Staff Lieutenant General B.S. Raju in the national capital on the Agnipath recruitment scheme. Discussions were held on implementation of the scheme and its expedited rollout. In a critical development to do with the Agnipath scheme, Raksha Mantri Rajnath Singh has approved a proposal to reserve 10% of job vacancies in the Ministry of Defence for Agniveers. The 10% reservation will be implemented in the Indian Coast Guard and Defence civilian posts and all of the 16 defence sector PSUs. And there is a lot coming up, viewers. Vehicles set ablaze, vandals throng the streets. Centre allies fears over the Agnipath scheme, but the violence and the misinformed protests continue.
And in other national news, the centre has announced a one-time waiver to increase the age limit for the Agnipath recruitment scheme to 23 years. Following this, Army Chief General Manoj Pandey lauded the Agnipath scheme, saying that people protesting will realize it is good for the nation once they are informed.
Our effort will be to spread awareness about the scheme up to the last soldier in the earliest possible time frame. As far as the youth is concerned, I feel they haven't fully understood the contents and the implications of the scheme, and that is why there are some apprehensions in their mind. But once they have fully understood the contents of the scheme, I am sure that they will realize it is not only for their good, but also for the good of the nation and good of the Indian Army.
Speaking to Republic's editor-in-chief, Arnab Goswami, India's Chief of Naval Staff, Admiral R. Hari Kumar, spoke about the main objectives of the introduction of the Agnipath scheme and how it was aimed towards an administrative shift in the armed forces, as well as to send a message of encouragement to the youth. He called it a hugely transformative initiative that will open up opportunities manifold.
It is truly transformational, and it is looking at developing the nationalistic ethos amongst the youth, as well as the fulfilling the main aim of the reduction of the age profile of the armed forces.
A police officer was shot dead by terrorists inside his home in Pune.
Top headlines at 4:30 p.m. Age limit increased. Reservation announced. Agniveers assured. Will the vandals stop stoking the fire now? Government goes all out to stop the mayhem. 10% reservation in Defence Ministry announced for Agniveers. It's on camera. Kids say paid to participate in misinformed and provoked protests. Vehicles set ablaze, vandals throng the streets, centre allays fears over Agnipath scheme, but violence and misinformed protests continue. Vandals and vandalism caught on tape. The proof is out. Protests were engineered. Firing reported, 15 stranded victims rushed to hospital after blast at Kabul's Gurudwara. ISIS role in attack now confirmed. We continue to be live and breaking this Saturday evening. I am Shivangi Shukla. Let's get started. Now the age limit has increased, reservation announced, but protests are still on. This report filed by my colleague from Bihar's Patna will expose the larger plot behind these protests. This report will show you how the misinformed protests were provoked. Take a look.
मैं यहाँ डाकबंगला चौराहे पे मौजूद हूँ और पप्पू यादव की टीम आ रही है। देखिए ये बच्चे भी हैं यहाँ पर पप्पू यादव का फोटो लिए हुए। बाबू तुम लोग कहाँ आए हो?
आए पप्पू यादव मुझे जिताने के लिए। हाँ
तो वोटर
बहुत अच्छे हैं अंकल। हाँ हम सबको खाना देते हैं, कभी भूखे नहीं रहने देते।
कितना पैसा दिए हैं?
अभी हम सबको बहुत देते हैं।
क्या दिए हैं?
पैसा दिए फिर कहा चलो हमारे संग। हमारे संग कहा चलो।
कितना पैसा पे? कितना पैसा दिए?
100 रुपया।
100 रुपया दिए हैं? सुनो 100 रुपया दिए हैं?
हाँ।
और क्या दिए?
और खाने के लिए चीज।
तुमको कितना पैसा?
हमको 100 रुपया।
कौन दिया?
पप्पू यादव।
अच्छा, कितना पैसा दिया?
100 रुपया पप्पू यादव दिया।
पप्पू यादव का नारा लगाने के लिए? अब पता है कहाँ आए हो?
कहाँ?
कहाँ आए हो पता है?
कहाँ? कहाँ?
कितना रुपया दिए हैं?
100 रुपया।
तो ये देखिए, ये बच्चे हैं, ये बोल रहे हैं कि 100 रुपया दिया है पप्पू यादव की टीम ने। और आप ये आजकल की राजनीति का रूप देखिए कि कैसे बच्चों को इस्तेमाल किया जा रहा है।
ये तस्वीरें जो हैं, ये पत्थर देखिए, ये पत्थर जो हैं किस तरीके से बरसाए गए, जो यहाँ पर क्या हालात यहाँ पर जो है पैदा कर सकते हैं। और ये जो आपको सिर्फ जो है पत्थरों के निशान यहाँ पर जो है वो इस वक्त नजर आ रहे हैं। हम आपको दिखाते हैं, ये देखिए, और ये देखिए निशांत, यहाँ देखिए। ओ माय गॉड, क्या सिचुएशन है, क्या सिचुएशन है। देखिए कि क्या हालात हैं। आपको सिर्फ और सिर्फ वो मंजर नजर आएगा जो इन बहादुर जवानों ने झेला है, जिन्होंने पूरी तरीके से अपनी मुस्तैदी के दम पर, अपने जज्बे के दम पर इन उपद्रवियों को यहां से खदेड़ दिया। ये देखिए निशांत, ये तस्वीरें जो हैं सवाल उठा रही हैं, सीधे सवाल पूछ रही है उन लोगों से जो यहां पर उनका समर्थन कर रहे हैं। निशांत यहां इधर भी आइए, निशांत इधर देखिए, ये देखिए, ये दफ्तर है और इस दफ्तर को किस तरीके से कब्रगाह बनाने की कोशिश की गई है। और यहां पर आपको चारों तरफ मौत का मंजर नजर आएगा।
A police officer was shot dead by terrorists inside his home in Pulwama district of Jammu and Kashmir. The attack on Sub-Inspector Farooq Ahmed Mir took place at Sambura in Pampore area on the intervening night of yesterday and today. The bullet-ridden body of the Braveheart was found lying in an irrigation canal in the paddy fields in Sambura. The police found bullet injury marks on his chest. According to officials, Farooq Ahmed Mir was posted in the IRP 23rd Battalion at CDC Lethpora. He had come home on leave. When he went to water his fields late into the night, he was attacked by terrorists. The police have recovered 2 empty cartridges of pistol rounds from the spot and have registered a case and are investigating the murder. The wreath-laying ceremony of slain Sub-Inspector Farooq Ahmed Mir was held in Avantipora, with the final salute being given to him. Bureau Report, Republic TV.
Top national updates. Bihar police arrested 300 people and registered 90 FIRs against the protesters who torched trains in protest against Agnipath scheme in Bihar. Vandalism incidents at railway premises have led to losses of over rupees 200 crore. The protesters burned at least 50 coaches and 5 engines amid their violent demonstrations in Bihar. PM Modi spoke to Assam CM Himanta Biswa and took stock of the situation due to massive floods in the state. PM prayed for the safety and well-being of Assam's affected people. A plea was moved in Supreme Court by Advocate Vishal Tiwari seeking directions to set up a special investigation team to inquire about the violent protests against the Agnipath recruitment scheme and to inquire about the damage caused to the public property, including that of railways. The petition also sought directions to set up an expert committee under the chairmanship of a retired Supreme Court judge to examine the scheme, its impact on national security and the army. TRS leaders took out a rally to, Damodara Rakesh's village, who was killed in the police firing at the Secunderabad railway station. During the rally, the TRS workers attacked on the BSNL office and also raised slogans against PM Modi and the central government. PM Modi's mother, Hiraben Modi, along with the family, performed Aarti at the temple in Ahmedabad. The PM Modi visited his mother today on the occasion of her 100th birthday. amid his 2-day visit to his home state. UP CM Yogi Adityanath lauded the decision of the Ministry of Home Affairs to reserve 10% vacancies for recruitment in the CAPFs and Assam Rifles for Agniveers. He thanked PM for this step and said it would prove to be a golden opportunity for the youth. Court has denied bail to Aam Aadmi Party's Minister Satyendra Jain in connection with the money laundering case being probed by the Enforcement Directorate. A Sikh and a native of Ghazni was killed during the brutal attack by terrorists in Kabul at Gurudwara in Afghanistan. Gunshots continue inside the Gurudwara where Indian Sikh community members have been held hostage. According to the police, many people involved in Railway Recruitment Board protests were involved in Agnipath protests in Bihar. The police are investigating further and trying to locate these protesters. Well, viewers, even as protests over the Agnipath scheme continue unabated, in a mega move, the centre has announced 10% reservation in the Defence Ministry, further upping the age limit. So the larger question remains, the centre has allayed all fears on the matter. So who is stoking the fire and why? So that is a big question that we are asking right now. The centre has announced 10% reservation in the Defence Ministry, further upping the age limit. Let's have a look at the reactions coming in.
मेरा एक और देश के युवाओं से ये अनुरोध भी है, अपील भी है कि हिंसा का रास्ता अपनी बात रखने के लिए ठीक नहीं है। अग्निवीर युवाओं के हित में और देश को और सुरक्षित बनाने के लिए एक युवा आर्म्ड फोर्सेस बनाने के लिए उस दिशा में निर्णय लिया गया है और इसके सभी पहलुओं को जानने की आवश्यकता भी है। आपके जो भी कंसर्न है, जो भी विषय, उसको सरकार गंभीरता से सुन भी रही है और मुझे लगता है आगजनी करने से, हिंसा फैलाने से, उपद्रव मचाने से कुछ नहीं होगा, क्योंकि कुछ लोग अपनी राजनीतिक रोटियां सेंकने के लिए अगर करना चाहते हैं तो ये भी उचित नहीं है कि बच्चों के हाथ में झंडा देकर कोई निकाल देता है, कोई छोटे छोटे बच्चों को सड़कों पे निकालता है। ये उचित नहीं है। ये देश के हित में निर्णय लिया गया है, युवाओं के हित में लिया गया है और जिस तरह से सरकार ने 2 साल की रिलैक्सेशन भी दी है वो भी दिखाता है कि आपकी बात को सुना गया। माननीय गृह मंत्री जी ने सेंट्रल आर्म्ड पुलिस फोर्सेस में भी आरक्षण देने की बात कही और उसमें भी एज को रिलैक्स करने का निर्णय लिया गया। ये भी युवाओं के हित में लिया गया।
Well, Defence Minister Rajnath Singh gave a fact check to Punjab CM Bhagwan Mann on the age limit for Agniveers. Listen.
आप ऐसा कैसे कह सकते हो कि आप 17 साल में ट्रेनिंग के लिए जाइए और 21 साल में रिटायर होके आ जाइए, भूतपूर्व सैनिक बन जाइए 21 साल में, तो ये तो ठीक नहीं है।
युवाओं के भविष्य को ध्यान में रखते हुए और उनके प्रति संवेदनशीलता दिखाते हुए प्रधानमंत्री जी के अनुमोदन पर सरकार ने फैसला किया है कि अग्निवीरों की भर्ती की आयु सीमा को इस बार बढ़ाकर 21 से 23 वर्ष कर दिया जाए। यह वन टाइम रिलैक्सेशन दिया गया है। इससे बहुत सारे नौजवानों को अग्निवीर बनने की पात्रता स्वतः मिल जाएगी।
All right, we just heard Rajnath Singh there giving an answer to Bhagwant Mann as well. And let's have a look at now the Indian Air Force Chief VR Chaudhary, who too gave a statement clarifying to the people the benefits of the scheme. Listen in.
If you look at the entire scheme in totality, there are many advantages which need to be highlighted. Number one, the domains of warfare are changing. We need younger people, more tech-savvy people in these services. Secondly, for the Air Force in particular, we will benefit from being able to select the more technically qualified people for their particular job that they're going to do in future in the Air Force. For the Agniveers themselves, they have got 2 or 3 options. Number 1, they can compete and re-enroll in the Air Force for a service that will grant them pension. Number 2, in case they leave the Air Force, they decide to pursue higher education, or they decide to set up an entrepreneurship, can set up some ventures on their own, or they can be assured of some jobs either in the public sector, in the government sector, or even in the private sector. You're aware that certain ministries have already made announcements giving priority to the Agniveers in jobs like in the Central Armed Police Forces, in the Assam Rifles, and so on. So the options for an Agniveer who leaves the Air Force are very wide, and I think they can be assured that they will find a good opportunity for themselves after they've finished their 4 years in service.
Youth Congress protesters staged protest outside the Secretariat in the Thiruvananthapuram demanding resignation of CM Pinarayi Vijayan in the gold smuggling case. And police resorted to tear gas and lathi charge as protests turned violent.
So far, about 8-9 rounds of tear cannons have been used, but the police is consistently using these cannons. Now, the Youth Congress has been demanding resignation of Chief Minister Pinarayi Vijayan after Swapna Suresh, the accused in the Kerala gold smuggling case, has leveled some serious allegations under the affidavit which he had submitted under Section 164(5) in the court, and based on which the Congress has been continuing to demanding resignation of Chief Minister Pinarayi Vijayan, and these are the visuals that are coming, and tear cannons have also been used. And what needs to be seen right now, the protesters have all been dispersed, but tear cannons as well as water cannons have been used. And these are the exclusive visuals that are coming from outside the Secretariat in Thiruvananthapuram. We get to understand that 2-3 youth workers of the Congress party have also been injured. One, including one woman, has had a fracture in her leg as well due to excess of police force. But what needs to be said is that for almost half an hour, police had maintained restraint. The Youth Congress, as you can see, Shafi Parambal, the president of the Youth Congress. Shafi! The president of the Youth Congress is here, and he is one who is taking out the protest. He has also been water cannon as a mark of protest. He is here. Shafi, what do you have to say?
Youth Congress Zindabad! Youth Congress Zindabad! Youth Congress Zindabad! 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 Zindabad!
Clear case of police atrocity. Just clear case of police atrocity. A chief minister who cannot face the questions from the media, who cannot answer the public, who is running away from public, is using the force to ensure that there is no protest against him.
All right, we're getting some visuals coming in right now after Congress. Now the BJP has been protesting against Kerala CM Pinarayi Vijayan in Kochi. The BJP there staging protests against the Kerala CM. Remember, we have been seeing protests there continuously. There, in fact, Ashwin is joining me live. Ashwin, what is happening there? We were seeing protests earlier. Now, after Congress, the BJP has been protesting against Kerala CM Vijayan in Kochi.
Absolutely. The BJP has also registered its protest. Earlier they had protested in Thiruvananthapuram. Now we see the protest which is happening at Kochi, where BJP workers are coming out in large numbers in protest, demanding that Chief Minister Pinarayi Vijayan must step down, as the allegations that has been put forward by the accused Swapna Suresh in the gold smuggling case is very grave, as she has put it, as a court document under Section 164. She has submitted these, and that itself is good enough for Chief Minister to step down from his seat. Now, earlier Congress has also registered protests, but what you see right now is the BJP workers trying to pull out the barricades and registering their protest and demanding resignation of Chief Minister Pinarayi Vijayan. And what BJP has been registering has been calling out the protest, and also it is very likely in the wake of the recent protests and the public protests at large. It is very likely that the central agencies will also take note and call in Swapna for questioning as well. So it is a pressure to by the BJP as well as the Congress to ensure that the investigation in this matter continues in light of the new revelations which has been made by Swapna Suresh. And that is what we need to see further, whether these agencies will call Swapna Suresh for questioning related to the latest revelations she has made. Now, a lot of BJP workers have been taken into custody by the police after the protests turned violent. Water cannons were also used against these protesters, and the police have taken a few of the BJP workers into custody as well.
All right, thank you, Ashwin, for getting us all those details there. We're getting visuals after Congress. Now the BJP there protesting against Kerala CM Vijayan in Kochi. Well, much more coming up on the other side. The age limit has increased. Reservation announced. Agniveers assured, will the vandals stop stoking the fire now? It's on camera. Kids say pay to participate in misinformed and provoke protest. Stay tuned.
Reading allows us to become familiar with ourselves.
We don't read, we won't know what is knowledge. I just find it very interesting to know people's lives, how they went through certain situations, how they dealt with things.
So wherever you want to go in life, if you read books along those lines, then that would really help you in growing.
Reading could mean a million different things to every individual. What does it mean to you? Visit readindia.info to find out more.
Speaking to Republic's editor-in-chief, Arnab Goswami, India's Chief of Naval Staff, Admiral R. Harikumar, spoke about the main objectives of the introduction of the Agnipath scheme and how it was aimed towards an administrative shift in the armed forces, as well as to send a message of encouragement to the youth. He called it a hugely transformative initiative that will open up opportunities manifold.
It is truly transformational, and it is looking at developing the nationalistic ethos amongst the youth, as well as the fulfilling the main aim of the reduction of the age profile of the armed forces.
Agitators vandalized the Secunderabad railway station premises in Hyderabad and set a train ablaze during a protest against the Agnipath scheme. The protesters vandalized the windows of a train, torching a two-wheeler on the tracks and a few bags on the platform. 3 fire tenders were moved to the spot to douse the fire. Protesters vandalized a Telangana state transport bus at the Secunderabad bus station during a protest against the centre's Agnipath scheme. The Armed Forces Service Chiefs have unanimously put their weight behind the Agnipath recruitment scheme, under which the selected youth will be known as Agniveers.
This is one aspect of Prime Minister's today visit to Dhaka in Bangladesh.
This is not only about a blast happening in the national capital.
यहाँ पर अतिक्रमण हटाने के लिए कार्रवाई हो रही है शाहीन बाग में.
The Indian government has satisfied the court. They say they have a watertight case against you, sir.
They're trying to stop us from reporting.
The idea is to understand the security situation of Srinagar.
Welcome back. We continue to be live and breaking. Age limit increase, reservation announced. Agniveers assured. Will the vandals stop stoking the fire now? Here, in fact, is a full report. Now, nearly 90 lakh people have been affected by heavy downpours, triggering multiple landslides in a flood-like situation over the entire northeast region. Let's have a quick look at what our reporters are getting from ground.
Following incessant rain across Assam and northeast, the flood situation has only deteriorated further. Right now we are on the National Highway 15 that connects Lower Assam and Upper Assam through the northern bank of Brahmaputra, and you can see a portion of the National Highway, more than 500 meters of the portion on the National Highway have been partially breached by the floodwaters that has come down from neighboring Bhutan, and as a result a whole lot of devastation has taken place in this particular area in Mongoloi district of Assam. This is the second wave of the flood that has affected Assam in less than a month. The rain prediction as per the meteorology department continues, and the situation might only deteriorate further. Meanwhile, today Prime Minister Narendra Modi also called up Assam's Chief Minister Dr. Himanta Biswa Sarma and has assured all help as far as relief and rehabilitation measures are concerned. Speaking to the media, Chief Minister Himanta Biswa Sarma, who is visiting the flood affected areas of Mongoloi, Kamrup and Nalbari district today, said that the Prime Minister has assured all help in terms of relief and rehabilitation measure to the state government of Assam.
मुझे खुशी है कि संस्कार नगरी वडोदरा से आज जब करीब 21,000 करोड़ रुपए के डेवलपमेंट प्रोजेक्ट्स का लोकार्पण और शिलान्यास हुआ है। ये प्रोजेक्ट गुजरात के विकास से भारत का विकास, इस प्रतिबद्धता को बल देने वाले हैं। गरीबों के घर, उच्च शिक्षा और बेहतर कनेक्टिविटी पर इतना बड़ा निवेश गुजरात के औद्योगिक विकास को विस्तार देगा। यहां के युवाओं के लिए रोजगार, स्वरोजगार, इसके लिए अनगिनत अवसर निर्मित करेगा।
Much more coming up on the other side. Vandalism caught on tape. The proof is out. Protests were engineered. Firing reported, 15 stranded victims rushed to the hospital after blast at Kabul Gurudwara. ISIS role in attack now confirmed. Stay tuned.
Amity faculty have filed over 1,600 patents. Yet another reason why Amity has been conferred with the National Intellectual Property Award by Government of India for being the top Indian academic institution for patents and commercialization.
And in other national news, the centre has announced a one-time waiver to increase the age limit for the Agnipath recruitment scheme to 23 years. Following this, Army Chief General Manoj Pandey lauded the Agnipath scheme, saying that people protesting will realize it is good for the nation once they are informed.
Our effort will be to spread awareness about the scheme up to the last soldier in the earliest possible time frame. As far as the youth is concerned, I feel they haven't fully understood the contents and the implications of the scheme, and that is why there are some apprehensions in their mind. But once they have fully understood the contents of the scheme, I'm sure that they will realize it is not only for their good, but also for the good of the nation and good of the Indian Army.
Speaking to Republic's editor-in-chief, Arnab Goswami, India's Chief of Naval Staff, Admiral R. Harikumar, spoke about the main objectives of the introduction of the Agnipath scheme and how it was aimed towards an administrative shift in the armed forces, as well as to send a message of encouragement to the youth. He called it a hugely transformative initiative that will open up opportunities manifold.
It is truly transformational, and it is looking at developing the nationalistic ethos amongst the youth, as well as the fulfilling the main aim of the reduction of the age profile of the armed forces.
The tapes, the chats, the posters, the planning. Republic uncovers full Agnipath Anarchy plot. On This Is Exclusive at 6 p.m. Terror attack on Gurudwara in Kabul. Watch the biggest story tonight at 7 p.m.
Age limit increase reservation announced. Agniveers assured. Will those going on a rampage now stop? Government goes all out to stop the mayhem. A 10% reservation in Defence Ministry announced for Agniveers. It's all on camera. Kids say they were paid to participate in misinformed and provoked protests in Bihar, Patna. Vehicles set ablaze, vandals throng the streets, centre allays fears over Agnipath scheme, but the violence continues. From Ludhiana to Secunderabad, vandals and vandalism caught on tape. The proof is out. It appears the protests were engineered. A Gurudwara in Kabul has been attacked. Republic TV reporting live from Kabul this evening. Thank you for staying with us here on Republic TV. In the last few weeks, we at Republic TV have been getting you some new revelations in the Kerala gold scam. We've been leading the expose on the new set of claims, the proofs that are emerging in the case of Swapna Suresh, who's the key accused, who's gone on record to make some new claims against the Kerala Chief Minister Pinarayi Vijayan. Now, in the wake of these claims, there's been a development, and that's the development we are breaking in right now, that Swapna Suresh has been called for questioning by the Enforcement Directorate. She's been called in by the ED for questioning on the 22nd of June. Swapna Suresh has been summoned after the new allegations, the new revelations were made. And in light of these new revelations, Swapna has been called on the 22nd of June. ED sources have confirmed to Republic that she has in fact been called in. Agency sources saying that an earlier affidavit under Section 164 was not given to the Enforcement Directorate. So this is a breaking update coming in. Let me see if I have Ashwin with me. I'll go across to Ashwin and get more details. Ashwin, are you there? Okay, I'll go across to Ashwin. But Swapna Suresh, among the many allegations that she has made in the last few weeks, some including that bags of cash, foreign currency was sent to the Chief Minister allegedly when the Chief Minister of Kerala was in UAE. That's an allegation that was made. She also said that several biryani vessels, heavy ones at that, alleging that metals, namely gold, may have been smuggled from the Consulate General of the UAE to the Chief Minister's residence. She also claimed that 17 tons of dates was moved to different places from the Consulate General without the adequate permissions, alleging once again that there was some sort of a contraband hidden in all of these consignments. Now, in the wake of these developments and the allegations, and the most shocking aspect is that these charges have been made in court. she's filed affidavits in court to this effect. And in the wake of the new charges, she's now been summoned. She even came on Republic TV. She claimed there was an attempt to mediate. She claimed there was an attempt to mediate by someone who was known to the Chief Minister. Now, these are all allegations. Once again, all allegations. And in the wake of these allegations, now she's been called by the Enforcement Directorate. Hearing that she will be questioned, Ashwin, can you confirm that her 164 statement is being recorded by the ED as well? Is that correct?
Absolutely right, Niranjan. The Enforcement Directorate sources have confirmed to the public that Swapna Suresh, the accused in the Kerala gold smuggling case, has been called in for questioning after the new set of revelations that he has made in terms of Section 164, which he has submitted as an affidavit to the judicial magistrate. Now, ED sources confirmed to us that on 22nd in the Kochi office, she will be called in to understand and to get more details on what she has revealed under Section 164. And also, what's important is the fact that the ED sources have also confirmed the previous time she had given the Section 164, that was under the customs case. And this time, this new revelation that will be made, now this will be probed by the Enforcement Directorate itself, which essentially means that the probe in the Kerala gold smuggling case reopens after a hiatus, and now with the wake of the revelations made by Swapna Suresh, some grievous revelations, charges against the Chief Minister, his family members, as well as some of the former ministers, including KT Jalil, as well as bureaucrats, all being named in the new affidavit. It certainly means that the Kerala gold smuggling case is opening up to a bigger issue and will be also discussed at large, and we will be closely following in the story as well.
Yeah. Now, among those allegations were that there was some understanding between the Chief Minister of Kerala, or at least his men, and the then UAE Consulate General, and that biryani vessels may have been moved. Now, these were allegations that have been made. We'll get you the graphics of some of those allegations that were made. In fact, Swapna Suresh's allegations in the last couple of days, we'll just put that out on the screen right now. These were allegations that she made. She's filed 2 affidavits in court. Is that correct? Ashwin, 2 affidavits filed in court now?
She has filed an affidavit under Section 154. She has given 2 affidavits, and she has submitted to the court, and she has made some revelations with regard to the Chief Minister and the family. This is for the first time that we are hearing it through her affidavit that we have access as well. So Chief Minister's family members are also put into the cross in this new revelation which she has made. She has also named some of the other bureaucrats as well, stating that there has been grievous violations of the MEA protocol in meeting these foreign diplomats from Sharjah as well as you rightly pointed out, the biryani vessels being used, and even the case of reverse hawala, where she had stated that in 2016 there was a baggage which was supposed to be that of Chief Minister, which apparently the Chief Minister had forgotten, that needs to be brought back from Dubai to the UAE consul, to the Cliff House, the residence in Trivandrum. So all these are the new allegations which will now be brought back into the agency's book. They will be probing this matter, and which essentially means that Kerala gold smuggling case is essentially being looked into even deeper in light of the latest revelations made by Swapna Suresh.
Yeah, and just one last question. There were these call records that were we broke that story a few days back, and that's another angle that we have to look at very closely. Let's put the details out of what we knew about these call records. If we have the graphics of that call records, if you can just play that out. She had alleged that there was a mediation attempt. She claimed there was a mediation attempt, Ashwin, and she said somebody from the Chief Minister's office allegedly tried to mediate. What is the link between this so-called mediator, Shaj Kiran, and there were some call records suggesting some calls between this alleged mediator and a serving IPS officer who mysteriously, by the way, was also transferred. So there is the gold scam, there are new allegations. There is an alleged mediation attempt by a mediator who's talking to an IPS officer. What is the link to the mediator, to the Chief Minister, or to the ruling party? And why was the IPS officer who was talking to the mediator moved out? Now, it's all very murky. Ashwin.
Definitely. In fact, the response of the state dispensation after Swapna Suresh made, these confidential statements to the court is what has made this plot even more murkier. Essentially, if Swapna Suresh had stated the Chief Minister is and his family is involved, essentially what the state dispensation, what we all would have expected to have done was taking the legal recourse in this matter, filing defamation case against Swapna. But instead of that, what we saw was a nervousness from the part of the state government. We suddenly see a mediator going and meeting Swapna Suresh, and where the mediator tells, if you do not retrieve back from this case, your accomplice Sadis will be taken in by the crime branch. And this is what the mediator had stated. And just after stating this, he was immediately picked up, just like what the mediator had told Swapna Suresh. Then the mediator also told Swapna Suresh that if you do not get back from this case, lots of cases will be filed against you. In fact, that also happened. So whatever the mediator had told and warned Swapna Suresh, in the same chronology, all these things started happening. And what is even more shocking was Swapna Suresh had come out to the media stating that 56 times ADGP, the Directorate of Vigilance, had called this alleged mediator while he was having a conversation with Swapna. Through WhatsApp, she had stated.
Let's play out the report that you sent us of the protests. You have those dramatic protests that came in from Kerala, in Thiruvananthapuram and in Kochi. In Thiruvananthapuram, when Ashwin was reporting today, Congress workers were protesting, tear gas was fired at them, and there was some element of stone pelting as well. And in Kochi, BJP was protesting. So it's been a politically charged week in Kerala. This was the report that Ashwin brought to us. It's a 2-minute report giving you the sense of the situation in Kerala, how charged it is politically. The 2-minute report of the protests over the Kerala gold scam. Let's play that out. Just playing that out in just a few seconds. Kochi and Thiruvananthapuram, there have been parallel protests. Protests in Thiruvananthapuram by Congress youth workers and in Kochi by BJP youth workers. Let's play out some of these reports.
So far, about 8-9 rounds of tear cannons have been used, but the police is consistently using these cannons. Now the Youth Congress has been demanding resignation of Chief Minister Pinarayi Vijayan after Swapna Suresh, the accused in the Kerala gold smuggling case, has leveled some serious allegations under the affidavit which he had submitted under section 164(5) in the court, and based on which the Congress has been continuing to demanding resignation of Chief Minister Pinarayi Vijayan. And these are the visuals that are coming, and tear cannons have also been used. And what needs to be seen right now, the protesters have all been dispersed, but tear cannons as well as water cannons have been used. And these are the exclusive visuals that are coming from outside the secretariat in Thiruvananthapuram. We get to understand that 2-3 youth workers of the Congress party have also been injured. One, including one woman, has had a fracture in her leg as well due to excess of police force. But what needs to be said is that for almost half an hour, police had maintained restraint. The Youth Congress, as you can see, Shafi Parambil, the president of the Youth Congress. Shafi! The president of the Youth Congress is here, and he is one who is taking out the protest. He has also been water cannon as a mark of protest. He is here. Shafi, what do you have to say? Shafi, what do you have to say? Shafi, what do you have to say? Youth Congress Zindabad! Youth Congress Zindabad! Youth Congress Zindabad! 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 Zindabad!
Clear case of police atrocity. Just clear case of police atrocity. A chief minister who cannot face the questions from the media, who cannot answer the public, who is running away from public, is using the force to ensure that there is no protest against him.
And we're taking a short break now, but before that, let's also tell you that the government has gone all out to try and assure on the Agnipath scheme. Now, there have been reservations announced for Agniveers in the Defence Ministry, in the Civil Aviation Ministry, in the Shipping Ministry, and also in the Central Armed Forces, along with Assam Rifles. Now, these reservations and relaxations coming in after protests were reported across India for the last couple of days. Meanwhile, more and more videos coming in showing how some of these protests may have been organized. Now, the extent of these protests also being captured by Republic TV reporters in the course of our reporting, which show that there is a great element of, one, mobilizing people. Secondly, not all of them were aspirants. Many just vandals, and there is so much proof that's now emerging on how they all gathered, and their attempt and intent was to burn down everything. Here are reports that came in from Bihar, and then we'll get you the other exclusive reports.
गोपालगंज में अगर स्थितियों की बात करें तो धारा 144 लगी है, तो बाहर स्थितियां सामान्य है, लेकिन हम इस वक्त गोपालगंज की तहसील सिद्धवलिया में खड़े हैं, जहां पर बीते दिन आगजनी हुई थी और ये ट्रेन उस बात की गवाही दे रही है। ये वो डिब्बा है जो पूरी तरह से अब जल चुका है और सिर्फ निशान बाकी हैं। ये सिद्धवलिया स्टेशन पर खड़ा है। दरअसल ये ट्रेन गोरखपुर से निकलकर यहां पर पाटलिपुत्र की तरफ आगे बढ़ रही थी। छपरा जाना था इस ट्रेन को, जिस ट्रेन को यहां पर सिद्धवलिया में रोका गया। आप सोचिए, यहां पर इस ट्रेन का स्टॉपेज भी नहीं है, लेकिन इस ट्रेन को जबरन उपद्रवियों के द्वारा रोका गया और रोके जाने के बाद इस ट्रेन को आग के हवाले कर दिया गया। अपने विजय सीपी सिंह से मैं कहूंगा एक बार अंदर की भी तस्वीरें दिखाएं कि किस तरह से ये जो मंजर है, ये जो हालात है, इनसे आप अंदाजा लगा सकते हैं कि जो यात्री ट्रेन में बैठे होंगे उनके अंदर कितना ज्यादा खौफ होगा। इन तस्वीरों के जरिए बहुत आसानी से आप समझ सकते हैं। ये ट्रेन दरअसल यहां से छपरा जा रही थी गोरखपुर से होते हुए, जिस ट्रेन को इस स्टेशन पर रोका गया। रोके जाने के बाद ट्रेन की ये बोगी पूरी तरह से आग के हवाले कर दी गई। आग की तपिश तो जरूर खत्म हो चुकी है, लेकिन इस ट्रेन का ये जो हिस्सा है, इस ट्रेन की ये जो बोगी है, ये बता रही है कि आखिर वहां पर क्या मंजर होगा। अंदर जो लोग इस डिब्बे के अंदर मौजूद होंगे, उनके अंदर कितना खौफ और कितना डर होगा प्रदर्शन के नाम पर। क्योंकि अग्निपथ योजना के बाद जिस तरह से देश भर के तमाम राज्यों में प्रदर्शन हो रहा है, इनमें बिहार सबसे अग्रणी राज्य है। और बिहार के अंदर सबसे बड़ी बात यह कि बिहार में लगातार प्रदर्शन जारी है। गोपालगंज में प्रदर्शन को लेकर धारा 144 लगी है। किसी भी तरह से भीड़ जमा ना हो, इसको लेकर लगातार प्रशासन मुस्तैद है। लेकिन बिहार के गोपालगंज के ये तहसील सिद्धौलिया, जहां पर आगजनी हुई और आगजनी के बाद ये ट्रेन का वो डिब्बा, वो बर्थ इस बात की गवाही दे रहा है कि यहां पर हालात और मंजर क्या थे। सीपी सिंह जी, एक बार ये तस्वीरें दिखाइएगा, क्योंकि ये तस्वीरें बहुत अहम है। जिस तरह से सरकारी संपत्तियों को नुकसान पहुंचाया गया है, आप इस डिब्बे की छतों को देखिए, इस डिब्बे की सीटों को देखिए, पंखों को देखिए, आपको कुछ भी नजर नहीं आएगा। सिर्फ और सिर्फ ये मलबा जो चीख चीख कर ये कह रहा है कि क्या गुजरी है इस ट्रेन पर, क्या गुजरी है इस ट्रेन के इस बोगी पर। सीट पूरी तरह से खत्म हो चुकी है। ये कहें कि अब ये पूरा कबाड़ में तब्दील हो चुका है, चलता फिरता डिब्बा।
मैं यहाँ डाकबंगला चौराहे पे मौजूद हूँ और पप्पू यादव की टीम आ रही है। देखिए, ये बच्चे भी हैं यहाँ पर पप्पू यादव का फोटो लिए हुए। बाबू, तुम लोग कहाँ आए हो?
आए पप्पू यादव जिताने के लिए। हाँ,
तो वोटर
बहुत अच्छे अंकल। हाँ, हम सबको खाना देते हैं, कभी भूखे नहीं रहने देते।
कितना पैसा दिए हैं?
अभी हम सबको बहुत देते हैं।
क्या दिए हैं?
पैसा दिए, फिर कहा चलो हमारे संग, हमारे संग कहा चलो।
कितना पैसा पे? कितना पैसा दिए?
100 रुपया।
100 रुपया दिए हैं? 100 रुपया दिए हैं?
हाँ।
और क्या दिए हैं?
और खाने के लिए चीज।
तुमको कितना पैसा?
हमको 100 रुपया।
कौन दिया?
पप्पू यादव।
अच्छा, कितना पैसा दिया?
100 रुपया पप्पू यादव दिया।
पप्पू यादव का नारा लगाने के लिए। अब पता है कहाँ आए हो?
जिताने के लिए।
कहाँ आए हो पता है?
कहाँ?
कितना रुपया दिए हैं?
100 रुपया।
तो ये देखिए, ये बच्चे हैं, ये बोल रहे हैं कि 100 रुपया दिया है पप्पू यादव की टीम ने। और आप ये आजकल की राजनीति का रूप देखिए कि कैसे बच्चों को इस्तेमाल किया जा रहा है।
ये तस्वीरें जो हैं, ये पत्थर देखिए, ये पत्थर जो हैं किस तरीके से बरसाए गए, जो यहाँ पर क्या हालात यहाँ पर जो है पैदा कर सकते हैं। और ये जो आपको सिर्फ जो है पत्थरों के निशान यहाँ पर जो है वो इस वक्त नजर आ रहे हैं। हम आपको दिखाते हैं, ये देखिए, और ये देखिए निशांत, यहाँ देखिए, ओ माय गॉड, क्या सिचुएशन है, क्या सिचुएशन है। देखिए कि क्या हालात हैं। आपको सिर्फ और सिर्फ वो मंजर नजर आएगा जो इन बहादुर जवानों ने झेला है, जिन्होंने पूरी तरीके से अपनी मुस्तैदी के दम पर, अपने जज्बे के दम पर इन उपद्रवियों को यहां से खदेड़ दिया। ये देखिए निशांत, ये तस्वीरें जो हैं सवाल उठा रही हैं, सीधे सवाल पूछ रही है उन लोगों से जो यहां पर उनका समर्थन कर रहे हैं। निशांत यहां इधर भी आइए, निशांत इधर देखिए, ये देखिए ये दफ्तर है और इस दफ्तर को किस तरीके से कब्रगाह बनाने की कोशिश की गई है और यहां पर आपको चारों तरफ मौत का मंजर नजर आएगा।
Quick check of all the top stories we're tracking here on Republic TV this Saturday evening. Getting you details from across the country now. In a big follow-up to the Agnipath announcement, MHA has decided to reserve 10% vacancies for Agniveers for recruitment in CAPF, paramilitary forces, Assam Rifles. The MHA has also decided to extend the age limit of paramilitary forces recruitment for the first batch beyond the prescribed upper age. Defence Minister Rajnath Singh held an hour-long meeting with Navy Chief Admiral Ari Kumar, IF Chief Air Marshal V.R. Chaudhary along with Vice Chief of Army Staff Lieutenant General B.S. Raju in the national capital on the Agnipath recruitment scheme. Discussions were held on implementation of the scheme and its expedited rollout. In a critical development to do with the Agnipath scheme, Raksha Mantri Rajnath Singh has approved a proposal to reserve 10% of vacancies in the Ministry of Defence for Agniveers. The 10% reservation will be implemented in the Indian Coast Guard, Defence Civilian Posts and all the 16 defence public sector undertakings. Telangana police arrested more than 100 protesters accused of involvement in arson at Secunderabad railway station yesterday. Now, according to sources, special teams were formed to nab the accused. Search operation was underway and FIR has been registered by the railway police against those who torched vehicles. CCTV visuals have emerged from Ludhiana railway station in Punjab where around 50 to 60 protesters could be seen with rods vandalizing the station. There were no Agnipath protests in Punjab until this point. And here too there was no protest, just vandalism. Punjab Chief Minister Bhagwant Mann has demanded that the centre roll back Agnipath scheme, claiming that there is anger among youth not really getting into any nitty-gritties. He said that those who want to work for the country with passion should be given a chance to be given a pension later.
आप ऐसा कैसे कह सकते हो कि आप 17 साल में ट्रेनिंग के लिए जाइए और 21 साल में रिटायर होके आ जाइए, भूतपूर्व सैनिक बन जाइए 21 साल में, तो ये तो ठीक नहीं है।
Karnataka, around 100 people protested at the old SP circle in Dharwad over the Agnipath scheme after a stone pelting incident was reported. Police resorted to lathi charge. According to the police, 20 people have been taken into custody. In Jammu and Kashmir, Youth Congress continued sloganeering against Agnipath scheme near the Jammu Press Club. Taking to the streets, they demanded a rollback of the Agnipath scheme on the very lucid and thought-through argument that it was a jumla. Bihar police arrested 300 people and registered 90 FIRs against the protesters who torched trains in protest against Agnipath scheme in Bihar. The arrests have seemingly had the effect of warding off the All India Students' Union from protesting. Patna DM has stated that protesters are being identified through video footage and have purportedly unearthed the role of 7 to 8 coaching centers in spreading misinformation and provocative messages.
लगभग 1500 की संख्या में लोग थे जो घेर लिए थे मसौरी तरगना रेलवे स्टेशन पर, और जीआरपी थाना में कुछ गाड़ियां थी पुरानी, उसमें आग लगा दिए थे। कुछ पब्लिक का भी गाड़ी और कुछ निजी वाहनों में भी आगजनी किए थे। उन सभी लोगों को खदेड़ दिया गया है और पूरी तरह से अपने कब्जे हम लोग रेलवे स्टेशन पर लिए हैं। 30 लोगों को अभी तक अरेस्ट हम लोगों ने किया है। बाकी आसपास के घरों में लोग छुपे हुए हैं, कुछ भाग गए हैं, कुछ छुपे हुए हैं, उनका सर्च करके हम लोग अरेस्टिंग कर रहे हैं और इसमें कड़ी कार्रवाई हम लोग करेंगे। बहुत सारा वीडियो फुटेज हम लोगों के पास है, चिन्हित कर रहे हैं, उसके आधार पर हम लोग कड़ी कार्रवाई करेंगे।
Short break on the news. Arson and misinformed protests continue across India. We're getting you the details. Vandals caught on tape. Getting you the pictures from across India.
Speaking to Republic's editor-in-chief, Arnab Goswami, India's Chief of Naval Staff, Admiral R. Harikumar, spoke about the main objectives of the introduction of the Agnipath scheme and how it was aimed towards an administrative shift in the armed forces as well as to send a message of encouragement to the youth. He called it a hugely transformative initiative that will open up opportunities manifold.
It is truly transformational and it is looking at developing the nationalistic ethos amongst the youth as well as the fulfilling the main aim of the reduction of the age profile of the armed forces.
Agitators vandalized the Secunderabad railway station premises in Hyderabad and set a train ablaze during a protest against the Agnipath scheme. The protesters vandalized the windows of a train, torching a two-wheeler on the tracks and a few bags on the platform. 3 fire tenders were moved to the spot to douse the fire. Protesters vandalized the Telangana state transport bus at the Secunderabad bus station during a protest against the centre's Agnipath scheme. The Armed Forces Service Chiefs have unanimously put their weight behind the Agnipath recruitment scheme, under which the selected youth will be known as Agniveers. Agnipath allows patriotic and motivated youth to serve in the armed forces for a period of 4 years, following which 25% will be absorbed into the armed forces, whereas the remaining will have a cornucopia of options opening up to them.
A police officer was shot dead by terrorists inside his home in Pulwama district of Jammu and Kashmir. The attack on Sub-Inspector Farooq Ahmed Mir took place at Sambura in Pampore area on the intervening night of yesterday and today. The bullet-ridden body of the Braveheart was found lying in an irrigation canal in the paddy fields in Sambura. The police found bullet injury marks on his chest. According to officials, Farooq Ahmed
Getting in some more breaking news now. There's a big fight between JDU and BJP over Agnipath. The JDU has attacked the BJP state president Sanjay Jaiswal on his statement that the government officials and police were mute spectators in Bihar to what was happening on Agnipath and the violence and the vandalism. Rajiv Ranjan Singh of the JDU saying that Sanjay Jaiswal has lost his mental balance. Nitish Kumar knows good governance. JDU is only concerned about the concerns of the youth, saying that if he's so concerned about what is happening in Bihar, why isn't the BJP stopping incidents in BJP ruled states like UP and Haryana? So there's a big fight over Agnipath that's also broken out on the sidelines. Here's what the JDU and BJP are saying to each other.
कि प्रशासन बीजेपी कार्यालय को क्यों जलाएगी? केंद्र सरकार ने एक निर्णय लिया अग्निपथ योजना। अब उस निर्णय के बाद से बिहार ही नहीं अन्य प्रदेश के जो छात्र और नौजवान हैं उनके मन में अपने भविष्य के प्रति आशंका पैदा हुई और उस आशंका का तत्क्षण प्रतिक्रिया उन लोगों ने व्यक्त किया सड़क पर आकर। ये अलग बात है कि किसी भी समस्या का निदान हिंसा के रास्ते नहीं हो सकता है। हिंसा का स्थान समाज में नहीं है। हिंसा के कदम को कोई भी उसको स्वीकार नहीं कर सकता है, लेकिन उनकी स्वाभाविक प्रतिक्रिया पर भी भारतीय जनता पार्टी को एड्रेस करना चाहिए। उनके मन की जो आशंका है उसको दूर करना चाहिए उसके बजाय वो प्रशासन पर आरोप लगा रहे हैं। अरे प्रशासन क्या करेगा? प्रशासन को कहां से, क्या मतलब है भारतीय जनता पार्टी से और जनता दल यू से? लेकिन आपके जो आक्रोश से, जो छात्रों नौजवानों के आक्रोश के कारण जो आपका संतुलन, थोड़ा अपने को संतुलित करिए। जो संतुलन बिगड़ा है उस संतुलन का प्रभाव है कि आप अनर्गल आरोप प्रशासन पर लगा रहे हैं।
तो इसको इस रूप से प्रचारित करना कि यह कोई मनरेगा योजना है, चूंकि समझते नहीं है। एक माननीय राहुल गांधी जी हैं, एक पूछा गया था एनसीसी क्या, तो कहे थे कि मैं पूछ के बताऊंगा। तो जिसको एनसीसी का नहीं पता है वह यह पहले ही डिसाइड कर लेता है कि यह अग्निवीर करके कोई योजना है जिससे दिक्कत है। और जो कुछ भी बिहार में घट रहा है वह जाहिर बात है कि यह छात्रों के द्वारा नहीं हो रहा है।
And in other national news, the centre has announced a one-time waiver to increase the age limit for the Agnipath recruitment scheme to 23 years. Following this, Army Chief General Manoj Pandey lauded the Agnipath scheme, saying that people protesting will realise it is good for the nation once they are informed.
Our effort will be to spread awareness about the scheme up to the last soldier in the earliest possible time frame. As far as the youth is concerned, I feel they haven't fully understood the contents and the implications of the scheme, and that is why there are some apprehensions in their mind. But once they have fully understood the contents of the scheme, I'm sure that they will realize it is not only for their good, but also for the good of the nation and good of the Indian Army.
Speaking to Republic's editor-in-chief, Arnab Goswami, India's Chief of Naval Staff, Admiral R. Harikumar, spoke about the main objectives of the introduction of the Agnipath scheme and how it was aimed towards an administrative shift in the armed forces, as well as to send a message of encouragement to the youth. He called it a hugely transformative initiative that will
राष्ट्र सर्वोपरि, देश ही हो जिसकी पहचान। खतरों से आंखें मिलाने का हो जुनून, ऐसे हैं भारत के वीर जवान।
The Indian Armed Forces recently introduced a tour of duty concept called Agnipath.
अग्निपथ नामक एक ट्रांसफॉर्मेटिव योजना हम ला रहे हैं, जो हमारी आर्म्ड फोर्सेस में ट्रांसफॉर्मेटिव चेंजेस लाकर उन्हें फुल्ली मॉडर्न और वेल इक्विप्ड बनाएगी।
Now what is Agnipath? The soldiers who join the Agnipath scheme will be called Agniveers. This is a 4-year tour of duty. In this 4 years, they'll be trained for 6 months and they will get 1 month of leave every year. Now, what is this about? This is essentially the common person, a male candidate joining the Indian Armed Forces, the Army, Navy and the Air Force, completing his tour of duty in 4 years and then leaving. And when he leaves, he gets something called a Sevanidhi or a golden handshake.
The scheme, we believe, will attract young talent and motivated youth with the right skill set to join the army.
The Agnipath scheme would give all eligible citizens an opportunity to join the armed forces as Agniveers.
The Agnipath initiative and the Agniveers that it will produce will play a pivotal role in enhancing the effectiveness and efficiency of the Navy and the country.
Today I'm going to discuss the reasons why this is being implemented, why the armed forces or the Ministry of Defence, the Government of India think it's a great idea, why a lot of veterans are objecting, why do they feel that this is going to damage the armed forces, and why do the veterans feel that this is going to perhaps be an attack on the regimental spirit or the regimentation of the Indian Army, perhaps Indian Army's greatest strength. I haven't had too many objections coming in from the social media as far as veterans from the Air Force and Navy are concerned. If there are, I haven't seen them, mostly from the Indian Army. And today I'm going to tell you about this scheme called Agnipath. Hello, I'm Major Gauravari and you're watching Checkmate.
इन्हीं फौलादी जज्बों को देती है सेना एक नई पहचान। दें देश को अपने 4 साल सीना तान संकल्प कर।
Well, my friends, the scheme Agnipath is not new. This tour of duty was recommended many years earlier. It's been rebranded as Agnipath and it's now being launched. There was a huge demand that amongst a section of people in India, they simply felt that if Indians would join the army, it would make for a more disciplined, a more patriotic, a more nationalistic population. That was a thinking amongst a lot of people, and I'm not talking about the government, I'm talking about the common people. I've personally been approached by so many people saying that, why don't you tweet about it, why don't you make videos about it, why don't you tell the government about it, saying that, we should, all of us, join the army for a certain period of time. That will help us from a perspective of character building. Now, things are not so simple. There are a lot of complications involved. And today, I'm going to tell you about some of the complications and why it's a good idea and why it may not be a good idea. What do the veterans feel? And why are the veterans divided in between, right down the middle, as far as Agnipath is concerned? Now, so before I expand on the Agnipath scheme, let me tell you that India is not the first country who's done it. The United States of America has been doing it for ages. China has been doing it, Russia has been doing it. Singapore does it, Israel does it. Now, there is a difference between conscription and voluntary induction. What happens in Singapore and Israel and China to a very large extent, Russia, is conscription, where people are, they have to join the armed forces, or selected people have to join the armed forces with a very few exceptions. It is a must, it is mandatory. It is mandated by the government that they join the armed forces. In America, it was like that during the Vietnam era. No longer. Today, anybody who wants to join, if he's found fit, male or female, can join the US Armed Forces. They can join the US Marines, the US Army, Air Force, Navy, and they have this short service concept for both officers and men. In India, this concept was just for officers. I'm myself a short service officer. I served for 5.5 years in the Indian Army before I was released, before I left the Army. And there are thousands upon thousands of short service officers like me who are comfortably settled in the corporate sector after leaving the Army. And I'm sure the short service officers from the Navy and the Air Force have had similar experiences. Now, why is it being done? Why is Agnipath being implemented and executed? Number one, people feel that there will be a younger profile. Currently, the average age in the Indian Army is around 32 to 35 years, if memory serves. After implementing Agnipath after a few years, it's going to be in the late 20s. So that is one big takeaway from all of this. It's fantastic in terms of lowering the age profile and making the army more fighting fit. It's already fighting fit, you make it more fighting fit. Number two, tech-savvy workforce. When I say tech-savvy workforce, I'm not saying that these soldiers will be keyboard warriors. We are not hiring computer engineers here. No, that's not the case. I'm just saying that this new generation is more adept at absorbing technology, learning new technology than my generation. You look at any kid who's in his teens or she's in his teens, late teens, you will realize that people of the new generation pick up technology far faster and far better than people of my age and my generation. With the armed forces progressively becoming more technology oriented, we're talking about artificial intelligence, we're talking about Internet of Things, we're talking about so many things in the armed forces and they're being executed. These new people will understand it better. You don't need to qualify in a course to understand all these things. It's just that the new generation has this knack of understanding technology better. All of you listening to this program who have young children would understand how kids pick up technology better, pick up mobile phones better, pick up laptops and desktops and their software far better than we are able to do. That is number two. Number three is, of course, the issue of pension. In India, unfortunately, we might like to think that we have a $77 billion defense budget, but 60 to 65% goes in salaries and pensions. And I'm informed that this also includes civilians working in the Ministry of Defense. Now, our pension bill is huge. Our salary bill is huge. That doesn't leave much money for modernization. That doesn't leave much money for capital expenditure. I'll just give you a small example. And though it's not related directly to money, but also to the bureaucratic apathy that has gripped the system. During my time, we were introduced to a rifle called the INSAS when I was commissioned. Though when we were in training, we trained with the 7.62 mm SLR. That was the rifle that was given to us at the Officers Training Academy. But very soon, when we reached the units, INSAS rifles started coming. And I'm talking about 1994. They were there in the army much before that also, but we saw it for the first time in 1994. In Mau, when I was doing the Vayos course, the Indian Army was very emphatic after the Kargil war that, we need to change this rifle. We need to change the INSAS. It's not a good rifle. We need a better rifle. It's been more than 20 years. And we've not successfully managed to change the rifle. It's not just about money alone. There are so many factors. Coming back to the problem of pension, coming back to the problem of having funds for capital acquisition, for capex, you need to buy new rocket systems, you need to buy new rifles, new kinds of ammunition, new planes, new warships. You have to keep on upgrading their software. You have to make them more lethal, if I may say. So you have to beat the enemy. If China has a system, we need to have a better system. If Pakistan has a system, we need to have a far better system. And all that requires money. Now, one solution could be to raise the budget. And that is one way of looking at it. And I feel it should be done. I think 2.5% to 3% of GDP, if that is our defense budget, it should solve many of our problems. But this is also another way of looking at it, that when you have people who you do not have to pay after a certain length of time, you pay them the Seva Nidhi, 11.5 lakhs or something like that, and then they leave. You see, you do not pay them pension, and that money can be used to buy new weapons and equipment. Is this a perfect solution? No. I think more thought needs to be given to this. I'm not saying what I believe in, I'm telling you what the thinking is, the popular thinking is, that we save on salaries, we save on pensions if we do this. So this is another point of view that has come up. The third or the fourth thing is give a flavor of the armed forces to the civilians. This, it was being done through the NCC, but the NCC is actually not technically the armed forces in the sense that you have a certain flavor, but it's not like serving. It's not like serving in the army as such. It's more of character building amongst the youth. This is different. Here you get to wear the uniform, you have a weapon, you serve in the front line, you serve in Kashmir, you serve in the Siachen Glacier, you would serve in the Northeast, you would see actual combat. And this, hopefully, makes you a better man, it makes you a better person. Now, this was the thinking. And if everything is so hunky-dory, if everything is so nice, you would ask, if everything is so good, why are the veterans protesting? I mean, why? Why is there so much of an objection against Agnipath from the veterans community? Now, I'll be very honest with you. If I were to go on a 100 percentile range, I think what I've seen on the social media, 90% of the veterans are not very happy with this idea of Agnipath. And 10% say, let's give it a chance. We don't have enough data. Let's not bury the baby before it's born, so to say. Let's wait for it. We don't know. 10% of the veterans are saying we don't know. Maybe it's a good idea. Maybe it's not. We don't know. 90% of the veterans saying no, it's a bad idea and we should scrap it, and it's going to, cause a lot of problems within the army, the structure of the army. So I've told you the good points. I've told you the positives. Now I'm going to tell you the negatives. What do the veterans feel? And then I will also share my own analysis of this situation. So, first of all, why are the veterans protesting? Let me tell you. It's very simple. a lot of senior officers have gone on record on Twitter, on social media and said that, this is bogus, this is bad, shouldn't be happening, we shouldn't be doing this. People are focusing on what these officers are saying. I think we should focus on why they're saying it. Whether they're supporting Agnipath or opposing Agnipath, I think this comes from a space of intense love for the armed forces. And I'll tell you why. In no other profession in India would you have veterans of that profession. And I'm not going to start naming any XYZ profession here, but just telling you that, no profession's veterans will come out and be so vocal about it. And there is a reason. Because it is only in the armed forces that you give everything to that organization, you give everything to the country. These people who are actually objecting, these veterans, senior veterans who are objecting, and I call them senior because most of them are senior to me, these generals, these brigadiers, these senior colonels, they have given their life to this country. Their families have sacrificed everything for this country. There are people amongst them who have not seen their children grow up. And they were able to tolerate that pain. Because living away from family is painful. They were able to tolerate that pain because they thought of the armed forces as their family. And they still think of the armed forces as their family. And whenever there is change, whenever there is even the slightest hint of a suspicion that things are going to go bad, it is natural for any veteran to come out and object. And I think this is good. This is good because this shows the kind of bonding that is there in the armed forces. This shows the kind of emotion that is attached with the armed forces. People are talking about Naam Namak Nishan, and people are talking about dilution of the regimental spirit. Very important. I'll come to that in a minute. And I'll tell you why the veterans are upset. They're also upset because for them, today you have social media. Today you have Facebook, Twitter, you have Instagram, you have YouTube, you have so many. During our time, there was nothing. There was nothing. In the back of beyond of Suratgarh or Poo or the valley, wherever we were posted, we got newspapers after 2 days. We were not connected. We got letters after 4 or 5 days or a week late. We didn't know how our families were. There were no mobile phones at that point in time. So the unit became our family. The army became our family. And we would be with our own families for 2 months a year. But we would be with our unit or our formations for, the balance of the 10 months. And that became our family. And because that became our family, this is why you have all these senior people getting so passionate about it. It is this passion that drives the Indian Army. Today, a lot of people have asked me, why the veteran community divided? It's not divided. It's united by love for the armed forces. This is love. When they object, when they protest, this is a Fauji's way of showing love for the uniform.
स्नाइपर आपको दिखाई दे रहा है दुश्मन? दिखाई दे रहा है सर। स्नाइपर फायर।
Friends, I'm going to take a very short break, and when I come back, I'm going to be talking about what are the lacunae in Agnipath. Why exactly are the veterans protesting? And what is it that they are uncomfortable with? Stay with me.
Speaking to Republic's editor-in-chief, Arnab Goswami, India's Chief of Naval Staff, Admiral R. Harikumar, spoke about the main objectives of the introduction of the Agnipath scheme and how it was aimed towards an administrative shift in the armed forces, as well as to send a message of encouragement to the youth. He called it a hugely transformative initiative that will open up opportunities manifold.
It is truly transformational, and it is looking at developing the nationalistic ethos amongst the youth, as well as the fulfilling the main aim of the reduction of the age profile of the armed forces.
Agitators vandalized the Secunderabad railway station premises in Hyderabad and set a train ablaze during a protest against the Agnipath scheme. The protesters vandalized the windows of a train, torching a two-wheeler on the tracks and a few bags on the platform. 3 fire tenders were moved to the spot to douse the fire. Protesters vandalized a Telangana state transport bus at the Secunderabad bus station during a protest against the centre's Agnipath scheme. The Armed Forces Service Chiefs have unanimously put their weight behind the Agnipath recruitment scheme, under which the selected youth will be known as Agniveers. Agnipath allows patriotic and motivated youth to serve in the armed forces for a period of 4 years, following which 25% will be absorbed into the armed forces, whereas the remaining will have a cornucopia of options opening up to them.
A police officer was shot dead by terrorists inside his home in Pulwama district of Jammu and Kashmir. The attack on Sub-Inspector Farooq Ahmed Mir took place at Sambura in Pampore area on the intervening night of yesterday and today. The bullet-ridden body of the brave heart was found.
There is another concern, and this is a valid concern, that creation of militias, in the sense that these young soldiers, when they leave the army, they'll be highly trained. Of course, they'll be highly trained, and they will end up, under the influence of antisocial elements. They could become terrorists. They could become sharpshooters for mafia gangs and dons, etc. Maybe I don't know. I don't know. I think it's too soon to judge. Anybody who says that they could land up in the wrong profession, or they could land up being taken advantage of by anti-national elements because they're highly trained. There are 2-3 things that I'd like to mention. I'm a short service officer, spent 5.5 years in the army, and here I am in front of the camera talking to you. And there are thousands of such short service officers who left after 5 years, Today, it's 10 years plus 4 years. 10 years of service and 4 years extension for short service officers. During my time, it was 5 plus 5. It was 5 plus 5, unless you opted for a permanent commission, or you were offered a permanent commission, or somebody might have left because of medical reasons or whatever. But it was 5 plus 5 for short service during my time. And so many of short service officers, I took an extension. There are so many who did not take an extension, who just left the army. They wanted something else. And that's all right, that's perfectly okay. They left the army. I don't remember one terrorist out of any short service officer. I don't remember anybody from the short service fraternity who has become a mafia don or a sharpshooter. We were officers, we were very well trained. We were trained in the OTA. We did other courses in the army. And we were trained at the OTA. We had other courses also. We'd done other courses in the army. And, we'd done so much. If we wanted to be violent, there was always that path. But more than training, I'll tell you, and this is my personal feeling, many veterans may disagree with me, and I respect their views. I think what the army really gives you is a kind of a moral compass. What is good, what is bad. Staying in the army is like staying with a strict parent. There is a lot of love and affection, and there is strictness also. But they will care for you. It's a family, and that loyalty never goes away. That loyalty never goes away. My unit, 17 Kumaon, is still in touch with me. I'm still in touch with my unit. And I left my unit in 1999. It's been more than 23 years, and we are still in touch. Why? We must also understand that when veterans protest against Agnipath, they have nothing to take or nothing to give, in the sense of, they don't get any advantage or monetary advantage or any privilege because they are objecting. No, they're just doing it from love. They're just doing it because of regimental spirit. They're just doing it because they love the armed forces so much. And it is this love that you see coming out. It's Fauji love, but it's love nonetheless. Also, that what will they do after 4 years? This is one thing that a lot of people were concerned about. That what are these guys going to do after 4 years? So, I think the Agniveer or the Agnipath concept is still work in progress. Everything has not been closed. It is my feeling, and there is no declaration, there is no official intimation, this is what I feel, because the Uttarakhand government apparently has said that they will get preference into the police force, and there'll be many other people, because it's natural. It's natural. You know, you have trained manpower. They will find their way into the CPOs, the CAPFs. And I appeal to the government to, make use of this well-trained manpower, motivated, patriotic, highly skilled manpower. And there are so many forces where they could be used. There are state police. They could be there in the state police. They could be there in the BSF, the CRPF, the ITBP, the CISF, the SSB. There is no end to where they could find. They could perhaps look at something in the Assam Rifles. That's also a force under the Home Ministry. There is no end to where these people could be adjusted. The Coast Guard. The Coast Guard is under MOD. They could go to the Coast Guard. People from the Navy. People from the Air Force. BSF has got an air wing. They could find employment there. And of course the private sector and so many other things. But it all depends on a person's capabilities, and I think the government should help these people rehabilitate, because that's going to be very, very important. We are not talking about, in case of SS officers, they were pretty much left in the wild, and it was like, mostly fend for yourself. Then there were some rehabilitation courses, but SS officers very few in number. Now, a lot of army aspirants, who wanted to go for these bharti rallies and all, they're objecting and they're protesting, and in Bihar, I saw videos of police firing tear gas. And I want to tell these protesters that, I respect your jazba of joining the army, but the army will do what it thinks is good for the army. You must look at it from the army's angle. And all the while respecting your josh, jazba, junoon for joining the Indian Army, we must understand that the army will do what it thinks is best for the army. And if the army thinks, or the Navy thinks, or the Air Force thinks that, the Agnipath concept is good, then they will do that. And this is something that I request everybody to understand, you see. Because, and if you want to join the army, why not join for 4 years? Join for 4 years, become an Agniveer, serve your country, and then go forward and make your fortune elsewhere, make your life elsewhere. Today in India, where there are so many opportunities in the corporate sector, I think the army equips all of us to face life head on. Today, whatever little, I will not call it success, but whatever little I have got in life today is all because of the Indian Army and what it taught me. And these values, that training of the Indian Army, is not just for the Indian Army. It can be used anywhere, and it can make you really, really successful. And lastly, I end by saying that, Vice Chief of Army Staff, General B.S. Raju said that, by 2032, that is in the next 10 years, 50% of the Indian Army will be of Agniveers. 50% of the Indian Army will be Agniveers, and that is what he said. So I think this is the way that the armed forces have decided that this is the future. This is the way they're going to do it. This is the way it's going to happen. And what we must do, and this is my request to the veteran community, that the love and affection, and I understand the logic behind all the social media posts, because you're my seniors and I know you, and I know you're doing it from a place of love. You're doing it from a place of respect for the Indian Army. And I think we must keep on doing that. We must keep on speaking to our headquarters, whether Army, Navy or Air Force, and keep on telling them that we think you must do this and that, and do this much more, and ensure that these boys, when they leave the Army or the Navy or the Air Force, they're well looked after and they're not left to fend for themselves. I think this is something that we could do, because at the end all officers are leaders, whether we're in uniform or out of uniform, and whether we know the Agniveers or not, whether we have met them or not, it does not matter. We will continue to be officers and they'll continue to be our boys, and in some way our responsibility. For all of us who are raising our voices for and against Agniveer, we should continue to do so, but in a manner that helps the army and takes this whole thing to a better place. It's not a perfect solution as I see it today. Agnipath is not a perfect solution today. But maybe it will become perfect as time passes by. Because in the end, that is the intent, to make it into a perfect instrument that helps the armed forces and helps India. Thank you for watching Checkmate. I'll catch you again next week. Till then, have a great weekend and have a great week.
And in other national news, the centre has announced a one-time waiver to increase the age limit for the Agnipath recruitment scheme to 23 years. Following this, Army Chief General Manoj Pandey lauded the Agnipath scheme, saying that people protesting will realise it is good for the nation once they are informed.
Our effort will be to spread awareness about the scheme up to the last soldier in the earliest possible time frame. As far as the youth is concerned, I feel they haven't fully understood the contents and the implications of the scheme, and that is why there are some apprehensions in their mind. But once they have fully understood the contents of the scheme, I am sure that they will realize it is not only for their good, but also for the good of the nation and good of the Indian Army.
Speaking to Republic's editor-in-chief, Arnab Goswami, India's Chief of Naval Staff, Admiral R. Harikumar, spoke about the main objectives of the introduction of the Agnipath scheme and how it was aimed towards an administrative shift in the armed forces, as well as to send a message of encouragement to the youth. He called it a hugely transformative initiative that will open up opportunities manifold.
Horrific scenes of anarchy played out across the country. School buses were being burnt in Aurangabad. Little children being caught in the crossfire in Bihar. Over 200 trains being stalled across the nation. These are not Agnipath aspirants. These are not people who want to serve the country. These are anarchists. And those supporting them, celebrating them and cheering them on from the comforts of their homes are against the nation. Think long and think hard about who truly benefits from derailing a scheme which makes our army, our navy and our air force stronger.
It's 6 p.m. and thank you for joining us on This is Exclusive. Across India for the last 3 days, we've seen protests. They were not organic protests. They were not all genuine protests. Most of them were planned. And the proof of the planning in the last few days has been captured on camera. We have proof after proof, posters, chats, videos, and today audio tapes on Republic. It's exclusive. Let's get started. Burn everything in 2 hours, they said in Secunderabad. Video chats. The proof is on camera. Chats show that the protests may have been planned. Groups were called, asked to buy petrol and destroy everything that they could before the forces came in. That's the CCTV footage from Ludhiana where passengers were terrorized. Mob on the rampage. No protest, just vandalism. Kids were paid to protest by netas. What sort of Agnipath protest is this? Look at that. Kids, children, paid 100 rupees to protest for Pappu Yadav in Patna. And there is a Congress leader from Jharkhand. He says will ensure there's bloodshed across India. That too is on tape today. And on This is Exclusive, we start this edition of the bulletin with an exclusive report coming in from Secunderabad. Secunderabad in Telangana has seen the most incidents of violence. A life was also lost here, and there is proof that this too was organized. Those are videos from Secunderabad that came in. There are audio tapes, there are pictures, and we have details of each one of these tapes. Tapes and video chats. In fact, let's show you the chats as well. We had the chats that show how it was all planned. Groups planning on how they should gather, how they should buy petrol, and how they should burn everything in 2 hours before the forces came in. There is a man called Subbarao who runs an academy to train those who aspire to join the army. He too, we hear, was in Secunderabad when the violence broke out. Let me go across to Aneri joining us on the broadcast. Aneri is live. Aneri, we're putting out the details of these chats, of course masking the numbers, but it does tell you that there was a great degree of planning. Great degree of planning, especially in Secunderabad, where trains were burnt, vehicles burnt on platforms, but a life has also been lost, Aneri.
Definitely all pre-planned conspiracy to make the protest a violent protest at the Secunderabad railway station, which happened on the 17th of morning. Well, we see that thousands of protesters jumped onto the railway tracks. They started damaging the railway property. Also, the trains were damaged. The window sheets of the trains were damaged. They burned the trains. Two-wheelers were torched to fire, and also all this seems to be a conspiracy, a pre-planned conspiracy just to make sure that their demands are fulfilled. But who is behind this is definitely a larger question. However, the police has picked up Subbarao, who is one of the trainers who runs an army training center, and now it is seen that there was a WhatsApp group which was created. There are audio tapes which has come out, Niranjan, where we see that clearly people are seen telling that bring petrol, we will burn out everything and everything will be finished within 2 minutes, and the news also will be out. Very clearly we see that this protest which took place at the Secunderabad railway station turned out to be a violent protest, and the protesters did not seem to be moving out from the railway tracks until 6:30 to 6:30. We saw that the protesters were at the railway tracks, and in a large number we saw that the CRPF forces also had to be called down to make sure that the situation was brought under control. So definitely a lot of conspiracy, a lot of planning which had went behind this to make
those are exclusive videos, Aneri. I'm just showing also the video there. That's video. In fact, that video is from Secunderabad. Take a look at that video. It's an exclusive video on the show this evening. Never seen before video. It's on your screen right now, in the middle of your screen. That's a video from Secunderabad. Exclusive video on Republic of how they suddenly stormed the Secunderabad police station, and there were hundreds of them. There are chats to that effect. There are audio tapes. Let me play out the audio tape now. Let me play out the audio tape of how these protesters were planning on a WhatsApp group. Let's listen into these tapes.
ఎంతసేపు వరుతారా ఒర్రొర్రి నొర్రులు వస్తాయి. అందుకే గమ్మును పోయి పెట్రోల్ తీసుకొచ్చి తగలబెట్టేసినాం అనుకో బయటికి పోతుంది న్యూస్. అంతేగాని ఎంతసేపు ఒర్రినా, ఎంతసేపు బ్యానర్లు చూపించినా, ఎంత మొత్తుకున్నా ఏం అవ్వదు. ఇంకొక రెండు గంటలో, ఒక గంటలా స్క్వాడ్ వస్తుంది, అందరిని వెళ్ళింటారు మొత్తం. అందుకే పోయి పెట్రోల్ పంప్ పోయి పెట్రోల్ తీసుకొని వస్తే మొత్తం తగలబెట్టచ్చు 2 నిమిషాలల్లా. ఎంతసేపు వరుతారా ఒర్రొర్రి నొర్రులు వస్తాయి. అందుకే గమ్మును పోయి పెట్రోల్ తీసుకొచ్చి తగలబెట్టేసినాం అనుకో బయటికి పోతుంది న్యూస్. అంతేగాని ఎంతసేపు ఒర్రినా, ఎంతసేపు బ్యానర్లు చూపించినా, ఎంత మొత్తుకున్నా ఏం అవ్వదు. ఇంకొక రెండు గంటలో, ఒక గంటలా స్క్వాడ్ వస్తుంది, అందరిని వెళ్ళింటారు మొత్తం. అందుకే పోయి పెట్రోల్ పంప్ పోయి పెట్రోల్ తీసుకొని వస్తే మొత్తం తగలబెట్టచ్చు 2 నిమిషాలల్లా. అరే పెట్రోల్ పంప్ పోతున్నా, పెట్రోల్ తీసుకురావడానికి ఎవరైనా వస్తే పెట్రోల్ తీసుకురావడానికి రండి. అరే పెట్రోల్ పంప్ పోతున్నా, పెట్రోల్ తీసుకురావడానికి ఎవరైనా వస్తే పెట్రోల్ తీసుకురావడానికి రండి. అరే పెట్రోల్ పంప్ పోతున్నా, పెట్రోల్ తీసుకురావడానికి ఎవరైనా వస్తే పెట్రోల్ తీసుకురావడానికి రండి. అరే పెట్రోల్ పంప్ పోతున్నా, పెట్రోల్ తీసుకురావడానికి ఎవరైనా వస్తే పెట్రోల్ తీసుకురావడానికి రండి. అరే పెట్రోల్ పంప్ పోతున్నా, పెట్రోల్ తీసుకురావడానికి ఎవరైనా వస్తే పెట్రోల్ తీసుకురావడానికి రండి. అరే పెట్రోల్ పంప్ పోతున్నా, పెట్రోల్ తీసుకురావడానికి ఎవరైనా వస్తే పెట్రోల్ తీసుకురావడానికి రండి. सब लोग बटालियन आ गया, राइफल लेकर आ जाओ, बस जलाएंगे. सब लोग बटालियन आ गया, राइफल लेकर आ जाओ, बस जलाएंगे.
So they can be heard in these 3 audio tapes. These are short audio tapes. So it's like this, Aneri. These were tapes. You know when people use WhatsApp, these are basically WhatsApp audios that were posted on the group. WhatsApp audio messages that were posted on the group, and that group, it appears, also spoke about this Subbarao being in town. Who's this Subbarao? and he's been detained. We are told, who is this Subbarao and what is his link to the Secunderabad violence?
Well, the person Subbarao, who has been now detained by the police officials, we have tried to find out about his details. What we have got to know is that he used to run an army training center where thousands of army aspirants used to go study there, and he used to run this coaching center for the army aspirants. But now it is seen that he is the conspirator behind this whole incident which took place at the Secunderabad railway station, where there is also one more video chat which was viral yesterday, Niranjan, where we saw that everyone come together at Secunderabad railway station on 17. This video message was also viral. This was a WhatsApp message which was sent on various WhatsApp groups. But yes, after this we saw a massive protest which broke out, and this we also see that the police officials are trying to investigate into this matter. But yes, now there are more than 100 people who have been detained. Still there are search operations going on by the police officials. There is an FIR which has been registered into this particular protest which happened. Near about 30 crores of loss to the railway. Definitely a huge loss for the railway department. How these protesters have damaged the public property, and just to make sure that their demand fulfills. But whereas we see that the government themselves have announced a big relief for these army aspirants, but many questions being raised that how did this protest took place, and what was the reason, what was the main reason behind it. But as of now, Subbarao has now been detained by the police, and further investigation has also been taken up by the police authorities into this matter.
What we'll do now is we'll play the tapes out, the 3 tapes. We'll play, because they're extremely short audio tapes, we'll play them twice and then we'll get you the next exclusive story.
ఎంతసేపు వరుతారా ఒర్రి నొర్రులు వస్తాయి. అందుకే గమ్మున పోయి పెట్రోల్ తీసుకొచ్చి తగలబెట్టేసినాం అనుకో, బయటికి పోతుంది న్యూస్. అంతేగా